Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 371, Thor's Proposal. Find 50+ advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. Noah and Victor had a decent relationship. As fellow mages from Kamarage who had both passed the Archmage examination, they naturally shared some common ground. Especially since Noah had always maintained good popularity at Kamarage, and now he was basically recognized as Kamarage's future Sorcerer Supreme. From any perspective, Victor was quite willing to help Noah. And just as he said, Mordo and Caecilius were too familiar. These wizards all knew a bit about Caecilius' affairs, so letting Mordo watch him would probably raise suspicion. However, Noah's second topic made Victor a bit stunned, learning more advanced mechanical science. To be fair, wouldn't pure mages generally be uninterested in the mechanical sciences of ordinary people? How was this one different? Victor looked at Noah strangely, but he quickly thought of something. Are you on good terms with Tony Stark? Victor wasn't a fool. He had stood over the skies of Manhattan in New York and naturally remembered that Tony was involved in the battle a few days ago. But Victor wasn't clear about Noah and Tony's relationship, and Victor had to pay attention to the aliens at the time, so how could he have time to pay attention to him? Thinking about it now, Victor suddenly felt that Tony seemed to be somewhat different. Especially his armor. Now that he thought back, it really seemed somewhat unusual, didn't it? That thing seemed to even contain magical fluctuations. He's my apprentice. Noah said with a straightforward laugh. Although his personality is a bit terrible, this guy has great talent. He's very interested in the fusion of technology and magic. If we look at it from a mage's grading perspective, his technological level has probably reached tier 7 or above. Oh. Victor was now slightly interested, learning from him. Forget it. If you want me to cooperate with him. Of course, you can teach him, he can only guide you. Noah wasted no time in setting the tone for this matter. Mages have pride, especially high-ranking mages who have passed the Archmage examination. Tony was indeed good at technology, but as a fellow mage, his technological level wouldn't be considered. Besides, he was Noah's apprentice. After clarifying things with Victor, Noah also took Victor to meet Tony. At this moment, Tony was gathered with Steve and the others, talking about something, but when Noah came over, they consciously stopped their idle chatter. Noah wasted no words, directly introducing Victor and Tony to each other and explaining their purpose for being there. After Noah's explanation, Tony suddenly felt it was very interesting. He hadn't expected such an existence in the magical world. This couldn't help but make Tony's impression of Victor greatly improve. Of course, Tony didn't dare to call him brother or anything. In any case, Victor was also a mage on Noah's level, at least in human form, and Tony could guess Noah's intentions, so how could he refuse? Are you planning to pull him into your camp? After Victor left, Tony playfully accused Noah of trying to build a faction to become Sorcerer Supreme. Noah dismisses this, asserting his confidence in becoming Sorcerer Supreme on his own terms. Thinking too much. Noah rolled his eyes. There are many candidates for Sorcerer Supreme, but I can say without hesitation that I have no rivals, unless I myself am unwilling. Alright, very confident, I like it. Tony shrugged indifferently. I'll learn from him properly, don't worry. Of course, you should also teach him what you excel at, and leave a good impression, understand? Noah nodded, finally admonishing him. Still saying it's not for the Sorcerer Supreme position. Of course not. You wouldn't understand even if I told. You just need to remember that Victor has high potential, and what you two are researching is a very good direction. Don't you hope to have a like-minded friend? TCH, I know. I'll help you win him over, make him absolutely support you as Sorcerer Supreme. Damn it, how many times have I told you it's not for that, idiot? Looking at the impervious Tony, Noah simply gave up arguing with him. Noah indeed planned to have Tony win over Victor, but not for the Sorcerer Supreme position. To put it bluntly, the Sorcerer Supreme position entirely depended on Ancient One's own choice. Noah intended to win over Victor purely because Victor was indeed strong enough and talented enough. Of course, this also contained Noah's deep dark humor. Whether it was turning him into the Piltover Enforcer or adding the surname Von Doom to his name, it would be very interesting. What a pity there's no Reed Richards here, but thankfully, there's also no such guy. Otherwise, who knows if this world would have been reset. Noah didn't even dare to think about Reed Richards, because that guy could no longer be described as human. The movie version might be alright, just a rubber monster, but the comic book version of him was simply an omnipotent god. In every parallel universe, he was an extremely terrifying individual. What Noah remembered most vividly was in the comics, that guy used the same item to force back Galactus, one of the 5 cosmic abstract entities. And then, after his friend the Thing died, he actually opened the gates of heaven, traversed dimensions, and found the author. Was this guy really human, or a god? What's even more exaggerated is that this guy, after accidentally releasing the cosmic cubes representing the dark side of the universe by opening the gates of heaven, he actually simply used the ultimate nullifier to forcibly reset the universe, making the cosmic cubes never exist. As for blowing up 67 parallel universes or destroying Asgard, those were just basic operations. Noah didn't think they were a big deal. If such a guy appeared in this world, Noah felt this world would definitely be over. However, if it were that guy, maybe my teacher wouldn't be a woman but an old man. Noah secretly complained in his heart, then left. Noah felt that if he continued to stand there, they probably wouldn't be able to continue their conversation. After all, they weren't completely familiar with the mage community yet, and Noah could only let them adapt on their own. Noah, over here. Just as Noah was lost in thought, Thor's voice quickly reached his ears. Thor, Loki. Since there was nothing else to do, Noah simply walked over to the brothers. If nothing unexpected happened, after tonight's dinner, they would at most stay on Earth for one more night, and then they would have to return. As for their return, Loki would probably face judgment and then be imprisoned in Asgard, unable to cause trouble. So Thor probably knew Loki's situation, which was why he deliberately stayed to let Loki enjoy a bit more freedom. But then again, if Loki himself didn't have some mental issues, and Odin's way of expressing affection wasn't also problematic, how could it have come to this? How's the party, guys? Shaking his head, Noah stopped thinking about these issues. He smiled slightly and asked. Not bad, though compared to Asgard, it might. Thor smiled and trailed off. No choice, time was a bit rushed, and we mages aren't hedonists. Noah didn't think there was anything wrong with what Thor said. He had been to Asgard and naturally knew Thor was right. In Asgard, Noah had also attended some banquets hosted by Odin. Honestly, the atmosphere and preparations for those banquets could only be described as perfect. It wasn't impossible for Noah to create such an atmosphere, but Noah didn't have that much time, and of course, he didn't think it was necessary. His pockets were always kept very tight. By the way, Noah, can I discuss something with you? Just then, Thor suddenly lowered his voice and whispered. What is it? Noah looked at Thor's appearance, also lowering his voice and looking at him strangely. It's like this, if nothing unexpected happens, Loki might be sentenced to imprisonment by Father when he returns, and it will be for a very long time. Thor pulled Loki by the shoulder, disregarding his protest, and blurted out the matter. Of course, Loki can also choose to be exiled. Exiled? Noah looked at Thor and Loki strangely. You want to exile your brother? Yes. Thor nodded. Loki thinks so too. He doesn't want to be locked up. What the hell was this? Noah looked at Thor and Loki in bewilderment. He didn't understand why they came to him with this, and he couldn't figure out why Loki would think this way. Loki had teamed up with Thanos, received the Mind Scepter from him, and promised to take Earth and hand over the Tesseract to Thanos. Although Loki didn't know that his scepter contained the Mind Stone nor what the Tesseract was, Loki had betrayed Thanos afterward. Even putting aside the betrayal, simply the fact that the Tesseract wasn't obtained and the scepter was lost could be considered a mission failure. If Loki had any sense, he could guess that Thanos would certainly not let him go. In such a situation, choosing exile was definitely not a good option. Thanos' sphere of influence in this universe was vast. Who knew if they might run into him? Moreover, Noah didn't think Odin would agree to this choice. Exile was basically impossible, only imprisoning him would be his best punishment. Thinking this, Noah internally rejected the plan. In his opinion, it was simply incredibly foolish. I just want to say, you shouldn't be discussing this with me. You should go back and discuss it properly with your father. We will certainly go back and discuss it, but this matter still needs to be communicated with you. Why? Because I plan to have Loki exiled to Earth. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 372, Chapter 372, you idiot. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. Loki, help me take this cat out. Keep an eye on her, don't let her attack my all again. Damn it, why don't you do it yourself? I'm in exile here, not your servant. Loki walked into Noah's laboratory, looking annoyed, then carefully and a little tremblingly picked up Goose and carried her out. As for Hathaway, the owl, Loki didn't even glance at her. He seemed to discriminate against the little creature. As for Goose, she was still quite scared. She even complained about why this low-level civilization planet, Earth, because of Noah's existence, otherwise Loki would probably call it an uncivilized, primitive planet, would have a flurkin, and acting like a domestic pet at that. Although Noah was quite speechless about Loki's behavior, he didn't say anything. After all, making Loki act like a servant was probably enough of a hassle for him. But Loki had no choice, it was either choose exile on Earth or be imprisoned in Asgard. If it were in the past, Loki would definitely have chosen the second option, because his arrogance was ingrained in his bones, he truly didn't think much of Earth. But now it was different. After Noah's guidance and understanding Earth's hidden strength, Loki, feeling deeply guilty towards his parents, chose to go into exile on Earth for a period. Noah didn't know how Thor and Loki convinced Odin, but Odin agreed to the decision and eventually contacted the Ancient One, who was in seclusion. The Ancient One seemed interested in this matter as well. After some thought, she agreed and sent Loki to Noah. After watching Loki nervously carry Goose out, Noah once again focused on his research. Noah wasn't too concerned that Hathaway didn't dare to run out. Speaking of which, this owl seemed to have an excessively long lifespan. Normally, this type of owl would have already reached its life limit. But Noah's owl seemed to have no such worries, she was still as small, timid, and confused as when Noah bought her decades ago. However, Noah wouldn't think this was a bad thing, after all, she was his pet, and having feelings for her, Noah naturally didn't want her to die for no reason. Hathaway jumped onto Noah's shoulder and stood there, while Noah ignored her and closed his eyes. Soon, Noah arrived in the system space. During this time, Noah had been diligently cooperating with the system to research domain magic. For this, Noah hadn't even properly studied cosmic magic. The cosmic magic was still lying in Noah's mirror dimension, but Noah wasn't too worried about it. He felt that instead of researching the cosmic cube, which was basically destined to be his, it was better to first look into this domain magic. Honestly, if Noah's conjecture was correct, wouldn't that mean the Ancient One wouldn't inexplicably leave? In that case, even if Thanos showed up, Noah would have a sufficiently good trump card. System, how is it now? Noah found a spot to sit in the system space and asked casually. Soon, a strange rhythm appeared throughout the system space. This rhythm seemed to encompass everything, yet it also had a very obvious sense of awkwardness. Slowly, this rhythm stopped. Clearly, this was not a successful simulation. But this simulation truly made Noah feel as if he was in the universe, and he seemed to have merged with the entire universe. It was very miraculous and very comfortable. Aside from the awkwardness, everything else made Noah feel quite good. It seemed that this system was an incredibly helpful assistant, far better than the previous big explosion. As you can see. When everything stopped, the system's mechanical voice sounded, although simple fusion and operation can be performed, it is still difficult to completely integrate them. Is that so? Noah stroked his chin and finally nodded. Noah, of course, knew how difficult this was. Although Noah couldn't compare to the guy named Linley in his memories, what he had to fuse wasn't some elemental profound law. But these four elements were the foundation of world construction. The hidden difficulty in this was truly terrifying. Noah rested his head on his hand and began to think. The complexity of fusing the four elements was indeed frustrating. The system's simulation speed was already quite fast. If Noah had to do it himself, it would probably take hundreds or thousands of years, and Noah himself might even be gone before it was done. But Noah still felt a bit exasperated by this speed, because time waits for no one. The Ancient One would leave in 4 or 5 years at most. The biggest fear was that by the time Noah figured out this domain magic, the Ancient One would already be ready, or even already gone. Besides, domain magic required learning and adapting, it wasn't something you could do just because someone told you how. It's like buying a phone, you still need to adapt to its size, feel, and operating system. Magic is much more complicated than that. It's really a headache, Noah sighed helplessly. System, how long do you estimate it will take to fully simulate this thing? It will take at least 3 years, the system replied quickly. Constructing something completely new, that doesn't exist in this world, and isn't in my database, is a very difficult task. The one who created you, that Lord of the Void, doesn't have data on domains either. The great Lord of the Void doesn't need domains, because he himself is a world. The system's words left Noah speechless. He himself is a world. Is this a joke? You're praising your master, but don't go overboard, okay? How big is a world? This question is really hard to answer, because a world contains all sorts of dimensions, time stream shifts, and so on, forming an incredibly vast number of universes. If he himself is a world, is that person still a person? This is simply more terrifying than the so-called 15th tier. Noah muttered inwardly, but then he stiffened a bit. Because the system didn't seem to have ever said that its master was a person, right? And Noah had indeed seen people with such power in some novels, like those Transcendents. Your master, isn't he some kind of transcendent? Noah asked cautiously. Transcendent. My master seems to belong to that stage, the system explored its information, then slowly replied, he is not within the scope of any world, he is in the void, seated on a throne. Stop, Noah immediately interrupted the system's boasting. Your master is so powerful, then why didn't he retrieve you? The laws of time are not the same, the system answered calmly. And I have the power of my master's best friend on me, which has shielded me. Shielded you? More or less, and because the laws of time are different, it's not easy for my master to find me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be following an idiot like you. Noah's face darkened slightly. It took him a while to recover. Being called an idiot by his own system, especially when the system was a machine and not a living being, felt incredibly bad. It was like using a computer, and due to your haphazard operations, the computer crashes with a blue screen, seemingly telling you what an imbecile you are. Noah swore that if he weren't reliant on this system, he'd restart it right away. Shaking his head, Noah decided not to dwell on the system's taunts. The fact that the system had such a setting suggested its master wasn't a good person either. However, Noah dared not curse such an existence, so, frustrated, he focused his entire attention on this domain prototype. It had to be said that the system was quite impressive. While it hadn't produced a complete domain, the prototype it created was truly excellent. The 4 different elements were operating seamlessly, and although certain characteristics were missing, one could still feel that it already possessed some of them. Stable, and possessing elemental abilities. Disregarding the obscure, all-encompassing power that arises with it, this prototype also possesses a certain degree of defensiveness and offensiveness. Noah silently articulated his feelings, then began to tentatively simulate this domain himself. However, Noah soon realized that he had probably overestimated himself, as he found he couldn't condense this thing at all. This gave Noah a headache. If he couldn't even learn it himself, how could he tell the Ancient One that this domain might help her solve some problems? Thinking about this, Noah felt even more frustrated. This wasn't a solution. System, how can I learn this thing? Faced with no other option, Noah could only ask his system. When in doubt, ask the system, that was Noah's usual modus operandi. Although doing this felt a bit embarrassing, Noah didn't mind. After all, no one knew Noah's true situation. Noah had left all the mages with only an incredibly brilliant, super genius positive image. Your level has not yet met the requirements for learning domains. To Noah's utter surprise, the system just dropped that on him. With a voice that was both slightly mocking and mechanical, Noah immediately felt a wave of dizziness. What kind of conclusion was that? He, a 7th-tier mage, still hadn't met the requirements to learn this domain magic. Are you kidding me? I'm not kidding you. Before Noah could say anything, the system directly replied, after testing, the most basic domain prototype requires a 9th-tier level in this world, and you are currently only at the 7th tier, so you cannot meet the requirements. Holy shit. Noah cursed directly. Are you messing with me? 9th tier? Isn't my dragon form 9th tier? Also, why can you simulate it, but I can't? What a joke. Your dragon form is indeed 9th tier, but can you perfectly control your dragon body? It's obvious you can't. This magic requires very high magic control and elemental control. Your human body is fine, because your magic level is at that stage. But your dragon body has not met the requirements. What the system said made a lot of sense, leaving Noah with no way to refute it. Although this magic generally implied entering a stage called legendary in other worlds, this world was different from other worlds. Noah believed that no one had ever thought of domain before him, so there shouldn't be such a restriction, right? But then, Noah understood. It was likely that those with lower levels genuinely couldn't learn this magic. Leaving aside the settings of other worlds, simply reaching the 9th tier in this world's magic level meant truly grasping the essence of magic. At the 9th tier, a mage's personal strength had reached an unimaginable limit. Any magic could unleash unimaginable power, and mages could even cross interstellar distances with their own power. And domain magic, in essence, utilized the very essence of magic to achieve a resonance with the external universe, a magic belonging to the mage themselves. More directly, domain magic was practically a universe simulator. From the fusion of the 4 basic elements, building the basic prototype of the domain, then continuously perfecting the characteristics of the 4 elements to make the domain more complex. And after that, it would probably involve adding more elements, allowing the domain to fully evolve from a magic into a truly independent universe. As for how to make this universe grow into a world, Noah didn't want to think about it anymore, because it was completely beyond the scope, and quite severely so. Noah couldn't even condense and fuse the prototype of a domain yet, so thinking about future things had nothing to do with him. Based on the performance of domain magic in other worlds, this thing really has endless potential, no wonder the starting point is so high. Noah sighed helplessly. At this point, Noah had finally understood. However, even though he understood, he was still unhappy. Noah had devised this magical essence not only to increase his own strength but also to see if he could help his teacher. Now he felt comfortable because Noah felt he had found a promising path, but what about the Ancient One? After completing the divine conversion, she would become a soul state. In that case, she probably wouldn't be able to make a move for a while, right? Actually, you don't need to be so upset, the system suddenly spoke again. Oh. Noah immediately became energetic. What, do you have another solution? Indeed, the system replied directly. I can help you operate this domain prototype, but given your current strength, this is probably the limit. You can help me operate this domain prototype. Noah raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? Noah wasn't worried that the system would play any tricks. To put it bluntly, many aspects of Noah's current situation were being covered up by the system. For example, Noah's own destiny, what Noah thought in his inner world, and other things that could easily expose Noah, were all being concealed by the system. If the system truly wanted to do something, Noah would have been finished long ago. Although Noah tended to think about the worst-case scenario for many things, he still maintained a certain level of respect for the system. Without the system, there would be no Noah today. Of course I'm sure, and thank you for your trust. The system's voice was still mechanical. But you don't need to think about so many inexplicable things. If you're finished, I'm finished too, it's that simple. Haha. Noah awkwardly scratched his head. Alright, enough about that. If you help me simulate this domain, what do I need to do? Nothing. All you need to do is to properly comprehend, the system replied. Comprehend the changes in these elements, and then you can explain it well to your teacher. Is that so? Noah nodded. Indeed, some things required Noah's own comprehension. Although the system provided detailed information, there were many things in magic that simply couldn't be expressed in words, you could only experience them yourself. Even if Noah were to tell the Ancient One about it, he would probably only be able to demonstrate this prototype and give a simple explanation. Wait a minute. Noah suddenly realized. Couldn't you just help me control it and show it to the teacher? Why do I need to comprehend so much? All I can do is help you integrate these things, but many aspects within them require your own understanding, the system replied mechanically. While I can continue to help you like this, you must master what needs to be mastered. I can be your assistant, but not your master. This is one of my core settings. Is that so? Noah suddenly found it amusing. It seems this Lord of the Void is really quite good, even though void sounds rather evil. Yes, my master has also said that, the system stated. He said that the void gives people a rather evil feeling, but this is just a cognitive error. One can only understand its true nature after reaching a certain level of power. Understanding the essence of the void. Noah shook his head. The first thing Noah thought of when it came to the void was the Void Lords. No, those void champions, and then the Burning Legion from the void. At least the soldiers in the Burning Legion were basically from the void. Alright, let's give it a try then. I'm counting on you, System Dad. Noah stopped thinking too much, said goodbye to the system, and directly left the system. Space. Don't say such disgusting things. I am a machine, not a living being, so I cannot have offspring. And even if I were to acknowledge a child, I wouldn't acknowledge an idiot like you. The system showed no mercy, directly mocking Noah. Noah had no good response to this, only helplessly spread his hands and pretended not to hear. Opening his eyes, Noah returned to his laboratory. Hathaway was now asleep on his shoulder, which Noah found amusing. Patting Hathaway on his shoulder, the owl immediately shook her head and woke up, then tilted her head, looking at Noah. But soon, she understood Noah's meaning, flapping her wings and flying to the side. She dared not go out now, for who knew if the terrifying Flurkin was still waiting for her. Let's begin. After moving Hathaway aside, Noah began his first attempt at condensing the domain. As Noah's words fell, he immediately felt the magic in his body rapidly boiling, and then the four elements within him began to converge, while other elements were slowly pushed away. Noah slowly closed his eyes. He didn't enter the system space, he now wanted to properly feel the formation of this domain magic. When the four elements converged, a dazzling light immediately spread over Noah's body, and the four elements within Noah, carrying Noah's boiling magic, slowly fused together. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals one bonus chapter. Chapter 373, Chapter 373, Loki left dumbfounded. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. After Loki took Goose outside, he felt completely powerless. He actually regretted, a little bit, why he'd had a lapse in judgment and chosen to be exiled to Earth. If Earth didn't have so many terrifying mages, Loki wouldn't have thought there was any problem, but the issue was, Odin probably wouldn't have agreed to it then. Actually, there was another reason Loki was willing to come to Earth. He wanted to see how these Earth mages had reached their current level. As one of the few mages in Asgard, Loki had practically no rivals among the younger generation. But after coming to Earth, he not only suffered setbacks but also profoundly realized that the gap between himself and these Earth mages seemed truly vast. Of course, the significant disparity was only with Noah and a selected few, but this was enough to severely impact the incredibly arrogant Loki. Unable to defeat them, unable to compete with them, he decided to learn from them. Loki came with this very intention. However, upon arriving, Loki sadly discovered that he seemed to genuinely be treated as an errand boy, as these mages would dump all sorts of messy tasks on him. This made Loki curse these mages internally while also feeling helpless, because in this sanctum, there were two people who could discipline him. Although the other's magical power and level might not be as good as his, their potential was undeniable. What kind of devils are these earthlings? And that wasn't all. After Loki had stayed here for a while, he was horrified to discover that there was even a flurkin in this sanctum. Damn it. Were these earthlings really crazy? Why would they put such a dangerous creature in such an undefended place? But what increasingly shattered Loki's worldview was that he discovered this flurkin didn't seem that dangerous. Especially when it was with that bastard Noah, it was exactly like a pet, always liking to lie on Noah's lap and sleep. Was this really a flurkin and not just a lazy orange cat? If Loki hadn't seen this orange cat named Goose swallow a desolate baby dragon whole, he probably would have genuinely believed he had mistaken the species. After letting the orange cat loose, Loki was at a loss for what to do, bored. Cleaning wasn't something he needed to do in the magical world. If it really needed doing, one spell could handle it. Going out to buy food. Forget it, Loki couldn't bring himself to do it, and Noah probably wouldn't agree either. So, after a morning of boredom, a somewhat plump man found Loki. Are you very bored? What do you think? Loki rolled his eyes, but still answered honestly, so idle every day, or being grabbed by you all to look after pets, no, to look after these little ones, do you think I could not be bored? Loki couldn't beat Wong, that was a fact, so he was very obedient in front of Wong. And he didn't dare say anything about pets in front of Goose. He was genuinely afraid that little creature would suddenly retaliate, and then things would really get messy. Is that so? Wong stroked his chin. Coincidentally, you've been here for almost a week. Come follow me to tidy up the library. What? Loki immediately stood up, annoyed. Tidy up the library? Are you joking? What? You're unwilling. Wong tilted his head. If that's the case, then forget it. This was Noah's idea. He said it would be good for you. What a pity. Wait, you said it was Noah's idea. Loki immediately interrupted Wong. He felt something was amiss. Noah, as a powerful mage, was already deeply ingrained in people's minds, and Loki himself was no exception. Such a powerful individual would never say something useless. Loki's intelligence was definitely online, although he started to appear a bit foolish whenever his family was brought up. But this didn't prevent him from carefully considering Noah's intentions. Soon, Loki thought of something, and his eyes lit up. Loki remembered Noah saying that when he went to Asgard, he thoroughly examined Asgard's library. Now that he had come here, and Noah, after leaving him idle for a long time, suddenly made this decision, it made Loki start to ponder deeply. Most crucially, this guy named Wong said this would be good for him. Of course, it's Noah's idea. Wong didn't know that Loki's mind had processed so much in such a short time. He simply turned and walked towards the library. If you want help, follow me. If not, just continue to stand here in a daze. Of course I want to. Loki wasn't stupid, he immediately stood up and followed Wong. The London Sanctum had a very large collection of books, and thanks to Noah, there were also many books on elemental magic. These books were generally better than those collected by other magical organizations, though not all of them, as Noah couldn't put all his personal treasures here. But even these books were enough for many people who came to read them, including Loki. Asgardian magic was great, no doubt, but Earth's magic was not necessarily inferior. It was an expansion of knowledge, which could be said to be an essential path for mages. Loki disdained overly basic things but was quite obsessed with these elemental magic books. Even when Wong yelled at him several times for not working, he didn't argue, but instead controlled magic to organize the library while reading a book. Unbeknownst to them, it was already noon. Madame Hefner specifically came to tell them it was time for lunch, which finally brought Loki back to his senses, but he didn't move. He didn't care about eating lunch at all. Asgardian physique was something to be reckoned with, completely fearless. Loki, go call Noah for lunch. Wong didn't know what Loki was thinking, he just said it directly. Damn it. Can't you see I am reading? Loki said, very dissatisfied. Besides, I don't plan to eat this unclean, terrible tasting food with you all. Is that so? But we all grew up eating these things. And just a reminder, Madame Hefner is Noah's closest person, and because of her, Noah has never missed a meal. Wong calmly said while tidying up books, finally, I am the librarian of the London Sanctum. If you make me unhappy, you won't be allowed in here again, and what Noah says won't matter. This was a threat, a blatant threat. But Loki could only helplessly and grudgingly accept it. He couldn't fight, and logically, they clearly weren't swayed by his words. In this situation, even with Loki's silver tongue, there was nothing he could do. I understand. Sighing, Loki stood up, returned the book he was just reading to its place, and then went to the laboratory to find Noah. For food made by ordinary people or mages, Loki always tried to avoid eating it as much as possible. Even if it tasted good, Loki didn't want to eat too much. Slowly walking to Noah's laboratory, Loki hadn't even had time to open the door when he suddenly felt a palpitation. This feeling was as if he was facing his father. But this was too different from his father's aura. Loki would never mistake this faint, seemingly integrated into the universe, close to the universe feeling. He's reached this step, Loki thought in a daze. Although he had seen Noah's terrifying form during the battle in New York, to be honest, Noah in that state was very strong, but Loki could feel that he was not as powerful as Thanos, let alone his own father. Loki had very high standards. Although his own strength wasn't great, as an Asgardian prince, the things he could access were truly unimaginable, especially since his father was a suffocatingly powerful being. He naturally knew what this aura represented, which made Loki's mind somewhat numb. He couldn't understand why Noah, who was clearly still a long way from this stage, could achieve this. After much deliberation, Loki gritted his teeth and decided to go inside. Slowly pushing open the door, Loki immediately felt a different rhythm. This rhythm was so clear, and although Loki clearly sensed that many things seemed to be missing here, this power was absolutely undeniable. How is this possible? Loki stared blankly at Noah. At this moment, he was truly wondering if Noah had reached that legendary step. However, Loki quickly noticed some clues, because Noah's power was strong but not hidden, and he quickly judged Noah's current power level. The magic level Noah was currently radiating was Tier 7 in Earth's ranking system. This level, as Noah had told him, was incomparable to his own father. But at this moment, Noah was actually radiating an aura similar to his father's power. How could Loki not be dumbfounded? Calm down, calm down. Loki forced himself to calm down. At this moment, Noah seemed to have entered a very special state, with a ball of energy hovering around his body. Loki's perception was very sharp, and he immediately judged that the special rhythm was actually coming from these energies. As these energies continuously fused and intertwined, that rhythm grew stronger and stronger, and Noah's body seemed to have been isolated. He could only be seen, but his aura couldn't be felt. But that cosmic rhythm grew stronger and stronger, and although that sense of reality became more and more obvious, this massive power completely enveloped Noah like a magical shield, like an independent universe, with Noah standing firm within it. What the hell is this thing? More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 374, Chapter 374, Loki, shut up. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. Noah's current feeling was very subtle, something he had never experienced before. For the first time, he could so clearly and smoothly feel the operation of 4 different elements. Even though Noah clearly sensed the incompleteness within, this feeling was truly incomparable to his previous stage. Most importantly, Noah could feel himself isolated from the original universe. He was now in a brand new universe. And, I'm the master of this universe. Noah thought to himself. Indeed, within the scope of this domain, Noah's magic was almost unrestricted. As long as there were enough magical elements in this domain, Noah only needed a thought. Even the magic structure and the proportion of magical power distribution were omitted. He could directly unleash a terrifying spell. Most importantly, Noah could feel that within this domain, even using the weakest fire element, the damage it could cause would probably be no weaker than Noah casting a firestorm. As for stronger magic, Noah himself probably wouldn't dare to casually guess its power. Also, in addition to its excellent offensive capabilities, this domain's defensive capabilities also seemed to meet the standards. This domain was very stable. Although the domain constructed by discarding certain specific factors was incomplete, it still reached a stable boundary. Noah had experience transforming into a Tier 9 dragon. He knew the level of power at Tier 9, even if he was only Tier 9, Level 1. In terms of defensive capabilities, Noah could basically feel that this domain could slightly withstand the attacks of his dragon form. Of course, this slight resistance assumes the opponent doesn't immediately unleash a big move upon encountering him. If it was a slow observation and analysis, like Kakashi Hatake, Noah felt he might even be able to escape. I just don't know how big this domain can be. If it can envelop the enemy, then within this domain, I might not be too afraid of him. Well, of course, I can't brainlessly pull in powerful individuals like Ancient One, or I'll be dead. Noah thought for a moment and quickly made a judgment. Basically, if the opponent wasn't too terrifying, if Noah could pull the enemy into this domain, then Noah might actually be able to wear down his enemy to death. Also, I don't know if I can transcend ranks. Although I feel like I can, I'd better be careful. For anything beyond my current stage, running is the priority. I am not the chosen one, I am not invincible. Noah directly brought out the phrase the system had always emphasized to him. It had to be said, this phrase had a huge impact on Noah. And deep down, Noah didn't think he was the chosen one. After all, he seemed pretty unlucky right now, so Noah didn't think he could be invincible. Although it said that awesome people need a will, which is the will to be invincible, Noah felt that this thing needed to be discussed after reaching a certain stage. If you're still a weakling and hold such a mindset, it's fine if you grow up, but if you annoy some big shot who doesn't like you on your path to growth and they casually crush you, where would you go to cry? System, how long can I maintain this state? Feeling the power of the domain, Noah naturally wouldn't give up this major weapon. Noah was even considering how this domain could be used in real combat. However, he had some questions about its duration and the extent to which the system could help him achieve it. Isn't it better to ask all your questions at once? The system's mechanical voice directly sounded in Noah's brain. This state will last until your magical energy is completely consumed. I must say, your physical quality is very good. Even if you are a tier 7, you can last for 10 minutes in normal combat. 10 minutes. Noah was somewhat surprised, that's even better. 10 minutes was certainly not a short time, especially since the system emphasized normal combat. Normal combat wouldn't involve two people foolishly standing there staring at each other. Instead, two people would exert their abilities, trying every means to inflict damage on the opponent. If Noah calculated his magical energy consumption in normal combat, he could basically sustain continuous bombardment for a day. But that was useless. Normal mage battles usually ended in about 10 minutes, dragging it out for so long was meaningless. A mage's battle is about constantly judging the opponent's abilities and weaknesses, then finding the right opportunity to directly counter and instantly kill. This is somewhat similar to a warrior, but mages usually don't get covered in blood like warriors with the exception of certain mages. So Noah felt that if he compressed his excessive magical energy into about 10 minutes of high-intensity continuous burst, then it was completely acceptable for Noah. At worst, he could just unleash a big spell directly, using sheer power to overwhelm his opponent. As for your second question, although you didn't ask, I can still answer it. As Noah was thinking, the system's voice sounded again. I can help you activate the domain. This has no restrictions on you or me. All you need to do is provide ample magical energy to the domain, and to me. That's great. Noah was very satisfied with this answer. Noah would learn this domain magic properly, but current Noah simply couldn't activate it. Having the system help activate the domain was completely acceptable for current Noah. Noah even considered, if possible, to let the system handle the domain in the future. Maintaining the stability of the domain was quite troublesome, especially since Noah had to constantly add various elements to maximize his abilities. During this blank period, to maintain his abilities, it would naturally be best for the system to be responsible for the domain. Once Noah learned light magic, and after truly experiencing the power of time and trying to learn it, Noah's domain would also be complete. However, what gave Noah a headache was that light magic seemed somewhat troublesome. Noah wasn't worried about time magic because, if nothing unexpected happened, Noah would inevitably control the time stone in the future, and he had plenty of ways to gain its abilities. But as for light magic, Noah hadn't figured out how to obtain it yet, which made it difficult for him. Noah even considered, when he had enough strength in the future, whether he should attempt to tear through heaven. Of course, the consequences of doing so would be severe. The number of believers in heaven throughout the universe was considerable. As a mage, Noah was bold enough, but he wasn't brainless. Setting aside whether he would even need to tear through heaven if he had enough strength, Noah knew from Ancient One's description that, although the god of this world was not the omnipotent big shot from DC, such a being was definitely not to be casually provoked. Noah felt it was better to be a bit more sensible. If all else failed, he could secretly hunt one or two angels, and then through dissection, magical analysis, or other methods, see if he could find some characteristics of light magic. If only I could find a high-dimensional light realm, or if light magic was found in some star system in the universe, that would be great. Noah sighed, then, with a thought, the system directly closed his domain magic. The moment the domain disappeared, Noah clearly felt that mysterious rhythm entered his body, and along with it, Noah found that his magical energy was severely depleted. However, this was within Noah's expectations. The first activation of the domain would definitely consume much more than subsequent activations. It was like using a brand new spell for the first time, where various problems always arise due to inexperience. What Noah didn't expect was that when he opened his eyes, he saw Loki's utterly shocked expression. That slightly agape mouth and those wide, staring eyes all expressed how utterly astonished this guy was. This made Noah feel a bit bewildered. When did this guy come in? Could he sense something? Earlier, when Noah activated his domain, Noah basically focused all his energy on the formation and changes of the domain, to the point where he didn't pay attention to what was happening outside. Of course, this was also related to Noah's trust in the people within the sanctum. Although Noah didn't fully trust Loki, Loki basically had no means of resistance against Noah. To put it bluntly, this guy was just the weakest at God. What's with that expression? Noah was a bit uncomfortable with Loki's reaction, so he simply asked, "Why did you come in? Is something wrong?" That your sister told you to eat." Loki stammered for a long time before finally managing to get a sentence out. However, he clearly couldn't take his eyes off Noah, because Noah's actions just now had given him too great a shock, and he couldn't recover for a while. After much hesitation, Loki gritted his teeth, truly unwilling to miss this opportunity to ask, "What was that spell just now?" Taking a deep breath, Loki braced himself for a beating or a rejection. Asking a mage so abruptly about a spell could easily lead to a beating if the mage had a bad temper. As for rejection, that would be from a good-tempered mage. In Loki's opinion, Noah was the type with a bad temper. "That one just now." Noah tilted his head. "A new spell I created." "What about it?" "What about it?" Loki felt like he was about to have a heart attack, even though he couldn't possibly suffer from such a condition. "Don't you know what that spell means?" "You just displayed an aura similar to my father's, that kind of. "All right, I know." Noah interrupted Loki, but he unexpectedly received a relatively good answer. An aura similar to Odin's. In Noah's view, Odin was definitely a super strong individual of tier 10 or even a breakthrough to tier 11, so Odin's aura was likely an aura consistent with the laws of the universe. How could Noah not be satisfied with this answer? Even though Noah had already learned some things from the system, being affirmed by others was always a good thing. "This is just a spell, don't overthink it." Noah thought for a moment and explained. "How is that possible? What kind of spell is this?" Loki was clearly not satisfied with the answer, but before he could finish speaking, Noah interrupted him. "Loki." "What?" "Shut up. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 375, a surprisingly unique individual. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. The Ancient One sat in a special Kamarage palace, her magic swirling. The immense magical energy seemed to tear apart the surrounding space. Fortunately, the Ancient One was already in the mirror dimension to prevent her power from negatively impacting reality and to always be ready for incursions from the dark dimension. Divine conversion is incredibly difficult, and many have perished attempting it. More often, however, individuals become true gods through this process. These gods align with the concept of higher life forms, their consciousness and abilities reaching advanced stages. Yet, this enhanced power often comes at the cost of basic human emotions like family, love, and friendship. Their sole drive becomes continuous self-improvement and self-preservation. Such mechanical gods might act violently over trivial matters or even sacrifice loved ones for greater power. They are devoid of emotion, almost like automatons, existing solely to maintain cosmic balance according to the universe's will. This isn't the divine conversion the Ancient One sought. She desired a transformation akin to Odin's, gaining immense power and awareness while retaining personal will. Alas, humans are not like Asgardians. If the body could be preserved, the success rate would be greater, the Ancient One sighed. Many races possess powerful physiques like Asgardians, and many reach her level, but this doesn't guarantee Odin's achievements, only increases the likelihood. The onset of divine conversion creates a cosmic storm, as becoming a god burdens the universe. The best ways to alleviate this burden are to eliminate the individual or integrate them. The robot-like gods are of the latter type, but a third type exists, gods who deeply comprehend the universe while remaining independent of its control. This is the Ancient One's goal, with Odin as her paragon. The powerful cosmic storm during conversion heavily damages both body and soul. The Ancient One's soul is strong, not just from practicing soul magic, but from her unwavering determination to protect her home. The dark power of higher dimensions, though poisonous and corrupting, also served to temper her. At this stage, the Ancient One knew her body would burden the conversion, so she infused all her magic into her soul, making it more resilient. In the original story, the Ancient One also used her soul form during this conversion, but without body protection, the soul faces harsher trials, likely why she rarely appeared afterward. Forget it, humans are just humans, but I can do this. The Ancient One's magic intensified, its terrifying torrent cracking the surrounding space, and glimpses of the real world appeared in the mirror dimension. She sighed, knowing she needed rest and for the space to recover. Gently lifting the time stone from her chest, it pulsed with a faint green glow. The gem had been with her for ages, and she felt a sense of camaraderie, rather than greed, as she prepared to hand it over. She rarely used it for combat, preferring to observe the future. Suddenly, the Ancient One frowned. The moment she lifted the gem, she instinctively sensed something, a vague connection, both personal and impersonal. What is this, she wondered. Her magic unconsciously flowed into the time stone, and before she knew it, she had activated its future viewing capabilities. She was too skilled at this, and the situation made her chuckle wryly. Then let's see, she thought, pouring more magic into the gem. The time stone's glow intensified, and the Ancient One entered a state blurring reality and illusion. In mere seconds, her eyes opened, wide with astonishment. She stared at the gem, shocked by the vision. Before, she saw a hazy river of time. Now, even the river was gone. She saw only a faint, golden void, and an ethereal figure standing within it. What is happening? The Ancient One was incredulous, witnessing something so perplexing for the first time. She couldn't pinpoint the issue, the scene could signify unknown dread or a bright future. Did Noah cause something again? Her first thought went to Noah. He was often the scapegoat because his presence had caused unpredictable changes in the world. It was normal for her to link him to this, and she felt certain he was heavily involved, even if not the primary cause. Should she visit him? The Ancient One stopped feeding magic into the time stone, and its green light vanished. She pondered for a long time before dismissing the idea. He is the future Sorcerer Supreme. Sorcerer Supremes must trust each other. He trusts me, so I must trust him. Meanwhile, in Asgard's palace, Odin stared dumbfounded at a glowing orb reflecting Noah and Loki. Exiling Loki to Earth was a deliberate decision by Odin, who had even informed the Ancient One, which was why Loki wasn't sealed. With Noah, the future Sorcerer Supreme recognized by both Odin and the Ancient One, sealing Loki's power became largely irrelevant. Odin deeply cared for his sons, biological or adopted. He was a man of few words, preferring action. Even with Loki exiled, Odin checked on him. Honestly, Odin sometimes felt helpless, seeing the future Sorcerer Supreme treating his son as a mere errand boy. He couldn't complain, though, since he'd voluntarily sent Loki to someone else's territory. Through observation, Odin learned about Noah's sanctum. Besides Noah's power, there was someone of similar strength, and most shockingly, a Flurkin. Odin knew about a juvenile Flurkin on Earth but avoided provoking such a dangerous creature, especially since it had no destructive intent. He'd even forgotten its whereabouts until now, discovering it was with the future Sorcerer Supreme. Odin marveled at Noah's luck. The Flurkin, though dangerous, seemed too attached to harm Noah. Indeed, with the creature by his side, any fool who bothered Noah would have to think twice. At least he's not treating Loki too badly. He's at least letting him learn new things, Odin thought, observing the powerful individual leading Loki to the library. The month-long gloom in Odin's heart finally lifted. Even though Loki was later tasked with summoning people, which annoyed him, it was better than being treated purely as a servant. But then, Odin was utterly dumbfounded. Following Loki's perspective into Noah's laboratory, he was horrified to discover Noah had actually simulated an independent universe. What the hell was going on? Odin's single eye widened. Though he couldn't feel the special rhythm, as a god-level being, he could see it. He clearly saw only 4 basic elements at play, many characteristics stripped away, but it was unmistakably a prototype of a universe. Odin was stunned. Even when Noah later rudely silenced Loki, Odin paid no mind. In his eyes, Noah had every right. After a long time, Odin slowly composed himself. Gazing at Noah's young face in the orb, eating at a table, Odin couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, he is a surprisingly unique individual. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 376, Chapter 376, The Non-Existent Armor. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patrayon.com/RioRaRyu. On the outskirts of New York, by a reservoir, transport trucks carrying various construction materials were arriving in an orderly fashion. Above the reservoir lay extensive construction sites. Clearly, a massive project was underway. Many workers were busy, yet showed no complaints. Their employer was Tony Stark, the man who, with a group of mages, saved Earth, and one of America's wealthiest individuals. The existence of mages was no longer a secret on Earth, as their actions that day had shocked the world. Aside from a few crisis theorists who kept spreading warnings about their supposed danger, almost no one dared to criticize mages. Of course, those who did spread such ideas ultimately met very good ends, silencing many who harbored ill intentions. What they did in private, no one knew or cared. For now, mages remained elusive. Even if found, those seeking them would likely face a very good end. Worldwide ministries of magic had deeply ingrained self-preservation tactics. While years of Noah's influence had altered many of their views, prompting their large-scale deployment, some things were fundamental. Though mages were now publicly known, none foolishly admitted to being one. Mages are inherently reclusive, preferring to research intriguing things rather than revealing their identities and inviting trouble. Yet, they had little objection to exposing Earth as mages, facing a planetary threat. What else were they to do? Surprisingly, after their existence was revealed, ordinary people showed remarkably little malice towards them. Most celebrated mages as Earth's protectors, unlike mutants, who were often condemned regardless of their actions, exacerbated by Eric's interference and Charles's overly gentle approach. Without Noah's intervention, mutants would likely have faced a predictable future. The mage community, however, was no joke. Propagating threat theories. Resisting mages. Then go resist them in hell or heaven. Hopefully, they'd enjoy it there. Furthermore, the higher echelons of the ministries of magic had direct or indirect ties to ordinary world leaders, whether through control or pre-existing connections. This ensured that those who spread dissent were easily dealt with. They didn't know the Ancient One's stance on this, but they knew Noah, the future Sorcerer Supreme, supported it wholeheartedly. Because Lord Fenner himself controlled some high-ranking officials in the ordinary world, this unorthodox example set by Noah meant these Ministry of Magic officials felt no pressure doing these things. However, they also knew some lines couldn't be crossed. If they interfered in matters unrelated to protecting the magical world, they'd likely find themselves visited by Kamarage mages. The mage situation had largely subsided, as ordinary people couldn't find them. But it wasn't just mages in the Manhattan battle. While ordinary people praised mages, they preferred their normal heroes. Like Tony, Captain America Steve, already a legend, and Banner, who barely controlled himself. Unfortunately, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were often overlooked. People only remembered Tony and his group, the Avengers. When these construction workers learned their employer was Tony Stark, Earth's protector and a man of immense wealth, they were incredibly motivated. They worked diligently to finish the project as quickly as possible, as Tony had promised extra pay for early completion. While the construction workers were bustling, Tony and Victor were in a container-like structure nearby, discussing something. Ever since Noah introduced them, they'd found themselves incredibly compatible in every aspect except personality. They were a complementary duo, Tony, flamboyant and attention-seeking, and Victor, reserved, a mage accustomed to hiding from ordinary people. Their abilities also contrasted. Tony excelled in science and technology, unmatched in mechanical science. Those who could rival him were already gone. Victor, a 7th-tier sorcerer who passed the Magister exam, possessed unique magical prowess. After Noah's introduction, they instantly clicked. After Noah's banquet, they became inseparable. Days passed, and with their complementary personalities, their progress was immense. Victor was even influenced by Tony, planning to build his own suit of armor after seeing Tony's and loving it. Tony, in turn, generously shared his creations, and Victor's help was invaluable. Together, they spent time creating a brand new Iron Man suit not found in movies or comics. This is cool, isn't it? Honestly, even I'm tempted. Tony looked at the suit, genuinely excited, because it was completely unlike his previous technology. The suit's primary material was a magical substance called Long Moon Silver, extremely precious in the magical world, guarded by difficult magical beasts. Of course, this was only true for lower-tier mages. For a 7th-tier individual like Victor, it was no problem. While not on par with legendary materials, its malleability surpassed even mithril. It was also incredibly light, offered excellent defense, and conducted magic well. So, Victor didn't hesitate to travel to Africa to retrieve it. He also acquired some unique creature pelts, rumored to fetch a good price. It's indeed excellent. Honestly, your technology truly surpasses imagination. I love it. Victor also smiled as he looked at the armor. He had been experimenting with mechanical evolution but had yet to make any breakthroughs. This didn't diminish his love for machinery, and this new armor gave him more ideas. The armor had no weapon systems because Victor disdained conventional human weaponry. Tony didn't waste time on that, but Victor added numerous runes and enchantments, even consulting many books Noah left for Tony. Victor was far more knowledgeable about magic than Tony. He taught Tony about rune combinations while setting up runes suitable for his own combat style on the armor. So, the runes and enchantments on this armor primarily boosted magical power, increased destructive force, and enhanced speed. This design puzzled Tony, as he knew Noah was generally averse to close-quarters combat. Of course, even if Noah was engaged in close combat, he wasn't afraid. Tony had experienced being controlled into a statue by Noah in close quarters, followed by a barrage of attacks. Every mage has a different fighting style. Noah is an anomaly among Kamarage mages. Normally, we prefer close-quarters combat with magical support. He abhors close-quarters combat. Alright, it seemed it was an issue with Noah's fighting style. Tony understood this now, and with a mischievous twist, he secretly designed 2 weapons for Victor's armor. At that moment, Victor seemed to notice 2 hidden reactors in the armor's gauntlets. These were a combination of a magic core and a new element, but he couldn't discern their exact use, only that they seemed detachable. What are these? Victor asked, puzzled. Weapons made from magic and a new element, Tony said with a smile, raising his hand. You use magic to shape them into a specific form, then use the new elemental reactor to give them greater power, and then add some color. As he spoke, 2 blue lightsabers appeared in Tony's hands. See, don't they look like a Jedi Knight's? Ah. Victor wanted to say he wasn't a Star Wars fan, but he felt this seemed rather good. From Victor's observation, the power of these weapons solely depended on the magnitude of the magical energy channeled. If he injected his own magic, their power would be immense, easily capable of slicing through a building. After a moment's thought, Victor was about to say thank you, but then he felt something amiss, and simultaneously, JARVIS sounded an alarm, more bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 377, Chapter 377, Star Wars fan. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. Boom. 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 Explosions erupted one after another by the reservoir, and the bustling construction site instantly became extremely chaotic. All the construction workers fled, terrified by the sudden attack. They never dreamed that someone would attack Tony Stark. Looking back at the direction from which thick smoke was rising, they could only pray, there was nothing else they could do. Soon the helicopters ceased firing, they seemed to want to confirm the situation, but in their view, Tony Stark was basically dead. Damn it. What's going on? Inside the now ruined container, Tony and Victor seemed unharmed, but Tony couldn't help but curse. To be honest, that was truly a close call. If Victor hadn't reacted quickly enough and instantly deployed a magical shield to protect both himself and Tony, they would probably have been in trouble. You ask me. How would I know? Victor glared at Tony, feeling like he was the unluckiest one. As a mage from Kamarage, Victor didn't think he would be targeted for no reason. Looking up at the helicopters circling in the sky, it was clear that their attackers were ordinary people. The answer was obvious, these guys were clearly after Tony, not him. And now Tony was directly asking him, which naturally annoyed Victor. Looking at the helicopters that seemed ready to fire again, Victor was furious. Do you think I provoked these helicopter flying guys? Victor completely disregarded the helicopters and instead looked at Tony unhappily. I think you're the one who provoked them, aren't you? Damn it, how did I provoke these guys? Tony rubbed his head, then a shimmer flashed over his body, and in just a breath, he was encased in his unique armor. You'll have to ask yourself. Victor shook his head. The next moment, a golden arc appeared in front of him. The helicopters fired their missiles again, but this time, the expected explosion didn't occur because the missiles were directly swallowed by the arc Victor unleashed. Victor scanned the surroundings. The construction workers had already fled during the helicopter's first wave of attack. This made Victor breathe a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was quite worried that these guys' attack would involve innocent people. But now it seemed their target was only Tony Stark, which both relieved Victor and gave him some unique ideas. Stay here, I'll handle these guys. After a brief thought, Victor made his decision. Since these guys had attacked, Victor's counterattack wouldn't violate the laws of the magical world. It so happened that he and Tony had collaborated to create a brand new suit of armor, and Victor also wanted to try out this suit. Are you sure? Tony looked at Victor strangely, and quickly understood Victor's idea. Good idea, using these guys to test the armor is perfect. They're not qualified. Victor said calmly. At the same time, he slightly raised his hand, and his armor instantly disassembled like mercury, covering his body. It can only be considered a stability test. Victor continued, while waiting for the armor to fully deploy. If it passes, I'd like to have a match with Noah. Noah. Tony looked enviously at the mercury-like metal, but he also asked curiously, a match with Noah? Haven't you fought before? We have. The mercury-like metal had already covered Victor's face. When everything activated, his eyes lit up with a faint green glow. In pure close combat, Noah had no chance to retaliate. In pure magic combat, I had no chance to retaliate. In an all-abilities match, I am still not his opponent. If the armor works well, I'd like to try again. With that, Victor paid no mind to Tony's expression, and with a slight shake of his hands, 2 red lightsabers appeared. The originally pure white armor, with the infusion of Victor's magic and his own thoughts, suddenly turned completely black. Victor glanced at the helicopters in the sky. The next moment, he vanished from his spot. This guy, Tony looked at Victor, who had already appeared in the sky, then at his appearance, and his mouth twitched. Is this guy a Darth Vader fanboy? In the London Sanctum's laboratory, Loki stood bitterly in place, facing Noah, who had activated his domain. This wasn't because Loki had made a mistake, but because Noah had unexpectedly learned that due to King Odin, Loki seemed to have some deeper insights into certain aspects of his domain. Although Noah himself hadn't quite figured out what Loki's insights were, this didn't stop him from dragging Loki over to help with his experiments. Even if it was just for stability testing, it was fine. Besides, Loki himself wasn't bad, he could indeed provide Noah with quite a few surprises. The consequence of doing this, however, was that Loki was suffering because Noah's power in the domain was practically doubled, which was almost too much for Loki to bear. I say, can you be done already? Loki had been in this oppressive domain for over 2 hours, you actually don't need to test anymore. I can completely tell you, this truly equates to the prototype of an independent mini-universe. No matter how flawed it may be, that's your own problem. Loki had learned some simple ideas and goals of this magic from Noah, which had completely dumbfounded Loki. Even if he didn't know the principles of this magic, nor how Noah managed to fuse these 4 elements together, it didn't stop him from being astonished by Noah's idea. Ordinary people's physical qualities were indeed not great, so they would generally encounter very troublesome problems during higher challenges. Noah's approach could be considered a shortcut, but Loki had to admit that this shortcut was simply amazing. To be honest, Loki was tempted, and he even tried it himself. However, he was soon so disheartened that he almost couldn't face anyone, because after several attempts, he nearly got himself killed. If not for his frost giant bloodline saving him, he probably would have perished. Actually, Loki didn't know that even his father, King Odin, had tried it, but he quickly realized he couldn't replicate it because there was no complete data. And at his current strength, there was no need to bother, he had already reached that stage. If Loki knew about this, he would probably feel a bit better, but unfortunately, he didn't, and now he was being held by Noah to provide reference. Facing Noah in this domain felt like an ordinary person facing himself, at least in his own estimation, which made Loki very uncomfortable. It's good. Pulling you in and making your magic completely boil to form a torrent doesn't have any impact on the domain. Although you're a bit weaker, I also didn't operate the domain at its fastest speed. Noah nodded amiably. Such tests were conducted several times every day, and now it could indeed be declared over. However, Noah's words directly prevented Loki from launching a sneak attack. How could he say that? What did he mean? I am a bit weaker. You damn guy. But Loki, despite his inner resentment, didn't dare say anything. He could only suppress it, because Noah was indeed ridiculously strong. Noah didn't know Loki's inner turmoil was so complex. He calmly let the system stop the domain. To be honest, after so many days of testing, Noah had basically confirmed that his domain was fine. And with the continuous activation and operation of the domain, Noah had gained unimaginable benefits. Although there was no improvement in his rank, Noah's understanding of magic had risen by more than one level. Things that he used to only half understand from books, he now completely comprehended. This made Noah incredibly surprised. He now even felt that if he were to face that damned Gabriel in the system space again, he probably wouldn't need to use spatial magic to deal with her. And this discovery also served as a reminder to Noah, he felt he should speed up his pace. My own strength is one issue, but there's no need to worry too much about that. Universal magic is in my hands, exporting some energy to help myself is no problem. The key is to also accelerate the integration of time, space, and light, these 3 elements or energies, otherwise, my abilities will truly be wasted. Time flowed much faster than Noah had imagined, and unknowingly, the vibrant year 2012 was nearing its end. It could be said that 2012 was a major watershed. After this year, various things would happen almost every year. Some things Noah could simply ignore, but some things Noah had to be involved in. Having strong enough power to protect himself was something Noah wouldn't forget, and fortunately, the completion of domain magic gave Noah a bit more security. As long as this magic is effective against Ancient One, then with continuous improvement and development, the future won't be as dangerous as imagined. Of course, the plan cannot stop, preventing Thanos from snapping his fingers is the ultimate goal. Noah thought to himself. He was now planning to take some time to visit Kamarage. Domain magic was truly not that easy to learn. Noah had finished the basic tests, and it was time to tell his teacher about all the results. Just as Noah was deep in thought, a portal suddenly appeared in his laboratory. Soon, 2 Jedi appeared before Noah. No, one was Tony, and the other was a Dark Lord. Darth Vader. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 378, Chapter 378, read more books, guys. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. So, you guys came to me. And you're dressed like it's Star Wars. Noah looked at the 2 guys with a dark expression. He hadn't expected them to come to him for this reason. The guy dressed like Sith Lord Darth Vader was Victor. His attire not only made Noah speechless but also a bit dizzy. If you ignored the 2 red lightsabers, this guy was practically a replica of Doctor Doom. Honestly, Noah had initially planned to make this guy look like the mechanized prophet, since that guy was also a mage who advocated mechanical evolution. But how on earth did he inexplicably turn this guy into Dr. Doom after all that? Not to mention, besides their appearance, their resumes also had some similarities. Both were very proficient in magic and also very good scientists. Of course, Noah wouldn't think this guy would be as terrifying as the original Dr. Doom. If that one hadn't been so unlucky, he probably would have already destroyed heaven and earth. As for this Victor, he probably wouldn't be able to surpass Noah in his lifetime. Shaking his head, Noah stopped dwelling on these irrelevant thoughts. Based on the two guys' descriptions, Noah already knew the whole story. It was just as Noah had previously thought. Tony's problematic actions had finally erupted, and Killian had successfully created the extremist virus and come knocking. This time, however, he wasn't so lucky. After pinpointing Tony's location, he sent 3 helicopters, but by sheer bad luck, they encountered Victor. And those 3 helicopters directly became sacrifices for Victor's new armor. He simply waved his 2 swords, and all 3 helicopters were instantly destroyed with their occupants. However, Killian didn't seem to be settling down. After Victor took down the 3 helicopters, Tony suddenly received a call from someone calling himself Mandarin. The general gist was that Pepper Potts had been captured and his bodyguard Happy had been injured in an explosion, which immediately enraged Tony, making him want to rush back. Fortunately, Victor restrained the furious Tony and thoroughly calmed the agitated guy down. They had no clues whatsoever right now, rushing back, who knew what awaited them. Moreover, Victor gave Tony an offer he couldn't refuse. Why not go find Noah? He learned divination magic at Hogwarts. Finding him might lead to unexpected answers. Upon hearing this, Tony immediately calmed down. So, the two of them went directly to Noah's sanctum, without even removing their armor. Noah sighed. He hadn't expected such a mess to still happen, and what was even more ridiculous was that he, the Oracle, seemed to be getting harder and harder to shake off. He had enjoyed spoiling the plot before, but now he was being treated like a prophet, leading to a, when in doubt, find Noah, mentality. This both annoyed and helpless Noah. Sighing, Noah carefully recalled the plot. Iron Man 3 by now was full of holes and completely different from what he remembered. But honestly, even if it was different, Noah knew that some fundamental things probably wouldn't change. Noah had come to this conclusion after countless clashes with the plot. If Noah remembered correctly, Pepper Potts was indeed kidnapped by Killian, and Killian even injected Pepper with the extremist virus. And this Killian was not a quiet man. He pushed the Mandarin to the forefront to play a heinous terrorist, while he himself was the real mastermind behind the scenes. Most importantly, Noah also remembered that the second-in-command of the so-called First Free Nation and World Police was secretly controlled by Killian. This guy, besides wanting revenge on Tony, even planned to kidnap the leader of this country, then control him and expand his influence worldwide. Noah just thought this guy was a lunatic, and his existence was actually just to make Tony understand himself. But now Tony didn't need that. This highly intelligent guy had already completed the transformation after being taught a lesson by Eric, so Noah didn't plan to play hide-and-seek with him. However, Noah genuinely couldn't remember where this guy's lair was, so Noah could only give Tony and the others some simple introductions based on what he could recall. Anyway, Tony could use the SHIELD database. All Noah had to do was give some hints he still remembered. Alright, if that's the case. Noah pretended to ponder as if divining, then said, I can't say too much, because this is your own business. All I can tell you is 1 hint and 2 locations, the rest is up to you. Only 1 hint and 2 locations. Tony was immediately dissatisfied. Hey, buddy, I mean. Watch your tone, Tony. Victor immediately pulled Tony back. I know you're anxious, but if you can't even control yourself, you shouldn't be a mage. And divination magic isn't omnipotent, understood? Alright, Tony also realized his mistake and nodded. Helplessly, I am sorry, Noah, I was too anxious. Can you tell me where? Yes. Noah didn't mind Tony's attitude. Anyone would lose control when their loved one was captured. However, Noah was somewhat surprised by Victor and Tony's relationship. Shaking his head, Noah directly said, what you see is merely the surface. The one standing at the forefront might just be a puppet. You need to investigate thoroughly in Tennessee, and then you need to go to Miami. Honestly, this hint was very clear. The Mandarin was the puppet, finding that guy would be enough. As for the 2 locations, the hint was already so clear, Tony and the others would have to figure out the rest themselves. A puppet. Tennessee. Miami. Tony frowned, and Victor looked much the same. After a long while, Tony finally asked, any other hints? This is too vague. Other hints? Noah tilted his head, read more news, perhaps you'll find some extremely arrogant terrorist, or go wake up your bodyguard. Oh, and 1 last hint, visit Fury sometime, you're an Avenger, after all. At this, Tony's eyes immediately lit up. He knew what he had to do. Without hesitation, Tony thanked Noah, then directly pulled Victor to leave. Although Victor was still a bit unclear about the situation, he didn't ask any more questions, just nodded at Noah and followed Tony out. As the two opened a portal, Noah's laboratory instantly quieted down. Loki stood by, arms crossed over his chest, looking like a statue. However, Noah could tell that this guy was very envious of this spatial magic, and Noah also noticed that Loki's gaze toward him seemed a bit different. "What's wrong?" Noah asked curiously, while tidying up his things to leave. "You seem to have some doubts." "Nothing." Loki first shook his head, then, still a bit conflicted, asked, "All right, I admit I have some doubts. Can you really see the future?" "That question, huh?" Noah paused his movements. He suddenly didn't know how to answer. Honestly, he couldn't see what the future actually looked like, but he somehow knew what the future was like if it hadn't been changed by him. After pondering for a moment, Noah decided to say something half-true. After all, he could be considered to see it. Sort of. Noah gave the answer, "But you need to know, the future is full of uncertainties. I can only say that what I see might not necessarily happen, but it definitely exists. I naturally understand that principle." Loki curled his lip disdainfully. "If you could really see everything, I probably wouldn't have been able to snatch the Tesseract, right?" Heh. Noah didn't explain. He was afraid that telling the truth would cause unnecessary trouble, and he was also worried that Loki, being merely a tool in his eyes, might have an even greater emotional breakdown. "By the way, I've always had a question. Your Earth mages, no, I should say your Kamarage mages, seem to be quite powerful in magic, each one of them. Why is that?" Noah's attitude didn't catch Loki's attention. Instead, he asked a question that had been bothering him for a long time. The mages of Kamarage were indeed very skilled. Although there weren't too many of them, in Loki's eyes, they were excessively powerful. He genuinely couldn't understand why Earth, such a remote and low-level civilized planet, would have such a flourishing magical civilization. "You're asking about this?" Noah smiled slightly, then walked over to Loki, ignoring Loki's displeased gaze, and patted his shoulder. "Take a good look at History of Magic, Modern Era, and you'll know why. I didn't just open the library to you for magical knowledge. You need to learn many things, it will be good for you. At least it will stop you from being so arrogant and impractical." "Heh, low-level civilization," Loki subconsciously wanted to retort, but then he thought of Noah, and that somewhat plump guy, and immediately said, "I'll take a look. I hope it doesn't disappoint me." Noah smiled and didn't mind too much. He turned to leave his laboratory. He had been in there long enough. However, just as Noah was about to move, his phone suddenly rang. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 379, Chapter 379, The God of the ISU. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. "What's up, Fury?" Noah answered the call directly. It was from Fury. "Damn it, Noah, please tell me, this world doesn't really have the Force, does it?" Fury's voice sounded anxious and somewhat uncomfortable. Hearing this, Noah immediately rolled his eyes and retorted, "How would I know? You should ask George Lucas, not me. And even if it does, the universe is vast and full of wonders, there's nothing surprising about it, all right." Noah basically guessed why that bastard Fury was calling him. It was probably because he saw Victor, wearing the armor, emulate Darth Vader and blow up 3 helicopters, which made Fury panic. Considering how aliens inexplicably appeared on Earth first, then mages, and now even legendary gods, it wouldn't be strange for something like Jedi Knights to appear. The problem is, Jedi Knights are the good guys. How could Fury not panic when a guy similar to Darth Vader suddenly popped up? Now Fury genuinely felt that mutants were as adorable as sheep, while these mages, aliens, and gods, led by Noah, were a pack of hungry wolves. "All right, I just want to clarify the situation," Fury said somewhat helplessly. "You know, even if I don't want to get involved in many things, there has to be a proper explanation, right?" "Fine, it's Tony's creation," Noah thought for a moment and replied directly. "Whether you saw Jedi Knights or Sith Lords, it's all Tony's doing. By the way, they might be looking for you." That was the truth, and Noah saw no harm in revealing it. With Noah's heads up, Tony would certainly not let such a good resource go to waste. In that case, Tony would inevitably have a discussion with Fury, and then wouldn't Fury know everything? Tony's doing. Fury sounded relieved. "All right, if that's the case. But who dared to attack Tony?" "I don't know that," Noah lied. "By the way, you're not calling me just for this, are you?" "Of course not. To be precise, I called you because of the things you arranged." "That so-called Sith Lord was just a bonus," Fury quickly replied. Cross successfully infiltrated Abstergo Industries, and he also found some interesting things. Oh. Such as. Noah's interest was piqued this time. He hadn't forgotten the things left behind by the ISU. If he wasn't worried about being beaten up by the individual hidden in Atlantis somewhere under the European Sea, Noah would have genuinely wanted to go and find him or her. Noah wouldn't rush in without absolute certainty. Stable development was the best option. Speaking of which, Cross Gibbs and his son, Wesley Gibbs, were both natural assassins. They were now officially listed with S.H.I.E.L.D., becoming two of Fury's most trusted agents. However, one was on a mission and the other in training, so Noah didn't see either of them in the Manhattan battle. Of course, Cross wasn't very satisfied with this outcome, but there was nothing he could do. His son seemed to have found motivation to prove his worth and was very enthusiastic about the work. Therefore, Cross couldn't say anything, only hoping S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't give his son too difficult a task. As for another agent, Jason, whom Noah had forcibly recruited years ago, he had now infiltrated that assassin organization. According to his intelligence, the suit-wearing thug and dog lover, John Wick, had fallen in love and retired for a while. As Noah recalled the movements of these individuals, Fury's voice spoke again. According to Cross's investigation, Abstergo Industries is indeed not to be trifled with. Due to Cross's excellent performance in the new fluoride incident, he now has access to some undisclosed content, and this content is somewhat terrifying. Aha, I can guess, Noah nodded. How could Noah not know these contents? Abstergo, though a pharmaceutical company, and its predecessors, had secretly achieved most of humanity's developmental progress over a millennium. While undeniably contributing to human development, the primary directive given to Abstergo by the Templar Order was to destroy the Assassin Brotherhood, acquire precursor technology, and establish a new world order. It's not hard to imagine how vast this organization's network is. Perhaps if their membership list were revealed, the entire ordinary world would face unimaginable turmoil. Unfortunately, Noah had no interest in any of this. He didn't care about these things at all. To put it plainly, this is just a game for one person. The world needs freedom, so there's the Assassin Brotherhood, representing chaos, and when the world needs order, there are these Templars. Their struggle, to put it simply, is just about maintaining stability. Noah, of course, understood these things. He even speculated that the individual hiding in Atlantis would probably personally intervene. Whoever gained the upper hand wouldn't be good for him. Noah remembered that the last time this individual appeared, he was in a suit and tie. Alright, let's not talk about those terrifying things. Fury seemed to have some reservations about Cross's findings. He directly skipped that part. Cross discovered that they seemed to have developed some terrifying things and captured some people for experiments. Then what? Noah inquired. Now, there's a guy who caused serious problems. Even two high-ranking Abstergo executives were killed by him, and he has what you want in his hand. Cross has been secretly tracking him, and now he has confirmed where this group of people ran to. Oh. Can you confirm their location? Yes, Cross has been trailing them, and it's basically confirmed now. However, according to Cross's report, the person he was tracking seemed to have become an unbelievably powerful individual overnight, and Cross himself almost got exposed. Is that so? Well, that's interesting. Hearing this, Noah immediately showed a slight smile. The person Cross was trailing was definitely Desmond's assassin team, and the person who became unbelievably powerful overnight was definitely Desmond. This Desmond, remember, had read the memories of Alter, Ezio, and the filial son and father Hatham and Connor, and he had basically inherited some of their abilities. This kind of cheat-like method was indeed enviable, but considering this guy almost suffered a mental breakdown and died, Noah didn't think he was that lucky. Stroking his chin, Noah thought it would be better for him to go and see for himself. If Noah wasn't mistaken, Desmond did get the Apple of Eden and used its control abilities to kill two Abstergo executives, which is why Cross was tracking him. I understand. I'll go take a look. With that thought, Noah made a decision to go directly to that ISU Grand Temple and witness the so-called god. Noah was so bold because he remembered that Juno was currently imprisoned, and this imprisonment had lasted for an unimaginably long time. Noah could assess the so-called god's strength once he arrived. If she wasn't strong or was currently weak, Noah could completely deal with her. But if she was very strong, Noah would immediately call for backup. Playing with one's life is idiotic. Without the god-tier skill of reloading a save, one's life is paramount. Crucially, because of the past antics of these ISU, 2012 truly was a world-ending event. Noah hadn't experienced a solar storm, and he had no intention of doing so. After all, Noah didn't think he would be like the Fantastic Four in the movies, unaffected by a cosmic storm and even gaining terrible powers. Actually, even if Desmond doesn't open that eye, perhaps King Odin and my teacher would do something, right? Noah thought uncertainly, then casually opened a portal. Loki looked at Noah strangely, not quite understanding what Noah was planning. But Noah soon gave him an answer that surprised even him. Interested in meeting an imprisoned ISU, whose name seems to be Juno. Juno? The god of your Earth's first civilization, the ISU. Yes, you know her. I've heard of her, an ambitious individual. Oh, I remember now, your Earth seems to be facing a solar storm, but the ISU were prepared for it long ago. My father once mentioned this, and it seems my father also made some preparations. Loki tilted his head in thought, then once again displayed the unique Asgardian arrogance, that, you ordinary mortals should be grateful for what we've done, demeanor, which almost made Noah unable to resist punching him. Taking a deep breath, Noah felt relieved and didn't act too hostile. He calmly said, we're discussing whether you want to go with me to sea, not for you to show off what your Asgardians have done. And that was done by your father, not you. Go. Loki keenly sensed Noah's unease and immediately answered honestly, of course I'll go see. I'm also very curious about what your Earth's first civilization was like, even if it's not as good as ours. Then stop talking nonsense, let's go, Noah said, looking at Loki flatly. Okay, honestly, your current development is really poor. Think about how brilliant your first civilization was, but now Earth. Loki nodded, then couldn't resist talking again, but he was interrupted by Noah once more. Loki. Shut up. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 380, another fake. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patrayon.com/RioRaRyu. A quiet Loki is a good Loki. It's not hard to understand why, in the original story, after he was captured by Tony and the others, they specifically gagged him. Simply put, this guy just talks too much, anyone would find him unbearable. Even his dearest brother, Thor, ultimately ignored him, not even removing the gag when activating the Bifrost, did he? While Noah didn't object to others chattering, if he got annoyed, he wouldn't show any mercy. Loki also understood Noah's personality, though he felt incredibly stifled, a feeling that had persisted since his arrival on Earth, he truly didn't dare to defy Noah. Stepping through the portal, Noah and Loki instantly arrived at a very mysterious place. Honestly, even Noah himself couldn't precisely recall the location of the temple set up by the 3 ISU gods. If Noah hadn't left a mark on Cross, he wouldn't have been able to find this place directly. Good afternoon, sirs, Cross bowed respectfully to Noah and Loki. He was no longer surprised by their mode of appearance. He had not only witnessed it but also thoroughly understood it during his time with S.H.I.E.L.D. He had even watched the entire Battle of New York from his computer, so he no longer held much resentment towards the mage who had once threatened him like a demon. Although his life was still full of danger, his son seemed to enjoy this work, and most importantly, they had reconciled. While he still disliked S.H.I.E.L.D. recruiting his son, S.H.I.E.L.D. had fabricated a story for him, and his son deeply respected him and seemed to enjoy his current life, so Carlos had nothing more to say. Through his investigation at Abstergo, he now understood why that mage had threatened him in such a way. The scope of this organization and the individuals involved were truly unimaginable, making its terror clear. Are they all inside? Noah nodded briefly at Cross and asked directly. Yes, they're all inside. Cross looked back at the cave behind him and said. But I think the Templars won't take long to find this place. Not surprising. If they can't even do that, they shouldn't be playing, Noah nodded. He remembered a video in Abstergo's archives from the game, showing Desmond's corpse. So, this wasn't surprising, it would be strange if they couldn't find him. Shaking his head, Noah led Loki directly inside, but he didn't forget to instruct Cross. Don't worry about us. You need to be careful too, understand? I'm not worried about that. I just want to clarify something, Cross said with a wry smile. How much longer do I have to stay in this organization? How much longer? This question made Noah pause. He suddenly realized that Cross's mission might be over. But honestly, Noah didn't want to let such a valuable asset just finish his mission. Stroking his chin, Noah suddenly thought of someone truly worth investigating, so he smiled slightly and said, not much longer. You need to find someone before you're exposed, and then you can end this mission. Who? Cross's eyes lit up. A woman named Layla Hassan. If my prediction is correct, she's an immigrant and an Abstergo employee, Noah said, recalling what he still remembered. Frankly, Noah most hated the modern-day storyline when playing the game, so he didn't have a good impression of the woman who would later acquire the staff of Hermes Trismegistus. It was already good that he remembered her full name, and that she was an immigrant and an Abstergo employee. Cross didn't ask much, the information Noah provided was enough for him. Watching Cross turn and walk away silently, yet filled with hope and anticipation, Noah nodded in satisfaction, then continued onward with Loki. The temple appeared to be a damaged cave, but as Noah and Loki entered, they both instinctively felt a unique pressure. After exchanging glances, they simultaneously began to surge their magic. Both Noah and Loki could feel the special aura permeating the cave, and from the fluctuations of this aura, it seemed its owner had awakened. Faced with this situation, Noah and Loki maintained a relatively cautious attitude. "Honestly, do you know this woman?" Loki asked quietly as they walked towards the area with the greatest pressure. "Aren't you very familiar with ISU culture?" "As for this woman, I know a little," Noah replied equally quietly. He did know some things about this woman. This woman was mentioned in many Assassin's Creed games, and the individual currently hiding under the sea in Europe had even met her. In the distant First Civilization era, Poseidon even fought alongside this woman and her husband, after which Atlantis sank. Speaking of which, this woman's husband was also very interesting. His name was Ida, renowned as the most intelligent ISU, but he, like Juno, was an ISU beyond the ISU. And this guy seemed to be the ancestor of those so-called sages, who, through his genes, continuously reproduced and transmitted, forming a cycle of reincarnation for eternal life. "Feels a bit like Indra and Azura," Noah muttered softly. Loki looked at him strangely. "What are you talking about?" "Nothing," Noah shook his head. "In short, this woman is not a good person. She's indeed not good. She's an ISU scientist of the Lightbringers, an ISU supremacist, a very rude individual." "Oh. You know her. Frankly, you probably weren't even born when she was active, were you? I've seen their leftover images and data. A bunch of self-righteous individuals who couldn't even deal with humans, though humans back then were very powerful. Nonsense, humans of that era reached terrifying levels step by step through their own physical strength. Leaving aside others, look at Alexios and Cassandra, though they lived long after the ancient First Civilization era, didn't they also reach demigod status through their own bodies?" Noah was just a bit confused. Was this so-called demigod status the 9th tier? The 10th tier didn't seem to be the god level either. Unable to figure out these questions, Noah stopped pondering. He and Loki chatted idly along the way, both remaining highly vigilant. In a short while, they reached the center of the cave. It was a much wider area, where 4 people stood together. Beside them, 2 ethereal figures argued, but they stopped abruptly as Noah and Loki entered. The 4 ordinary people also reacted similarly, immediately adopting defensive stances upon seeing Noah and Loki, though Noah paid them no mind. Noah's attention immediately shifted to the eye, not far away, glowing with strange light and power. Noah knew this was the key to Juno's imprisonment and also crucial for protecting Earth from the solar storm. However, Juno was clever. She posed an impossible dilemma: either let Earth be ravaged by the solar storm and everyone dies, or open the eye to activate the energy shield, protecting Earth from the storm while also allowing her to escape. "Who are you?" Just as Noah was thinking, Desmond suddenly held a golden apple, glowing with light, and loudly asked Noah and Loki. "Put away your little toy before I get angry," Loki said softly, glancing at Noah and seeing that Noah didn't seem to take the threat seriously. He then smiled and continued, "You know, this thing originally belonged to us Asgardians. This thing is yours too." Noah spoke now. He hadn't expected this golden apple to be fake as well. "Of course, Earth only has one golden apple created by an ISU," Loki said with a smile, tossing the golden apple into Noah's hand. "Though I don't know where it is, this is indeed an Asgardian product." "Is that so?" Noah looked at the golden apple in his hand, then could only helplessly nod. These Asgardians were truly ruthless in their acquisitions. If this one was fake, then where was the real one? Could it be in that individual's hands? More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 381, a brand new power system. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. Noah remembered very clearly that Thor had personally said there was another golden apple on Earth, and it wasn't in the hands of an official organization. Noah had originally thought it might be under the control of the Knights Templar, considering Desmond had obtained it in the original plot. But Noah now realized he had thought too simply, especially when this apple fell into Loki's hands. Noah was basically certain it was a fake. So, the only true golden apple on Earth was probably in that person's hands. After all, in Noah's mind, perhaps only that individual, who had so many interactions with the first civilization, could distinguish between the real and the fake, and not have to worry about being robbed by Asgard. This is really troublesome. It seems the idea of researching this golden apple produced by the ISU will have to be postponed. Noah thought helplessly, casually freezing Desmond, who had suddenly lunged for a sneak attack. Ignoring their terrified faces, Noah stared blankly at the golden apple in his hand. He temporarily couldn't rely on the person beneath Atlantis. Simply put, he couldn't defeat them. Maybe in a few years it would be different, but Noah definitely had no chance now, even if that guy was sustaining their life with ISU equipment due to some special reasons. But Noah wouldn't think that Guy's combat ability would decline, especially since that Guy was the ancestor of assassins. Noah had no interest in seeking trouble for himself, which made Noah very displeased. He glanced at the two ethereal figures, especially the one full of vigilance, and Noah suddenly had some ideas. If there were no surprises, the owner of this ethereal figure should be Juno. Who exactly are you people? Just as Noah was looking at Juno's ethereal figure with growing malice, Desmond suddenly asked, "Are you mages?" "Oh. So you're not stupid after all." Noah had no intention of denying it, since mages were already public, he wasn't going to continue hiding it. "That's right, we are mages. Otherwise, why do you think we'd be here?" After saying that, Noah looked at Juno again. To be honest, Juno seemed to make Noah feel a bit disappointed, but of course, more than that, excited. Following the energy emitted by this ethereal figure, Noah successfully found Juno's true form. To be honest, the current Juno could no longer be called a true form, she was merely a soul. Although the deterrence radiated by this soul was sufficiently terrifying, and Noah, through the system, also detected the current stage of this soul, Tier 7, Level 9, Tier 9. A Tier 7 peak soul, such a soul body was indeed very strong, but this guy's soul was clearly in a weakened state. If she had maintained her original level, Noah would have immediately called for backup, but now, Noah wasn't so scared. Even if this woman could exert a very high magical level, Noah had defeated an angel who was also a Tier 7, Level 9. Although Noah wasn't very clear about the abilities used by the ISU, how much intelligence is there in real combat? It's all about countering moves, and besides, some things you know are useless. If someone can crush you, they will crush you. Are you here to solve the Earth's crisis?" Desmond asked hesitantly. "Something like that." Noah nodded. "Actually, even if you did nothing, Earth wouldn't be in any danger, but I must say you are indeed very brave. Perhaps we can talk after this is over, but now. You intend to activate the eye, correct? Young Earthling?" Minerva's projection suddenly asked. Unlike Juno, Minerva was a true projection with genuine will. "Yes, although someone can help us solve the problem, I personally don't see the need." Noah, in a rare good mood, explained, and as he explained, his magical power had almost surged to its peak. "Do you know the consequences of what you're doing? If Juno is released?" "No, I intend to release her. You have left, and some matters no longer concern you." Noah gave Minerva's projection no time for superfluous talk. With his magical power at its peak and the system ready, Noah was prepared to act. And for safety, Noah also had the system ready to call for help at any moment. Noah couldn't be sure if this Juno was as weak as Loki was a few years ago with the Destroyer. He casually placed his hand on the glowing orb called the Eye, and instantly, Noah found that the energy generated by this object seemed to be trying to drain his life force. But this pull wasn't too strong. Noah knew that this object's activation probably required energy guidance, otherwise, how could such a large protective shield appear on Earth? However, Noah wasn't Desmond, he could only use his life force to make this thing run. Noah didn't need to do that. A faint golden halo appeared around Noah's body, and the next moment, Noah's magic energy slightly permeated into the orb. Instantly, Noah felt the orb was satisfied, and the power it gave back seemed terrifyingly immense. This made Noah marvel at the indeed formidable ISU of the first civilization and their truly astonishing defense system. However, after marveling, Noah also immediately prepared for battle. Finally out again. As the golden light faded, a woman's voice instantly echoed throughout the cave. "Tell me, how should I thank you?" "No thanks are needed, we will find a way to take what we want ourselves." Noah's calm voice sounded, and as he spoke, he had already made his move. A faint golden radiance bloomed around Noah's body, and black, mysterious runes began to spin around him. Noah immediately entered combat mode, unleashing terrifying magic with suffocating flames that directly rushed towards a nearby stone pillar. When the flames struck the pillar, a massive explosion erupted. The intense impact and piercing roar made Desmond and the other three extremely uncomfortable. Fortunately, it all stopped quickly, or they would have thought they were doomed. However, at this moment, a question arose in their minds: was this mage here to kill Juno? I never thought that after thousands of years of evolution, you humans would master such terrifying power. Desmond and the others hadn't had time to think much, when they saw the silhouette of a woman slowly walking out from the center of the explosion. This was Juno, they all recognized her, but at this moment, Juno was different from her previous ethereal form. She looked much more real, and as she continuously stepped forward, her body seemed to slowly coalesce, and most crucially, they felt an urge to kneel and worship her. When Loki saw this woman emerge, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He was truly scared by this woman, because the aura she was currently emitting was terrifying, making Loki instantly conclude that he was completely outmatched by her. Honestly, Loki wanted to run, and if it weren't for him cautiously sneaking a glance at the calmly standing Noah, he probably would have already fled. Loki wasn't stupid, although sometimes he was overly self-confident. That didn't mean he was foolish, only that he was excessively arrogant. Noah, Loki quietly asked Noah. Don't worry, it's just bluster. Noah answered Loki with a smile, then, with a hint of sarcasm, asked Juno, how much power can you exert now? Noah's words immediately made Juno's expression change, and then her beautiful face grew even darker. Indeed, although she was currently radiating the aura of her peak period, in reality, the power she could exert might not be that strong after all, at most comparable to the human in front of her. Of course, even such power was terrifying enough, but Juno felt very uncomfortable having someone expose the truth with a single sentence. She now looked at the two handsome young men in front of her, and for some reason, the more she looked, the more she disliked them. One felt particularly annoying, and the other was purely detestable. A very keen sense. Juno said with a grim face, but even so, it's much stronger than you. Are you just a group of lowly beings who, after gaining great power, have forgotten your former masters? Apologies, no one has ever considered you the master of humanity, not even your own kind. Noah internally told the system to activate his domain, while answering with a serious expression, the era of the ISU has passed. Your existence is merely for us to understand everything about the so-called first civilization. What an arrogant brat. There was basically nothing left to discuss. As soon as Juno finished speaking, a terrifying burst of light appeared in her hand, and an indescribable power instantly surged towards Noah. Noah raised an eyebrow, a golden shield already appearing around him. When the golden light collided with Noah's magic shield, an even more terrifying shockwave expanded outwards 360 degrees from Noah. Desmond and the others were directly blown away by this shockwave, and Loki could only barely resist this invisible force. What terrifying power! Noah silently resisted this immense power, and his heart couldn't help but be filled with curiosity. The ISU's power was truly unique. It seemed every ISU was very skilled in close combat, and they also excelled at some attack methods similar to magic. In Noah's memory, the protagonist of Assassin's Creed Odyssey seemed able to manipulate elements, and the ISU also seemed to be proficient in these. Most importantly, the energy they used looked like magic, but its essence was somewhat different from magic. This feeling was more like directly manipulating the power of nature, rather than channeling one's own magical energy to launch attacks. Noah was already starting to get excited. This was a completely new power system, an unknown and unrecorded power system. Most importantly, the person who wielded this system was right in front of him, and her condition wasn't very good. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 382, Chapter 382, How Could I Let You Run? Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. Taking advantage of a fire to loot. After feeling the difference in the power of these ISU, Noah's internal resolve became even firmer. Noah had originally planned to thoroughly explore her memories for any other gains before ultimately eliminating this woman's soul. Of course, if it was too troublesome, Noah wouldn't waste his time. Noah was someone who disliked trouble. To avoid greater trouble, Noah would be willing to utterly annihilate her, making her soul scatter, but now Noah felt that this woman's value was terrifyingly immense. As a mage, the pursuit of unknown knowledge is truly terrifying, otherwise, mages wouldn't be called madmen. Noah wasn't interested in many things. Acquiring unknown knowledge was a minor interest, but acquiring unknown knowledge about power was his greatest interest. Without any superfluous communication, Noah's elemental magic and Juno's power clashed again, and the violent impact directly shattered the entire valley. At this moment, Noah didn't have time to bother with Desmond and the others. His only enemy was the ISU in front of him. Damn it. Loki saw the situation and naturally knew that he probably couldn't help it, although he had no intention of helping anyway. But this couldn't suppress his inner envy. Loki was now truly starting to doubt his life. How powerful was this Noah guy? How terrifying was Earth? Why was even a creature sealed for thousands of years so formidable? Loki knew his father was also very interested in Earth's first civilization, otherwise he wouldn't have brought back the scattered ISU artifacts after they left. But this only proved the ISU's technological means and craftsmanship were good. Loki truly hadn't expected the ISU's combat power to be so terrifying. Sighing helplessly, looking at the two constantly intertwining streaks of light, Loki decided to keep his distance for now. This battle was truly beyond his intervention. Loki could tell that neither side was probably using their full strength. Especially Noah, he hadn't used his full power at all, because Noah had only used some of his basic magic so far, and his so-called domain magic hadn't been used yet. According to his memory, Loki casually blasted open a rock. Their way in had already collapsed, so Loki could only rely on this method to escape. On the other side, Desmond and the others were injured by the shockwaves caused by Noah and Juno's clash, but they weren't dead. To be honest, they were now personally experiencing the true power of these mages, which was far more intuitive than watching the Battle of New York on TV or the internet. Seeing the two intertwining figures fighting fiercely, and the precarious state of the cave, Desmond immediately made a decision to quickly follow that strange mage and leave this place. Noah had no idea that Loki would inexplicably save Desmond's assassin team like this, but even if he did, there would be nothing to say, because Loki saving them was merely an accident. Noah was currently dealing with Juno's attack. It had to be said that the power Juno wielded truly opened Noah's eyes. The power generated by that pure golden orb was truly terrifying, and this golden power was unusually close to the power of nature. This unique ISU magic truly captivated Noah, and Noah was also certain that if he learned it, it would be extremely beneficial to him. One must remember that Noah excelled at elemental magic, and these elements were, fundamentally, natural elements. The power used by the ISU was the power of nature. Noah increasingly felt that if he could learn these things, it would have unimaginable benefits for his understanding of elemental magic. Boom. With a loud crash, the cave, even though it was once an ISU temple, couldn't withstand the magical burst of Noah and Juno after enduring the erosion of time and lacking any other protection. The cave collapsed, and the entire valley seemed to experience a terrible earthquake. Fortunately, this area was a wilderness, so Noah didn't pay attention to these things. He stared intently at Juno, whose body was covered in golden runes. At this moment, Juno seemed to be fighting with her life. Her hands were forming strange golden runes, and her eyes had turned faint gold. At this moment, Juno looked extraordinarily divine, and her aura became even more terrifying. It seems I can't drag this out any longer. This woman seems to be burning her soul to restore her power. Noah frowned. This was not good news. Although doing so came at a high cost for her, even if she didn't die, her strength would drop a stage. But in this situation, her choice was clearly correct. And Noah wasn't Poseidon, the guy with the trident. Poseidon could easily subdue both Juno and Ida by himself, but Noah couldn't. Even if he were to face Alexios or Cassandra, Noah might not be superior, not to mention both of them were sent flying by a single spell when they faced Juno. System, activate the domain. Let's end this quickly. Understood. As the system's mechanical voice fell, Noah's entire body was instantly enveloped in a golden glow. Black runes slowly emerged and rapidly spun around Noah, and a torrent of magic surged around him. This torrent spun faster and faster, and in an instant, something new seemed to cover Noah, and Noah himself appeared exceptionally unique. Everything seemed to quiet down, Noah's magical fluctuations disappeared, and the massive torrent seemed to vanish, as if everything had stopped. But this caused Juno to feel an immediate sense of unease. This eerie silence made her feel something spreading within her heart, and the name of that thing was fear. Juno swallowed unnaturally. Her expression, though still somewhat arrogant and grim, involuntarily took a few steps back. Who exactly are you? Noah said nothing. He simply looked at Juno with a faint gaze, and instantly, Juno felt immense pressure. Noah's perfectly fitted black robe moved without a breeze, gently swaying as if by a light gust, gradually rustling violently as if in a raging storm. This is. As the wind blew around Juno, she suddenly felt a completely different sensation. She seemed unable to perceive the power of nature, and she even felt as if she had entered another world. Even the golden runes on her body began to dim. As Juno pondered, the fierce wind stopped, turning back into a gentle breeze. But this wisp of clear wind seemed to have suddenly gained life. Like a fallen leaf, it slowly rose from the ground, leaped into the air, and, pulled by an invisible force, like an invisible butterfly, hovered and danced around Noah. Perhaps summoned by its companions, wisps of clear wind followed closely, transforming into butterflies, flying into the air without hesitation, forming an invisible, winding serpent ascending. Noah's expression remained unchanged, only a chilling coldness that made one's heart palpitate. The invisible wisps of clear wind also began to gain color, faint green appeared on their bodies. This color was full of the breath of life, but in Juno's eyes, this thing was the most fatal magic, and Noah's calm gaze seemed able to freeze souls. At this, Juno panicked. Although she was a soul body, to exert even a fraction of her power in this battle, she had gathered her strength into a physical form. It was imaginable that if her physical form were harmed, the blow to her would be unimaginable. But if she didn't do this, facing these disgusting ordinary humans as a soul, she was very worried about being sealed, knowing that sealing already existed in their era. Damn it. What the hell is going on? Why can't I feel the power of nature? What is this place? Why do all the abilities I can perceive belong to him? Juno was internally hysterical. She couldn't do anything now, even the body she had condensed with power seemed unable to sustain itself. And at this moment, Noah's magic was directly activated. This seemingly long-prepared spell was actually completed in an instant by Noah's thought. The terrifying clear wind gathered into a long serpent, emitting a desperate hiss, and instantly tore Juno into pieces when she had no resistance whatsoever. A desperate, hoarse sound echoed through the sky, but it abruptly cut off as soon as it began. A massive impact once again erupted in the valley, and as Noah's magical power enveloped it, the entire valley was utterly transformed into an abyss. Noah stood silently at the center of the domain, calmly looking at Juno, who had been torn into pieces. However, Noah quickly acted again. Like a phantom, the moment Noah withdrew his domain, a portal appeared in front of him. In the blink of an eye, Noah had vanished from his spot, and when he reappeared, he was standing next to a small orb of light. Terrifying magical power erupted once more, and the orb was effortlessly grabbed by Noah. Still trying to run. What a joke! Noah muttered disdainfully. Looking at the orb in his hand, Noah's calm expression, which he had maintained for so long, finally revealed a hint of something different. This orb was Juno's soul core. After Noah shattered Juno's converged body, she had gathered all the power she could concentrate in her final moments, attempting to escape this dangerous area. But Noah had been watching Juno intently, especially in his domain, which was Noah's home turf. How could he possibly let Juno escape? Clearly, Noah wouldn't let her escape, otherwise, all of Noah's efforts would have been in vain. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 383, Chapter 383, I know, you don't have to say it. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. This operation was a complete success for Noah. Although he didn't find the real Apple of Eden, Noah gained something far greater, a soul core containing the complete memories of Earth's first civilization. Compared to a mere Apple of Eden, this was countless times better. Though extracting the desired information from the soul core might be troublesome, Noah didn't mind. Noah was also deeply moved by the previous battle. He realized how incredibly powerful a domain is. Although Noah had been honing his combat abilities in the system space, the domain wasn't yet fully his, as he still needed the system's help to activate it. So, in the system space, Noah couldn't use this ability. This battle marked Noah's first real-world use of the domain. However, the facts proved that Noah, before and after using the domain, was completely different as a mage. Before using the domain, Noah had to use almost all his means to deal with an opponent like Juno. But this time, after activating the domain, its unique suppressive power, magical amplification, and even the direct severance of Juno's energy source, truly achieved an all-encompassing suppression. However, Noah also understood that races like the ISU, who use natural energy as their attack method, were truly out of luck when encountering him. If it had been the Gabriel from the system space, though he would still be defeated quickly, it wouldn't have been such a complete overwhelming victory. A blind cat caught a dead mouse, but the true combat power increase is evident. Moreover, I hope to encounter more of these dead mice, Noah thought to himself. But for some reason, Noah suddenly remembered a certain dead mouse that he had sliced in half with a wind blade more than 10 years ago. The disgusting scene that floated into Noah's mind instantly made him unbearable. Shaking his head, Noah decided to leave this dreadful place. He looked around at the surrounding terrain and sighed helplessly. Could anyone still recognize the original landscape? A high-tier mage going all out is a terrifying thing. If Noah hadn't noticed Juno going all out and decisively opened his domain, pulling her inside, who knew what this dreadful place would have turned into? Although it already looked despair-inducing, if Noah hadn't had the ability to narrow the battle's scope, this wouldn't have been just a chasm. Seeing magma directly would be a minor issue, it's hard to say if a hole would have been directly carved out. Noah tilted his head, then began to search for Loki and Desmond's team. He remembered that when he was battling Juno, Loki had already taken the lead in fleeing, and Desmond and the others, not being foolish, had followed Loki out. Noah found nothing wrong with their actions, in fact, he thought it was quite normal. Loki was no match, and Desmond and his team were cannon fodder. It was better for them to run far away than to get in the way. Soon, Noah found Loki and Desmond's team. They were all very safe. Although almost all of Desmond's team members were injured, at least they weren't dead, right? Noah thought this outcome was acceptable. Then, Noah moved swiftly and appeared next to Loki. Damn it, can you stop being so stealthy? Noah's sudden appearance startled Loki, who complained slightly. Stealthy? I don't think so. Noah shrugged indifferently, then picked up Juno's soul core and asked directly, do you know how to extract memories from this thing? No idea, Loki raised an eyebrow. You should ask my father or my mother, or your teacher. Isn't she very powerful too? Why don't you ask her? You're truly disappointing. Don't you think it's embarrassing to ask your elders about everything? Although Noah largely agreed with Loki, he still mocked him, then tossed Juno's soul core into the mirror dimension. Loki, after all, came from Asgard. Although his combat prowess wasn't outstanding, Noah didn't think his knowledge was lacking. This guy might not be great at basic things because he was too arrogant, but he actually knew a lot about relatively advanced subjects. However, since he didn't know, so be it. Noah was planning to find the Ancient One to discuss the domain, and perhaps she could help with this as well. After thinking about these things, Noah decided to leave this place directly. Given the magnitude of what had happened here, Noah knew without a doubt that it wouldn't be long before a large number of people from various factions and various media outlets would appear. Noah didn't like that feeling. Leaving early was the wisest choice. Master Mage. Just as Noah was about to leave with Loki, Desmond's 4 team members staggered over. Master Mage, thank you for everything you've done. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid. I told you, even if I did nothing, and you did nothing, this world would still be fine. Noah turned to look at them. This world is much larger than you imagine, assassins. Do you know us? Desmond suddenly asked with some curiosity. I know. With you assassins and the Templars causing such a ruckus, how could I not know? Noah replied casually. Speaking of which, whether it's you assassins or those Templars, you are essentially just maintaining the stability of this world. One represents freedom, the other order, but you are destined to fight to the death. Like Connor and Hatham. Desmond suddenly remembered something and muttered. Yes, like that, kind father and filial son, pair. Kind father and filial son. What a joke. Desmond's face suddenly contorted. He wanted to argue, but the 2 mages in front of him had already opened a shimmering portal. Desmond recognized this, he had seen it on TV recently. As expected, just like before, when the portal fully opened, the 2 mages walked in directly and disappeared before their eyes. This made Desmond sigh helplessly. He knew that these 2 mages probably didn't take them seriously at all, and naturally had no intention of further conversation. Desmond, what are your plans now? Just as he was contemplating these mages, his father, William Miles, walked up to him. I don't know, William, Desmond shook his head. Perhaps we should leave this place first and then find our organization. I know a place where there are still assassins. Although their beliefs have somewhat deviated from ours, I think they will take us in. That way, we can also properly rest and regroup. Oh. Where is it? They are spread all over the world. Their name is now the High Table. Noah had no idea how much change his actions had caused this time. If he had, he would probably have felt a strange sensation for a while, then forgotten about it. Knowing that the leader of all assassins was still alive, Noah found it hard to have many thoughts about these assassins who could only learn about their ancestors' stories through machines. Back in the London sanctum, Noah planned to settle Loki there and then leave himself, but Loki apparently wanted to follow Noah. This situation left Noah speechless. Why would he follow him to Kamarage? Wouldn't it be better to stay in the sanctum and read books? I want to see what your Earth's most powerful mage is like. Loki was honest, he directly stated his intention. He had been on Earth for a while. Although Noah hadn't restricted his freedom and had even opened the library to him, the deeper his contact with Noah, the greater his internal doubts became. What was going on with these Earth mages? Why did each of them seem so powerful? Loki remembered that besides Noah, there were several other mages who made him feel uneasy, such as Wong in the Sanctum, and Mordo who occasionally visited. Of course, Loki hadn't forgotten Charles and Eric who had come together on one occasion. Loki remembered these 2 vividly. Especially Charles, Loki could feel how terrifying that bald man was. Even if Charles consciously controlled the emission of his magic, that immense mental power couldn't be hidden. As for Eric, who was with Charles, Loki also found him very formidable. Although he wasn't exactly sure what abilities this guy possessed, how many of those who interacted with Noah were ordinary people? Perhaps the only slightly less impressive one was that guy named Tony, but the mage named Victor who was with him was definitely not simple. Loki could feel that guy's dread. Earth had so many terrifying mages, which was enough to greatly surprise Loki. But he hadn't forgotten that there was a mage on Earth comparable to his father, and that person was Noah's teacher. How could Loki not be curious about what kind of person this mage, known as Earth's most powerful, truly was? Because of this? Noah looked at Loki strangely. After pondering for a moment, Noah still shook his head. I think not. You'll have a chance to meet my teacher later, as she comes to visit periodically. A direct visit is out of the question, don't forget your current status, buddy. But Loki was unwilling and wanted to say something more, but Noah interrupted him again. Loki, Noah said softly. I know, shut up, right? More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 384, Chapter 384, A Magic That Changes the Future of Mages. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. After dealing with Loki, Noah wasted no time. In fact, Noah had already been thinking of going to Kamarage to find his teacher. But it must be said that sometimes things just happen, and there's nothing you can do about it, right? Although it was a bit troublesome, compared to the gains, Noah still felt he came out ahead, though he couldn't cash in on it yet. Crossing the sanctum's portal, Noah arrived at Kamarage. Kamarage was as peaceful as ever. New mages were training in groups on the practice grounds, and those who passed the exams were diligently training as well. Noah even saw glimpses of his past self in them. Noah, long time no see. Lord Noah, you should have called us during the Battle of New York. What a pity. When Noah appeared on the training ground, many Kamarage mages immediately recognized him. There was no way around it, Noah's situation was almost universally known now. Almost all Kamarage mages had already tacitly accepted him as the next Sorcerer Supreme. Of course, this was only almost. There were still some in Kamarage who didn't acknowledge Noah, such as Kaisilius and his apprentices. However, these individuals were very mysterious now, few knew what they were doing or thinking. Many mages who used to be on good terms with Kaisilius hardly saw him anymore. Frankly, if such a person were an ordinary mage, they would have been forgotten long ago. Kaisilius was a 7th-tier mage. Although he hadn't passed the Magister assessment, his strength combined with being a disciple of the Ancient One was enough to keep him remembered. Apologies, everyone. The situation was urgent then, so it was impossible to notify everyone individually. Besides, the enemy wasn't impossible to deal with, there was no need for us to go all out. Noah reluctantly dealt with these enthusiastic mages. To be honest, Noah never thought of having Kamarage go all out because there was no need. In Noah's opinion, only if Thanos arrived with his army would it be time for Kamarage to go all out. Of course, at that time, it wouldn't just be Kamarage, but the entire magical world would have to mobilize. In the movie, many people participated in the battles, but due to budget constraints, the focus was mostly on the protagonists, much like the Battle of New York. After chatting with these mages for a few minutes, Noah chose to take his leave, and the mages didn't make it difficult for him. Everyone knew that when Noah came to Kamarage, it was usually to see the Ancient One or for some important matter, they naturally wouldn't waste too much of Noah's time. Walking to the Ancient One's residence, Noah politely knocked on the door, but to Noah's surprise, no one seemed to be inside the room. It wasn't until Noah felt a distinct spatial fluctuation that he realized the Ancient One had probably hidden herself in the mirror dimension. The door opened, and Noah walked in without hesitation. Soon, he saw the Ancient One sitting cross-legged in front of a tea table. The Ancient One looked terrifying now, even from afar, Noah could feel the faintly discernible, powerful, world-destroying magical fluctuations emanating from her. Teacher, Noah swallowed, then respectfully addressed the Ancient One. Noah, I apologize for seeing you in this state, the Ancient One smiled at Noah. Is something the matter, Noah, or have you encountered another problem? Indeed, there are two matters, teacher. Noah slowly walked to the table and sat down. Teacher, please take a look at this. As he spoke, Noah took out Juno's soul core, which he had just dealt with. Noah had only two purposes for coming here, one was about the domain, and the other was Juno's soul core. Noah decided to bring up the simpler matters first, and besides, Juno was truly no simple opponent. What is this? The Ancient One froze for a moment, then took the orb Noah handed her. After observing it for a while, she asked gravely, did you deal with her? Yes, Noah was not surprised that the Ancient One knew some things. It would have been somewhat surprising if she hadn't. She seems to be from the first civilization. I only encountered her by accident. She's terrifying, if she hadn't been sealed for so long, I probably wouldn't have been a match. I see, the Ancient One nodded. The Ancient One also had some understanding of Juno's situation. About 100 years ago, the Ancient One had already discovered the temple. But the Ancient One didn't enter or interact with Juno, because she learned about this history through Odin. How could the Ancient One help such a person? Later, she also learned some other information through the Time Stone, so she didn't intervene. However, she didn't expect her disciple to go and deal with this first civilization being and even obtain her soul core. Honestly, even if this woman only had her soul left and had been sealed for so long, her strength would be weakened. But it shouldn't be so weak, right? The Ancient One's expression was a little strange, and she also guessed Noah's purpose in bringing the soul core. Are you trying to learn ISU magic? The Ancient One asked, shaking the orb in her hand, with a hint of curiosity. Yes, Noah nodded. Their magic is very special. Unlike our use of our own magic combined with elemental magic, their method is more like using their own power to guide the purest natural forces. Although it's very different from our casting methods, I feel it will be of great help to me. You are right, but I still need to warn you, their power is not suitable for us, the Ancient One agreed with Noah's point, but not with Noah's idea. Most importantly, we have the power that suits us best, and what we are best at. Noah didn't know how to explain this immediately, but seeing the Ancient One's actions, Noah knew she was already helping him to separate the core. After a moment's thought, Noah decided to speak his mind directly. ISU magic was, frankly, quite important. Teacher, aren't you curious how I defeated her? Thinking of this, Noah asked directly. The Ancient One looked up and blinked. All right, I'm a little curious now. Noah almost rolled his eyes. Are you that confident in your own disciple, teacher? Shaking his head, Noah sighed and said, honestly, teacher, dealing with her wasn't that difficult because I used a brand new magic. As for why I need her magic, it's because through battling her, I found that my new magic might need her magic to be completed. A brand new magic? The Ancient One's interest was piqued. Come, let me see. Okay, teacher. Noah nodded, mentally prompting the system, then said, teacher, if you feel anything, please don't resist. As he spoke, Noah's magic began to surge wildly. In the blink of an eye, Noah had entered a combat state, and at the same time, a faint halo appeared around him. This halo spread rapidly. Although the spread was not large, it enveloped the entire room. This is. The Ancient One felt the halo engulfing her, and her magic in her hands immediately ceased. She had a feeling, a very unique feeling, she had entered another universe, and this universe belonged entirely to Noah. This is the new magic I came up with, teacher. Noah's voice quickly echoed from all directions. His voice wasn't loud, but at this moment, it was like a sudden clap of thunder reverberating through the vast, empty domain. The Ancient One was somewhat stunned. Although she appeared calm, she couldn't suppress the incredible disbelief in her heart. This magic directly isolated the outside world. No, not entirely. It isolated the enemy, but the magic's owner could clearly still resonate with the outside universe. The Ancient One was undoubtedly a magical genius, otherwise, she wouldn't have reached this level. She only felt it for a moment and roughly understood the terrifying nature of this magic. Most importantly, she also seemed to understand the meaning of this magic, because this magic fundamentally simulated an independent universe. The Ancient One understood that if she mastered this magic, it would undoubtedly make her transition to divinity much easier. Moreover, relying on this magic's resonance with the external universe, she wouldn't even need to give up her body. Noah, you. The Ancient One was somewhat speechless. She now understood why Noah would want this ISU magic. Indeed, while magic requires continuous accumulation and learning of knowledge, when it comes to casting, it's not about how much you know, but how effective you are. ISU magic is powerful, that's true, but it's also a fact that ISU magic is not suitable for current humans. However, it was clear that ISU magic could indeed help Noah perfect this brand new magic. Although Noah had already constructed an independent universe, this magic was indeed lacking many things. Noah likely had this idea immediately after finding Juno and fighting her. Otherwise, if Noah had cast this magic, Juno would have simply waited for death inside it. Teacher, what do you think of this magic? Noah asked softly, a smile on his face, looking at the Ancient One. A great magic, one that can change the future course of mages, the Ancient One said almost without hesitation. Although it's excellent, it probably needs your assistance to complete it, as it's clearly incomplete. Noah. Don't refuse, teacher. I can't complete it alone, and I also need your help to completely strip Juno's soul core into a memory core. Alright, thank you, Noah. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 385, Chapter 385, The Time Stone. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. Noah had long been prepared to hand over the domain magic to the Ancient One, and the Ancient One's irresistible interest in this magic was also within Noah's expectations. The effects shown by this magic were completely foreseeable. Noah even thought that the domain should be a necessary path for a mage's normal advancement. Because with this magic, it could greatly reduce the destruction caused by powerful individuals in the universe. Mages are definitely among the powerful beings, especially once they mature. Before becoming gods, their deterrent and destructive power are absolutely unimaginable. However, the physical fitness of mages is also quite worrying, unless they are like the Asgardians or other races with strong physical qualities. Otherwise, mages would surely suffer when facing divine transformation. Not only physical suffering, but the suffering of the soul would also not be low, which is why the Ancient One and others exist as equivalents of dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. But now it's different. The emergence of Noah's domain magic can completely be said to have changed the mage's predicament. To achieve final sublimation within one's own domain, without detaching from the universe and while maintaining resonance with it, such a thing would have been unthinkable, let alone attempted, in the past. This magic is truly not simple. The Ancient One, upon encountering this magic, couldn't help but exclaim. This magic was indeed not simple at all, and its difficulty probably surpassed ordinary people's imagination. The Ancient One didn't fully understand this magic, even though Noah explained all his thoughts and understandings. This magic couldn't be understood by simply listening. Even if the Ancient One carefully sensed Noah's domain, she could only grasp the general idea of Noah's domain. However, the Ancient One understood that Noah's domain was based on 4 castrated elemental powers, which were then brought into a balance between interdependence and repulsion. It could be said that Noah's domain was incomplete, which is why Noah needed ISU magic to complete it. After understanding these things, the Ancient One clearly became more dedicated when stripping Juno's soul core. This matter obviously benefited her as well. Furthermore, the Ancient One also realized something. The reason why the future visions she unexpectedly discovered not long ago had become chaotic was indeed because of her disciple, Noah. Thus, one diligently taught and one diligently learned, and it took these two figures, one a top tier and the other a leading expert in the magical world, a full 3 months to complete the task. During these 3 months, Noah was simultaneously taught by the Ancient One and began to learn and organize the new knowledge he gained from Juno. It must be said that the Ancient One's method of stripping souls was truly formidable. The soul core of a dignified Tier 9 powerhouse was no different from a toy in her hands. It was directly reduced to mere memories, with consciousness completely absent. This situation was perfect for Noah, as he wouldn't have to worry about his consciousness being invaded. Though Noah didn't really worry about such a thing happening, it's always better to be careful. As for too much information in the memories, that was no problem at all. The system could not only help Noah deal with Juno's consciousness but also help Noah properly categorize the knowledge within Juno's memories, allowing Noah to read and learn these insights thoroughly, just like in a library. In 3 months, Noah gained a lot, which made him very satisfied. And in these 3 months, the Ancient One also gained a great deal. By daily experiencing Noah's domain and receiving Noah's teachings, the Ancient One finally, like Noah, grasped a very stable but also incomplete domain, which made the Ancient One very happy. The Ancient One could clearly feel that if this magical domain were to be completed with the missing elemental characteristics, it could serve as her own independent universe to complete the divine transformation. Although there were drawbacks, such as using this domain would prevent the Ancient One from using spatial powers, the Ancient One wasn't worried, because she already knew what to do. The Ancient One already possessed spatial power, and she also held the Time Stone, so this truly wasn't too difficult for her. What the Ancient One needed to do now was to first fully integrate these 4 elements and complete what they should possess. At the same time, she also needed to incorporate the powers of space and time to form a unique domain that could unleash all of her abilities. Noah, thank you very much for your help. After the Ancient One grasped the rudimentary form of the domain, she couldn't help but say to Noah with some excitement. No need, Master. Noah didn't think too much, his actions had a very clear purpose, and speaking of help, Master, you have helped me more. Noah's achievements today truly couldn't have happened without the Ancient One's help. Although it's possible Noah might have reached this point even without her assistance, things like spatial magic and influence in the entire magical world wouldn't even be fathomable. Being a lone wolf has its advantages, but Noah doesn't like being one. By the way, Noah, have you finished the book I asked you to read? Suddenly, the Ancient One's expression became much more serious. Of course I finished it. Noah also became more serious. I truly never imagined that time could be controlled. It's an unimaginable existence. Very good. The Ancient One nodded. Then now, I entrust the Eye of Agamato to you. You must promise to learn to use it well and protect it with your life. Can you do that? Even though Noah was mentally prepared, his heart still skipped a beat when he heard the Ancient One's words. The Eye of Agamato, it's the Time Stone. Something Noah had always wanted, and now it was just given to him. To be honest, Noah still felt a bit incredible. The way to obtain this was so much simpler than Noah getting the Tesseract, and in terms of time spent, it was about the same. Both were acquired this year. At this, Noah himself couldn't help but feel a little conceited, but Noah's ability to regain focus was still very fast. He nodded seriously, saying with a solemn expression, Don't worry, Master. Through the book you gave me, I already know what the Eye of Agamato represents. I swear I will protect it with my life and absolutely will not let it fall into anyone else's hands. Very good. The Ancient One nodded with relief, silently took off the gem from her neck, and placed it in front of Noah. Then it will be yours from now on. Master. Although Noah was a little hesitant, he didn't appear overly sentimental. He still honestly took the Eye of Agamato. No need for too much psychological pressure, Noah. The Ancient One smiled easily. You are not yet the Sorcerer Supreme, and your strength is not yet qualified, so don't think too much. But now you must also have a realization, which is to improve yourself well, understood? I always am. Noah nodded seriously. Noah had indeed always been improving himself. Although his specific power didn't seem to grow significantly, Noah's combat power was genuinely not low. Moreover, Noah's progress speed was truly not slow. After all, Noah was still young, very young. Alright, you should go back, Noah. After receiving Noah's assurance, the Ancient One directly bid him farewell. You've been here for 3 months now, I think the people at your sanctum must be getting anxious. And don't forget, you still have a banished prince there. Noah nodded. Indeed, he had been out long enough. He wondered how his home base was doing. Wong and Dennis were probably fine. Ms. Hi-Fin and Lily would likely be quite worried about him, as women are generally more thoughtful than men. As for Loki, Noah wasn't worried about him causing any trouble, especially with Wong keeping an eye on him, and Wong certainly didn't trust Loki much. Alright, Master, I'll head back then. Noah quietly stood up, suppressing the urge to stretch and celebrate, and spoke seriously to the Ancient One. Turning around, Noah slowly left the room. To be honest, Noah had been bored in Kamarage for quite some time. If it weren't for having to teach the domain magic to his master, Noah probably wouldn't have been able to stand it. But thinking about the gains from these 3 months in Kamarage, Noah felt it was all quite worth it. Whether it was the ISU's knowledge and magic, or the time stone now hanging around Noah's neck, they could all be considered huge gains, and these things held very important significance for Noah. I've gained the power of time. Next, I need to extract these powers for the system to thoroughly research and integrate, and I also need to learn and use these powers well. Noah planned out his next steps. He hadn't properly researched the space stone before because he hadn't obtained the time stone and thus lacked the power of time. Noah's most powerful magic in his normal state was domain. Of course, spatial magic wasn't bad either, but in terms of power, it might not truly compare to the domain. Moreover, the domain's plasticity and future potential were very high, so Noah naturally knew how to choose. Shaking his head, Noah walked towards the sanctum, and as he entered, he happened to see someone walking out. Victor. Noah was a little surprised. You're back. Yes, Noah. Victor was also full of surprise. It's normal for me to return after being out for so long. But why are you here? Did you come back to see the Sorcerer Supreme? Noah nodded simply, sort of. It's good that you're back, then I'll trouble you with the matter I asked you about before. Of course, don't worry. Victor's expression immediately became more serious. Good, thank you. By the way, where's Tony? Him? He seems to have gone to shoot a movie. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 386, Chapter 386, Loki's Change. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. Tony went to make a movie. Hearing this news, Noah's expression was incredibly strange. Noah really couldn't understand why Tony was so interested in filmmaking. Honestly, Noah didn't think he had any talent in that area. And given Tony's habits, Noah thought he might have better development in Tokyo. Noah wasn't very clear about how their ARC movie segment was doing now, because ever since Noah split off various projects, he hadn't managed them much. A person's energy is limited, and so is a mage's. Noah felt that just looking at the communication aspect was enough for now. However, Noah was somewhat displeased. Why didn't this guy take advantage of this time to really ponder some household items suitable for the magical world? Noah hadn't forgotten the main purpose of bringing Tony in initially. How did it seem like everyone was forgetting it all of a sudden? Oh, by the way. Victor didn't notice Noah's slightly displeased expression. As if remembering something, he continued, before that guy decided to dive into the film industry, he and I researched quite a few small things together, all suitable for mages to use. He called them magic appliances. Magic appliances. Noah was stunned. You mean, we actually researched these things? Yes. Victor nodded. He and I together dealt with that guy named Killian, the one who truly kidnapped Tony's girlfriend in your prophecy. After we resolved him, Tony felt he needed time to spend with his girlfriend. So. Noah rubbed his chin. 2 mages, one of whom was an archmage, dealing with a Killian would be incredibly easy. So, he and I spent 3 months thoroughly researching and producing a batch of brand new items. And by the way, that guy also modified the magic core, making it more powerful in terms of frequency and output. But after finishing, that guy dumped everything on me. He asked me to set up a factory to produce these new things, and then he ran back to accompany his girlfriend and shoot his movie. Alright, so Tony still knew his priorities. Truly worthy of being an apprentice he taught, Noah rubbed his chin, internally remarking that he taught well and that Tony performed well, then he stopped paying much attention to these matters. As for the factory and such, Noah didn't need to worry about it, and perhaps even Victor wouldn't need to worry too much. With so many apprentices in Kamarage, why would they need to do everything themselves? Just a simple instruction, and these apprentices would handle everything beautifully. After chatting with Victor, Noah directly left Kamarage. Through the sanctum's portal, Noah instantly returned to the London sanctum. The moment Noah landed, he saw an owl rushing into his arms, and behind the owl was a skinny orange cat. "Hey, Gugu, why are you chasing Hathaway again?" Noah looked at the little orange cat standing on the ground with an innocent face, feeling a bit speechless. This little guy seemed to have almost forgotten that she was a flirkin, and she especially liked bullying the owl he raised. Noah himself couldn't do anything about this situation. It was fine when he was around, but what about when he wasn't? Fortunately, this little guy probably found it too boring, which is why she tirelessly bothered Hathaway. Noah thought that as long as she didn't actually eat Hathaway, everything would be fine. He patted the cat's head, released Hathaway, and walked into the hall. "Noah, you're back." Ms. Hyphen was leaning on the hall's long chair, drinking afternoon tea and reading a book. The graceful posture of a woman and the unique temperament of a mage were perfectly displayed at this moment. When she saw Noah return, she revealed a warm smile, which made Noah feel an inexplicable comfort. "Yes." Noah nodded and slowly sat next to Ms. Hyphen. "After being busy for so long, I've finally figured out some important matters." "You worked hard, Noah." Ms. Hyphen smiled. She wanted to adjust her sitting posture and pull back her foot that was resting in front of Noah. "To be honest, you should have informed me about the New York incident." "No need for that." Noah looked confidently at Ms. Hyphen. "Don't worry, I'm completely fine. Such small matters are no problem for me at all." "I know you're great, Noah, you've always been great." Ms. Hyphen sighed, "But shouldn't such matters belong to all mages?" "Aye. So, more or less, mages from all over the world have been dispatched. If you belong to the British Ministry of Magic, then Evan and they have already fought on your behalf. If it's Kamarage, then needless to say, just look at my performance." Ms. Hyphen was at a loss for words after Noah's comment. After a long while, she shook her head and simply stopped discussing the matter. She certainly understood Noah's meaning, but Ms. Hyphen was a strong-willed person. She wasn't so willing to always be protected by others. Otherwise, how could she, in her prime, have run out alone to care for an orphanage? Sighing, Ms. Hyphen picked up her book, intending to continue reading. Ms. Hyphen herself enjoyed such a quiet and warm atmosphere. "By the way, Avril, how was the sanctum when I was away?" Unfortunately, Noah was always the kind of presence that spoiled the mood. In such an environment, he actually asked an irrelevant question. Ms. Hyphen glanced at Noah. She had long been used to Noah's ways, so she tilted her head and said directly, "Everything seems normal. The sanctum has Wong and Dennis watching over it, no problems at all. Lily was a bit displeased because you left, but she's working very hard on her studies. As for that alien prince, he seems to have adapted to life here." Noah nodded. As he thought, with Wong and Dennis guarding the sanctum, there were indeed no problems. As for Lily, Noah felt there wasn't much to say. He couldn't help it if she was displeased about him not being able to teach her. However, Loki's situation caught Noah's attention. Would this guy honestly adapt to life here? What is Loki doing now? Noah leaned back, making himself more comfortable. How did he adapt? The library. Ms. Hyphen said without looking up, "Ever since you made him go to the library, I've run in to read after finishing my work in the sanctum. He's like a bookworm now. If there's no surprise, he should be in the library right now. That guy's just hiding in the library reading." Yes, after he finished reading modern history, he seemed to have completely changed. Before, he looked like he was suffering from dementia. Now, he looks like a normal person, a normal earthling, not that overly arrogant guy. So that's how it is. Noah nodded. The book History of Magic, Modern Era didn't contain much, but it encompassed some very interesting things. Among them were the significant changes Noah's appearance brought to the magical world, including contributions like meditation. Setting aside everything else, just meditation alone would probably be enough to shock Loki. Asgard's cultivation system is, to some extent, an amplified expression of Earth's bloodline theory. Whether Asgardians or other ancient races, they don't have to do much. They just need to wait for time to pass until they mature, and their natural power will increase. Then they just need to practice the techniques corresponding to these powers. But for Noah to create a technique or method of self-improvement is truly astonishing. What Noah didn't know was that Loki's reaction was far more exaggerated than he imagined. Loki now truly felt his scalp tingle, because he knew that as long as such methods existed, Earth's magical civilization would inevitably become incredibly terrifying someday. At that time, Earth could completely elevate its civilization to the level of an advanced cosmic civilization with these mages. Although this ability was strictly limited, not all mages mastered it, but Loki felt this was the most logical thing. After all, no civilization lacks rebels. It's best to restrict the flow of these abilities and bestow them upon the most suitable people. If this continues, Earth will probably reach this point in just a few hundred years. To be honest, Loki was now genuinely jealous of Noah. In his opinion, if Noah were a bit older, with a white beard making him look like a kind old man, there would be no problem calling this guy a sage or a great prophet. Moreover, Loki increasingly valued some of the things Noah said, especially those he said to Loki himself. Although Loki had repeatedly thought about these words and felt they were truly reasonable, and it was also because of these words that Loki directly defected in the Battle of New York. However, this doesn't mean Loki fully believed what Noah said. Perhaps in Loki's own psychological understanding, he was merely finding a way out for himself. Furthermore, he was indeed somewhat against and feared Thanos' actions, and he felt that he held this mindset. But now, Loki probably wouldn't dare to think that way, especially after knowing that Noah alone had almost changed a civilization even if it was only in nascent form. But this also proved Noah's extraordinary nature, and consequently, Loki didn't dare to underestimate even Earth's civilization. Noah was completely unaware of these changes in Loki. After spending a good afternoon with Ms. Hi-Fin, Noah also planned to check on the 2 Infinity Stones in his possession. Especially the Space Stone, which had been in his hands for almost half a year now. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 387, Chapter 387, A Journey Through Space. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. In the evening, after parting ways with Ms. Hi-Fin, Noah immediately went to his lab. With all matters finally handled, Noah naturally turned his thoughts to improving his own strength. Although he had unknowingly reached the peak of 7th tier, 9th grade, Noah knew very well that this level of strength wouldn't play a decisive role in the future. To truly make a definitive impact, he needed to be like the Ancient One, occupying a relatively invincible position. Of course, this was only relatively invincible. Noah truly didn't know what lay beyond the Milky Way, nor what gods were truly like. Glancing at the time stone on his chest, Noah shook his head and casually opened a mirror dimension. Compared to the time stone, which he had just acquired and hadn't yet seen a live demonstration of, Noah felt it was better to first thoroughly study the space stone. After all, the space stone was the first one he had encountered. Most importantly, his body also had an inseparable connection with the space stone. One could say that without the space stone, there would be no Carol's mutation, and thus no Noah's current physique. Slowly taking the space stone out of the mirror dimension, a brilliant blue light immediately appeared in Noah's lab. The space stone was still sealed within the tesseract, but even so, the energy it emitted was incredibly powerful. And, just like before, the energy emanating from the tesseract formed an indescribable resonance with Noah's body. Noah looked at the tesseract in his hand, suddenly feeling as if it were a part of his own body. This feeling was very strange, but Noah didn't pay too much attention to it. Noah's magic instantly began to surge. In just a moment, his magic entered the tesseract, and at that instant, the tesseract emitted an even more dazzling light. This is... Suddenly, Noah felt a pull from something. It wasn't his body being pulled, but his soul. It was as if an invisible black hole surrounded Noah, constantly drawing his soul. This feeling was terrible. Noah didn't like it at all. But Noah found that he seemed to have no ability to resist this pull. In just a moment, Noah felt as if he had lost consciousness. After an unknown period, when Noah regained consciousness, he was surprised to find himself no longer in his room. His current location was in boundless expanse of azure, and in the middle of this azure was a dazzling blue sun. What's going on? Noah frowned and looked around, coming to a conclusion that left him speechless. He seemed to have been pulled into the interior of the tesseract by that power. This discovery made Noah feel a bit speechless, as there was no such scene in the original plot. Helpless, Noah tentatively walked towards the blue sun at the core of the tesseract. After all, Noah had no idea what to do now, so he could only try various methods. However, as he walked, he also observed his surroundings. Although Noah wasn't sure what state he was in, he could guess a few things. Noah couldn't use magic now. He had secretly tried it earlier. But Noah's other sensory abilities seemed to be intact, so Noah basically confirmed that he should be in a consciousness state or a soul state. As Noah's consciousness spread and observed, he was surprised to find that the boundless azure flowing like a tide wasn't the glow emitted by the space stone at all. These were purely the overflowing powers from the space stone. Looking at this vast azure, Noah couldn't help but fall silent. The quality of these powers was beyond imagination. Most importantly, Noah also seemed to have discovered that these unimaginably powerful forces were simply the excess powers discharged by the space stone. It is said that any single infinity stone, if the user has enough power, can easily destroy a planet. It seems this statement is not an exaggeration. Noah secretly pondered. Indeed, the terrifying extent of these powers surpassed Noah's comprehension. Perhaps Red Skull, Shield, or Marvel had only extracted a fraction of these discharged powers, but even with that, they had accomplished many unimaginable things. Infinity stones are truly terrifying. Just one has such immense power. It probably can unleash power comparable to a 10th tier entity, right? How terrifying a 10th tier entity was, Noah dared not imagine, just as Noah couldn't know how terrifying his teacher was right now. But one thing Noah knew was that 10th tier was not the end, but rather a starting point, and this universe was not a simple place. While there might not be entities like Galactus and the cosmic entities they represent, it didn't mean there were no terrifying beings in this world. Moreover, each universe could branch into various parallel universes and unique worlds that arose due to special differences. Noah remembered that a certain Thanos from some world would just casually traverse different universes with the Space Stone. As for traversing different worlds, Noah had considered this, but after much thought, Noah found he was simply looking for trouble. Leaving aside that I'm not that powerful in this world, what if I'm unlucky enough to directly go to the main Marvel comic universe? I'd probably just be a grunt, right? I might be a grunt in this world too. Noah was self-aware. However, while Noah was lost in thought, he had already walked to the Space Stone. Looking at the azure glowing gem, Noah felt completely captivated by it. Subconsciously, Noah almost instinctively reached out and touched the gem. But the next moment, Noah somewhat regretted why he was so impulsive, but it was already too late. The moment Noah touched the gem, he experienced the ecstasy of ascension. Just as the Ancient One taught Stephen Strange about the universe, Noah, in that instant, felt as if he was in the entire universe. And Noah's flying speed was even faster than Strange's, and he could explore more places. During this continuous flight, Noah was constantly memorizing everything he saw, constantly familiarizing himself with the forces that were taking him on this flight. Noah didn't know how long he flew. When he felt everything stop, his mind was already crammed with all sorts of information. This was a terrible experience. This experience was indeed exceptionally bad. Even if Noah accidentally saw the whole universe in one trip, it couldn't offset the feeling of motion sickness Noah felt. But Noah didn't have time to fully experience this discomfort, because he was now somewhat dumbfounded. When Noah had just stopped, he suddenly found that these azure forces were continuously pouring into his body. This left Noah confused, as Noah judged that he was currently only a consciousness or soul. Would these forces pouring in like this really be useful? Moreover, Noah simply couldn't forget everything he had seen before. Although Noah wasn't as lucky as Stephen Strange to see a plethora of incredible creatures, Noah did see countless glowing points that emitted power similar to the Space Stone. What are those? Portals? Or something else? Now, Noah was so overwhelmed by these forces that he couldn't move, which made Noah involuntarily recall everything he had seen before. In Noah's memory, he had flown through the entire world, and in this entire world, he had seen countless glowing points similar to the Space Stone's power, but Noah was certain these glowing points were not caused by the Space Stone. This situation left Noah puzzled, and the Space Stone didn't give Noah any time to linger and observe those glowing points. This made Noah feel a bit melancholic. He found his curiosity growing stronger and stronger. He even wondered what lay behind those glowing points. It seems I'll have to take a good look when I have time later. If I remember correctly, there seemed to be quite a few glowing points on Earth too. There weren't many glowing points on Earth, but there were at least 10 or so. Noah carefully memorized these little things. Moreover, Noah had a rather absurd premonition that these glowing points might actually be other parallel universes. Because even though Noah didn't get close to those glowing points, and even when the Space Stone carried him flying, it intentionally or unintentionally avoided these glowing points. However, the auras emanating from those glowing points were different from the aura of the universe Noah was currently in. Could it be that I can truly achieve an infinite flow of power? Noah thought to himself, but just then, Noah felt that the azure forces seemed to stop pouring into his body. And the Space Stone, less than half a meter from Noah, also began to emit strange fluctuations. These fluctuations were long and mysterious, and Noah seemed to feel his heartbeat starting to jump and stop with these fluctuations. What's going on now? Noah really wanted to curse. It seemed this Space Stone had a strong opinion of him, inexplicably pulling him in, then inexplicably dragging him on a trip. But before Noah could say anything, he felt dizzy, just like when he first entered. When Noah regained his vision again, he suddenly found himself back in his lab. And by this time, his lab was filled with people. Whether it was Ms. Hi-Fin, Wong, Dennis, or Loki, and all those little ones who remained in the sanctum. They were all looking at Noah with concern. Noah, are you okay? Ms. Hi-Fin asked with concern when she saw Noah wake up. Me. Noah was a little confused. I'm fine. What happened? What happened? Do you know? 3 days ago, after you entered the lab, the entire sanctum emitted a powerful blue light. Blue light. Wait, did you just say 3 days ago? Yes, 3 days ago. What in the world were you doing? More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 388, Chapter 388, 8th tier. Find 50+ advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. Noah was a bit dazed right now. Anyone who closed their eyes, dreamed, and then woke up to find 3 days had passed would be much the same. However, Noah's adaptability was still good. Recalling his previous situation, Noah realized that it wasn't impossible for him to have truly sleepwalked across the entire world for 3 days. After all, that memory seemed deeply imprinted in Noah's mind, there was no way to forget it. If it were a normal dream, you might forget the contents of the dream when you woke up, or even not remember how you entered it. But Noah's situation was different, he remembered everything clearly. However, what Noah didn't expect was that the energy infusion he remembered seemed to have also happened in the outside world, causing quite a commotion. This made Noah feel a bit curious, were those energies occurring simultaneously? Noah, you seem somewhat, have you advanced again? Just as Noah was about to check his own condition, Wong suddenly said in disbelief, which immediately made Noah even more curious. Noah didn't answer Wong's question immediately, even though Ms. Hi-Fin, Dennis, and Loki all showed incredible expressions. Instead, Noah slowly closed his eyes and began to examine his own situation. In fact, Noah's examination method was very simple and crude, directly asking his system. Now, Noah felt more and more that his system was simply a butler. System, open my panel. Noah silently thought to himself, and soon a panel appeared in his tightly closed eyes. Name, Noah Fenrir Nasario. Mage level, 8th tier, 7th grade, 9th tier, 4th grade. Noah's mouth twitched uncontrollably as he looked at his panel. Why was there a strange name after his own? Noah remembered he used that name to trick Thanos. How did it suddenly become his dragon's name? Noah really didn't want to be a mount. System, can I change my name? The name Nasario is too overbearing, I feel like I can't handle it, Noah tentatively asked internally. No, the name Deathwing Nasario has been spread by Saros and is known throughout the universe, just as Noah Fenrir is remembered by the world. Furthermore, your focus seems a bit off, the system's mechanical voice quickly replied. This answer left Noah speechless. So he really had to bear a mount's name from now on. Shaking his head helplessly, Noah's focus was indeed a bit off, but that didn't mean Noah didn't see it. In fact, Noah was very happy right now. Not only had his dragon strength, which hadn't improved for many years, directly risen to the 4th grade, but his own strength had also directly risen to the 8th tier. 8th tier strength, while not top tier, was still incredibly formidable. Moreover, Noah seemed to feel that his improvement wouldn't stop there. The power infused into Noah when he was in his soul state was considerable, and when Noah left that place, he noticed that the azure power in that space was almost gone. Opening his eyes, Noah looked at the tesseract in his hand, and soon he noticed that the tesseract seemed to have dimmed. Although the core of the cube still emitted a brilliant azure, and the power it contained was still terrifyingly immense, it was clearly not as full as before. Did all that power transfer to me? Noah thought to himself. It seemed there was no other good explanation besides this. But Noah wondered why so much power only boosted him to the 8th tier. Logically, Noah felt that if it didn't push him to the 10th tier, it should at least be the 9th tier, right? If you don't want to be blown up by this power, I'll return it all to you. Just as Noah was extremely puzzled and about to ask the system directly popped up and told Noah. So you really intercepted it, Noah said, somewhat speechless. Are you saying I'd explode if I absorbed it all? Yes, the system said very directly. The amount is too vast. If not controlled, your chance of exploding is as high as 77%. Therefore, I intercepted your energy rather than letting you gamble on the remaining 23%. Gambling on luck was quite mystical for Noah, and he could understand the system's approach. It was just a bit uncomfortable to suddenly lose so much power, but Noah didn't rush to speak, he knew the system would clarify these things. As for the power I intercepted, I will take 10%, 5% as my energy source, and the remaining 5% for integrating the domain's energy. As expected, the system began to explain. As for the remaining 90%, I will dissipate their attributes. 50% will be used to enhance your magic, and 40% will be used to enhance your physical fitness. However, this will not be a one-time process, but a relatively slow one. Noah nodded silently. If that were the case, it was indeed acceptable. The system had previously exploded when first helping Noah simulate the domain, requiring Noah to provide energy to it. Now, with the overflowing power of the space stone, it was indeed an excellent choice. And using the remaining power to slowly enhance Noah himself was also a very good idea. Although it couldn't be achieved overnight, taking it slowly also had many benefits, the most important of which was having enough time for Noah to adapt and master these powers. The drawbacks brought by perfect dragonborn magic had not yet disappeared. All Noah could do was release the dragon's power to the maximum extent. As for micromanagement, Noah didn't even dare to think about it. Of course, Noah didn't think there was a need for micromanagement with dragons. Just opening his mouth and blasting fire when displeased was much more satisfying than any eloquent speech. This state is truly, word is action. If I say your family will be completely wiped out, not a single one will be missing. Noah now understood his current situation, but he was still a little curious, how long would this power injection and enhancement roughly take? Even if it was slow, there had to be a time limit, right? Noah didn't want to wait until trouble arrived and still be a small fry. It will probably take 3 to 4 years to fully absorb it. Of course, if you improve faster, you can accelerate it. 3 to 4 years. Noah nodded. He could afford to wait 3 to 4 years, because if Noah wasn't mistaken, then Dormammu would arrive in 3 to 4 years. Noah already knew how to deal with Dormammu, and the most crucial item was hanging on his chest right now. Perhaps Dormammu will really become a good guy then. His power will become a charging treasure, and with the effect of the time stone, he'll even become a sparring partner. What a good guy. Shaking his head, Noah no longer bothered thinking about these things. Noah was very happy now, no matter what, his strength had taken another big step forward. Looking up, Noah smiled at Ms. Hyphen and the others. His expression immediately made Ms. Hyphen and the others sense something. You really have improved. Loki couldn't help but ask, his face as strange as could be. Yes, according to our Earth's ranking, I am now at the 8th tier level, Noah said proudly, nodding. My goodness, you've actually reached 8th tier. Wong was stunned when he heard Noah's words. Although Noah's magical level had always improved rapidly, Wong and Mordo's speed wasn't slow either. With meditation and the Ancient One's guidance, plus their inherent talent and sufficient effort, their progress was very fast, basically similar to Noah's. For more than 10 years, they had almost been advancing side by side, but this time, Noah had directly pulled ahead of them. It was fortunate that Mordo wasn't in Noah's sanctum, otherwise, who knew how shocked that guy would be. Yes, 8th tier, Noah's smile grew even wider. He naturally guessed what Wong was thinking, which was why he was even more triumphant. Ms. Hyphen, on the other hand, seemed very calm, apparently not surprised by Noah's sudden advancement by a stage. However, the smile on her face showed that she was genuinely happy for Noah, which made Noah feel even more comfortable. You achieved this relying on the Tesseract. Although Loki was also filled with shock, he was relatively calmer. Loki had seen 8th tier strength before, his mother was also an 8th tier mage. He was very interested in Noah's sudden advancement to 8th tier, because he knew his own situation, and he also hoped to gain sufficiently powerful strength. Leaving aside other things, Loki still had some longing for the throne of Asgard. Through his last conversation with Noah, he suddenly realized that his own strength might be a bit too weak. And now there was a very important reason. Loki knew very well that he had offended a terrifying individual. As for who this individual was, there was no need to say more. Thanos was truly not an easy person to deal with. Having offended him, Loki had to think of a way. And the most effective method was to improve his own strength. As long as his strength was strong enough, Loki wouldn't have to worry so much. Noah had no idea Loki was thinking so many things, but he nodded very directly. That's right, I improved by relying on the power of the Tesseract. Is that so? Then, can I? Loki showed a perfectly self-satisfied smile, looking at Noah expectantly. Regarding that question, I think you shouldn't overthink it. Noah shook his head. You probably haven't figured out what the Tesseract really is, have you? What do you mean? The meaning is simple, the Tesseract is no ordinary thing, because it contains an infinity stone. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 389, Chapter 389, The Casket of Ancient Winters. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patrayon.com/RioRaRyu. What the Infinity Stones are, probably no one present, except for Loki, Wong, and Noah himself, really knows. This includes Ms. Hyphen, because the Infinity Stones are not something just anyone can know about. Although it's not exactly a secret throughout the universe, the key is whether you have the qualification and strength to know these things. People or forces with insufficient strength gain nothing from knowing these, and if they acquire an Infinity Stone, it definitely won't bring anything good. Honestly, if it weren't for Earth being protected by the Ancient One and Allfather Odin, just the Time Stone alone could have attracted unimaginable disaster. You mean, there's an Infinity Stone hidden inside? Loki asked with a somewhat grim expression. Yes, Noah nodded. Otherwise, why do you think that person would send you to Earth specifically to take it? Noah's words instantly made Loki freeze. He now understood why Thanos sent him. Loki wasn't stupid, he had been suspicious before, but at the time, he thought Thanos was just using him to invade Earth and incidentally take away this cube containing special energy. But now, thinking back, the situation was probably different. Loki wasn't stupid. After Noah's explanation, he basically understood what was going on. He was now increasingly worried about his own situation. If he couldn't beat Noah, he really wanted to strangle him. Infinity Stone. What's that? Ms. Hyphen looked confused. She genuinely didn't know what it was. The Infinity Stones were forged from the essence of 6 singularities before the Big Bang. As for who did it, probably very few people can answer, because only a genius would know what happened before the Big Bang. Noah spread his hands, indicating he didn't know either. Indeed, even if you asked Odin this question, he probably couldn't give a correct answer. Perhaps all they could think of was that these 6 Infinity Stones formed naturally, or were forged by an unimaginably powerful being. 6 Infinity Stones. Ms. Hyphen hadn't expected such terrifying things to exist in this world. Noah, is the Tesseract one of them? Yes, Noah nodded. Infinity Stones correspond to 6 different powers, and each stone contains almost infinite energy. Anyone who obtains one can easily destroy a planet. As he spoke, a golden glow emanated from Noah's hand, but this time, the magic Noah used carried a faint azure hue, clearly influenced by the space stone. However, Noah didn't pay attention. While explaining, he used magic to explore the Tesseract. The Tesseract is the space stone, one of the 6 Infinity Stones. It corresponds to the rules of space, which is why Loki could easily open spatial teleportation channels. The theoretical range of this teleportation is infinite. If you truly master the space stone, you can reach any corner of this universe in an instant. And even. Noah didn't want to say what came next, as it was all his own speculation. If that truly happened, it would be interesting. Noah felt it was better to try it later when his strength was sufficient, or after he finished his current tasks. Noah's current strength was genuinely not weak, and 8th tier strength could truly be said to be one step away from the limit. However, this step was still far off, and Noah himself wasn't in such a hurry. He still had unfinished business. As Noah's magic permeated faster and faster, the glow emanating from the Tesseract in his hand became brighter and brighter. Ms. Hyphen originally wanted to ask other questions, but when she saw this scene, she immediately knew it was best for her to remain silent. Clearly, Noah was doing something unimaginable. As the magic fluctuations in Noah's hand became more intense, a powerful burst of energy finally erupted. A ripple emanated from Noah's hand, and almost everyone swept by this azure ripple felt a slight dizziness, but fortunately, there were no other abnormalities. Alright, this is an Infinity Stone. Noah lightly shook the Tesseract in his hand. The azure gem, which had remained at the center of the Tesseract, detached with Noah's gentle shake and was then suspended in midair by Noah's spatial magic, floating gently onto Noah's cupped right palm. Damn it, it really is an Infinity Stone. Seeing this, even Loki, foolish as he might be, understood what was happening. He was now 100% convinced that if he ran outside Asgard's jurisdiction, he would definitely be hunted to death by Thanos, because he realized he had probably messed up Thanos' plans far more than he thought. This is the space stone among the Infinity Stones. Noah held the gem, his heart rippling slightly. Now do you understand why you couldn't extract its power to help yourselves? The power of the Infinity Stones truly couldn't be easily absorbed by other living beings. Because their sheer magnitude was too terrifying. To put it crudely, there's no problem using these powers, but if you try to absorb them, you're likely to face severe consequences. This is why individuals like Carol are so terrifying. She was just an ordinary mortal before, but then she became a starburst-level powerhouse. Though she never did it, it doesn't mean she couldn't. Then what's your situation? Although Loki understood Noah's meaning, he still held on to some hope. Why can you absorb these powers? Although your physical quality is excellent, it's about the same as ours. If you can, then I'm different from you. Noah shook his head, then intentionally turned to look at Wong. Remember 1995, the first time we saw the Tesseract? So that's it. Wong nodded knowingly. That time you collected a lot of energy, and after returning to Kamarage, you seemed to have an accident. After that, your physical fitness became incomprehensibly strong. So, it was because of the universe, the Infinity Stone. Noah had only told the Ancient One about this matter at the time. He hadn't explained anything to others. And while Wong and Mordo were curious, since the Ancient One didn't say anything, they naturally didn't ask further. They simply assumed that Noah had been lazy before, and then felt he couldn't keep up the pretense and simply stopped pretending. You very early on, but that's impossible, you. Loki's expression became even more incredulous. To be precise, I was assimilated. Noah spread his hands. He himself couldn't quite explain his situation, or Carol's situation. Because Noah's situation was Carol's situation, after thinking for a long time, Noah felt that the word assimilation was more suitable. Besides, I wasn't absorbing the power within the space stone, but the power that was overflowing from it. Noah sighed. Otherwise, why do you think this cube that protected and hid it would become so dim and be so easily destroyed by me? Damn it, all that easily absorbable power was cleaned up by you. So, don't think about this method for now. Besides, why are you suddenly so interested in improving yourself? Aren't your kind of race supposed to gradually become stronger with time? Noah glanced at Loki. He was indeed very curious about what Loki was thinking. Logically speaking, who wouldn't be happy with his situation? He had enough lifespan to squander without much effort, and he could become very strong just by slowly enduring the years. Moreover, Loki's talent was genuinely not bad. Even though this guy was a descendant of frost giants, Odin completely treated him as his son, so his status was high enough. In such a situation, does this guy still need to work hard? Damn it, don't tell me you don't know my situation. Loki's face flushed red, and he angrily roared at Noah. Your situation? Noah scratched his ear, and with a slight shift in thought, he understood. Then he looked at Loki with disdain. You're really timid. Honestly, as long as you don't run around with your father Allfather Odin's deterrent power, you're absolutely safe. Humph, what do you know? Loki was a little embarrassed that Noah had guessed some of his thoughts. I'm not afraid of that, I'm the Prince of Asgard. I'm not a weak mage like you. Prince? Competitiveness. Noah tilted his head, the gem in his hand now fully clasped. You're not still thinking about the throne of Asgard, are you? Is it that strange? I said I'm the Prince of Asgard. It's not strange for me to have such thoughts. Didn't I also tell you? Asgard doesn't need a mage as their king, but a warrior who can lead the charge, a warrior who can stabilize morale. Noah really didn't think highly of Loki, but Noah was too lazy to persuade him anymore. As for Loki wanting to improve his strength, Noah actually approved of it. Although Loki had always been responsible for comedic relief, it didn't mean he wasn't capable. And a powerful Asgard definitely aligned more with Noah's ideas. However, how Loki would improve became a headache for Noah. Honestly, the best way to improve would be to teach Loki meditation, but Noah wasn't a generous person. Noah was genuinely unwilling to give his core ability to this guy. After thinking for a long time, Noah suddenly remembered something. Tilting his head, Noah looked at Loki. First, forget about the Infinity Stones. Secondly, although meditation is suitable for you, I'm not going to give it to you, at least not now. You. Loki looked at Noah unhappily, but this didn't surprise him. But I do have some other ideas. What ideas? Is the Casket of Ancient Winters still in your possession? More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 390, Chapter 390, sounds like Thor struck lightning. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. The Casket of Ancient Winters is a treasure of the frost giants, possessing powerful ice magic, said to be able to freeze a planet in an instant. This artifact was stolen by Odin during a fierce battle with the frost giants and was kept in Asgard's treasure vault for a long time. Noah remembered that in the first Thor movie, Loki stole this treasure. Given his personality, even if he were caught multiple times, he wouldn't obediently return it. Noah suddenly thought of this item while considering Loki's possibilities, and the more Noah thought about it, the more he felt that this item seemed truly perfect for Loki. Aside from anything else, as a descendant of frost giants, the Casket of Ancient Winters could be said to be tailor-made for him. Moreover, Noah felt that Loki, possessing the Casket of Ancient Winters, would be like a second Thor. Although there were some clear differences from Thor, as a second-generation god, he also had something relatively inherent to him, and the Casket of Ancient Winters was precisely that. You have an idea about the Casket of Ancient Winters? However, what Noah didn't expect was that Loki immediately showed a wary expression upon hearing Noah mention the Casket of Ancient Winters. I advise you to abandon that thought. I won't give it to you, and I don't think you can control the power within it. Loki wasn't looking down on Noah, he was just stating a fact, and of course, he was also sufficiently curious and cautious. He didn't know where Noah got this information, but he still had to be wary, because once these mages became interested in something, their behavior wasn't much better than that of lunatics. The Casket of Ancient Winters is different from the sealed and hidden Infinity Stones. Infinity Stones are truly masterless treasures. Anyone who finds the correct method can effectively use their energy. In comparison, the Casket of Ancient Winters has a certain entry threshold. One must possess the bloodline of a frost giant to use its power. If an ordinary person rashly tries to use the Casket of Ancient Winters, the ultimate consequence will be being frozen by its powerful force. Even if that person is a mage, they might not be able to withstand the power within it. The Casket of Ancient Winters is truly not weak. Noah certainly knew what Loki was thinking, which made him a little speechless. In Noah's own memory, he didn't seem to have ever shown any greed, right? Besides, greed is the nature of mages. What does that have to do with Noah? Don't worry, I'm not interested in your casket of ancient winters. I just had some other ideas. If it's with you, that's best. If not, then forget I said anything. Noah shrugged indifferently, explaining himself, while Loki looked at Noah seriously, and after a long while, seemed to choose to trust him. Loki lightly spun his hands in front of him, and then a square casket emitting a faint blue light appeared before everyone's eyes. The moment the casket of ancient winters appeared, everyone felt the temperature begin to drop, and Loki, who controlled the casket of ancient winters floating in front of him, completely changed. His body turned light blue, and his eyes emitted an eerie red glow. You're truly ugly. Wong, in a moment of haste, couldn't help but blurt out what was on his mind. Instantly, everyone seemed to see a character appear on Loki's pale blue forehead. As Loki once again swiped his hands, the casket of ancient winters vanished, and the sudden drop in temperature felt like a momentary illusion. I have to say, you look more comfortable this way. Noah nodded. Loki's appearance had now returned to its previous state. The whole body turned blue with red eyes was really not very attractive. Just as Wong said, that monstrous look was indeed ugly enough, but Noah held back from directly complaining. You should have felt the power of the casket of ancient winters, Loki asked with a dark face. He now somewhat regretted why he had taken it out. I felt it, Noah nodded. He indeed felt the power of the casket of ancient winters. Perhaps the energy contained within the casket of ancient winters was far less than the almost infinite energy in the Tesseract, and not as pure as that azure power. However, the energy inside the casket of ancient winters was more violent, more suitable for use as a weapon. Of course, it could also be used as pure energy, as long as one was confident in perfectly controlling this violent frosty power. Very powerful, but how much power can you unleash from it? Raising his head, Noah looked at Loki. He guessed that this item should be Loki's last trump card, but Noah could clearly feel that Loki couldn't perfectly control the casket of ancient winters. Setting aside everything else, just the fact that taking it out made him reveal his true form didn't look like he had control over it. But then again, in the original plot, Loki only used the casket of ancient winters once, and the fleeting appearance of the casket of ancient winters was almost imperceptible, and it didn't completely kill Heimdall. Besides Loki possibly not wanting to kill Heimdall, a large possibility was that he simply couldn't truly unleash the real power of this treasure. I remember he never used this thing again after that. Could it be that he felt he couldn't master it, so he was too lazy to use it again? Or did this idiot simply forget about it? Noah tilted his head, secretly thinking, while Loki still had a dark face and was too lazy to bother with Noah's questions. Loki didn't want to answer such embarrassing questions, as he could only think of humiliation, especially with so many lower-level mages watching. Forget it, if you don't want to say, so be it. Noah wasn't too concerned about Loki's attitude, but rather spoke to himself. Before, I was wondering how to improve your abilities. Now I think that was a foolish question. Why don't you try to completely control the power of the casket of ancient winters? Loki was stunned. He had never thought about this question. In his impression, the casket of ancient winters was just a powerful treasure, and those who met the requirements could use its power. How much power could be unleashed depended on one's own strength and whether they met the casket of ancient winters requirements. He had always thought he couldn't unleash the casket of ancient winters power because he wasn't a true frost giant. Having grown up in Asgard and based his magic on Asgardian spells, he didn't meet the casket of ancient winters requirements, and Loki himself didn't truly recognize himself as a descendant of frost giants. But he overlooked that no matter whether he acknowledged this identity or not, his bloodline was absolutely correct and without issue. Moreover, the casket of ancient winters' greatest strength lies in the energy it contains. For mages, any energy can be used, whether absorbed into one's body to become magic, or made into a weapon. You mean, let me use the power of the casket of ancient winters? Loki frowned. He had never thought about this before. It was entirely due to habitual thinking. After Noah, as a complete outsider, brought it up, he began to consider the possibilities, but soon Loki shook his head again. The energy contained in the casket of ancient winters is too violent and cannot be controlled by me. And I don't dare to absorb such dangerous things into my body like you, although I may not get injured, but you're worried your father's magic will be undone. Noah tilted his head, effectively revealing Loki's last secret. Loki is a descendant of frost giants, and his original form is naturally that of a frost giant. His current appearance was transformed by Odin using magic. Loki's worries were not unfounded. He only slightly released the casket of ancient winters power, and he immediately transformed. If he completely absorbed this thing into his body, who knows if he would still look like this afterward. He genuinely believed himself to be the Prince of Asgard, not a descendant of frost giants. Since you know, then you don't need to say more. Loki looked at Noah seriously. I am the Prince of Asgard. I don't acknowledge any other identity. Moreover, even if I wasn't a prince, I'd still be Loki of Asgard. Idiot. Noah rolled his eyes. This guy was truly incredibly stupid. Shaking his head helplessly, Noah said. Do you still remember how I dealt with the Chitauri? Of course I remember, you're the idiot. Loki glared at Noah, clearly displeased, but quickly his expression became serious. You mean, that dragon-like form? You want me to differentiate between two forms? This is the most helpless choice, Noah admitted directly, and why don't you use your supposedly smart brain? Since I can turn a person into two forms, and the magic is right there, why can't you merge the two forms into one you desire? Merge two forms into one. Noah's words were like Thor striking lightning on Loki's head, leaving Loki stunned. Yes, this damned mage could conjure a form out of thin air, so why couldn't he, based on Noah's magic, merge two forms together and choose a form he desired? It must be said that this idea was somewhat terrifying and incredibly insane. But precisely this stimulated the arrogant Loki. Why could an earth mage do something that he, an Asgardian mage, couldn't? And if he had this magic, what if he completely transformed into a frost giant while extracting from the casket of ancient winters? Couldn't he just change back? At this moment, Loki's heart became exceptionally agitated, completely unaware that he was no longer thinking about infinity stones or meditation. His mind was entirely focused on how to use the casket of ancient winters, and how to reverse engineer Noah's magic. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals one bonus chapter. Chapter 391, Chapter 391, Guiding Principles. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. Loki had been completely swayed by Noah. This was something Ms. Hai-Fin, Wong, and Dennis agreed on in their hearts. After Loki's cordial conversation with Noah, he completely forgot about the meditation that had once amazed him the most. Now, his mind was entirely consumed by the casket of ancient winters and that dragonborn magic. Ms. Hai-Fin and the others had truly never seen Noah's ability to mislead people be so potent. Previously, they had only heard Constantine mention such things, for example, how Constantine himself had been led astray by Noah. Now they had witnessed it firsthand, and they felt their understanding of Noah was truly lacking. Noah, however, was unaware of how his actions were perceived by Ms. Hai-Fin. Otherwise, he would have surely debated vigorously. Was his approach misleading people? Please, he merely offered Loki some good advice, and Loki, being receptive, took his advice. Where was the talk of misleading? Though Loki no longer thought about meditation, he was also very adept at utilizing resources. In the following days, whenever he had a problem, he would seek out Noah, completely disregarding whether Noah was busy with his own affairs. His thick skin could rival Tony's, who was currently making movies. Sometimes, Loki was even more excessive than Tony. For instance, he would dare to interrupt Noah while he was enjoying afternoon tea with Miss Hai-Fin, or he would appear when Noah was keeping his agreement to call Hermione. This situation was incredibly annoying for Noah. He even punished Loki under the guise of observing his magical level, but Loki remained unrepentant. Eventually, Noah truly couldn't stand this guy. Once, during a phone call with Hermione, he forcefully dragged Loki out with his phone still connected. Are you an idiot? Why do you come to me for everything? If this continues, do you believe I'll just throw you back to Asgard? Then do it. Do you believe I won't be back shortly after you send me? Don't treat me like a fool, I'm very clear about my current situation. Loki's nonchalant attitude made Noah feel helpless. This guy was probably so reckless because he saw everything so clearly, right? Noah thought that if Loki applied this cleverness to magic, he might be on par with his own magical level. Speak, what trouble have you encountered this time? Noah rubbed his temples helplessly, said sorry to Hermione, who was still on the phone, and hung up. If you're just pure mischief, I promise that for a long time, your parents won't even recognize you when they come to Earth. Mortals rely on appearance for identification. Loki scoffed, but his smile froze when he noticed Noah's dangerous gaze. I've encountered some problems. Every time I channel the power of the casket of ancient winters, it becomes uncontrollable. Uncontrollable when channeling power. Noah stroked his chin. Wasn't that expected, logically speaking? Loki, as a descendant of frost giants, it wasn't surprising for him to lose control when exposed to the casket's power. If he could perfectly control it, why would he bother with the reverse dragonborn magic? Is that all? Noah's expression turned grim. What I mean is, this uncontrollability happens after I channel the power into my body, causing a very severe clash with my physical form, Loki quickly explained. While demonstrating, seeing the situation was amiss. Summoning the casket of ancient winters, Loki immediately began to shift towards his frost giant form. As he channeled the frost power and injected it into his body instantly seemed to distort. Noah didn't stand idly by upon noticing this state. His first action was to use a spatial confinement to completely fix Loki in place and maintain that state. If only I had the force. With a force choke, even time would be locked. Noah muttered softly, then immediately let his mental power enter Loki's body. His speed had to be quick, as Loki's distorted face seemed to tell Noah he was nearing his limit. Fortunately, Noah's investigation wasn't too difficult, he found Loki's problem in just a short time. Releasing the confinement, Loki immediately channeled the power out of his body, and he himself propped himself up with his hands on the ground, panting continuously. He looked truly exhausted. I understand your situation, Noah stroked his chin. It's not very serious, but you can't channel it internally for now. You can only learn to control and adapt to it externally. Why? Loki asked, still panting. King Odin's seal is very strong. It will have a strong repulsive force against external powers, especially those that are inducive to you. So, you can only take it slow. When you can go back, explain the situation to King Odin and have this seal removed. Is that so? It seems I'll have to study your magic diligently for now. Indeed, you should study it well, but not too thoroughly. Mastering power isn't something that can be achieved in a day or two. You need long-term exposure and practice, understanding its characteristics, learning the various features of this energy, and gradually increasing the amount of energy you can control until you completely master this type of energy. Is that so? Noah nodded, then casually cast a healing spell on Loki. Loki immediately felt much better. Although he was still panting, he could stand up. So you mean, I should extract a small amount of energy from the casket of ancient winters, not ingest it, and practice and familiarize myself with it externally, then gradually increase the amount of this energy until I can completely master the casket of ancient winters. Yes, with such a small amount of energy for training, you'll also have enough free time to learn and modify my magic. And remember this, Loki, when your understanding of this energy reaches a sufficient height, you yourself will become the casket of ancient winters. Playing with illusions is good, but you are Loki, not Uchiha Madara. Noah even thought that Loki's illusions probably couldn't compare to Sasuke's, who, despite not being skilled in illusions, almost took down Danzo. So, since there's an opportunity to transform into a frost mage, there's no reason to hesitate. It's better than having insufficient magic and being instantly killed in close combat later. After giving Loki some new advice, Noah left directly. Of course, this time he also quietly did some small things. For example, Noah took advantage of Loki channeling out frost power to have the system collect some overflowing energy. While these powers were certainly not as strong as the Infinity Stones, that didn't mean they had no research value, did it? For instance, Noah still had a trace of the Mind Stone's power, which had once influenced Loki, stored in the system space. These powers differed in intensity, quality, attributes, and effects, but their research value was the same in the eyes of a mage. The only difference was their practical utility. Loki's quite lucky. Nagini will be back soon, and he'll be able to get even more data, Noah thought to himself as he walked towards his room. Nagini had been gone for several years, and her mission had gone very well. Of course, the main reason was that Noah, under the gaze of the whole world, had directly transformed into a giant dragon and incinerated the entire alien invasion force with a single breath. Noah had become a prominent figure in the ordinary world. Unfortunately, no one knew who Noah truly was, and those who did know dared not reveal his information for various reasons. However, Noah's situation in the magical world was different. His information was already widely known in the magical world, and this event pushed him to an even higher peak. With Noah leading the charge, and the power displayed by dragonborn magic, many in the magical world immediately became interested in this magic, developing a strong yearning for a magic far surpassing Animagus. The blood-cursed beast humans also living in the magical world naturally learned this information, which reminded them of Nagini. Nagini's mission didn't start very smoothly, as most blood-cursed beast humans had already lost hope due to their current lives. Nagini's appearance brought them some glimmer of hope, but not all blood-cursed beast humans were willing to believe her, so not many joined her, even when she mentioned Noah's name. Noah's fame was primarily in the orthodox magical world. These people living at the lowest levels of the magical world had only heard of Noah and nothing else, they might not even know where they heard his name. But now it was different. With the outbreak of the Battle of New York and Noah's intervention, overwhelming news allowed even those living at the bottom to access this information and know who Noah truly was. As a result, many blood-cursed beast humans began to regret not agreeing to Nagini. Later, after trying every possible way to find out Nagini's whereabouts, they immediately went to find Nagini and expressed their willingness to join. This made Nagini's mission smoother and more complete. It was basically done now. The sparring partners are basically gathered. The rest is to wait for them to go to Kamarage. Someone will be needed to help collect data then, Noah thought as he walked, stroking his chin. Also, Nagini needs a good rest. She's been on the road for so many years, she must be nearing her limit, right? Oh, right, maybe I should also say hello to Dumbledore. Perhaps these blood-cursed beast humans need a place to settle down. Thinking this, Noah directly pushed open his door. To his surprise, Hermione, Ms. Hyphen, and Lily were all inside. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 392, Future Minister of Magic and Sorcerer Supreme. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. Hermione, Lily. What are you doing here? Noah looked at the 3 women in his room, momentarily bewildered, before finally asking in a slightly strange tone. Don't you have work, Hermione? And you, Lily, if Severus comes looking for trouble with me again, I'm done with you. Hermione's standing in the British wizarding world was growing higher and higher. Although she privately participated in the Battle of New York, this incident did not have any negative impact on her. In fact, her position became even more secure. Especially recently, Dumbledore had entrusted more matters to her, while he himself returned to Hogwarts to retire. It could be said that Hermione was firmly set to be the next British Minister of Magic. It was precisely because of this that Noah found it strange for this woman to be at his place. Her workload was truly beyond what ordinary people could handle. As for Lily, this girl was practically a repeat offender. This March or April, she had her 18th birthday and was officially an adult, but this had not changed her personality. She was very adaptable and loved living in Noah's sanctum. This made Professor Snape very unhappy. The professor, who still served as the head of Slytherin, even came to Noah to settle accounts. This left Noah feeling depressed. You, a doting father, can't manage your own daughter, so why are you coming to me to complain? Of course, Noah, respectful of his teacher, truly dared not do anything to Snape. He could only assure Snape that he would find a solution, then turn around and reprimand Lily. A mentor doesn't need any reason to reprimand an apprentice, and Noah also began to consciously maintain some distance from Lily. This girl was already an adult. Senior, it's Monday today. Senior Hermione happened to be at Hogwarts today, so we came over together, Lily explained softly, holding Hermione's hand, while Hermione smiled and nodded. Hermione was at Hogwarts earlier. Noah tilted his head. He had just been on the phone with Hermione, if it wasn't for that damn troublemaker Loki. It seemed Hermione was at Hogwarts earlier, otherwise she wouldn't have told him on the phone that she had a surprise for him. Was this the surprise? Well, let's just say it was a surprise, though he wondered what Dumbledore would think. All right, Noah, Hermione came to see you, you should be happy, Ms. Hyphen interrupted Noah, who was about to say more. You two chat here, I'll prepare some refreshments for you. Lily, come help me. Okay, ma'am. Lily wasn't thrilled to go, but she wouldn't disobey Ms. Hyphen's wishes. There was a generally accepted saying in the London sanctum, you might not listen to Noah, and he might not care too much. But if you defied this lady's wishes, Noah would definitely not be pleased. Even the most arrogant Loki had to grudgingly accept this, and he actually understood Noah quite well. Fortunately, Ms. Hyphen was always the most approachable one in the sanctum, so nothing ever went awry. Soon, Lily and Ms. Hyphen left together, leaving only Hermione and Noah in Noah's room. If this situation had occurred before, Noah wouldn't have seen any problem, but ever since Noah, in what he suspected was a momentary lapse of judgment, said something he shouldn't have at the last banquet, he felt such alone time was somewhat awkward. You seem very nervous, Noah. Hermione seemed much more at ease than Noah. It's been a long time since I've seen you nervous. Let me think, the last time was probably in the room of requirement. Nervous? I think you're mistaken, Noah absolutely wouldn't admit such a thing. It just feels a little strange, everything else is fine. Is that so? Hermione smiled. Then why are you still standing there? This is your room. Noah tilted his head. He felt his current performance was indeed pathetic. In his previous life, he wasn't a veteran, but he was a competent driver, so why was he holding back now? Shaking his head, Noah smiled and sat directly beside Hermione. So, is it okay for you to just show up like this? Noah observed the seemingly calm girl before him. He suddenly noticed that beneath her calm facade, she didn't seem so calm after all. Of course, Hermione smoothed her long hair. I greeted Professor Dumbledore, and he fully agreed that the Ministry of Magic and the Sanctum should maintain close ties, so I came over. Dumbledore, that shrewd man, handled things very smoothly and subtly. He probably noticed some slight changes between Noah and Hermione, which is why he gave them a green light all the way. As for how he figured it out, Noah was quite frustrated, because he felt his lips were sealed tight. How's the Ministry of Magic doing lately? When Dumbledore was mentioned, Noah naturally wanted to know about the current situation of the Ministry of Magic. Everything's fine, Hermione seemed to get into the flow. Your several roommates have all taken up head of department positions. Harry has also become the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Ron has been transferred to head the department for the regulation and control of magical creatures. Basically, everyone from our year is doing well. Oh, by the way, do you still remember Draco? Draco. Noah thought for a moment and quickly recalled the little snake who used to be terrified of him. This guy had a father who was very good at running away and a beautiful wife. His whole family seemed to have escaped the disaster of Voldemort thanks to his father's strong will to survive. After that, he apparently joined the Mage Alliance and went to Kamarage. What about him? He's doing very well now, he's even become the head of the Department of Mysteries. Wow, that guy's doing pretty good. Yes, actually, looking back now, I feel that the whole Voldemort incident was really a farce. Hermione had also relaxed, and Noah noticed that her jumping train of thought seemed incredibly strong. One moment she was talking about Draco, the next she was recalling Voldemort. However, there did seem to be some connection between the two, it was just that the Malfoy family defected. But honestly, the whole Voldemort affair was indeed a very interesting farce back then. One could only say that the British disposition was just like that, always thinking they were the best, when in reality, the gap between them and the so-called best was truly not insignificant. Noah also couldn't stand this bad habit back then. If Professor Dumbledore hadn't come to power and changed the entire magical world's atmosphere, who knew if Noah would still be willing to stay here? Although the establishment of the Secret Garden had taken many years, these talents could certainly be moved to other magical communities, especially after Noah became a guardian. It really was a farce. The York Magical Association didn't even cast a glance back then, probably disdaining to act foolishly with these ministries of magic, right? And the ministries of magic worldwide probably all have to thank you. If you hadn't convinced the Sorcerer Supreme, the magical world worldwide would probably just be a dispensable organization in the eyes of truly high-tier mages. Hermione's words came from the heart. If Noah hadn't proposed creating a Kamarage University, the Ministry of Magic would likely be nothing more than it is now in the eyes of large magical organizations. The Ministry of Magic's inability to control those large magical organizations was a universally acknowledged but unspoken truth. The disparity between the two sides was simply too immense. The Ministry of Magic itself dared not interfere, and those powerful magical organizations naturally wouldn't pay any attention to these ministries of magic. One can imagine how far the Ministry of Magic would have fallen without the mages who went to Kamartage for retreat. No need to thank me. Speaking of which, Harry has already taken up the position of head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, so you should have resigned. It seems our Minister of Magic will soon be called Ms. Granger. Noah didn't want to dwell on this topic. While these achievements were certainly something Noah could be proud of, talking about them too much wasn't ideal. Moreover, Noah's ultimate goal in doing so much was simply to prepare for the future. Although as Noah's strength grew, some of his previous arrangements seemed less effective. But since they were made, they would have some use. As for cannon fodder, forget it, Noah couldn't do something so heartless. But simply supporting from the sidelines with fury, cheering, and giving 666 was also a contribution, wasn't it? It should be soon, Hermione tilted her head. Although there will be a vote, the internal votes and support are all for me, so it's basically a certainty. Unless something unexpected happens, it should be next March, around your birthday. That would truly be the best birthday present, Noah smiled. It wasn't long until 2013, so Hermione's inauguration was basically on schedule. We've been talking about my affairs for so long, what? About you, Noah. Hermione suddenly leaned closer to Noah, her face very close to his. I know, the Sorcerer Supreme has already handed over some decision-making power of Kamartage to you. So, when will your inauguration ceremony likely be? Mine. Noah didn't pull away. Although Noah was a little unaccustomed to such proximity, he quite enjoyed it. However, Noah knew very well what the Sorcerer Supreme's inauguration represented. Noah could only hope that the Ancient One could quickly grasp the domain and avoid some terrible things. In that case, the future would definitely be more stable, at least Noah wouldn't have to worry about so many inexplicable things. I don't know, probably in a few more years. Is that so? Then, should I congratulate you in advance, future Sorcerer Supreme? No one can say for sure about the future, but I can congratulate you in advance, future British Minister of Magic. Thank you, Noah. More bonus chapters. Every 300 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 393, Chapter 393, the system task 20 years later. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. Noah and Hermione's time alone wasn't long, but they both quite enjoyed this kind of interaction. They weren't children anymore, and their status in the magical world was quite high. So, for them, simple, calm chats were much better than constant displays of affection. After Ms. Highfin and Lily returned, the group called Wong and Dennis to enjoy an afternoon tea. Afterward, Hermione left Noah's sanctuary. She had been out for a long time and it was time to handle her own affairs. She wasn't as carefree as Noah, who delegated everything and only made decisions. She's a good girl, Noah, Ms. Hyphen sighed, watching Hermione's departing figure. She's all right, but who knows what the future holds, Noah shrugged, clearly reluctant to discuss such matters. As he said, no one knew what the future held. Even though they seemed to be in their mid-30s and entering middle age, they were mages. Look at Dumbledore, he was over 130, his vitality still going strong. He could even maintain his middle-aged appearance if he wished, but he preferred to look older. Noah and Hermione, of course, were even more so. As an 8th-tier mage with incredibly improved physical fitness, Noah would barely change for hundreds or even thousands of years, even if he did nothing. While Hermione was not as powerful, as a 6th-tier mage, living for over 100 years was no problem, and she was still so young. Ms. Hyphen was aware of these circumstances, so she merely sighed and said no more. Christmas was approaching. Unknowingly, the turbulent year of 2012 was drawing to a close. To be honest, this year had a significant impact on Noah. In this year, Noah not only gained the Ancient One's approval, virtually confirming him as the next Sorcerer Supreme, but he also incidentally revealed the entire magical world to ordinary people. However, there were still troublesome matters, like Bruce Banner from another parallel universe. His appearance forced Noah to accept a task from the Ancient One. But now, Noah didn't really care much about it. Time travel offered many options. Noah could definitely try to reach a sufficient power level in the past. Although this divine conversion thing is dangerous for me, it's not as dangerous as it is for my teacher. And I have the system to help build a domain, so my difficulty should be much lower than everyone else's, right? Thinking of a domain, Noah felt he should speed up its development. Although Noah's body could withstand divine conversion, he didn't want to be covered in injuries. Moreover, a domain offered too much of a boost for a mage like Noah. Noah was now very much looking forward to what a complete domain would be like, especially after acquiring 2 gems. System, how's your simulation of the 4-element domain coming along? More time is needed for simulation. The fusion and repulsion between the 4 elements are very unique, and the types are extremely numerous. Continuous exploration is required. The system's voice remained cold and mechanical, and Noah hadn't forgotten how long the system said this would take to complete. However, impatience was human nature, and Noah was already dissatisfied with the nascent form of his domain. Having reached the 8th tier, he now possessed the ability to spontaneously learn the rudimentary form of a domain the 9th tier allowed for free release. So he felt that his domain abilities should also improve. Not a complete domain, but at least something better than this nascent form, something that could unleash more power, didn't seem like too much to ask, did it? And since Noah had 2 gems, he felt that his domain should incorporate other elements that he would inevitably master. I mean, can you activate a better domain for me? Yes, a relatively better domain can be activated for you. The system quickly answered Noah's question, which was one of the system's characteristics, it either could or couldn't. This answer greatly satisfied Noah. He hadn't used the rudimentary domain in combat many times, only in the system space and when facing Juno. However, Noah's adaptability to the domain was very high. Perhaps it was also related to the fact that his current domain was only rudimentary. Noah could activate it himself not long after reaching the 8th tier. This was why he wanted a better domain. Noah never neglected improving his combat power. By the way, you intercepted my previous power. Can you extract some more from the time stone to integrate into the domain? No, the quality difference between the 2 powers is too great. Hearing the system's words, Noah nodded. The diffused power naturally couldn't compare to the power released by the gem itself. Fortunately, Noah had prepared for this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have deliberately shattered the cosmic cube last time to take out the gem inside, although his actions had a bit of showing off and deliberate intent. Casually opening a mirror dimension, Noah quickly pulled out a blue gem. Since he was going to extract pure gem energy, Noah naturally started with the power he was more familiar with. Noah had been in contact with space power for nearly 20 years. Even if it wasn't the terrifyingly extreme power within the space stone, at least in terms of attributes, it was similar. As the space stone landed in Noah's hand, at the same time, Noah's surging magic also began to activate. The light emanating from the space stone made Noah's surroundings appear somewhat distorted. For a moment, he looked a bit like an avatar. However, Noah himself wasn't aware of this. The 8th tier magic was operating frantically, and soon Noah felt a strange and dangerous power enter his body. Is this the power of the space stone? Noah thought to himself. Although this power was dangerous, Noah felt that it wouldn't harm him. This power had a mysterious connection with Noah's body, just as Noah had accidentally entered the cosmic cube recently. This situation made Noah feel very at ease. After less than a minute of extraction, Noah immediately stopped. Because the quantity of these powers was not only immense, but their quality also left Noah speechless. His 8th tier magic seemed insignificant in the face of such power. To use a popular saying, a firefly's light cannot compare to the brightness of the moon. Unknowingly, I've become a firefly. Noah shook his head. System, gather these powers and give me an analysis report. Understood. The system acted quickly. After answering Noah's request, Noah soon felt the power he had just extracted being absorbed by an even more mysterious force. Noah suddenly felt his body lighten, and a strange feeling of being drained and lacking nourishment appeared in his mind. This left Noah speechless and puzzled. How could merely extracting energy cause such a feeling? Not long after, the system's analysis appeared in Noah's mind. Noah immediately focused his attention on the report, and he was utterly stunned. He knew the power of the space stone was strong, but he didn't expect it to be this strong. Report, high-dimensional energy detected. Report, energy attribute is spatial structure, can be used as various energy sources regardless of attribute. Report, this energy is of excessively high quality. Evaluated as extremely dangerous. Please use with caution. Report, the explosive power of this energy is extremely high, with a ratio of 1 to 100 compared to the host's energy. The report contained a lot of information. Looking at each piece of information, Noah felt his head might explode. What left him most speechless was the fourth piece of information. The ratio of these powers to Noah's energy was actually 1 to 100. Did that mean Noah's strength was not even considered a mere foot soldier in front of this infinity stone? Well, this information was a bit too cruel. Noah now understood for the first time why the Ancient One, despite her immense power, still used the Time Stone. It seemed these infinity stones were truly too powerful. Otherwise, how could 6 of them together directly destroy half the universe? Carol Danvers, this woman, participated in the final battle 10 years from now. It's unclear what her strength reached, but Thanos directly blasted her into a shooting star with the Power Stone. It shows Thanos is strong, but the Infinity Stones are even stronger. Noah sighed, but soon his face lit up with joy. What if the Infinity Stones were strong? He now held 2 Infinity Stones in his hand. Although Noah didn't think he could defeat Thanos after all, gems were inanimate objects without intelligence, but people had it. But with 2 gems in hand, plus Noah's series of plans, if everything went smoothly, Thanos probably wouldn't be able to snap his fingers in this lifetime. And even if things didn't go so smoothly, hadn't Noah made other preparations? Just as Noah was feeling a bit smug, his system stopped reporting, and then a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. This voice made Noah freeze for a moment, then reveal an expression of disbelief. The voice made Noah wonder if he had misheard, but when he closed his eyes and looked at the system panel, he found that it was all true. His system, after 20 years, had actually issued him a task for the second time. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 394, Chapter 394, You're not a fake Thor, are you? Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. Task, the power of the Infinity Stones. Task description, the Infinity Stones were forged from the essences of 6 singularities before the Big Bang. They are almost the most powerful treasures in the universe. Gathering all 6 Infinity Stones can have a huge impact or change the entire universe. Of course, it is too difficult for you to gather all 6 Infinity Stones with your current strength, but you can still collect the power of the Infinity Stones. Whether for your own beautiful future or for the beautiful future of this world, you must do something. Task objective, collect the power from the 6 Infinity Stones, no matter where they are or by what means. Task reward, unknown. Task failure penalty, none. Looking at the familiar task panel, Noah's mouth twitched. An almost identical scene to 20 years ago reappeared, except this time the task seemed much more difficult than the last time he had to find something like the Spear of Longinus. However, Noah didn't ask too many questions. Aside from whether his system would answer such questions, just the fact that the system never issued a task with a failure penalty made Noah feel he didn't need to ask. I feel like this system, besides when it first appeared and seemed overly Chinibu, its other performances have been pretty good, right? Did I come out and say those embarrassing things just to get your attention and to make you fit the mage profession? Embarrassing. Noah stroked his chin. That phrase, the strongest mage system is willing to serve you, certainly felt extremely embarrassing now. But he had to admit, at the time, Noah really fell for that, and back then, Noah thought his system would be some chatty type of thing. But now, it seemed his system was more of the, it will never proactively seek you out unless you seek it out yourself, and, even if you seek it out, it might not even pay attention to you type. It was incredibly aloof, completely lacking the goofy demeanor it had when it first lured him into the ranks of mages. Shaking his head, Noah couldn't be bothered to dwell on these random thoughts. He now focused all his attention on this task. The last time, Noah benefited by jumping directly from the first tier to the third. This time, the danger level was higher, and the items to collect were even more terrifying. Noah wondered what benefits he would gain this time. Why don't you clearly state the task reward? Seriously, Noah asked, feeling a bit speechless. Because this is a temporary task. Do you want me to make these tasks mandatory, where you get obliterated if you fail? The system remained cold. Forget it, I don't think you can do something like mutually assured destruction, and I don't want to die either. Understood, then stop wasting time. Noah rolled his eyes, no longer bothering to think about this task. To be honest, it wasn't simple, because out of the 6 gems, only one was relatively difficult for Noah to obtain, the others were manageable. The Time Stone and Space Stone were already in Noah's hands. While the Mind Stone wasn't, Loki's scepter had Noah's magic signal on it, making it incredibly easy to find. As for the Reality Stone, if there were no surprises, it would likely appear in London soon, and Noah would just need to go there. For the Power Stone, Noah had a plan, he'd just drag Thor along to find Star-Lord Quill. Noah wasn't Quill's father, so he wasn't worried about being inexplicably eliminated by him. The only difficult one was probably the Soul Stone. This one had to be taken from Vormir, requiring the sacrifice of a beloved soul. Noah absolutely couldn't do this, he wouldn't kill someone he loved for a gem. Even Thanos had to choose revenge and tearfully eliminate Gamora, and Thanos' strength should be 10th tier. If even he had to obey, what else could I do? However, the system's task objective also provided some hints. The system didn't seem to care about where these gems were from, or what means Noah used to obtain them. This hint gave Noah a lot of room to maneuver. He now felt that the task the Ancient One had him accept was indeed very necessary. What happens in other parallel universes has nothing to do with me. When the time comes, I'll help them fight Thanos, or if I'm strong enough, I'll just solve Thanos for them. With these thoughts clear, Noah's subsequent time became much simpler. The task couldn't be completed immediately, and there was no time limit, so Noah could take his time. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry to reclaim the Mind Stone. He chose to slowly study the powers of the Space Stone and the Time Stone. Indeed, after celebrating Christmas, a traditional holiday for ordinary people, Noah didn't rest. He directly extracted the power of the Time Stone as well. He didn't extract much, as he wasn't very familiar with this power. However, to Noah's surprise, the Time Stone's power didn't seem to repel Noah much, nor was it as compatible as the Space Stone. This surprised Noah, as there seemed to be a slight mutual repulsion and neutralizing effect between the gems. For instance, the Mind Stone could cancel out the Space Stone's power to close wormholes, and Tony's new element power, essentially conceived by Howard from the Tesseract, contained some of the Space Stone's power, which is why Tony wasn't controlled by Loki in the original story. However, since this was Noah's situation, it was naturally a good thing. So, during this period, besides teaching Lily regularly, casually strolling with Ms. Hi-Fin, and keeping in touch with Hermione, Noah dedicated all his time to researching the power of the gems. Noah's system was also very efficient. Perhaps with enough energy support, its computational and deduction abilities grew stronger and stronger. It was rumored that it had already simply integrated the powers of time and space into the domain. But you still can't use it. Your strength is still too weak to control such a domain. Perhaps when you become stronger, you can try. Don't worry, though I'm greedy, I'm not a fool. Things will happen one step at a time, and I haven't even acquired the power of light yet. Speaking of the power of light, Noah started to get a headache again. It was arguably the only power not within Noah's plan. He had already gathered the powers of time and space, and he had obtained the power of darkness a long time ago and could even continuously acquire it. He was also very proficient with the 4 elemental powers. Only the power of light left Noah completely stumped. If I couldn't beat those angels and their boss, I'd seriously want to tear open heaven. Unable to find a solution, Noah ultimately decided to take things one step at a time. If he truly couldn't find a way, Noah might as well abandon the Dark Dragon clone, or actually venture into the cosmos to find the exact location of heaven. To be honest, Noah had seen the angel remains stored as specimens in a certain Ministry of Magic laboratory in London. However, these had already been processed and were pure energy bodies, not living beings, so Noah had to give up on them. Time passed slowly. In the wizarding world, the new year seemed to bring no significant changes. Perhaps the only change was that Nagini, leading a large group of blood-cursed beastmen, was heading towards Kamarage. Their journey even made the local Ministry of Magic somewhat nervous. Fortunately, Noah's influence was sufficient. After Nagini mentioned Noah's name, these Ministry of Magic officials contacted Noah. Upon learning that everything was indeed arranged by Noah, they not only granted passage but also escorted Nagini and her group all the way to the border. Mages were curious why Noah was gathering these blood-cursed beastmen, but Noah's current status made it difficult to guess his intentions. So, other mages merely observed, while secretly pondering their future attitudes towards these blood-cursed beastmen. Noah didn't dwell on what these mages were thinking. Of course, their questions were valid. Once the Kamarage mages finished their training, the blood-cursed beastmen would no longer be blood-cursed beastmen, they would then be a new magical race called druids. Days passed like this, and suddenly one day, Noah felt a power, both familiar and utterly alien, erupting in London. This power immediately caught Noah's attention, and soon after it erupted, Noah felt another power from above. The London sky had been relatively clear before, but with the appearance of this power, the sky instantly darkened, and a more distinct energy fluctuation came from overhead. What's going on? Noah led the mages out of the sanctuary. Ms. Hyphen looked up at the gathering dark clouds and asked, somewhat puzzled. Noah shrugged, just about to say something, when a seven-colored beam of light directly pierced through the clouds and shot down in front of them. As the light dissipated, a figure appeared. I was just about to say this guy was probably coming, Noah shrugged, explaining with a smile, then waved to Thor, hey, what brings you here? Coming to see Loki. Hi. Hello, mages. Thor wasn't in a good mood, he managed to smile back at the mages from the sanctuary, then glanced at Loki before turning to Noah with a serious expression, Noah, I need your help. Noah had already known what was happening after feeling the two power surges. What surprised Noah was that Thor seemed to completely ignore Loki this time. What happened to brother over everything else? How could a woman change your mind? You're not a fake Thor, are you? More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals one bonus chapter. Chapter 395, Chapter 395, An Old Friend. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. As Noah wondered if Thor was some kind of fake, Loki himself was a bit bewildered. He had no idea what chaotic thoughts were going through Noah's mind, he was just curious why Thor appeared this way. Honestly, shouldn't a normal Thor arriving on Earth typically use more conventional methods? Like taking a car or walking to the door, ringing a doorbell, something like that. But now, just brazenly showing up using the Bifrost clearly indicated he was in a hurry. This suddenly made Loki feel very amused. What could make his foolish brother so anxious? What happened? Noah tilted his head, asking knowingly. Jane, the woman you know, I can't find her, Thor immediately stated his purpose. As soon as Thor finished speaking, Loki rolled his eyes. He'd thought something big had happened, that Thor rushing over so suddenly for help meant he'd encountered some troublesome opponent. To Loki's dismay, this guy was unsettled simply because of a woman. Was there any hint of the demeanor an Asgardian prince should possess? Ah, your girlfriend. Maybe she went out for something. Wong rubbed his head. He knew Thor, so he didn't mind saying something, and Wong didn't think this was a big deal. Alright, Wong. Noah immediately cut off Wong. Thor now looked increasingly troubled. Thor, even Heimdall. Can't find her. Yes, Thor nodded at once. He could see her before, but then she just disappeared. Both Ms. Hyphen and Wong knew who Heimdall was, let alone Loki, who was from Asgard. Therefore, their conversation made Ms. Hyphen and the others realize something was amiss. Had Thor's little girlfriend simply vanished without a trace? Noah ignored the others' thoughts and directly asked, where was the last place you saw Jane? In your country, England, if I remember correctly. Thor severely lacked common knowledge about Earth, so being able to name the country meant he'd done some homework beforehand. He couldn't help it, his girlfriend had disappeared here, and Noah's sanctum was also in this place. However, his answer nearly made Ms. Hyphen and Wong roll their eyes. England is so big, couldn't he at least give a specific location? Were they expected to search all of England? Should they be grateful Thor didn't just say the UK, or would they have to search Scotland and Ireland too? Fortunately, Heimdall had provided the detailed location. In fact, even if Thor hadn't said anything and Noah had to search blindly, he could still have found her. Because Noah already knew the exact location. If he couldn't sense such strong energy fluctuations, Noah felt he'd truly be useless. Alright, I know where she is. Loki, you come with us. It's almost been a year since you've been here. After we deal with this, you should go home and check in. Noah had no intention of wasting more time here. After making arrangements, he prepared to leave. Ms. Hyphen was a bit worried, but seeing Noah's nonchalant expression and Wong and Dennis's, it's no big deal, looks, she immediately calmed down. I'm going too. Fine, I'd actually like to see what's going on. Loki didn't seem too concerned about it, but if one looked closely, they could tell he was quite pleased. It settled then. Let's go. Noah nodded to Ms. Hyphen and casually opened a glowing portal. Even before, Noah had already sensed that strange power, and with Thor's explanation, he had completely pinpointed the location. Moreover, Noah was now finding that his spatial magic had improved significantly in various aspects. Whether it was casting speed or magic consumption, everything felt increasingly effortless and comfortable for Noah. Noah even had a feeling that if he directly used the gem as a medium, he could go to any corner of this universe he desired. Noah didn't know if this feeling was a misconception, but he knew that his current abilities might be some special effects and benefits brought by the space stone. This made Noah very satisfied and also made him anticipate the benefits from the time stone. Noah had already extracted the time stone's power through the system and had tried to research it himself. However, perhaps it was Noah's first time interacting with such power, leading to his less-than-stellar performance, even when using the time stone itself. But Noah wasn't in a hurry, he could take his time, couldn't he? Stepping out of the teleportation portal with Thor and Loki, Noah found himself in an abandoned factory. There were long-unused factory buildings everywhere, and some old cars that had been parked for who knew how long. None of that was particularly remarkable. What was more eye-catching were some shipping containers stacked like building blocks, and even a truck flipped on its side, floating off the ground. This place really is. Noah looked at the scene, only sighing in relief that it wasn't in the city center, otherwise who knew what kind of chaos such a supernatural event would cause. But what Noah hadn't expected was that shortly after he arrived, he sensed several magical auras also lingering there. Ministry of Magic people. Noah tilted his head. Come out, if you're already here. Guardian Phoenix. As Noah's words fell, a few young men in black robes with a very British style soon emerged from the shadows. Leading them was a pale-faced man with light blonde short hair. Seeing this man, Noah himself was startled, because this guy was an old acquaintance of Noah's. Draco. Yes, it's an honor you still remember me, Guardian Phoenix. Of course I remember you, you're a lucky guy, and you have a beautiful wife. Noah silently snickered to himself. Of course, even without those specific conditions, Noah would still remember him. After all, they were classmates, and he'd even been on an adventure with Noah once, albeit playing a minor role. After that, he joined the Mage Alliance and even got into Kamarage. It's been a while since we last met, the last time was in Kamarage. I hear you've become the head of the Department of Mysteries, congratulations. Thank you, Guardian Noah. Just call me Noah. The past is the past. Your admission to Kamarage proves you're not an idiot or a megalomaniac. We're still classmates, after all. Draco could only give a wry smile at being interrupted by Noah like this, but mostly he felt pleased. Noah's current status was vastly different from his days in the academy. One could say that however arrogant Draco was in front of Noah back then, he was now just as humble. Fortunately, Noah didn't dwell on the past, and Draco had indeed changed. Whether due to family reasons or personal ones, he was no longer that tsundere kid obsessed with pureblood supremacy. He was a rational and very astute head of the Department of Mysteries. Alright, enough about that. Your Department of Mysteries came here because you discovered something, right? Yes, Guardian Noah. Noah, about 10 minutes ago, we sensed unusual magical fluctuations. Acting Minister Granger suggested we investigate, and we happened to encounter you here. Noah nodded. He had also sensed abnormal energy about 10 minutes ago. It seemed the Ministry of Magic's defenses were better than he'd imagined. He glanced back at Thor, and had to admit the guy had indeed changed a lot. Although he was now visibly anxious, he hadn't interrupted Noah and Draco's conversation. This was a sign of maturity. In the past, he probably would have gone berserk by now. Perhaps after learning for so long, he was no longer the hot-headed, impulsive battle maniac he once was. He also knew that the more anxious he was, the more likely he was to make mistakes. Calmly searching for anomalies and figuring out what was happening here was the correct way to handle the problem. Besides, there were two mages conversing here, interrupting their discussion now would clearly not be a good idea. Who knew if his rashness would cause these mages to miss the key to resolving this issue? Just then, a familiar figure emerged from the dilapidated factory building, looking around anxiously, phone in hand, constantly dialing. This person's appearance immediately caught the attention of Noah and the others, and Thor was the first to recognize who this woman was. Darcy. Darcy was Jane Foster's assistant. Although Jane hadn't been found, meeting Jane's assistant might provide some answers. Thor quickly ran over, and Darcy was also surprised to see Thor. But when she saw Noah and the others, she was completely stunned. Noah, you know this woman. Draco noticed the way the woman named Darcy looked at Noah. It was filled with respect and fear, and something else. Yes, Noah nodded directly. I met her in America a few years ago, but back then, magic wasn't public, so I silenced her. Oh, and I also gave Thor a good scolding then, which she happened to witness. Gave Thor a good scolding. Loki, standing beside Noah, immediately showed some interest. Glancing at Thor, who was currently gathering information from the woman, Loki began to consider how to coax some details about that encounter out of Noah. However, just then, Thor had separated from the woman and was walking back towards Noah and the others, looking disappointed. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 396, Chapter 396, Anomalous Power. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. Seeing Thor's expression, Noah and the others knew there was no need to ask anything. Clearly, Darcy couldn't help. According to her, one moment they were together, but the next, a strange space appeared, and then Jane was gone. A frustrated Thor could only return to ask if Noah and the others had any way to find Jane. It's not that hard to find her. Perhaps we can try another method, like a simple tracking spell. As the head of the Department of Mysteries, Draco had a good grasp of such things. Noah was happy to let his old friend show off. If Noah really wanted to find her, it wouldn't be a difficult task. With 2 Infinity Stones in his possession, he could easily unravel everything before him, as the abandoned factory they were in was filled with the power of the Reality Stone. The best way to deal with these powers was to use the power of another Infinity Stone, or as in the original story, wait for the energy to dissipate and for Jane to emerge on her own. Of course, Noah didn't think Thor was the type to patiently wait. Seeing how anxious he was, like a monkey, Noah understood. Draco, I'll leave this to you. Noah nodded to Draco, indicating for him to perform well. Draco didn't stand on ceremony and immediately began discussing with Thor. Noah didn't actually know the tracking spell. It wasn't because it was difficult, but because Noah simply wasn't interested in it. However, Noah understood the spell's principle. Simply put, it involved using some special items belonging to the person, preferably something from their body, like blood or hair. Then, through the spell, these items would create a special resonance with the person, thereby revealing their whereabouts. Noah wasn't very interested in this type of magic, but every spell has its uses, like now. I say, is this spell reliable? While Draco, Thor, and Darcy were discussing and searching for items Jane might have left behind like stray hairs, Loki sidled up to Noah and quietly asked. Seeing Loki's expression, Noah knew that this guy probably had serious doubts about the spell's effectiveness. Why would you think it's unreliable? Noah retorted. There are many types of magic on Earth. Just like I've mastered many everyday spells, is that strange? I feel like your understanding and use of magic have a peculiar deviation, Loki shrugged indifferently. Isn't the essence of magic meant for combat? That's a problem with your understanding of magic. Noah smiled indifferently. There are many ways to understand magic, combat is just one. I think magic is essentially a tool. Whether it helps us in combat or makes our lives more comfortable, it's just a form of application, nothing extraordinary. The use and understanding of magic are inherently subjective, and no one can truly explain it definitively. But Noah always felt that while the true essence of magic was hard to define, making one's life more convenient was paramount, both in combat and in daily life. As Noah and Loki chatted, Darcy quickly found some items related to Jane, some hair from a comb. Soon, Draco, donning gloves and taking the hair, began to cast a special spell. The strands of hair transformed directly into a wisp of green smoke, and then this smoke, as if conscious, began to move forward into the building. Seeing this, Noah stopped chatting with Loki and followed Thor and Draco, who were ahead, inside. This wisp of green smoke dissipated directly after floating into an abandoned warehouse, but the area was empty. Standing there, one could see almost every corner of the warehouse, and Jane Foster was nowhere in sight. What's going on? Thor looked at Draco in confusion. Seeing Draco also looking puzzled, he turned directly to Noah. There's a spatial overlap here. Upon reaching this spot, Noah immediately sensed distinctly different energy fluctuations. This fluctuation was somewhat subtle, anyone else probably wouldn't have been able to sense it at all. But unfortunately for them, Noah was not only a Kamarage wizard but also the wielder of the Space Stone, so he immediately noticed the difference here. Without needing Thor to say anything more, Noah slightly raised his hand, and a faint golden light began to shine. In the blink of an eye, a circular glowing portal appeared before Noah. Thor immediately ran over. Through the glow, he instantly saw Jane Foster lying inside. Jane. I'm coming to save you. Looking at Jane Foster lying there, and the strange energy continuously merging into her body, Thor could no longer control himself. Seeing this, Noah didn't hesitate, he immediately cast a binding spell that halted Thor mid-run. Honestly, Noah could have just pulled him back directly, as Noah's body was long past being ordinary. But with Thor looking like he was about to lose his mind, Noah was truly worried he might be dragged along. That would be too embarrassing and would directly destroy Noah's long-established image of being mysterious and powerful. Are you an idiot? In her current state, you going in would be suicide. Noah didn't wait for Thor to question him, he immediately preempted him. Do you want me to deliver your corpse to King Odin? I wish this embarrassing fellow would just die. Truly a brainless brute. As soon as Noah's words fell, Loki muttered softly. However, his soft voice still reached the ears of everyone present. Thor was left speechless by Noah and Loki's combined remarks, especially when he noticed the strange look the mage named Draco, who had helped him find Jane, was giving him. This made Thor feel even more embarrassed. Fortunately, Noah and the others didn't say much more. Especially after Noah thoroughly observed the device that had been sealing the reality stone for so long, he immediately used the power of the space stone to release Jane Foster. Honestly, the way these infinity stones kept popping up on Earth gave Noah a feeling of, is someone playing a grand game of chess? As a member of the mystic arts, it was hard for Noah not to think this way. If it were true, then it would be terrifying. However, after much thought, Noah felt it was unlikely. Could it be that there was really some Heaven's Gate in this world, allowing one to leave this universe and enter the author's universe? If that were truly possible, Noah felt he wouldn't care about any runes or whatnot. He'd just go straight to Stan Lee, make him draw himself as the strongest in the universe, and effortlessly eliminate the one above all. If he doesn't agree, I'll just control him. Wait, if I open this door and go through, will this old man still be alive? And what if it's not this old man? Noah's mind was full of audacious thoughts. When he snapped back to reality, he found Jane had already woken up in Thor's arms. When the woman saw herself lying in Thor's arms, she thought she was dreaming and said many inexplicable things, making Noah and the others standing by feel very awkward. Even more awkward was that Thor seemed to have spontaneously developed a unique ability. He completely ignored the presence of Noah and the others, maintaining the pose of a prince who had just kissed his princess awake, continuously uttering nauseatingly sweet words. I say, can you two behave yourselves? Unable to bear it any longer, Noah could only helplessly speak up, reminding these two lost-in-the-moment individuals that he and the others were still in this accursed warehouse. Indeed, after Noah spoke, Jane finally realized she wasn't dreaming. She turned her head and saw her assistant, the mage she had once met and seen scolding both herself and Thor, and some others who seemed to be with this mage. Honestly, this mage gave Jane a very peculiar feeling. To be precise, this mage hadn't left Jane with a very good impression. Even though he was indeed tall and handsome, with a distinct British charm, his manner of speaking and doing things made Jane particularly uncomfortable. He has no gentlemanly conduct whatsoever. This was Jane's sole assessment of Noah, especially after Noah had silenced her, making her unable to speak a word about him. Standing up and tidying her clothes, Jane finally regained her normal composure and inquired about the current situation. What happened? Why are you suddenly here? Please, London is my territory. You disappeared here, and Thor had no choice but to come to me for help. Otherwise, do you think I'd bother with you? Wait, disappeared. Jane was completely confused about what had happened. She only remembered being pulled in by some force, then arriving in a strange place, then seeing a strange thing, and then opening her eyes to find herself here, seeing these people. In her mind, all of this happened in a very short time. Perhaps everything she saw just now was just a dream she had while unconscious. Thor specifically came, not to mention bringing so many mages to help find her. What else did you think? Noah rolled his eyes, then said with an expression like he was looking at an idiot, I remember saying years ago that I don't have wings, nor do I glow with holy light. I'm not your guardian angel. What makes you think you're so special that I'd come rescue you? If you weren't Thor's girlfriend, I wouldn't have bothered with you. Noah, Thor seemed to realize that his friend wasn't getting along with his girlfriend, which made Thor feel incredibly awkward. All right, I won't say anything more, Noah shrugged. And Thor, I suggest you take her back to Asgard. Back to Asgard? Why? Haven't you noticed an unusual power in her body? More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals one bonus chapter. Chapter 397, Chapter 397, The Ether. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. An unusual energy. Thor immediately began to meticulously examine Jane after hearing Noah's words. Even Draco, his subordinates, and Loki started observing Jane. However, after a long look, they didn't seem to find anything particularly abnormal. While there was a vague feeling, it wasn't very obvious. One could only say that the power of the Infinity Stones was indeed not easily detected, especially when completely hidden. Just look at the Time Stone and Space Stone. Besides Earthlings truly not knowing about them, it was also due to their excellent concealment. Is it very dangerous? Thor looked for a long time before giving up, realizing he couldn't discern anything. However, Thor didn't forget that a large amount of mysterious energy had entered Jane's body in that strange space earlier. If it's not removed soon, it will indeed pose a threat to Jane's life, Noah shrugged, thinking for a moment before explaining. The reality stone in its ether state was relatively easier to control, but it was still something a normal human couldn't bear. Even if Jane didn't use the ether for anything, merely some spontaneous protective reactions would place an enormous burden on her body. Every burst of energy from the ether was squeezing her already limited vitality. Jane Foster continuously examined herself, but no matter how she looked, she found nothing wrong with her body. She didn't trust Noah like Thor did, especially given Noah's previous hostile attitude towards her. She even suspected that he was deliberately trying to scare her. "I don't feel anything wrong." "Is that so?" Noah wouldn't waste words on this woman. Since she didn't believe him, he'd simply present the facts. Moreover, for someone who possessed an infinity stone, it was much simpler and easier to draw out the power of the ether than for anyone else. As a brilliant blue light shimmered on Noah's hand, he gently brushed it over Jane Foster's arm. Immediately, a dark red energy mass appeared on Jane's otherwise normal arm, reflecting the energy in Noah's palm. This is... Thor was momentarily stunned, as were Draco and his subordinates. They hadn't expected Noah to actually uncover such a strange power. As for Loki, although somewhat dazed, he was clearly thinking more deeply. Unlike Thor, he wasn't unaware of Noah's situation. He clearly knew that Noah held an infinity stone, actually two. And now, the power within his brother's girlfriend's body resonated with Noah's power. Did that mean the power within this woman was also the power of a gem? Damn it. After a long moment, Thor suddenly cursed, his face as black as a pot. He could feel how incredibly powerful this energy was. It was definitely not something Jane could endure. Thor could easily imagine that if this continued long-term, it would definitely kill Jane. This was unacceptable to Thor. He now understood why Noah had told him to take Jane directly to Asgard. To be honest, the solution was actually very simple: remove the ether from Jane's body. The key was how to extract it. If the method was incorrect, it could easily stimulate the ether to react excessively. Noah wasn't afraid of the slight impact released by an uncontrolled ether. The crucial point was that if the ether drew too much life force, it would directly kill Jane, which wouldn't be good. So, for now, returning to Asgard was indeed the best option. Setting aside everything else, Odin could definitely resolve this incident with great ease. Thor, understanding this, immediately grabbed Jane's hand, ready to leave, but he hadn't expected Jane to have no intention of obeying. "Hey! I'm not going to any Asgard. The phenomena happening here are incredibly amazing, and I need to figure out what's going on." "But your body." "Don't talk about my body. I'm fine." "Jane, all right. This situation is due to the 9 realms converging, causing strange phenomena on Earth in certain places, such as spatial overlaps, energy turbulence, and gravity anomalies. There's nothing to study here, because your technology simply can't grasp it." Thor was exasperated with Jane. If Jane were Loki, Thor might have already lost his temper and forcefully taken her away. But now, Thor had to patiently explain things to her. Noah shook his head helplessly at this comical scene. "By the way, Draco, thank you very much for your assistance." Noah, not bothering with Thor and Jane's situation, turned to Draco and his group and said softly. "No problem, Noah. Actually, we didn't do anything, and it's our duty to respond when such things happen," Draco said humbly, smiling and indicating he hadn't done much. "By the way, what exactly is going on?" "You know I'll have to write a report for Acting Minister Granger when I get back." "This time, huh?" Noah rubbed his head. "Just say it's a very serious mysterious event. Tell Hermione that I'm involved, so she doesn't need to worry." Draco nodded, indicating he understood. To be honest, matters involving Noah largely fell outside the Ministry of Magic's jurisdiction. Since Noah was so agreeable and took responsibility for this incident, Draco was naturally happy to have an easier time. Although Draco was also very curious about the situation, years of experience had taught him to control his curiosity well. Some things he wasn't meant to know, so he naturally wouldn't ask too many questions. He had largely understood the vastness of the magical world 20 years ago, and the recent emergence of alien forces only further reinforced how vast this world truly was. Therefore, being able to continue steadily was the best thing for Draco, especially since he now had a happy family. He certainly didn't want to get involved in a bunch of inexplicable affairs. Just as Noah finished speaking with Draco, Thor also finished explaining things to Jane. To be honest, Jane wasn't an easy woman to persuade. Simply put, she was a very opinionated woman who generally did what she wanted and disliked others interfering with or making decisions for her. Thor also had a very strong personality, so being able to calmly explain things to Jane showed that he truly loved her. To be frank, if Thor was busy every day and they weren't always together, their relationship could be maintained, but if they were always together, it seems their breakup was inevitable. Noah shook his head. He suddenly had a thought: distance makes the heart grow fonder, was the truth. But Noah quickly dismissed this thought, because no matter the distance, personality was definitely something that needed serious consideration. Two strong personalities together would probably lead to nothing but tragedy. One could say that personality determined their future path. "Do you know what's wrong with me?" Just as Noah was lost in thought, Loki's voice quietly appeared in Noah's ear. Noah noticed that the voice was imbued with magic, clearly meaning Loki intended to only ask him. Thinking about it, Noah felt that this wasn't something unspeakable, even telling Thor wouldn't be a problem. However, since Thor hadn't asked, Noah was too lazy to tell him directly. If there's no accident, it should be an infinity stone. Another infinity stone. Are you Earthlings joking? You have one, and now another one pops up. Loki's whispered question sounded somewhat rushed and incredulous, but his reaction was understandable. Noah shook his head, not explaining much. Explaining more would probably shock the guy even further. Hey, Noah, could it be that? No, don't worry. Noah directly shook his head. He knew what Loki meant. The guy was truly a bit like a burnt child dreading fire after being bitten by a snake once. But this time, it really had nothing to do with Thanos. One could only say that this thing was just placed on Earth in the first place. Alright, let's not talk about that. You should prepare to contact Heimdall and have him lower the Bifrost. Why me? Don't you know how silly that looks? Loki's voice was clearly annoyed this time. It had to be said that summoning the Bifrost wasn't a very comfortable experience. Setting aside the loud commotion of the Bifrost, just running to an open space and shouting like an idiot at the sky, "Grant me strength, Heimdall." It looked ridiculous. However, Noah ignored Loki's thoughts. He walked directly to Thor's side and told Loki to prepare. Loki was very displeased. First, his brother annoyed him, and then Noah, who was guarding him. This made Loki feel that they were all jerks. I say, are you two done? Convinced. Jane is still very reasonable. When Noah approached Thor and asked, Thor showed a slight confident smile. However, Noah noticed that Jane Foster didn't seem that happy. Noah shook his head, not bothering to interfere with their relationship. All Noah cared about was the reality stone. To be honest, to deal with the reality stone, he first had to get past Odin. Noah wasn't very sure how Odin viewed the current and future troubles caused by the reality stone. However, Noah, who had already made plans, truly didn't intend to send this thing to some collector, because the gem ultimately fell into Thanos' hands anyway. It seems I have to think of a good way. I absolutely cannot let such unlucky things happen. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals one bonus chapter. Chapter 398, Chapter 398, The Dark Elves Are Back. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. The reality stone, well, for now, it seemed better to call it the ether. The trouble it caused was indeed significant. To be honest, when watching the movie before, Noah considered this a tragedy, but now, Noah truly didn't dare to look at it that way. Who knew if this was a training session prepared by Odin? Because later in Avengers Endgame, Thor went back in time to warn his mother, and Frigga seemed to understand these matters, not letting him speak. Of course, it was also possible that this was simply a sudden event. Because no matter how you looked at it, Asgard was too strong enough that no one would cause them trouble unless they were brain dead. But unfortunately, they happened to encounter a bunch of brain-dead individuals. That's right, in Noah's eyes, the so-called Dark Elves were purely a bunch of brain-dead individuals. Noah remembered that the main item in the Thor, the Dark World plot was the ether, and the sole enemies were the Dark Elves. Their leader, Malekith, was an absolute idiot. He single-mindedly wanted to use the ether's power, taking advantage of the convergence of the 9 realms, to transform the 9 realms into a dark domain. In such an environment, the Dark Elves would become the sole rulers, as most of the existing life forms in the 9 realms could not survive in such an environment. Honestly, if Odin truly didn't know what was going on, then if Malekith, after obtaining the ether, simply found a planet to transform, there probably wouldn't have been any subsequent trouble. Odin generally wouldn't interfere with domains not involving the 9 realms. And not messing around on Earth wouldn't attract the attention of the Avengers or the mages of this world, nor would it bring out hidden powerhouses like the Ancient One. So, throughout, it was Malekith acting like an idiot and seeking his own demise. It had to be said that this guy had little ability but too much ambition, because he actually tried to transform all 9 realms into a dark world in one go. He didn't even consider whether the 2 or 3 remaining Dark Elves could control such a large area. Of course, having ambition isn't necessarily a bad thing. Preparing enough territory in advance, so that when the Dark Elves develop in the future, they won't have to worry about not having living space. But the problem was that this guy's ability and his ambition were completely mismatched. To use Tony as an example, this guy's intelligence was as high as his shamelessness was thick, at least proportional, right? This guy was directly the inverse. Even with the ether, he could only fight the Thor who hadn't mastered the power of lightning in the original work to a stalemate. Alright, how would such a guy face Odin? Honestly, Noah was a bit confused as to how he survived under Odin's father, King Bor. Could it be that this guy had incredibly good luck? He managed to survive perfectly in front of such terrifying beings. Noah shook his head. To be honest, this guy running to Asgard to cause trouble now was simply seeking his own death. Whether Odin truly didn't know or deliberately allowed it, the fact was that the new Thor, who was gradually understanding the source of his power and training it, could beat this guy so badly he wouldn't know which way was up. Not to mention Noah himself was going along. Although Noah didn't think he was that amazing, he was at least stronger than Thor, right? In the original work, that Thor could fight him to a draw. Noah felt that facing him would be no different from an instant kill. With Loki's unwilling expression, he summoned the Bifrost. Loki was initially wondering if Heimdall, who he had frozen once, would even heed him. But Loki found that Heimdall still obeyed his summons and opened the Bifrost very smoothly. Loki, who had been on Earth for about a year, felt a bit emotional after returning to Asgard. However, his face was still sour when he saw Heimdall. Fortunately, they still had important matters to attend to, and Loki was also missing Odin and Frigga, whom he had only been separated from for a year. How does it feel to be home? Walking with the two of them towards Odin's palace, Noah curiously asked Loki. What feeling? Loki seemed to glance at Noah disdainfully. There's some feeling. I've only been out for a year, don't compare it to your human time measurements. Is that so? Why do I feel you're a bit emotional? That's definitely your mistake. Mistaken feeling. Noah tilted his head, no longer bothering to say anything. They had now entered the Great Hall. All-Father Odin wasn't sitting on the throne but was standing there, quietly waiting for Noah and the others to approach. After Noah and the others drew closer, Odin descended the steps, welcoming Noah and their return like a warm elder. Long time no see, Noah. Odin patted Noah's shoulder, then looked at Loki standing beside Noah. Welcome home, my son. After saying this, Odin thoroughly assessed Noah and Loki. He quickly froze for a moment. He had to admit that he was indeed surprised by the strength Noah was now displaying. Although he said, long time no see, he had actually been frequently peeking at Noah. He knew Noah had created a magic that could simulate the universe, and he also knew that Noah might have already obtained the Time Stone. But he never expected Noah's current magical prowess to be almost on par with his wife's. Such exaggerated progress even made Odin wonder if Noah was some kind of divine offspring. As for Loki, the ice aura around him was getting heavier, which made Odin slightly worried. To be honest, he didn't want his son to transform into a frost giant, even if he wasn't his biological son. Odin had deep affection for him. After a brief chat, Odin also met Thor's girlfriend, Jane Foster, through Thor's introduction. Odin didn't comment on this woman. He noticed the strange power contained within her body. Your Majesty Odin, you must have noticed it too, right? Noah had been observing Odin and naturally noticed the change in his expression. Yes, a very strange power, Odin nodded. I truly didn't expect it to be the ether. Truly didn't expect it. Noah's mouth twitched. Did he truly not expect it, or did he already know and simply couldn't be bothered to intervene? Of course, Noah wouldn't say such foolish words. He dutifully stood aside, waiting for Odin to continue. I assume you know the true nature of the ether, right? Odin pondered for a moment before looking at Noah, or rather, at what was hanging around Noah's neck. Yes, Noah nodded readily. It's an infinity stone. An infinity stone. There's one. Wait. What's an infinity stone? Unlike Loki, who already knew and remained calm, Thor and Jane both looked astonished. Thor was surprised that he had encountered another infinity stone in such a short time. The probability was so high he could buy a lottery ticket. Miss Foster simply didn't know what this thing was, nor did she understand the value of an infinity stone. In this situation, Thor could only pull Jane aside and quietly explain to her what an infinity stone was. Odin paid no attention to Thor's actions. His gaze remained on Noah. This gem is the reality stone, and Noah, I must warn you, having two infinity stones together is not a good idea. Your Majesty's thoughts and concerns, I have foreseen them. Noah wasn't entirely sure what Odin meant, but that didn't stop Noah from replying, so I don't intend for them to be together, and I will separate them in the future, but for now, I think it's better to keep them in my own hands. Oh. You can already use the Time Stone. Yes, my teacher gave me a book a year ago, and I learned a lot after reading it. However, compared to the Time Stone, I'm more adept at using the Space Stone. You know. I'm a Kamarage mage. Odin nodded. Kamarage mage's use of spatial magic was well known, so he wasn't surprised that Noah would perform better with the Space Stone. What surprised him was that Noah could already use the Time Stone, and might have even seen some vague futures. Shaking his head, Odin was about to say something when Thor suddenly asked with a strange expression, Space Stone? Time Stone? Wait, buddy, you have two infinity stones. Yes, Noah nodded honestly. The time stone was originally Kamarage's treasure. Thor looked bewildered, but he wasn't stupid. He immediately realized something. Damn it. The time stone is also on Earth. Yes. You actually control 2 infinity stones. That's right. Is it strange? Is it not strange? The universe is vast and boundless. So many powerful races know about the infinity stones, and so many breathtakingly powerful beings wish to obtain them. But they can't get their hands on them, and you're holding 2 by yourself. Thor's eyes widened. Suddenly, he thought of something and turned to Jane. Was this the 3rd infinity stone? And it appeared on Earth again. What the hell was going on? Was Earth the center of the universe? Otherwise, why were these infinity stones appearing one after another on Earth? Thor couldn't figure out this problem. In fact, probably no one, including Noah and Odin, could figure out this problem, right? The only one who might be able to figure it out was something like OAA, but Noah wasn't sure if that entity existed in this world. Shaking his head, Noah's expression became much more serious. Your Majesty Odin, I think we should stop focusing on the gems. I have something I must remind you of. Oh. What is it? Odin looked at Noah's expression and immediately became more serious. Please speak, Master Noah. I just wanted to remind your Majesty, the Dark Elves are back. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 399, Chapter 399, Root out the problem. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. The Dark Elves are back. Upon hearing Noah's words, Odin basically confirmed one thing: Noah had definitely mastered the time stone, or at least gained its usage, otherwise why would this sorcerer speak with such certainty? While Odin was surprised by this development, if it were anyone else telling him the Dark Elves were back, Odin wouldn't believe them or would simply ignore them. But Noah was truly different. He was Ancient One's disciple, the future Sorcerer Supreme, and he now held the time stone in his hand. The Dark Elves. Are you certain, my child? Yes, I am certain, and I believe it will be easily confirmed. Noah's demeanor was still relatively respectful. After all, he was facing a being who might be even more formidable than his own master. The reason the Dark Elves targeted Asgard was entirely because their leader, Malekith, desperately sought the Ether, which was now in Asgard. In other words, Malekith's true target wasn't Asgard. If Jane Foster were on Earth at that moment, the Dark Elves would head straight for Earth. After their defeat in the conflict with Asgard, the Dark Elves managed to hide for so many years precisely because they were very skilled at concealing themselves. And after all those years, their strength, technology, and other aspects seemed to have become increasingly divergent. Noah remembered that in the original story, they even managed to pilot their mothership right to Asgard's doorstep and overtly reveal themselves before being detected by Heimdall, known for his eyesight. Oh. How will you prove this point? Odin was now somewhat interested. What have you seen? To be honest, are you sure your master won't be angry about you doing this? My master's approach might differ from mine, but since she trusts me enough to give me the gem, I believe she will approve of my choice. Noah smiled indifferently. In fact, that was exactly how it was. Although Ancient One didn't entirely endorse stopping things before they happened, Noah felt this attitude was more for outward appearance. The universe was vast. How many people knew Ancient One possessed infinity stones? If she didn't project an attitude of, I won't intervene unless it happens, then we'll discuss it, how many people would be dissatisfied with Ancient One? By then, if they united, who knew if Asgard could withstand them, as Asgard wasn't truly invincible. That's interesting. Tell me what you saw, my child. No one will ever know about what you've done today. Thank you very much, Your Majesty Odin. My knowledge is vague, but I can confirm that the Dark Elves are preparing a coordinated attack on Asgard from within and without, and their incidemen should be arriving soon. In the original plot, Malekith didn't launch a mindless assault on Asgard. Instead, he first sent a warrior to pose as a bandit causing trouble in the territories below Asgard. This warrior was then captured along with other criminals by the Asgardian warriors and imprisoned in the dungeons. After successfully infiltrating the core of Asgard, this warrior used a special method known to the Dark Elves to transform himself into a Kursk warrior. These Kursk warriors gain immensely enhanced strength and defense by rapidly consuming their life force. Simultaneously, before their life force is completely depleted and they naturally die, their recovery ability after injuries also reaches an extremely strong level. In layman's terms, they become a super soldier with several times their combat power, extremely difficult to kill before their inevitable death. Such an unkillable and immensely destructive powerhouse rampaging inside Asgard would naturally draw all of Asgard's attention, allowing the Dark Elves to launch their attack at that opportune moment. This was exactly what happened in the original plot. Asgard's defenses were completely thrown into disarray by the Kursk warrior. When the Dark Elves launched their attack, Odin was still busy trying to quell the internal chaos. By the time he freed his hands, Malekith had already piloted his ship and fled with his minions. Although he didn't obtain the ether, Asgard was quite disgraced in that battle, and for some specific reasons, Frigga died at Malekith's hands. Of course, this was what the original plot showed. Noah wasn't so clear about the exact details. He wouldn't mention either the original plot or his own conjectures. Noah simply stated the existence of an Insideman, which immediately alerted Thor, and Loki as well. Although they didn't know who this Insideman was, it didn't prevent them from carefully thinking and speculating. I heard there's been a group of bandits causing trouble recently. Thor stroked his chin, asking in confusion. Could the Insidemen be among those bandits? Loki immediately added, showing their minds weren't rigid. Noah silently nodded, acknowledging their answer. This gesture by Noah immediately made the two brothers happy and somewhat relieved. The Dark Elves were indeed not easy to deal with in their memories. In the eyes of all Asgardians, they were formidable opponents. If they were truly allowed to go berserk in Asgard, who knew what the consequences would be? Odin looked at his two sons and Noah. As for Jane, he probably didn't pay too much attention to her. After some thought, Odin made a decision. Since Noah had already spoken, Odin naturally had to do something. It wouldn't do to act like an idiot when someone was attacking your home. Pretending not to know had its benefits, but knowing how to handle it was an art, and Odin was very skilled at such things. Thor, Loki, you two go screen those prisoners. This Miss Foster will be handled by your mother and me. Odin gave orders naturally. By the way, Noah, do you have any thoughts? Thoughts? Noah rubbed his chin. While eliminating the hidden danger beforehand can avoid a problem, it won't solve the long-term threat of the Dark Elves. Oh. Just like when you learned about the Chitauri on Earth. Yes, if you don't cut the weeds at the root, they'll grow back with the spring breeze. If you're going to act, be clean and decisive, to avoid potential unknown troubles in the future. It's better to utterly annihilate them, leaving no chance at all. Noah's murderous words were truly somewhat terrifying. Loki and Jane couldn't help but gulp. Jane had indeed been dealt with by Noah before. Fortunately, at that time, Jane was a victim and an ordinary person, so Noah wouldn't do anything to her. Loki, however, felt a chill. Luckily, he had Asgard as a backing, and Noah hadn't gone too far because of his brother's face. Otherwise, Loki was sure that if Noah had followed through on what he said earlier, his own fate at that time would have been dire. Odin was also startled for a moment upon hearing this, but he quickly nodded with satisfaction. While Noah's words were somewhat brutal, they certainly suited Odin's taste. Odin was different from Thor. Thor sometimes couldn't figure out when to utterly eliminate enemies and when to appropriately show a king's mercy. These were things Thor needed to learn, and Odin, having sat on the throne for so many years, understood everything. Odin knew very clearly what attitude to adopt towards different enemies at different times, such as these Dark Elves. Unlike the residents of the Nine Realms, the Dark Elves were absolute mortal enemies who could not be let go. This race was in absolute opposition to most existing races and lacked a basis for coexistence. For such enemies, one must indeed eliminate them all. Odin lacked no resolve for killing. He had already planned out the entire battle strategy in his mind. I've decided. Thor, Loki, you two go find that Insideman, but do not alarm him, understood? Father, you've decided to let them in. Yes, Noah is right. Rather than having them in the shadows, not knowing when they might suddenly appear and bite us, it's better to just deal with them. I will have my personal guards prepare. Thor and Loki nodded obediently upon hearing Odin's command and prepared to leave. Noah also intended to leave this divine palace, as Odin would likely now inspect or stabilize Jane Foster's condition, and if possible, he might directly extract the gem. Noah bowed to Odin, then turned and left without hesitation. Odin was very familiar with combat, especially large-scale battles, having experienced countless of them. He didn't need Noah, an outsider, to dictate strategy here. Noah understood this and naturally wouldn't pretend otherwise. After leaving Odin's divine palace, Thor, Noah, and Loki chose to part ways. Thor intended to wait at the entrance for Jane's condition. Noah and Loki didn't pay too much attention to this. Loki directly assumed the role of guide, leading Noah towards his residence. I say, can you really see the future? Halfway there, Loki seemed unable to hold back and asked. Sort of. Noah spread his hands, directly lying to Loki. See the future? Well, Noah always knew what the future was like before he came here, why would he need to look? And after getting the time stone, Noah could indeed see the future. Noah naturally couldn't resist such a temptation and had tried it. But what embarrassed Noah was that he could see it infinitely more clearly than Ancient One, but the endless branches of the resulting universes made Noah's own scalp tingle. In such a situation, Noah naturally wouldn't look again, it was useless to look anyway. So, can you tell me my future? Loki had no idea what Noah was thinking. He asked somewhat cautiously, your future? Noah looked at Loki strangely. Why do you want to know that? So, do you know or not? Of course I know, but your future isn't good without any changes, are you sure you want to know? Of course, tell me quickly. Sorry, it's confidential, I can't say. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 400, failed before even trying. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. Anyone who had seen the movies knew what Loki's fate was before. This guy had crashed the party in the Battle of New York with the Tesseract. This guy eventually drew Thanos' attention to protect Thor, then approached Thanos under the guise of handing over the Tesseract, preparing to assassinate him. Unfortunately, this guy's skill was too lacking. He was not only discovered directly by Thanos but also immediately strangled to death, and his corpse floated to who knew where in the universe. Noah had no intention of telling Loki about this. A general emphasis and explanation of, if there are no changes, it will be very miserable, was enough. Even if Loki wasn't satisfied, Noah didn't care at all. Anyway, if Noah didn't intend to say something, he wouldn't. Noah enjoyed spoilers, but he wouldn't spoil things without considering future developments. Loki probably also realized that Noah didn't intend to tell him anything, which made Loki frustrated, but he could only give up. He was no match for Noah, and besides, Loki actually didn't want to think too much about certain things internally. Living under the shackles of fate for a long time was not a happy thing. Walking with Loki, Noah's gaze once again fell upon Asgard's beautiful scenery. It had to be said that the Asgardians were truly dedicated to transforming their living environment. Although Asgardian architecture looked like ancient European architecture, it was more exquisite and magnificent, and the people's way of life was more like that of ancient people. But the technology hidden beneath these surfaces was truly tens of thousands of years beyond Earth. Noah had lived in Asgard for quite some time and had learned a great deal of Asgardian knowledge. He certainly understood how difficult it was to achieve all this, at least Earth was currently unable to do so. I wonder if there are any fools who, without knowing beforehand that Asgardian civilization is far superior to Earth's, came here and wondered if they had arrived on a more backward, not yet truly civilized planet. Hey, that's not funny at all, because no one can just casually walk in. Noah's quiet mumble was heard clearly by Loki, immediately earning him a roll of the eyes. How could such a ridiculous thing happen? Noah just sighed and didn't continue. He turned his head and continued to look at the technology hidden behind these ancient buildings, technology that surpassed Earth's. To be honest, Noah felt a little tempted looking at these things. If these things were combined with magic, wouldn't they make countless invaders explode in frustration? Although these things were already enough to make enemies explode in frustration, wouldn't it be even better if they were even more superior? You're interested in these technological things? Loki, who had been following Noah, naturally noticed the direction of his attention and asked somewhat strangely, aren't you a sorcerer? Of course I'm a sorcerer, but why can't I be interested in these things? Noah looked at Loki strangely. Besides, I also have subordinates who study both technology and magic. I think the combination of magic and technology is a very good direction for development. This was indeed a very good direction for development, especially since Noah had learned from Victor that Tony had entrusted him with establishing a factory before Noah came. Noah felt that these things could essentially be considered achievable. Loki didn't refute Noah's idea. Instead, he thought seriously for a moment and then nodded. The combination of technology and magic had already been done in Asgard, but their interest in such fusion wasn't particularly high, especially given that Asgard's population was mostly warriors. With various thoughts in mind, Loki led Noah to his room and then suddenly told Noah as he left, that's a great idea. If you need some special technology, maybe I can give you a hand. Oh. Noah looked at Loki strangely. Speak, what do you want? Help me complete this transformation. That not-so-good future you mentioned, I don't like it. I want to try. Deal. After making a verbal agreement with Loki, Noah simply entered the room. It was quite interesting. Last time he came with Miss Hai-Fin and Wong, they stayed in this very room, and now it was here again. Looking at the sky, Noah found it was still quite early, so he simply went to the library not far from the palace and stayed there for a good afternoon until the sky gradually darkened before returning to his room. Coincidentally, Noah happened to encounter Thor and Jane, who had just finished dinner and were on a date here. Noah had no intention of being a third wheel. After a brief exchange with the two, Noah left them to their privacy, the young man and the older man and the young woman. However, from Thor, Noah did learn some interesting information. For example, they had already found the Inside Men. Noah didn't know how they did it, but the Dark Elf who was the Inside Man had been imprisoned in the dungeon. On the surface, it looked normal, but in reality, that cell was specially constructed. One could say he was quite unlucky, that inside man happened to be glimpsed by Odin, and as a result, his identity was directly exposed. Almost everyone knew that this guy was not just some simple character, but a highly dangerous Kursk warrior. So Odin and his people directly made his detention area a completely separate zone. It seemed very difficult for that Kursk warrior to break out from there. In fact, all the prisoners there were disguised elite warriors of Asgard, mostly rank 7 or higher, ensuring no mistakes. As for when the Dark Elves would attack, it completely depended on when this guy would act. However, so far, there had been no problems in the dungeon, so Noah thought he would probably have to wait a while, which wasn't an issue anyway. It's a good time to meditate, or perhaps find an angel in the system space for a one-on-one fight, and observe their magic and such. However, what Noah didn't expect was that in the deepest part of the night, a subtle vibration came through. This immediately made Noah, who had been monitoring the outside situation with the system, open his eyes. Not long after, Thor burst in fully armed from outside. The Kursk warrior has begun to act, Noah. My father sent me to find you and ask if you're interested in joining the fight. Thor had clearly already been to the scene, he had come after receiving Odin's orders. Is that so? Alright, let's go take a look. Although Noah was a little annoyed that these Dark Elves weren't following the script, it was all within reason. Although Malekith was quite brainless, he had his moments of clarity, didn't he? Night was naturally the time the Dark Elves preferred most. Furthermore, night made people sleepy and defenses relatively weaker, making such a surprise attack against an unprepared opponent ideal. It's just a shame, Asgard is prepared this time. Casually opening a portal, Noah directly took Thor to the outer battlefield. Just then, Noah noticed the Dark Elf mothership launching an attack on Asgard, while Odin stood straight, doing nothing and saying nothing. But the Asgardians, as if infinitely inspired, appeared seemingly out of nowhere, their hidden Asgardian skiff surrounding the Dark Elf fighters as they charged towards the Golden Palace. This encirclement seemed to make the Dark Elves freeze, as they hadn't expected their perfectly planned sneak attack to turn into a direct confrontation. However, as ancient enemies, the Dark Elves would not surrender. Once they snapped back, they immediately launched a fierce assault on the Asgardian fighters. It's truly comparable to a Hollywood blockbuster. Noah thought to himself with a hint of amusement, watching the continuous explosions in the sky. Even as an outsider, Noah could tell that these Dark Elves probably wouldn't last long, as both their equipment and strength were significantly inferior to Asgard's. To be honest, if guys like the Dark Elves were to just sneak attack and then run, Asgard probably wouldn't have any way to deal with them. But if they lingered in battle even a little, something major could happen. And now that Asgard had Noah's warning, they were prepared. Your Majesty. Just as Noah was watching the grand spectacle before him, a guard suddenly scurried over to Odin and bowed respectfully. Judging by the aura from this guard, he was definitely a rank 7 warrior. Has the situation over there been resolved? Odin asked calmly. Yes, Your Majesty. The guard nodded. That Kursk warrior was quite troublesome, but in the end, we cut off his head, and he has been completely dealt with. That's good. No one else was injured, I hope. Aside from Garin and Jarvan sustaining minor injuries, no one else had any problems. Odin nodded very calmly, while Noah's expression was somewhat strange. Garin. Jarvan. What's going on here? Will people named Garin and Jarvan always become friends in the end? Shaking his head, Noah quickly dismissed these random thoughts. Because at this moment, it was only a matter of time before the trapped Dark Elf mothership was destroyed, even if they wanted to turn around and escape, it would be too late. Moreover, Asgardian skiffs were fast and highly maneuverable, so they wouldn't just watch the enemy calmly turn around and leave. This greatly infuriated and frustrated Malekith, the Dark Elf commander. A perfectly planned sneak attack had actually turned into a head-on confrontation. How could his Dark Elves possibly contend with these Asgardian beasts? If they could, he wouldn't have been beaten by Thor's grandfather and then his father. So this guy simply made a bold decision to land and take some Asgardians hostage. And coincidentally, the place he chose to land the mothership was right above Noah and the others. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 401. Chapter 401 is a mage a cleaner. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patrayon.com/RioRaRyu. Indeed. Seeing this scene, Noah couldn't help but feel a little dumbfounded. Were they taking his group as a breakthrough point? He looked around and realized that none of them seemed easy to deal with. Odin, needless to say, and his personal guards were all 7th tier beings. Thor was already 8th tier, and while Loki was a bit weaker, he was still a mage close to the 7th tier. Such a lineup, if they wanted to attack and destroy a planet, it wouldn't be impossible. Odin holding the line, and Noah and the others playing freely. But why did these dark elves choose this place? This puzzled Noah greatly. However, Noah wouldn't overthink others' choices. He only knew that he would probably have to have a good chat with these dark elves. Odin. Long time no see. The massive mothership slowly descended, and large numbers of dark elf warriors, led by Malekith, stepped onto Asgardian soil. The white-haired dark elf leader stood at the front of his ranks, head held high, looking directly at the Asgardians before him, especially Odin who stood at the very front. It has indeed been a while. Let me see, hundreds of years or thousands of years. Odin pretended to recall, then mockingly ridiculed Malekith with a poker face. To be honest, it wasn't a big deal for both sides to have a friendly exchange before the battle. Although it made Noah feel a bit like a medieval knight's duel, it was better for the spectator to remain silent. However, to Noah's surprise, Malekith didn't seem to like trash talk. After stating his purpose of reclaiming the ether and returning the universe to darkness, he directly ordered an attack. This was a classic example of no half-truths when words don't align. Noah suddenly started to like this guy. At least, as a villain, he seemed to have relatively few pointless ramblings, didn't he? Oh. He's a man of action. Noah muttered a slight complaint, but didn't move immediately. He stood calmly in place and casually cast a spell. Under the effect of this spell, all energy blasts, whether intentional or unintentional, flying towards him basically disappeared in midair. Thor and Loki had already charged forward, and Odin's guards also joined the battle with them. However, Noah could see that the guards were basically just going through the motions. Their main purpose was to protect Thor and Loki. As long as the two of them weren't ambushed or fatally wounded, they wouldn't interfere much. Indeed, they're treating this place as a training ground for their sons. Seeing this scene, Noah couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, Thor and Loki charging into battle was like hungry wolves entering a flock of sheep. Those dark elves were simply no match for Thor and Loki. Blue arcs of electricity and silver frost continuously erupted from the center of the battlefield, almost visibly. Loki's progress this year is largely due to your care. Just as Noah was thoroughly enjoying watching the Hollywood special effects blockbuster, Odin's voice suddenly reached his ear. This is Loki's own effort, Your Majesty Odin. Noah immediately dismissed his thought of watching and replied to Odin very seriously. Loki indeed relied on his own efforts. The help Noah gave him this year was probably nothing but setbacks. Well, if telling him a new path forward counted, then perhaps Noah had helped Loki a lot, right? Is the frost power Loki is now using from the casket of ancient winters? Ah. Just as Noah was slowly recalling and pondering, Odin spoke again. And this time, Noah finally understood what Odin was looking for him for. It turned out to be about this problem after all. Thinking carefully, this seemed like the most normal thing. Actually, Odin was also quite depressed. After being stimulated by Noah's magic that simulated the universe, he rarely checked on Loki's life on Earth. He never expected Loki to return like this, which forced Odin to finally ask. Yes, Noah nodded very honestly. The casket of ancient winters is very suitable for Loki. Both the attribute and nature of the power are almost tailor-made for him. So. I understand what you mean, child, it's just. Odin frowned, but he still spoke. It's just that Loki using this power will have some undesirable effects on him. Are you referring to him turning back into a frost giant? Noah wasn't stupid. How could he not know what Odin was thinking? Yes. Loki is Asgard's Loki. I believe both he and I are very much in agreement on this. So I'm very curious, why would he choose to do this? Odin sounded very confident when he said this, but his confidence was indeed correct. Odin understood his son very well. Although Loki wasn't a true Asgardian, he had grown up in Asgard and had deep affection for it. He also had a lot of love for his family in his heart. Although Loki's personality was very mischievous, and he sometimes impulsively did some bad things, his essence wasn't bad. He was also very intelligent when he calmed down. One could say Odin secretly liked him very much. Otherwise, given the trouble Loki had caused, setting aside everything else, just his alliance with Thanos would have been enough for Odin to send him to the chopping block. But Odin clearly didn't do that. Instead, through Thor's redemption, he appeased the situation with Loki, while not forgetting to punish his son. Your Majesty, do you still remember the magic where I transformed into a giant dragon? Noah pondered for a moment, then asked. The magic where you transformed into a giant dragon? Of course I remember. How could Odin forget that magic? It was a magic that he, the Ancient One, and his wife Frigga had collectively helped Noah create. Moreover, that magic truly took a lot of their time and effort, so Odin remembered it vividly. Suddenly, Odin paused. He seemed to know what the boy wanted to convey. As an intelligent person, if he couldn't understand what was meant by such a hint, then Odin would probably have to call himself senile. This made Odin take a good look at Noah. He had to admit, this boy really thought a lot. Noah's magic, when used normally, transformed one person into two independent lives, but controlled by a single will. But what about the other way around? While Loki's form issue couldn't be considered two independent lives, it didn't prevent Loki from thinking about creating an Asgardian form. After achieving this step, Loki could completely reverse engineer this magic to lock onto one form, and then Loki would be a true Asgardian. However, Odin still knew the complexity of this magic, and he was even more familiar with his son's nature. He knew this method was good and very feasible, but could Loki actually achieve this step? You plan to help him? Yes. Can you tell me why? Besides thanking you and Queen Frigga for your help, it's also because Loki exchanged some Asgardian technology for it. Of course, I might have some matters to request your assistance with. Noah spoke very directly. It wasn't that Noah didn't want to speak more subtly, but Noah felt it wasn't necessary. What kind of person was Odin? He had probably heard so many compliments and respectful words that his ears were calloused. Rather than being ineffective, Noah felt it was better to express his intentions clearly. Moreover, facing elders like these, speaking clearly was a profound realization Noah had gained after being lectured so many times. Noah still hadn't forgotten the feeling of being laughed at by the Ancient One that time. It truly made Noah feel foolish. Oh. What other help do you need from us, child? Odin nodded. He also liked this way of speaking. I want to reforge a staff. More accurately, it's not a staff, but a weapon that can change according to my thoughts, amplify my magic, and carry infinity stones. Noah voiced his idea. He had been planning this for a long time. However, he had been busy with other matters recently, so he basically had no time to do this. Now was an excellent opportunity. Is that so? Odin nodded, understanding Noah's meaning. If that's the case, you might need to do a few more things. Oh. What is it? Noah wasn't surprised, just curious about what else Odin needed him to do. Do you see these invaders? Odin suddenly pointed at the group of dark elves. Do me a favor and clean these guys up. I'm old now, and standing here in the wind isn't good for my health. I'll go back and write a letter to the dwarves for you. That would be good for you too, don't you think? You're old. Standing here in the wind isn't good for your health. Are you kidding me? Noah almost rolled his eyes. He looked back at the current battlefield and immediately understood Odin's meaning. These dark elves clearly didn't meet his son's training requirements because they were simply too weak now. Such cannon fodder indeed didn't need to waste time. And conveniently, Noah was a mage very skilled in large-scale magic, so this laborious task was perfectly suited for Noah. This left Noah a bit speechless, but he ultimately nodded. At least Odin was going to help him write a letter to the dwarves. What a bunch of annoying cannon fodder. Am I, a mage of my type, just a cleaner? It seems I need to practice my swordsmanship. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals one bonus chapter. Chapter 402, resolved. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. Honestly, Noah found it utterly absurd that Odin treated him like a cleanup master. Isn't your wife also an 8th tier mage? Why don't you let her personally descend and guide this junior? Of course, this was just Noah grumbling inwardly. If he actually said it out loud, Noah himself probably wouldn't dare. He turned to look at Thor and Loki, who were still fighting. It had to be said that these two had now reached a terrifying level of strength. The densely packed energy bullets falling like rain caused them little harm. Even if they were hit, it wasn't a big problem. It wasn't that the bullets were weak, but rather that the number of dark elves was more than expected, and Thor and Loki weren't fools who would stand there and take hits. Therefore, when Thor charged into the crowd, these dark elves could only reluctantly engage in melee. Firing wildly in a crowded area would kill their own people. Loki, on the other hand, was even more cunning. Already skilled in illusion magic, he hid his true body and sent illusionary clones into the crowd. After drawing a lot of aggro, his true body would then secretly use powerful frost magic. Back and forth, these dark elves were reaching their breaking point. Even when they clustered together and charged at Thor, that big target, the group of Asgardian warriors guarding Thor, who had nothing else to do, would suddenly surge forward to block their sneak attack. When they were scattered by a recovering Thor, those soldiers would go back to being idle. The result was that the dark elves became more and more frustrated and depressed. They even wondered if this large group of them would be soloed by these two boys. Malekith saw things more clearly. Especially after Odin left, he suddenly realized, were his dark elves being used as sparring partners by that bastard Odin? The more Malekith thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. This made Malekith click his tongue and lament, since when did Asgard become so strong, while also pondering what to do next. As the battle continued, Malekith suddenly realized that he was simply no match for Asgard. This result made Malekith very uncomfortable, he even felt as if he had been played with before. Malekith now had the urge to quickly leave this cursed place, because he found Asgard to be excessively dangerous. And now was indeed a good opportunity. Odin, whom he had always considered his opponent, had left. All that remained were about a dozen guards, Odin's 2 sons, and a guy standing far away watching the show, who had no idea what he was doing. It seems better to leave first. There will be plenty of opportunities to get revenge on Asgard later. Malekith secretly made up his mind. However, the moment he turned around, he suddenly felt as if he was being targeted by something terrifying. The next moment, both Malekith and the struggling dark elves noticed that glass shards were appearing in the space around them. This is Kamarage. Damn it. Malekith was no ignorant fool. Although he had some mental issues, that didn't mean he couldn't recognize the problem they were now facing. He turned his head and looked at the person wearing a black trench coat who had originally been watching the show. Now he understood, this guy was a Kamarage mage. Are you human mages also planning to participate in this war? Malekith stared intently at Noah. Don't you worry, that will cause trouble for your Earth later. If you're going to speak carelessly, at least think before you speak. Noah almost rolled his eyes. Do you think you can win if I do nothing? So you plan to show off, and then collect some compensation after the war ends, Malekith said with a dangerous expression. Since the situation had turned out this way, Malekith didn't mind disgusting these damned guys. Perhaps this Earth mage would back down due to embarrassment or being exposed, and ultimately do nothing. However, unfortunately, Malekith had no idea about the true relationship between Noah's Kamarage and Asgard. Moreover, no one would probably care what he said. Noah and Loki already had a deal, Thor simply couldn't be bothered with his enemies, and Noah indeed had a deal with Odin. Too lazy to waste another word with the Dark Elf leader, Noah's magic immediately activated. In a blink of an eye, Thor, Loki, and the Asgardian warriors were all moved away by Noah. In the space that looked no different from before, only the Dark Elves remained. What's going on? Thor, who had just been transported by Noah, immediately asked. His Majesty Odin asked me to come here to clean up these cannon fodder. I'm just doing what needs to be done, Noah replied casually, then instantly vanished from where he stood. As a pale golden glow shone, Noah appeared in the mirror dimension, and at the same time, Noah's magic unfolded. Noah had no intention of communicating with Malekith. Regardless of his ambition or ability, it was all irrelevant. The most crucial point was that Noah had a fundamental, massive difference from this guy. Due to a certain difference in life forms, Noah and the Dark Elves had almost opposite requirements for their living environment, which meant there was no possibility of coexistence. Therefore, they were mortal enemies where only one could survive. This wasn't about good versus evil, it was purely a matter of survival and stance. So, why waste words? No matter how they talked, it would ultimately lead to either one side killing the other or being killed by the other. Since he had already made a move, he wouldn't hold back. Upon entering the mirror dimension, Noah's magic surged instantly. Scorching flames quickly spread throughout the mirror dimension. Under powerful magical control, the flames swiftly converged into a fire phoenix. For Noah, using elemental magic now was completely intuitive. Especially now that he was constantly comprehending domains, his understanding and mastery of the 4 elemental magics grew stronger and stronger. What a pity, I can't use my domain. Otherwise, whether it's vaporization or freezing, weathering or burial, it would be a matter of seconds, Noah thought to himself, looking at the overwhelming fire dragon that seemed to have come to life. If he could use the power of his domain, the power of this fire dragon would probably become even more terrifying. Unfortunately, Noah now needed to maintain the magic required for the mirror dimension, so he simply couldn't use his domain. But Noah didn't care now. The opponent didn't seem very strong, so Noah didn't necessarily need to activate his domain. While a domain indeed had extraordinary effects against small fry, its real purpose wasn't for fishing but for having stronger self-preservation abilities when facing powerful opponents. Thinking about it, I've categorized my past self as cannon fodder now, Noah chuckled self-deprecatingly. Then, with another burst of terrifying magic, the huge fire dragon instantly pounced on them, under Malekith's horrified gaze. The fierce explosion and the instant intense heat created a terrifying impact, all of which slammed into the Dark Elves. No. Malekith's scream didn't even have time to finish before he was directly engulfed by the scorching flames. Noah floated in midair. The terrifying impact barely leaked out a little, yet it blasted a huge crater in the ground where Noah had originally been. Fortunately, Noah had opened the mirror dimension early, otherwise, who knew what that part of Asgard would have looked like? An 8th tier power, even if not fully unleashed, could still cause incredibly exaggerated destruction with a practiced spell. Looking at the destruction he had caused, Noah was quite satisfied. As for what happened next, Noah didn't plan to deal with it. Anyway, Noah didn't intend to open this mirror dimension, he'd just let them burn in there until the end of time. Anyway, if I open it, it'll just be a pile of bones. I'm not interested in researching dark elves. If I'm going to research them, I need to catch them alive, right? After leaving the mirror dimension, Noah noticed Thor and Loki looking at him. As for the first batch of dark elves who had entered the battle, they had become leaderless due to Malekith's disappearance and were now being rounded up by ordinary Asgardian warriors. Where is that guy? And his troops? Thor looked at Noah for a long time before tentatively asking, did you lock them all up in a different dimension? Locked up. Noah tilted his head. Sort of. But before I left, I cast a spell. Maybe when you go in to find them, you'll only find a pile of bones. A pile of bones. What did you do? Nothing much, just set a fire. This answer immediately bewildered Thor, but he quickly recovered. He wasn't sure how strong Noah's magic was now, but he was certain Noah wouldn't joke about something like this. As for Loki and the Asgardian guards, their expressions remained calm. Loki had been with Noah for almost a year, so he naturally knew Noah's capabilities. Many of Odin's guards recognized Noah, and some of them had even fought him, so they naturally knew the level of this young earth mage. By the way, Loki, just as they were about to go and clean up the remaining dark elves, Noah suddenly said, do you remember our agreement? Of course I do. What about it? Loki looked at Noah, puzzled. Wasn't this just agreed upon yesterday afternoon? I think I've taken care of some necessary prerequisites for you. Your father won't say much about you anymore. Is that so? Wait. You handled him. How? When? You can go discuss it with your father now. As for the timing, it was just now. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 403, Chapter 403, Leaving the Gem in Asgard. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. Noah's speed in resolving the issue truly startled Loki. He never expected Noah to have already negotiated with Odin while they were still fighting. Such efficiency was truly admirable. Loki was even speculating whether Noah had an unusually close relationship with his father. Otherwise, how could he have settled things so easily in his situation? However, Loki only dared to think this. If he actually dared to ask, who knew how unlucky he would be? And he also guessed some other things. After spending a year on Earth, he clearly understood Noah's standing in the Earth's magic community. If there were no surprises, Noah might eventually ascend to the legendary position of Sorcerer Supreme. And that position corresponded to the throne in Asgard. The current Sorcerer Supreme and his father were on the same level, and Noah was one of the Sorcerer Supreme's most outstanding disciples. So, since Father and the Sorcerer Supreme have such a good relationship, he must also hope that we have a similar relationship with the future Sorcerer Supreme, right? It must be said that Loki was indeed quick-witted. Just through a series of small incidents, he had almost figured it out. He quietly glanced at Thor. This guy was thrown to Earth a few years ago, and it just so happened that the person who solved the problem was the one in front of him. And when he caused trouble on Earth later, it was also this person who stepped in to resolve the issues. It could be said that whether these things were coincidences or not, there were definitely intentions from both powerful figures to have their juniors maintain a good relationship. What a lucky guy, at least there's no one competing with you. Loki secretly sighed. Although there weren't many competitors for the throne of Asgard, Loki was undeniably in a disadvantaged position. After Noah's analysis, Loki also understood his own situation, and he knew his chances were truly slim. This was Asgard's characteristic, and Loki himself couldn't do anything about it. However, Loki wasn't planning to give up so easily. As long as Odin hadn't made an announcement, he still had a chance, right? At worst, after the announcement, he would be like his mother, standing behind the king of Asgard. No, Amen. What are you two talking about? Just as Loki was lost in thought, Thor suddenly leaned closer to him and whispered. None of your business. Loki was startled by Thor and immediately said coldly. Come on, tell me. Anyway, the matter is settled now. Instead of talking about this, why don't you go check on your little girlfriend? I remember her situation hasn't been resolved yet. Or do you just not care about her at all? Thor was immediately silenced by Loki's barrage of words, then without another word, he immediately ran towards the palace. Loki was right, Jane's situation was still very grim. If it weren't for these damn dark elves inexplicably causing trouble, Jane's problem would probably have been solved by now, right? After watching Thor run off, Loki shrugged indifferently and then looked at Noah. Now what? What should we do? Of course, go take a look. Noah answered directly. To be honest, he was also quite interested in the Reality Stone. The Reality Stone's ability truly made Noah feel interesting, and at the same time, very terrifying. Because it could truly, unequivocally, turn things that seemed impossible and unreal into reality. And it could be said that this thing was simply a scientist killer. All scientific principles and natural laws were meaningless in its presence, because it could modify them at will. The reality stone could not only create illusions indistinguishable from reality, but as long as the user wished, it could completely become reality. Of course, Noah thought that the reality stone couldn't be overdrawn and used at will. With the preconditions for using the time stone and space stone, Noah knew that the use of these gems also had certain requirements for the user. If the user's power was insufficient and couldn't provide power to the gem, then the gem might not even activate. Even if the user was strong, but if they faced too powerful an opponent, the gem might drain the user dry in one go. The use of the gems must be cautious. This was information Noah learned from the movies. Noah remembered one scene very clearly. In Avengers Endgame, Tony snatched the gems and snapped his fingers. Noah didn't know what level of armor that was at the time. But Noah knew that with that snap, Tony not only lost his life, but even the arc reactor in his chest struggled for a moment and went out. Although it looked very poetic, in reality, Tony's arc reactor had long been something that could be freely removed, otherwise he wouldn't have given one to Banner. It could be said that the energy stored in that arc reactor was also completely drained by that snap. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, Tony would still be lit even if he died. Well, it's also possible that it went out but Tony was still alive. Anyway, the arc reactor and Tony died together. Therefore, although Noah was interested in the reality stone, he dared not use it to help himself build some domain. Not to mention that achieving this step would require continuous output of magic power. Thanos had already set a good example. Secondly, this thing was probably forcibly modifying the rules to merge them, which was not a perfect fusion at all, and this didn't conform to Noah's ideas. Therefore, Noah's biggest idea was to see Odin extract it, and incidentally get some of its power to complete the task and study it. Speaking of research, I'm actually a little embarrassed. I haven't even properly studied the power of the Mind Stone yet. And the power of that damned Mind Stone isn't pure enough, and the quantity is too small. It hasn't even met the task requirements. Noah muttered to himself, then followed Loki towards the palace. Odin's guards didn't follow. They still had to deal with the remaining dark elves. After slacking off for so long, it was time for them to do what they should. Noah and Loki were fast, but when they leisurely walked into the palace, they were surprised to find Jane lying in Thor's arms, whispering something. And Odin, standing on the throne in the center of the palace, was looking at the gem floating in front of him. It's already done. Apparently, yes. But why so fast? Because it wasn't difficult. Frigga helped me stabilize this girl's life, and all I had to do was control the power to extract this gem. Looking at Odin's calm demeanor, Noah suddenly didn't know what to say. Just like that. Just like that. You've got to be kidding. Noah really wanted to tell Odin, this isn't simple at all, okay? Can you please not mislead people? However, Noah didn't dare to say such words. Besides, Noah was now attracted by the reality stone floating in midair. This reality stone emitted a faint red glow, and a strange power seemed to drift around it. This power made everything around it appear somewhat distorted, as if everything had been changed. No matter how you looked at it, it seemed so unreal and incredible. But in fact, all of this was real. No matter how strange things were, with the reality stone present, there was nothing it couldn't change. It's truly terrifying. Feeling the power emanating from the gem from a distance, Noah couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, it's terrifying. Odin nodded. Now I'm thinking about how to deal with this gem. Deal with it? Noah looked at Odin strangely. Could it be that His Majesty still planned to hand it over to that collector in nowhere? That wasn't a good idea. Noah didn't intend for that to happen. Your Majesty Odin, don't you plan to keep it in Asgard? Of course, keeping it in Asgard is too dangerous. And in Asgard, I'm not sure if anyone can seal it in the future. Do you, perhaps, want the reality stone? I do want it, but I already have 2 gems, and I'm worried about attracting trouble. Noah didn't hide his thoughts, but Noah also knew the saying about biting off more than you can chew. However, Noah's idea was to leave this thing in Asgard, and when Thor takes over the throne in the future, Noah might still be able to find a way to get it back. To be honest, Your Majesty Odin, I guess you probably intend to hand it over to the collector in nowhere, right? Oh. You know this gentleman. Odin looked at Noah strangely. Although he was curious how Noah knew this old man, Odin still nodded. Yes, I feel it would be very safe to give the reality stone to him. Is that so? Noah shook his head. Since Your Majesty knows the collector's location, do you think others who have ideas about the gems wouldn't know? Or wouldn't be able to guess? Did you read something again? Odin's gaze became extremely strange. This is not a good thing, child. I did not use the power of the time stone, this is my own guess. Noah decisively denied Odin's words. Excessive use of the time stone will also bring some trouble, I understand. As someone who knew the future, Noah knew what would happen in the future even without using the time stone. He feared that after Odin's passing, Thanos would still find the so-called nowhere and snatch the gem entrusted to the collector. Keeping the reality stone in Asgard was the most correct choice. Anyway, the space stone was no longer in Asgard, so why make it so complicated? More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 404, Chapter 404, Holding a Retirement Ceremony for the Hammer. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. The final outcome was good. Noah didn't spend too much time convincing Odin to keep the gem in Asgard. In reality, Noah could see that although Odin internally wanted to hand the reality stone over to the collector in Nowhere, unlike the original story, Asgard no longer had a second Infinity Stone. The result of this was that Odin's resolve wasn't as firm. Otherwise, in the original story, he wouldn't have kept the time stone in Asgard. It could be said that Noah achieved all of this with little effort, which surprised Noah while also making him feel it was natural. Of course, what made him happiest was that Odin strictly kept his promise, directly handing Noah a letter. This letter was clearly addressed to the race that looked like giants but were actually called dwarves. Noah's new magic wand would probably truly have to rely on this race. Asgard's forging technology was indeed good, but compared to the dwarves who could forge Stormbreaker, there was still a considerable difference. Although Noah didn't expect his new magic wand to be able to hold 6 Infinity Stones at once like the Infinity Gauntlet, at least being able to put 2 in would be fine, right? So, you're going to find the dwarves? Thor, after learning that Jane was fine, didn't stick around too much. Besides, Thor acutely noticed that Jane seemed to have strong opinions about some of his actions now, leading Thor to decide they should cool off for a bit. It must be said that this guy was a super straight man. Although Noah might do the same, shouldn't the normal operation be to shamelessly stick to her? Yes, I thought about this years ago, but it's been dragged on until now. Noah nodded and said directly, "Oh, by the way, you'll probably have to come with me then. Father has already told me about it. Don't worry, I'll be a great guide." Is that so? I just hope you don't get me lost. Thor a good guide? Noah stroked his chin. He felt he probably would be a good guide. Recalling Thor's past travel experiences, this guy either almost got swallowed by a dragon because the guard changed when he called the Bifrost, or he passed through the Bifrost only to be intercepted by Hela and dropped onto a terrifying planet. Or he was flying a spaceship and just happened to send a distress signal and encountered Thanos. It could be said that this guy's extraterrestrial travels were simply a collection of tragedies. By the way, before we leave, there might be one more thing to do. Just as Noah was lost in thought, Thor suddenly spoke, which made Noah a little bewildered. He remembered that everything that needed to be done in Asgard was basically done, right? The rest were probably minor things like sending Jane home. Could it be that Noah had to do this too? What is it? My father wants us to fight properly before we leave. A full-on battle, just like a few years ago. When he said this, Noah clearly felt Thor's inexplicable enthusiasm. This made Noah a little confused. What was going on? Didn't Thor know that he wasn't Noah's opponent? Leaving everything else aside, just the difference in their levels was there. Even Loki could sense it, and Thor was much stronger than Loki, right? After much thought, Noah found that he still couldn't quite understand the key point, but the meaning of such a battle was probably to take the opportunity to get Stormbreaker back. Are you sure your father said this? Noah stroked his nose. He felt like he still didn't have the ability to crush hammers, did he? Yes. Thor nodded seriously. Don't refuse me, Noah. I know I'm not your opponent, but that doesn't affect our fight. And this is probably the last time I'll use Mjolnir in battle. Last time using Mjolnir. Why? What's going on? After learning my true power from you, I've been constantly training these powers. And my father told me that to truly master these powers, I must abandon my old habits. Mjolnir is a weapon that guides my power, and it's no longer suitable for the current me. Thor gripped the hammer in his hand, stating an excuse that even Noah found hard to refuse. Indeed, Mjolnir was no longer so suitable for Thor. The hammer's original purpose was to guide Thor's power, giving him sufficient buffer. But now Noah appeared. He not only tutored Thor in advance, making him realize whether he was the god of thunder or the god of hammer. He also allowed Thor to train his power faster, reaching a good level of power much faster than in the original story. By now, Thor basically no longer needed this hammer. Although it could still exert considerable power, for Thor, this thing was somewhat redundant in terms of both strength and function, so getting a stronger and more suitable weapon for Thor's power became especially important. It seems you're planning to hold a retirement ceremony for Mjolnir. Yes, what do you think? No problem, I also want to see your current level. It was indeed completely different from the original story, which was also a very good change. Because letting Thor realize these things himself was countless times better than having him realize it after the hammer was destroyed. Humans are emotional creatures. Just like when you name an animal, you already have feelings for it, even if it's a hammer. Following Thor's footsteps, Noah and he walked to a somewhat dilapidated gladiatorial arena. To be honest, if he hadn't known the route, Noah would have wanted to open a portal directly. This slow pace was not Noah's style at all. When they entered the arena, Noah found that not many people had come. Besides Odin and Frigga, only Loki was standing there. Even Jane wasn't qualified to come here. Noah knew this woman hadn't left Asgard. It seems Odin also believes this is a love story without an ending. Shaking his head, Noah fully focused on Thor, and Thor himself now looked solemnly at Noah. It was clear that this guy wasn't nervous at all. Instead, his whole body seemed to enter a state of heated excitement. Noah, I never thought we'd be fighting again. At this moment, Thor suddenly showed a smile. Yes, last time I didn't expend much effort dealing with you. I hope this time you can truly make me work hard. Noah teased Thor casually. In fact, Noah truly didn't expend much effort in their last fight. I hope so too. Thor took a deep breath. And this time, I will definitely give it my all. As soon as he finished speaking, Thor's body erupted with powerful lightning. In an instant, he had already arrived next to Noah. The Mjolnir in his hand unleashed terrifying power, bringing countless silver electrical arcs down heavily towards Noah. Buzz. Just as Mjolnir was about to hit Noah, ripples suddenly appeared around them. As these strange ripples undulated like water, Noah instantly vanished from his original spot. And a strange power fluctuation erupted from where Noah had been. If Thor hadn't been prepared and retreated like lightning when he sensed something was wrong, the fight probably wouldn't have continued. The power of space. That's really a headache. You're the same, you're actually playing sneak attacks now. After complaining to each other, the two once again concentrated all their energy. It must be said that Thor was truly fierce. Although Noah had long been prepared for such a sneak attack, he really didn't expect Thor to be so decisive. Was this still that big-browed, good-natured guy? Could this guy be Loki transformed? Thinking this, Noah's magic never stopped. Even though the two were complaining to each other, their attacks had already reached each other's faces. Thor's hammer was powerful and heavy, so Noah naturally wouldn't think of clashing with him head-on. And Noah's magic was also a headache for Thor, especially this time when Noah let loose and directly used spatial power. The level of difficulty was even more terrifying than last time. Silver electrical arcs and various elemental spells intertwined, and roaring explosions continuously echoed in the gladiatorial arena. Odin, Frigga, and Loki stood in the stands watching the battle, their inner thoughts completely different. Probably only Frigga was worried that Thor would be hurt by Noah. As a sorceress, she naturally sensed that Noah was much stronger than Thor. Loki was purely there to watch his brother's embarrassment, while Odin's expression was very calm, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. The battle in the arena continued. Odin watched as Noah appeared from any angle at any time, then cast terrifying spells to blast Thor away, repeating the process. Odin shook his head helplessly. The battle was still going on, but in reality, this battle was almost over. For Noah, he was now also giving his all, because he had used almost all his abilities except for his domain. Thor's situation was similar. Although he was much stronger than in the original story, comparable to a prime example of a cheat code user, his cheat code had clearly not yet been fully activated, while Noah's cheat code, though not as powerful, had at least been used for some time. However, what Noah didn't expect was that when Noah directly used Firestorm to end the battle, Thor suddenly erupted with an indescribable power fluctuation. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 405, Chapter 405, Silvery White Flames. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. The sudden burst of power from Thor made Noah's eyelids twitch, because Noah had truly had a lot of contact with such power. Back when Noah was young and ignorant, he wanted to test his full capabilities, so he summoned Thor at his peak, wielding Stormbreaker, into the system space. And then Noah couldn't forget the feeling of his head being repeatedly cleaved off by an axe, and his dragon head too, of course. Of course, the Thor in front of him wasn't at his absolute peak, because Noah could feel that even with the sudden burst of power, he was still roughly on par with himself. That is to say, the current Thor had a combat power of around 8th tier, 8th level, not yet reaching his peak. Noah believed Thor's true peak was when he killed Thanos at the beginning of Avengers Endgame. At that time, Thor's power had not only reached its pinnacle, but his disheartened state also made his attacks incredibly ruthless, almost always aiming for vital points. He was probably traumatized by Thanos, so he can't afford to be careless anymore, right? Honestly, Thor in this state was quite similar to Noah. Although Noah hadn't experienced such terrifying things, Noah, unless sparring, never held back. Even when facing mutants, he didn't show much mercy. This Thor, while formidable, was still far from making Noah feel afraid. Taking a deep breath, Noah stood in place, waiting for Thor's power surge to complete. Since this was a sparring match, Noah wouldn't go too far. If he suddenly attacked and interrupted Thor at this moment, Odin might even cause him trouble. After about a minute, the terrifying power fluctuation around Thor finally stopped. At this point, Thor didn't seem much different from before, but in essence, he had undergone a world of change. Terrifying thunderous power fluctuations reverberated in the gladiatorial arena. Coupled with Thor's inherent warrior demeanor, hardened by battle, he seemed almost invincible. Endless lightning crackled around him. Aside from the length of his hair, he was indistinguishable from the peak Thor in Noah's memory. Is this the power of the true god of thunder? Loki stood in the stands, his mouth twitching slightly. He had been happily watching his brother get beaten up, but the next moment, he found his brother had become incredibly unfamiliar. Such a scene, coupled with such power, made Loki immediately understand what was likely happening. Yes, Odin nodded. This is the power Thor truly should master. Loki, my son, you must work hard. Work hard? Loki didn't reply, but his heart was also ablaze. If it were before, Loki might not have had any thoughts or motivation, but now, Loki clearly had different ideas. If Thor had the power of lightning, didn't he have the power of frost? Subconsciously touching the casket of ancient winters hidden on his person, Loki took a deep breath. He knew he truly needed to work harder, and even harder still. After this matter was over, he definitely had to learn, master, and then modify Noah's magic, and while he was at it, perfectly control the power of the casket of ancient winters. Sorry for keeping you waiting, I didn't expect this to happen. When Thor fully recovered, he awkwardly scratched his head and said to Noah. During their fight, Thor had felt the power within him boiling more and more intensely. This boiling seemed to correlate with how much Noah hit him. When this boiling reached its peak, Thor immediately felt a terrifying power erupt within him, and he himself chose to stop all actions to comprehend this power. Honestly, if Noah had gone after him then, he would have been in serious trouble. Since you've recovered, let's continue. Noah didn't pay too much attention to his apology, but quickly set up a defensive spell for himself. What could Noah do against this kind of blatant cheating? This sudden burst of a cheat was like activating a premium membership. What could Noah, who relies on grinding and a small assistant, say? Since they were on the same level, Noah naturally wouldn't hold back anymore. Just now, Noah and Thor's fight was indeed like a game, basically following the same pattern: enter a space, then find an angle to exit and blast Thor, then go back in. But now, Noah wasn't going to play around like that anymore. Doing so at the same level would probably put himself in danger. Taking a deep breath, Noah's body instantly shimmered with a pale golden light, and mysterious black runes faintly revolved around him. Damn it. Noah had just entered this state, and the next second, his face changed. He felt a massive thunderclap hurtling towards him without even seeing Thor. His magic shield instantly cracked, forcing Noah to immediately open a portal and escape into it. High-tier mages and high-tier warriors engaging in close-quarters combat usually ended miserably. Even with Kamarage's foundation, Noah still disliked this type of close combat. But just as Noah landed, he once again felt Thor's power fluctuation, forcing Noah to leave his spot again. This time, he chose to fly. Sudden stop. Change direction. Noah once again dodged Thor's attack and immediately cast a stronger magic shield on himself. Honestly, Noah's flying speed was very fast and somewhat erratic. Coupled with Noah's occasional use of spatial magic, Thor was momentarily helpless against Noah. Noah breathed a sigh of relief at this situation. Although Noah disliked riding brooms, it didn't mean he couldn't use such techniques. However, his movements weren't graceful; in fact, they seemed quite clumsy. Repeatedly and narrowly dodging Thor's fatal attacks was already quite impressive. This is annoying. These warriors are fast enough, but they keep wanting to get close to you. I'm not a woman or Loki. Noah cursed under his breath, then sped up his flight. While flying, Noah also didn't forget to leave some magic traps for Thor. With such a chase, the magic traps Noah left behind would almost never miss. Every time Thor ran into a trap left by Noah, Noah would unhesitatingly turn around and give Thor a fierce blast. However, Thor's combat intelligence was very high. Although his lightning power wasn't magic like Noah's, it didn't mean he couldn't come up with some special things. For example, at this moment, Thor was trying to wrap his lightning power around his body like armor, protecting himself just like Noah's magic shield. With this shield's protection, even though Thor was blasted by Noah's magic, he didn't get hurt at all. The magical explosions and the roar of Thor's lightning echoed in the empty arena, where only the 5 of them were present. The situation seemed to enter a difficult stalemate. No one knew how long this situation could last. Noah, darting around in midair, seemed to be constantly in danger of being caught by Thor, while Thor also seemed to be in constant danger of being disabled by Noah's magic. This can't go on. Noah was also getting frustrated. This seemed to be the first time he had fought to a stalemate in a real battle. In previous battles, he either directly eliminated his opponent or was directly eliminated by his opponent. There was no such prolonged stalemate. Thor's combat adaptability and combat intelligence were also terrifyingly high. Even though many of the traps Noah left were spatial traps, Thor deftly avoided most of them. Even if he didn't avoid them, he burst through them with terrifying explosive power before Noah could close the space. Continuing this meaningless struggle, Noah felt he could easily last a day with his magic. As for Thor, he was a warrior, how could he get tired so quickly? And no one knew how much lightning power he had. Noah had never seen Thor run out of energy. System, activate the domain. Sighing helplessly, Noah finally chose to use his domain. This basically meant Noah wanted to end the battle quickly. As Noah's command was issued, the surroundings of the dilapidated gladiatorial arena suddenly seemed to solidify. A strange power fluctuation rapidly spread, and within this fluctuating area, everything seemed to change. Seeing this scene, Odin's face instantly changed. He could feel that Noah's magic power had once again increased. Loki also felt the same, but the feeling wasn't intense, and he didn't care about these. What he cared about was that Noah was actually forced by Thor to use this magic. It seems Noah is going all out, Loki whispered. Huh? What do you mean? Was that child just playing before? The only one who might not have understood the situation was Frigga, though she also felt the difference in this magic. It seems so, Odin sighed helplessly. This magic, I'm afraid, Thor has no hope of defeating him. No sooner had Odin's voice fallen than Thor actually charged into this strange fluctuation, striking directly at Noah, who stood rooted to the spot, with immense lightning. Seeing this scene, Odin closed his eyes helplessly, while Loki watched with a joyful expression. Boom. With a roar loud enough to shake all of Asgard, Noah's domain instantly radiated a terrifying silvery white heat. White waves instantly engulfed Thor, and even his lightning power vanished without a trace in that instant. This dazzling silvery white giant wave was actually pure flame, it was the manifestation of flames reaching their ultimate temperature. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 406, Chapter 406, The Dwarf Kingdom. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. Honestly, you really didn't need to be so harsh. Is that so? Who was it that was more ruthless than me back then, practically trying to kill me? How could I forget that stance? Sitting in the spaceship provided by Asgard, Thor was painfully rubbing his face. What was more interesting was that he was now wearing a helmet. In that battle with Noah, Thor could be said to have given his all, and he was also very fortunate to witness Noah's full power. That space, like an independent universe, and those terrifying magical flames that made Thor shudder even now when he recalled them. Those scorching, silvery white flames directly engulfed Thor. If he hadn't suddenly thought of transforming his lightning power into something akin to a magic shield, Noah would probably be hunted down by his father right now. But even so, Thor still suffered greatly. His proud long hair was directly burned into weeds by Noah, and even his armor turned into steam from resisting Noah's magic. So now Thor had to reforge a brand new black armor, and his head full of weeds was also trimmed by Frigga. This is the fierce man I remember. Yes, Thor's hairstyle was now like his later appearance in Thor, Ragnarok. Although it wasn't the creator god, Grandpa who cut his hair, it at least had the same vibe. However, Thor was currently severely dissatisfied with his hairstyle, which was why he was wearing a helmet. Incidentally, after Thor was submerged in Noah's silvery white lava, Noah actively used the domain's power to control the terrifying lava. Otherwise, Thor might have already turned into a pile of dry bones. The battle had progressed far enough, Odin decisively called it off. Although the final result was Thor's defeat, it was within Odin's expectations, and this battle also yielded some unexpected gains that greatly satisfied Odin. That was, Thor surprisingly managed to unleash a considerable amount of lightning power again, which was a very good thing. As for Noah's domain, while this was something he already knew about, it still delivered some shock, but it wasn't too surprising. After the battle, Odin immediately told them to prepare overnight and depart. This surprised Noah a bit, as he had expected Odin to thoroughly question his magic. However, since it didn't happen, Noah didn't dwell on it. If he wasn't asked, Noah could save some explanation effort. Thor, after a good night's rest, had largely recovered. He hadn't sustained any serious injuries. The only thing that caused him immense mental anguish was the loss of his hair, which Noah had no good solution for. This time, only 3 of them were departing. Jane had been sent back to Earth by the Bifrost, but Noah heard that she looked quite upset when she left, while Thor was busy grieving for his hair. Noah felt that it wouldn't be long before this guy would be grieving for himself. Can you two stop with the idle chatter? We're about to make a space jump. Even if you're not helping, can you at least be quiet? Just as Noah and Thor were casually chatting, Loki's voice suddenly came from the cockpit. The pilot of this spaceship was Loki. Noah had no idea how to fly this thing, he probably couldn't operate anything other than a car. Thor, although he could fly, his mind was currently preoccupied with his hair, and he would probably just mess things up if he tried to pilot. And Noah also thought it best not to let Thor steer. Given his unfortunate travel experiences, Noah was quite worried about him encountering Thanos while flying the spaceship. All right, we know, Noah replied casually to Loki, then simply walked into the cockpit. Their destination was Nidavellir, though calling Nidavellir a planet wasn't quite accurate. Nidavellir, the dwarf kingdom, was a series of artificial structures built around a star, also making full use of the surrounding asteroids. One could say this thing was simply a peak work of architecture and design. Noah was surprised when he saw it in the movies. When Loki pressed the space jump button, their spaceship instantly entered a strange state, as if it suddenly accelerated beyond space and time. When everything stabilized, they appeared in another region. As for any discomfort from making a space jump in a spaceship, it was nothing to the three of them. Loki and Thor were aliens and were long used to this kind of thing. As for Noah, with his physical prowess, how could he possibly be uncomfortable? Wow, is this the dwarf kingdom of Nidavellir? Looking at the familiar celestial body in front of him, Noah sighed. Yes, but please don't be so surprised. You're a rather powerful mage even in the universe. Loki glanced at Noah, his voice flat. I'm from Earth. I haven't seen these things before. Is it strange to be surprised? Not strange, but don't act so ignorant. And this isn't a natural celestial body, it's an artificial one. Noah nodded. He could tell that Loki, despite his harsh tone, was indeed reminding him. So, Noah didn't argue with him too much, nor did he bother to explain that he already knew these things. Instead, he quietly waited for the spaceship to dock. Oh, right, one more reminder. Just as the hatch was about to open, Loki suddenly said to Noah again, the race called dwarves, their name is dwarves, but don't think that. Don't think they're actually short, right? Noah rolled his eyes. I already knew that, please. I have quite a few books in my library. Noah, of course, already knew what these so-called dwarves were like. Noah felt that these dwarves probably considered themselves short only when compared to titans or trolls. With their height, they weren't short at all in the universe. The dwarves were also curious about the sudden arrivals, but when they noticed the spaceship was from Asgard, they stopped paying attention. Asgard and the dwarves had a good relationship, and some less busy dwarves even proactively came to greet the three of them. With the help of these dwarves, Noah and his two companions didn't take long to find King Eitri, who was supervising his subordinates in the forging workshop. King Eitri was not only the ruler of Nidavellir but also the most skilled craftsman in the realm. He could even boast that there was nothing in the entire galaxy that he couldn't forge. Eitri was Noah's target. When Noah and his companions found the dwarf king welcomed the three of them very warmly. However, their arrival did not make the dwarf king leave his work post. He directly asked Noah and his companions about their purpose there. Does Asgard have any new needs? Tell me, your requests will be fulfilled as quickly as possible. Nidavellir received Asgard's protection, and in return, the dwarf kingdom provided Asgard with all the weapons or equipment they needed. This time, the people Asgard sent surprised Eitri, because it was two Asgardian heirs and a powerful mage. This made Eitri secretly wonder if Asgard had another conquest plan. Thor and Loki, as heirs to the Asgardian throne, suddenly showing up instead of staying in their own country suggested something urgent and serious. That's right, I need a new weapon, and my father told me to come here. Oh, and also my friend here needs some new weapons, and my father also wrote you a letter. As a typical Asgardian, Thor was always straightforward. He hadn't considered whether his identity would cause any misunderstandings. Even if he knew, Thor wouldn't care and wasn't worried about causing any misunderstandings. Oh. You're changing weapons. Eitri tilted his head. He immediately understood Thor's meaning. Asgard had already deposited a weapon with him, just waiting for the right time to be forged. Eitri had originally thought it would take several more years, but now, it seemed it was time to forge that weapon. No problem, trust me, Thor, I will personally forge your new weapon. It will definitely be a very powerful weapon. By the way, what about your friend? Did King Odin personally write a letter? Let me see it. Eitri was very generous. After agreeing to Thor, he also began to deal with Noah's request. Loki, however, didn't make any requests, which surprised Eitri, but since the second prince of Asgard didn't speak, he didn't deliberately try to sell his creations. Soon, Eitri took the letter handwritten by Odin from Noah. To be honest, Noah himself hadn't opened and read this letter. However, Noah noticed that when Eitri opened and began to read the letter, his entire expression became somewhat peculiar. This made Noah curious about what Odin had written. However, Noah quickly seemed to realize something. Wasn't Thanos' infinity gauntlet forged by these dwarves? Could it be that Odin told Eitri that he had 2 gems, which surprised him? Or did Odin know that the dwarves were forging the infinity gauntlet for Thanos, and now he was directly confessing to him? Unfortunately, Noah probably wouldn't know the answer, because after Eitri finished reading the letter, it directly turned into ashes, and Eitri's expression slowly returned to normal. I understand, Sir Finial. Eitri looked at Noah seriously. Then, please tell me your needs, I will definitely fulfill them. Ah, okay, thank you. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 407, 2 new weapons. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. Noah's weapon requirements were simple in some ways, but also quite difficult in others. Because Noah's weapon wasn't a gauntlet, there would naturally be some minor trouble in housing 2 gems. However, this was no challenge for the dwarves, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to create the infinity gauntlet, would they? But boosting magic power and allowing the weapon to deform at Noah's will was truly a significant problem. Simply put, there were virtually no magically conductive materials that could meet Noah's need for arbitrary deformation. And magically conductive materials that could meet Noah's needs were almost impossible to deform. So, finding a balance between these 2 key points truly worried the dwarves. After much deliberation, Eitri finally made a decision. He brought out the mithril he had accidentally acquired when he was very young. Honestly, when Noah heard mithril, he thought he had stumbled into a time paradox. Wasn't mithril something that only appeared in various fantasy worlds? Could there be a Lord of the Rings story unfolding on some planet in this world? Or could Noah actually find that scoundrel Gandalf? Don't let me really find you, or I'll have to properly train you, teach you what a true sorcerer is, you heretic. Noah kept this in mind. With the Space Stone, Noah wasn't worried about not being able to travel freely across the universe. It might even be possible to travel out of this universe. A single world inherently contains several, or even countless, universes, and the number of these universes is determined by the strength of that world. After determining the main material for Noah's weapon, the rest became slightly simpler, though still not entirely simple. At least, combining mithril with an infinity stone was no easy feat. As for incorporating Noah's current wand into it, was that even a problem? Noah's wand was giving the dwarves headaches, while Thor's new weapon presented far fewer difficulties. Because it was stored in Asgard, they had already prepared the materials and such, unlike Noah's complicated situation. This new weapon was, of course, Stormbreaker, or it could also be called Storm Axe, a weapon that could be used as both an axe and a hammer. What made Noah curious was that without the little tree creature Groot this time, Stormbreaker's handle might be different from the one in the movie. However, these were not Noah's concerns. The dwarves would naturally have their own preparations. The dwarves were highly efficient. While Eitri and others prepared Noah's weapon, other dwarves also prepared all the already arranged materials and molds. Since the weapon to be crafted for Thor had already been designed, everything was ready. They just needed to melt the prepared special metal and pour the liquid metal into the mold. It was that simple. This kind of work didn't even require Eitri's personal involvement, as other dwarves could easily complete it. This weapon contains extremely formidable power. If your own strength is insufficient, you won't even be able to wield this weapon. But since you're here today, you must already possess the qualifications to wield it. Oh, and this weapon can even directly activate the Bifrost. The Bifrost could also be used as a form of teleportation spell, allowing one to reach any corner of the Milky Way galaxy in a very short time. Perhaps any corner of the universe, though there was a process during teleportation, and this flight time extended with increasing distance, unlike Noah's or the Space Stone's instant arrival at the destination. But even so, the Bifrost was an extremely convenient method of teleportation. If Thor could freely use the Bifrost, the benefits would not only be more convenient trips to Earth to see his girlfriend. In combat, he could even launch surprise attacks instantly due to the short distance. While a dwarf Noah didn't recognize explained things to Thor, Stormbreaker was slowly forged. As Noah had estimated, without Groot, the axe's handle was indeed different. It must be remembered that the dwarf kingdom was not the place reduced to only one living person by Thanos, so it was naturally impossible for the weapon to be almost formed, only for the crucial handle to be unprepared. Such an embarrassing situation. After the weapon components were taken out of the mold, the dwarves immediately installed the still not completely cooled components onto the already prepared handle. As the components thoroughly cooled, the entire Stormbreaker was fused together by a mysterious power. The moment Stormbreaker took shape, a powerful fluctuation emanated from the weapon. Besides Noah and Loki, the mages, the one who also sensed it was Thor, who was about to become the owner of this weapon. It seems this weapon is truly formidable. Loki's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at the weapon, feeling a bit jealous of the power it exuded. Why are you still standing there? Go prove you're worthy to pick it up. Noah didn't have any other emotions. Short-haired Thor holding Stormbreaker, that was the true god of thunder. With such a god of thunder holding court in Asgard, especially given some time, perhaps Thanos wouldn't dare to casually seek trouble with Thor. And when Thor grew to his peak, then Thanos would probably never dare to cross the line. The process of Thor picking up Stormbreaker doesn't need much explanation. This was originally prepared for him by Odin. As long as Thor reached a certain level of strength, he could pick it up and gain the axe's recognition. The current Thor was not the somewhat foolish character he was at the same period in the original story. As Thor infused his lightning power into Stormbreaker, he immediately felt his resonance with the axe. Stormbreaker did not resist Thor at all, giving Thor a feeling similar to wielding Mjolnir. Thor once again had that sensation of being able to feel the weapon no matter how far it was from him, as if it were a part of his own body. Looking at Thor, now bathed in lightning and holding Stormbreaker, Noah also felt a momentary trance. Although Thor hadn't reached his peak, Noah believed this guy would probably get faster and faster on this path, right? Is this considered watching this guy surpass himself? Noah stroked his chin, but soon Noah discarded this thought. Thor entered the 8th grade, 8th level, and also got his strongest exclusive weapon. Although very powerful, don't forget that Noah also hadn't reached his peak, and Noah still had a trump card that he had barely used. If worst comes to worst, I'll turn into a dragon. If I can't beat him, can't I at least run away? But why does Thor look at his weapon so strangely? Could it be that this guy is going to evolve from the god of hammer to the god of axe? Well, whether it was the god of hammer or the god of axe, it didn't seem to fit with the god of thunder. Noah felt for the first time that being a mage was better. No matter what wand you used, people would remember your main profession, other weapons wouldn't be used as your title. Thor's weapon was settled, and at this moment, he was as excited as a silly child. He always seemed to feel an infinite power within him, and he wished to compete with Noah to release these powers. But unfortunately, Noah was no fool. How could Noah not know what Thor was thinking? Losing to the same guy twice, in the Eastern world, this might even cause a heart demon. Of course, Noah thought, for this kind of thing to cause a heart demon, how petty must this guy be? Thor purely wanted to regain some face and test his abilities. However, Noah didn't plan to dance with him on the dwarf planet. God knows what this cursed place would turn into if the two of them really unleashed their full power. This situation lasted for over a month, and Noah was constantly bothered by Thor during this time. If he hadn't temporarily been unable to leave, Noah would have probably chosen to retreat long ago. Fortunately, Noah wasn't idle here either. He took this time to familiarize himself with the usage of the Space Stone. After all, the Space Stone wasn't the Time Stone. No matter how much it matched Noah's attributes, Noah didn't have an instruction manual for it. Besides, the movies mostly showed the application of all 6 gems just snapping fingers, or simply channeling power to activate them. It could be said that these were either useless or the simplest applications. Noah didn't want his use of the gems to be just like applying a buff, with no fine control whatsoever. However, 1 month was indeed a bit short, and Thor constantly interrupted him. Fortunately, the dwarves' work efficiency was very good, and they completed their work before Noah exploded. This is your wand. When Eitri presented a liquid-like, silvery white object to Noah, Thor and Loki's eyes widened. They truly didn't expect the dwarves to make such an unknown object and hand it to Noah. You call this thing a wand? Thor looked at the silvery substance with a strange expression and asked curiously. Yes, this thing hasn't been shaped yet. Eitri nodded affirmatively, then looked curiously at Thor and Loki. Didn't Mr. Finial tell you? Mr. Finial needed a wand that could change shape freely, so we didn't mold it. Change shape freely? Loki's eyes widened. So, this thing can completely change according to the user's thoughts. But why do I feel that this thing doesn't seem to have any? Like the feeling of Stormbreaker. Eitri smiled. Because it hasn't been completely finished yet, it's missing one step. Missing one step? What step? That's strange. Why didn't Mr. Finial and His Majesty Odin tell you such important things? Or did you just not pay attention? Mr. Finial is going to embed 2 Infinity Stones into it. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 408, Chapter 408, Are You Married? Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. To be honest, Noah was also quite depressed looking at his wand being an unidentified blob, but after hearing Eitri's explanation, he felt somewhat relieved. Indeed, These dwarves clearly didn't know what Noah planned to turn this wand into. If they had imagined a shape and molded it themselves, they probably would have felt a bit embarrassed if the aesthetic wasn't up to par. The weapons crafted by dwarves not only had to be powerful and highly valuable, but also had to align with the user's aesthetic values. If the user themselves disliked their weapon, then that would be a very unsuccessful endeavor for them. So the dwarves didn't bother with such effort. Thor's weapon had a design from the beginning, so they didn't need to worry so much. For a mage's weapon, especially one that still needed processing, the dwarves wouldn't do such thankless tasks. Taking the silvery substance, Noah's spiritual power immediately permeated it. Sure enough, this silvery substance was like a lifeless object, without any other energy fluctuations, completely incomparable to Thor's weapon. However, Noah didn't mind. The dwarves' design was incredibly ingenious. This silvery blob had an abnormally high mass and density. Although it was currently condensed into a blob, Noah felt that if he extended it with magic, it might even turn into something like Gandalf's staff. Most importantly, Noah truly found 2 indentations at the center of this blob. These 2 indentations were covered with dense, strange runes. Noah had no idea what their specific purpose was, but he could guess they were used to enhance and connect the core of the entire substance. Clever design. Is this to unleash the power of the gems? Noah secretly speculated. It must be said that this race, which had created the Infinity Gauntlet, probably referenced and borrowed some of the Infinity Gauntlet's designs for his wand. Unfortunately, there were only 2 indentations, unlike the Infinity Gauntlet, which could house all the gems. But for me, it's enough. Overall, Noah was quite satisfied, because Noah never intended to claim all 6 gems for himself. Not to mention, Noah's strength wouldn't allow him to do so. Besides, even if he gained strength later, Noah might not value these gems much. 2 useful gems were enough for Noah. He would scatter the other gems after collecting them except for Thanos. This would not only be safer but also bring more enemies to Thanos. Thinking this, Noah's movements were not slow. With a wave of his hand, ripples appeared in the space around Noah. The next moment, 2 glowing gems, one blue and one green, appeared in everyone's sight. Eitri was even more surprised. Are these the Infinity Stones? Yes, the Space Stone and the Time Stone. They are also the core of my new wand. Truly incredible, Mr. Finial. But I must remind you, you need to be careful. Many people probably have designs on the gems. Thank you, King Eitri. I already knew this after obtaining the gems. How could Noah not know this? But what could he do? Noah had to fight for a 50% chance and a 1 in 30 million chance. Honestly, only one success out of 30 million parallel universes who knew what kind of terrible odds that was. The success in the movie was hard to say if it was just an anomaly. As for the comics, Noah couldn't afford that many reboots. As a non-native resident, who knew if he would still be him after a reboot, perhaps directly becoming the true Noah Finial. Shaking his head, Noah took the 2 gems in his hand, then slowly inserted them into the indentations of the silvery substance. The moment the 2 gems touched the silvery substance seemed to come alive. Waves of terrifying fluctuations erupted from this substance, as if a mysterious force was fusing the gems and the silvery substance together. These terrifying forces grew stronger and stronger, forcing the surrounding dwarves to retreat. Only Noah, Thor, and Loki remained unaffected. Even Eitri was finding it a bit hard to bear. Everyone else, quickly retreat, stay away from this weapon. Mr. Finial, quickly prove you are worthy to hold it. Faced with this situation, Eitri had to urge Noah to act faster. The dwarves had seen similar situations countless times throughout their lives, having forged innumerable strange equipment and divine artifacts. So, there was no panic. All the dwarves retreated to a sufficient distance, then quietly watched what Noah was going to do. And Noah didn't disappoint the curious dwarves. Noah was originally proficient in space magic, and his body had also been altered by the Space Stone. So, he had an unusual affinity for the Space Stone. As for the Time Stone, well, although Noah's control over the Time Stone was really poor, he himself felt that he might not be as good as that kid, Strange. But the problem was, Noah had read the instructions, so even without such high talent, basic control was not an issue. Noah held the silvery substance. As the majestic magic power within him erupted, the silvery substance also seemed to resonate with Noah. Although the dominant light was azure, as time passed, the azure light and emerald light gradually began to intertwine. In this intertwining, Noah clearly felt that the mysterious runes around the 2 indentations also began to exert incredible power. The runes emitted a faint silver glow, and these thread-like streaks of light quickly activated the entire silvery substance. When the power released by the silvery substance synchronized with the 2 gems, Noah suddenly felt the resonance between himself and the silvery substance becoming clearer and clearer. Suddenly, when Noah's resonance with the silvery substance reached synchronization, Noah instantly felt 2 completely different forces contained within the silvery substance. And this silvery substance seemed to have found its owner, attaching itself to Noah's finger with two incredible forces. Slowly, this silvery substance transformed into a ring and settled on Noah's ring finger. In an instant, Noah suddenly had a very peculiar feeling. He felt that, no matter how far the weapon was from him, he could feel it, as if it were a part of his own body. And Noah also had a feeling that the magic power in his body seemed to become more powerful and easier to manipulate. Not only that, even his own body seemed to become incredibly active because of this ring. Noah even felt that he didn't even need to do anything, just wearing this ring, his physical enhancement would continuously reach its peak. This discovery surprised Noah. He wasn't sure if it was his illusion or the truth. The improvement in physical fitness brought many benefits to Noah. Not to mention anything else, the storage of spiritual power and magic power alone was a huge change. Noah naturally hoped that everything would proceed smoothly. And because of this body, my strength will also be limited, so the improvement of physical fitness is especially important. Noah would not forget those miserable years. It was because his physical fitness simply could not keep up with the growth of his magic power, causing Noah to be stuck at the 6th tier for a long time. Now Noah's physical fitness is only at the 5th or 6th tier. Noah feels that if his physical fitness does not improve, he will probably be stuck again. Don't worry, this weapon really suits you, and with the presence of the Space Stone, it has been slowly improving your physical fitness. Perhaps knowing what Noah was worried about, the system's mechanical voice sounded in Noah's mind. This news made Noah even happier. If this was the case, Noah probably didn't need to worry so much. Looking at the ring on his hand, Noah slowly withdrew his magic power, and his ring immediately calmed down. The terrifying anomaly caused by Noah activating this new weapon also slowly disappeared at this moment. Everything seemed to return to calm. Did it succeed? Thor asked first. He was standing next to Noah, so he observed quite carefully. It succeeded, very smoothly. Noah smiled and nodded, then raised his right hand. See, it's quite pretty, isn't it? Noah transformed his weapon into the shape of a ring, and because of the material of the ring, its plasticity was very high. Therefore, Noah didn't make the ring look plain. He didn't know if Noah did it on purpose, but the current ring was completely black, and some strange runes appeared on it. These runes were the ones inside the ring, and Noah could completely control whether they appeared or were hidden. With these runes as carving, the entire ring looked much more sophisticated. As for the color of the ring, this was completely controlled by Noah himself. He could make it black if he wanted, or white if he wanted. It looks pretty good, doesn't it? Loki also leaned over to take a look, saying with undisguised envy in his tone, it's very powerful, and the power it caused just now was quite terrifying. Congratulations. Thank you, it is indeed very powerful. Noah nodded. He was also happy looking at the ring on his ring finger, but for some reason, Noah felt that the position where his ring was worn seemed a bit strange. By the way, are you married? Thor suddenly asked, somewhat inexplicably. How could that be? We've known each other for so long, don't you know my situation? Noah immediately shook his head. That's why it's strange. Why are you wearing it on your ring finger? Jane told me that only married people wear it on that finger. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 409, Chapter 409, Noah's Spacetime Star. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. Noah finally understood why he kept feeling something strange. It was because his ring was on the wrong finger. Noah was a pure bachelor. Although saying bachelor now would be a bit unfair to Hermione, the problem was they were just starting out. Marriage was still a Rhine River away, no need to overthink it. With a dark expression, Noah took the ring off his ring finger and put it on his index finger. Immediately, Noah felt much more comfortable. Looking at the ring on his finger, Noah started pondering what to name it. Weapons needed names, just like Thor's hammer and axe, both had exclusive names. And names sometimes could even affect the weapon's properties. Of course, this was rare. You couldn't just change the famous Frostmourne, the sword of a filial son, to Fire of Joy, and expect it to become the filial father's sword that shoots fire, right? But what should my weapon be called? T-1000. Or the Infinity Ring. It's not necessarily a ring either. Noah stroked his chin. Being bad at naming things, he was truly stumped by this. After much thought, Noah decided to go with a simple name, Finner's Spacetime Star. Although this weapon had many special properties, its most crucial components were the 2 Infinity Stones within it. The Time Stone and the Power Stone formed the core of this weapon and were the source of its power. Coupled with it being Noah's exclusive weapon, this name was perfectly fine. All in all, it was good that it didn't end up being called Celerin or something similar. Finner's Spacetime Star. Thor looked at Noah with a strange expression. The name's not bad. What do you think, Loki? Don't ask me. Whether it's Stormbreaker or Finner spacetime star, it has nothing to do with me. Loki rolled his eyes, not bothering to answer the question. It was clear that he wasn't in a good mood, but neither Thor nor Noah cared much. Especially Noah, who was idly toying with the spacetime star, now transformed into a ring, on his hand. Honestly, Noah had initially wanted the dwarves to use something like a stellar core as material for the weapon. But now, the dwarves had created something even more suitable for him than Noah had imagined, which made Noah even happier. Moreover, the name of this thing made Noah think more deeply, because its name was actually Mithril. Mithril, to be honest, was overused in novels in Noah's previous life, as if a mage wasn't qualified without a few pieces of Mithril equipment. But in reality, the first appearance of Mithril was in the prequel novel to The Lord of the Rings. This was why Noah immediately thought of that old geezer who laid the foundation for heretical mages when he heard the name of this material. For this matter, Noah specifically asked Eitri about the origin of this mithril, but unfortunately, the Dwarf King didn't seem to remember where this mithril came from either. Because it was too ancient, Eitri also couldn't recall. I vaguely remember my grandfather brought it back. Back then, the universe wasn't as heavily isolated by special forces, and dwarves could still travel around and search for materials. But I heard my grandfather say that he found it on a planet with terrifying giant dragons and constant warfare. A planet with terrifying giant dragons and constant warfare. Noah rubbed his chin. Could this terrifying giant dragon be Encalagon? Constant warfare. It seems the world of Middle-earth was basically in constant conflict from beginning to end, due to the existence of Morgoth creating an inevitable opposition of darkness and light. If that were truly the case, then Eitri's grandfather was too miserable, wasn't he? Who was Encalagon? He was the first giant dragon bred by Morgoth Bogler during the First Age. He was the largest and most powerful of all dragons, and the first winged dragon. In the War of Wrath, Morgoth sent Encalagon from Angband to fight against the hosts of the Vala, and even the Vala's army was defeated by Encalagon. Legend says Encalagon's size was enough to blot out the sun. He was the largest dragon in Middle-earth, hundreds of times the size of Smaug. If calculated, hundreds of times a 150-meter-long Smaug would be tens of thousands of meters long, wouldn't it? And according to Gandalf's deduction, Encalagon's flames were hotter than other dragons, even capable of destroying the One Ring. Of course, this did not include the One Ring. How terrifying indeed. Yes, my grandfather rarely left after he came back. He probably didn't dare to leave, did he? Noah thought to himself. However, this time also confirmed something for Noah, that the universes were relatively easy to communicate with each other before. This couldn't help but remind Noah of his previous encounter inside the Tesseract, the Space Stone, where those large and small silver light screens were still vivid in Noah's memory. Why not take this opportunity to go and see? Suddenly, an uncontrollable idea arose in Noah's mind. He felt that since he was out here, why not go and see those light screens? And in Noah's memory, there seemed to be a light screen very close to his current location. Of course, close was relative, it wasn't measured in meters, but in light years. However, Asgardian spaceships had space-jumping technology, so this distance was really nothing. Moreover, Noah himself was someone who could disregard distance, his current strength was completely capable of achieving this step. Since that's the case, why not take a look? With such thoughts, Noah and his two companions left after participating in a celebratory banquet at Eitri's invitation. Actually, Noah didn't want to attend such banquets at all, but since his weapon was provided for free, Noah, with his softened stance, could only go along and revel with the dwarves. Thor probably enjoyed such revelry the most. Watching him clutching a mug as thick as his waist, then dancing and drinking with a dwarf twice his height, made Noah's head ache. Loki was similar to Noah, probably as a fellow mage, he also strongly disliked such environments. If it were a court banquet, Loki would probably be very happy to attend and could appear impeccably graceful. Thor drank until midnight, and dwarf ale was no joke, especially when Thor didn't use his powers to resist it, he'd get as drunk as a silly dog. Fortunately, Noah and Loki were there, otherwise, he would have been left lying on the roadside. Is this guy always like this? Noah asked, a little depressed, looking at Thor snoring loudly on the bed. Pretty much, Loki truly felt Thor was too embarrassing. He sighed helplessly. This guy is basically always like this. I really don't understand what's so good about getting drunk like an idiot. Noah shrugged. Honestly, he didn't know either, but Noah wasn't bothered by what these warriors thought. There was a natural gap between a warrior's mindset and a mage's mindset. For example, when it came to drinking, mages generally tasted sparingly and wouldn't let themselves get drunk, or even didn't drink at all. But warriors wouldn't care so much, they basically had no resistance to the temptation of good wine. They generally wouldn't stop until they couldn't even remember who they were. I really don't understand what's so good about getting that drunk. Are you troubled? By the way, Loki, what's your opinion on the universe beyond the Milky Way? Since they had nothing to do, and Noah had been captivated by Eitre's earlier story and had some special thoughts, he naturally wanted to ask Loki, this alien. If appropriate, Noah genuinely planned to experience other universes. The universe beyond the Milky Way. Loki tilted his head. I haven't been there. The universe within the Milky Way is already so vast. Besides your solar system, there are countless other star systems. Why are you interested in this? Did you get some ideas from the dwarves' stories? Yes, I did get some ideas. My advice is, don't think too much. Even if you have the space stone. The Milky Way is so vast, how much do you truly understand about it? And there are so many parallel universes and spaces created by black hole distortions in the Milky Way. Do you think you've seen them all? The Milky Way is indeed very large, that's absolutely correct. Let alone the Milky Way, Noah hadn't even fully explored the vast solar system. However, Noah's vision wasn't that limited. For example, the planet Sakaar was clearly not a planet in the Milky Way. At that time, Thor and Loki had no idea how many dimensions they had to cross to get to that place. Also, Dormammu, it was clear that his dark dimension didn't exist within the Milky Way either. Even in a higher dimensional Milky Way, it probably wouldn't be able to contain that guy. Noah stroked his chin. He felt it was better not to ask too much about the outside universe for now, there were still too many internal universe issues to figure out. As for those light screens, Noah still wanted to see them. Anyway, what else was there to do? By the way, you said, which galaxy is Thanos from? Titan, the sixth moon of Saturn. I'm not entirely sure where exactly, but I heard it's already been destroyed. Then, the Kree homeworld. Hala. That's their homeworld. That place is also known as the origin of the Kree Empire, one of the three great empires of the galaxy. Noah chatted leisurely with Loki like this. In the midst of Thor's pig-like snoring, the sky gradually began to lighten. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals one bonus chapter. Chapter 410, Cosmic Portal. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. My apologies, I didn't expect the dwarf ale to have such a kick. I accidentally got carried away. Shut up, you embarrassing idiot. Do you even know how disgraceful you are? Early in the morning, Loki's roar and Thor's not-so-sincere apology echoed from within the spaceship Noah and his companions were on. Clearly, Thor had woken up, and Loki had no intention of letting this opportunity pass, immediately grabbing Thor and scolding him furiously. However, Thor, who was long accustomed to this situation, wouldn't care about such trivial matters. He continued to apologize nonchalantly, while drowsily starting to pilot the spaceship. Honestly, his piloting made Noah a little nervous. God knew if this guy would make them crash into an asteroid or something while flying like this. Fortunately, Loki didn't seem to trust him much either. He constantly stood by Thor's side, seemingly to scold him while also being ready to handle any dangerous situations. Honestly, it's such a shame you two mages can't experience the beauty of alcohol. It's truly boring. Thor completely ignored the gradually appearing hash marks on Loki and Noah's foreheads, and continued self-importantly, by the way, are we heading back to Asgard now? Should we go to Xander? It's Noah's first time entering the universe, after all. No, I have a better place I want to see. Noah decisively shook his head. Going to Xander would have to wait a while, perhaps a year later. Noah's current target was that light screen, which, while different from the power of the space stone, still resonated with it. He wanted to see what was beyond the light screen. Oh. You've entered the universe? No, somewhere other than Asgard. No, but I have the space stone, and my teacher can also do many things. So I can't say I'm completely unfamiliar. There are some special places I want to visit. Wow. Special places. Are they near Asgard? You know Loki's situation. Don't worry, it's nearby. Of course, I know Loki's situation, so you can rest assured. Loki's situation was being hunted by Thanos. As the one who messed everything up, Noah naturally knew this. Fortunately, the light screen point recorded by Noah's system was still within Asgard's protected area, so Noah felt Loki would be safe moving around here. Is that so? Alright, let's go take a look. Hearing Noah's assurance, Thor immediately had no objections. Give me the coordinates, and I'll pilot the ship there. No problem, Noah nodded. Although he didn't know how to express the coordinates, that didn't mean Noah didn't have other methods. For example, now, Noah directly concentrated his magic and pointed a finger at Thor's head. Thor instantly jolted as if he had been electrocuted, shaking his entire body, but he recovered in an instant, then looked at Noah complainingly. Next time, can you say something? Or just write it on the control panel. Do you think I use this thing? But saying something in advance next time is fine. Thor rolled his eyes, too lazy to bother with Noah. He closed his eyes and carefully read the information Noah transmitted. Although it was simple, Thor had accurately found the coordinates of the location. However, Thor was a little confused. Wasn't that place just a dead star with nothing on it? Thor had lived for thousands of years, and he was quite adventurous, so he had been to many places and naturally knew a lot about them. As luck would have it, he had actually seen the location map Noah sent, which was why he was a little strange. That place was a star basically unsuitable for life. Although for the three of them, Noah, Thor, and Loki, any place was pretty much the same. For ordinary people, that place wouldn't leave any traces of civilization, would it? Could it be that some powerful character from another universe had once stayed there and left something behind? That didn't seem right. An outside strong being entering Asgard would put Asgard into battle readiness. Surely no one would be that idiotic. Shaking his head, Thor stopped overthinking. He quickly adjusted a series of parameters for the spaceship, and then the spaceship flew towards his preset destination at top speed. When the spaceship's speed reached a certain limit, Thor directly activated the space jump. When they emerged from the alternate dimension, they were already above an unknown star. Thor landed the spaceship in a suitable spot. As they stepped out of the cabin, Noah immediately felt some discomfort. What's wrong? Are you feeling a bit uncomfortable? Thor immediately sensed Noah's unusual state. This isn't Earth, so there naturally won't be oxygen. Do you need me to get you some equipment? No need, Noah shook his head. Although he felt a little uncomfortable, Noah knew it wasn't a big problem. After all, as an 8th-tier mage, if he couldn't even overcome this, then Noah might as well give up. Moreover, Noah's physical fitness was already there. Simply adapting to this oxygen-free environment in the universe wasn't impossible. Look at Thor and Loki, they were fine, weren't they? Furthermore, Noah's body was similar to Carol's. If she could adapt, why couldn't Noah? After a little while, Noah found himself feeling much better. The main reason was that Noah directly used the magic within his body to substitute for breathing. This approach was very effective. It even counted as a method of cultivating magic. Although Noah already felt that doing so had little effect on him. This place is truly desolate, Thor looked around. Noah. Where is the place you mentioned? Very close, I've already locked onto the location, Noah sensed for a moment, then directly opened a portal. Noah naturally couldn't miss such obvious spatial fluctuations. In fact, this time, Noah could feel more. Just like last time, although the spatial fluctuations here were very obvious, they were clearly different from Noah's power and the power of the space stone. Especially the power radiating through these light screens, it was distinctly different from this world. Noah couldn't describe this feeling, which only intensified his curiosity. He wondered what kind of strange place was behind this light screen. Passing through the portal, Noah and his two companions arrived in a valley. This valley also caught Thor's attention. Because this valley was clearly not naturally formed, Thor even found traces of spaceships having landed here, which made Thor feel somewhat bewildered. Wasn't this a dead star? And this was still within Asgard's controlled territory. Why were there such traces here? These were traces of civilization. Even if these traces were probably much older than Thor, they were indeed real. What's going on here? You ask me, who am I supposed to ask? Noah also noticed these traces, but he didn't think as much as Thor. As they walked further into the valley, the traces of civilization became more abundant, and Thor felt more and more lost. He felt as if he had accidentally stumbled into some terrifying place, and he was now fully on alert. Not just Thor, Loki was also similar, and even Noah seemed to detect something amiss. If it weren't for the spatial fluctuations growing more intense, Noah would have even thought he had stumbled into some place where an era was buried. I haven't heard of 9 divine dragons pulling a coffin to Earth. If such a thing really happened, Thanos would have turned to dust long ago. Where would he have the time to snap his fingers? The trio, feeling somewhat nervous, finally reached the very center of the valley. Inside this valley was a wall like a mirror. This situation once again left the three of them stunned for a long time, because the situation here was completely different from what they had expected. Looking at the outside, they had thought this place was some kind of gathering area, but it turned out to be a flat surface that looked like a mirror. What the hell was this thing? Was it giving you a mirror to look at yourself? This bizarre scene made all three of them feel particularly strange. If it weren't for all three of them feeling that this mirror-like surface was emitting some strange power, they would probably have suspected they had gone the wrong way. This place feels a bit odd to me, Thor said softly. It's indeed very strange. It's clear there were traces of civilization here before, but I've never heard of any civilization existing here, because this was previously a dead star. And this mirror? Alright, let's call it a mirror for now. It doesn't seem to be anything simple. Loki also frowned and nodded seriously. Noah, how did you know about this place? Thor turned to look at Noah. Through the space stone, Noah didn't hide anything. As he walked towards the mirror-like surface, he said to Thor and Loki, "After I recovered the Tesseract, I once entered its interior and directly faced the Space Stone. And that time, I was also taken on a tour of the universe by the Space Stone. Incidentally, I also recorded these light screens throughout the universe. Toured the entire universe." Thor and Loki were both a little confused about what was going on. "Yes. Had a good tour," Noah nodded. The next moment, a brilliant blue light appeared around Noah. The brilliant blue light intersected with this mirror. Soon, the mirror seemed to come alive. Waves of strange energy continuously rippled, and a vortex began to appear within the mirror-like surface. Is this a portal? When Noah activated the mirror, he was basically certain it was a portal. But where did it ultimately lead? Noah stroked his chin, but the next moment, he found himself being pulled by an invisible force. Not just him, Thor and Loki also felt the same. In the blink of an eye, they were directly pulled into the vortex within this mirror. Damn it. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 411, Chapter 411, Parallel Universe. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. This is Bogano. A Jedi I knew discovered it before the Great Purge. It's not on any map. Meaning no one in the Empire can find it either. On a planet that maintained its pristine appearance, a man and a woman disembarked from a spaceship. The man's name was Cal Kestis, and the woman's name was Sir Juanda. They had just escaped from the Scrapper Guild on Braca. To be precise, Cal escaped from the scrapyard and was pursued because his Jedi identity was exposed, leading to a hunt for him. Sir, on the other hand, discovered the existence of this Jedi. Actually, he was still an apprentice, and saved him. They had fled together to this undiscovered, pristine planet for refuge. Sir nodded at Cal's words, but before she could say anything, a muffled thunderclap suddenly boomed in the sky above them. Such thunder seemed nothing special on this natural planet, and Sir felt nothing unusual. Just as she was about to speak again, a scream came down from the sky. Ah! The sound was exceptionally miserable and very loud, forcing both Sir and Cal to look up at the sky. Soon, what appeared to be a meteor streaked across the sky, accompanied by a piercing whistle and an exceptionally shrill scream, plummeting violently. Damn you, Noah! Amidst a heavy boom and a chilling curse, the meteor slammed into the ground. Endless smoke and dust drifted with the wind, and the entire Earth seemed to tremble continuously from the impact of this meteor. What is this? Cal had already drawn his lightsaber, though he hadn't ignited it, didn't you say? This planet couldn't be found on any map. Yes. Sir was also somewhat stunned now, she had no idea what was happening. After a moment's hesitation, Sir said, "Should we go check?" Cal nodded. He was certain that what had fallen was essentially a person, and he was also sure that this person was probably dead. Although he didn't know how high this person had fallen from, one thing was certain, falling from such a height, it was probably impossible for anyone to survive. Even the Jedi Council elders would absolutely have no hope of survival. Ah! Just as Cal and Sir were about to go over, another scream fell from the sky. This time, they were more experienced. They immediately retreated a sufficient distance, then watched the falling meteor crash, until they heard, "Damn you, Noah," again, after which everything seemed to fall silent. Who was Noah? This question left both Cal and Sir bewildered. Cal was better off because he had spent 6 years on Braca, oblivious to the outside world. But Sir was different, she was originally a Jedi Knight, and even after cutting off her connection to the Force, she had been wandering the galaxy. So, she had many sources of information and knew a great deal. Yet, even Sir had never heard of any powerful individual named Noah. Could it be a new, cruel inquisitor emerging from the Empire? Damn it. Loki, get off me, now. Just as Sir and Cal were still confused, a furious voice suddenly came from the smoking crater. This instantly made Cal and Sir jump as if they had seen ghosts. What was going on? How was this possible? Falling from such a high altitude, and smashing such a large crater into the planet, why was the person who fell still alive? Shut up. If I had fallen on the ground, I might have felt good, but falling on you almost killed me. You damned guy are just a solid piece of iron. That's because your physical fitness is too poor. Stop talking nonsense, do you want to suffocate me? Get off me, now. Don't worry, if there are no surprises, there's probably one more person. Damn it. Get down quickly, don't think that adding you will make me hurt more. In reality, you'll be the one who hurts the most. The slightly gruff voice hadn't finished speaking when Cal and Sir heard another scream. Then, they saw another meteor fall from the sky, and once again, it accurately slammed into the deep crater. The ground shook violently again. The sky gradually darkened. Inside the mantis, a four-armed Latero, Grease anxiously glanced at Cal and Seer, then looked at the three strangers. Although he was sitting in the cockpit and hadn't disembarked, how could Grease not know what was happening outside? Especially since it caused such a terrifying tremor, even if Grease wanted to remain unaware, it would be difficult, right? According to Cal and Seer, these three fell directly from space and crashed onto this planet. To be honest, this story was quite funny, but Grease couldn't laugh at all. Because it was true. So, who exactly are you three? Seer asked cautiously, looking at the three who seemed to have recovered. Let's just say we had a bit of an accident. Noah shrugged helplessly, while Thor and Loki glared at Noah. This was indeed an accident. To be precise, Noah himself never expected that behind that damned light curtain was a parallel universe. Now Noah somewhat understood why that place, which looked like a Death Star, had so many traces of civilization left behind. It turned out that parallel universes used to communicate. This couldn't help but remind Noah of some settings in the Marvel comics. In the Ultimate Universe, many of them could freely enter and exit parallel universes. Most importantly, Noah seemed to remember that in the Ultimate Universe, the Illuminati didn't treat parallel universes as living beings. This made Noah understand why such a light curtain was sealed. Actually, Noah still felt a bit apprehensive thinking about it now. What kind of consequences would inadvertently opening the light curtain to a parallel universe bring? This situation made Noah inwardly regret it, but his system gave Noah the greatest comfort, allowing Noah to temporarily stop thinking so much, and even simply relax and think about how to get through the energy recovery period. The sealing of parallel universes requires very powerful forces, and who did this is unknown, especially since your world is not simple, and you just got the key. You only opened one world, you don't need to worry so much, but there are some bad things. Is that so? The Space Stone and Time Stone are actually keys to open parallel universes. Wait, what are the bad things you mentioned? Although the gate to the parallel universe is still locked, the navigational gate within your own universe has opened. This means that Earth will probably have many aliens in the future. Aliens. So should I form a Man in Black organization to eliminate aliens? Noah was dumbfounded. Even though the Men in Black movie seemed silly, especially with the low combat power of their two main characters, it was undeniable that this thing was indeed a part of the Marvel Universe. Noah never dreamed that he would personally open such a door. As for the energy recovery period, this wasn't about Noah's two gems energy, nor his own magic power. It was that opening the parallel universe gate in this world had an energy cooldown. This time wasn't long, only about 3 to 5 days, but facing an unfamiliar universe was indeed quite a torment. Due to some accident, we ended up in this godforsaken place. Noah ignored Thor and Loki's angry stares. Tell me, where exactly is this? Before answering that question, we need to confirm one thing. Seer was not satisfied with Noah's answer. Tell me, are you members of the Empire? The Empire? Thor and Loki suddenly laughed. How interesting, the Empire. Speaking of which, we are both princes of an empire. When Noah heard these two blurt out such a remark, he knew there would definitely be trouble. Although Noah wasn't a Star Wars fan, he could recognize that the guy named Calcestis was holding a lightsaber. Noah remembered that lightsabers were good for dismembering hands, but generally didn't kill people. However, this didn't stop a large number of people from being obsessed with the humming lightsabers, like Tony, who was a Star Wars fan. Noah could certainly determine where he was in this parallel universe. Although he didn't know the timeline, one thing he could confirm was that the Sith Lord had probably already issued Order 66. As expected, when Thor and Loki made those somewhat true but joking remarks, Kel immediately activated his lightsaber, and Seer pulled out a blaster pistol, aiming it at the three of them. This sudden outburst caught Thor and Loki off guard. Had the Empire done something bad in this world? I say, what's wrong with you guys? Thor wasn't afraid of these few people at all. In fact, the huge difference in strength made Thor completely disregard them. Alright, Thor, shut up. Noah directly interrupted Thor, then pondered for a moment before suddenly raising his hand. In an instant, the entire cockpit was filled with a terrifying force. Cal, Seer, and Grease all seemed to experience gravitational problems, directly hanging upside down from the ceiling. Their weapons also flew backward, stopping in front of Noah. Noah frowned. He suddenly felt that his power had become so strong in this world. He clearly hadn't activated spacetime just now, nor used any powerful magic. Just a very ordinary spell had achieved such an effect. Such terrifying force, who exactly are you? Seer looked at Noah in horror, even her voice trembling. You should actually say. Noah tilted his head. This force is truly terrifying. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 412, we are from 25,000 years ago. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. Sometimes, being a bit thick-skinned can be quite entertaining. Although Seer and Cal found Noah's statement very shameless, and they didn't quite understand what he meant mainly because of the translation difficulties, the general meaning being that he was very powerful. However, upon closer thought, they felt there was nothing wrong with the statement, because the force Noah displayed was truly terrifyingly excessive. Seer had never experienced such intensity of the force before. She had a feeling that perhaps very few people could surpass this force. It's important to know that Seer was also a Jedi Master before cutting off her connection to the force, so her judgment was sound. However, she had never seen or heard of anyone with such powerful force, which couldn't help but make her ponder deeply. But soon, Seer shook her head. Whatever she thought now was probably useless, because she and her companions were probably in big trouble. Have you calmed down? Noah glanced at Seer and the other two, then looked at Cal's lightsaber. Honestly, Noah really didn't understand how this so-called parallel universe was calculated. Could the Star Wars world also be considered a parallel universe? Or was it that this cursed place also had its story set in the Milky Way, which was why Noah had a chance to get in? In this parallel universe, Noah felt that this world seemed to lack intensity. The three people he had frozen, the alien was an ordinary person, and the other two were Tier 3 and Tier 4. Was this what Jedi Knight ranks were like? Noah scratched his head. He felt like he had just arrived in this world like a max-level character walking into a novice village, with no difference at all. Of course, Noah didn't dare to be 100% certain, because the Star Wars world still had existences like Master Yoda who lived for over 900 years. And there were many other powerful things in the Star Wars world, such as their technological level. Noah remembered that the Empire created something called the Death Star, which could blow a planet into pieces, leaving no trace. Should I bring some technology back to this world? Noah secretly thought, and soon he felt that this was feasible. Although Loki would also provide Noah with some outdated Asgardian technology, Noah would never complain about having too much technology anyway. He couldn't understand it, so he would just dump it all on Tony. Noah believed that the combination of technology and magic was a good path and was naturally willing to lay the groundwork for its development. I apologize, three of you. Perhaps realizing that circumstances were stronger, Seer spoke while Noah was contemplating. We were impulsive. I apologize for our actions. You were indeed impulsive, madam. Noah raised an eyebrow. He hadn't even moved, yet Seer and the others immediately felt the restraints on them disappear, and all three of them fell to the ground. Let's talk about the current situation. We haven't been seen for a very long time. Haven't been seen for a very long time. Cal, Seer, and Grease all showed strange expressions. In fact, even Thor and Loki looked similar. However, Loki was very savvy. Already playful by nature, he immediately guessed some of Noah's mischievous ideas. He immediately grabbed Thor, who was about to speak, telling him to be quiet, then his eyes constantly darted around, ready to cooperate with Noah at any moment. I'm sorry, three of you, how long is this very long? Cal hesitated, asking curiously. Noah stroked his chin. It seems that before we entered the void, a bunch of people signed some agreement on Coruscant. Oh, I think it was called the Galactic Constitution. Signed the Galactic Constitution on Coruscant. Wasn't that something that happened over 25,000 years ago? Wasn't that when an old republic was born and became the cornerstone of the future Galactic Federation? How could these three people possibly be from then? And what was the void? Are you sure that when you left, they were signing that thing? I'm quite sure. There were constant conflicts back then, and we, the Equilibrium faction, were unwilling to participate in such conflicts, so we chose to leave. Noah spoke vaguely. He could only remember these things. However, Noah felt that this was for the best, as the time span was indeed large enough, and there was one thing Noah didn't mention, which was that in the use of the Force, there truly was a faction like his Equilibrium sect, though not by that name. In the original work, the Force was either the light side or the dark side, but there was also a unified theory, only this theory was rarely known. Noah did not use the Force, he used magic. His magic was no different from that unified theory. It should be known that the life mentor Camille once said that the world is neither black nor white, but a delicate gray. Isn't gray a combination of black and white? This sentence was one of the most inspiring sentences for Noah, and it also ran through his magic career. Whether black or white, whether justice or evil, power is power. What Noah had to do was to master power, not become a slave to power. This world's use of the Force truly pushed emotions to the extreme. One was not to be angry and be a saint, and the other was to let emotions lead oneself to darkness. Noah just couldn't understand, was it that difficult to control one's spiritual power well and master both sides of the Force? It's all about unified theory, and there are still so many stories. Alright, I'm not a Star Wars fan, I'm a mage. This isn't difficult for me, but it's hard to say if it's difficult for the people of this world. Noah shook his head and stopped thinking about the problem. Looking at Cal and the other two, who were immersed in confusion and shock, Noah found it quite interesting. However, Noah didn't bother them, letting them slowly come to terms with it themselves. Balance. After a long while, Seer finally came to her senses. What do you mean by the balance faction you mentioned? I don't know what you're like now, Noah said, feigning seriousness. Back in our time, there were two major factions, one called the Light faction and one called the Dark faction. One strictly adhered to rules, and the other acted recklessly, and both sides truly fought fiercely. Light side, dark side. Cal suddenly understood something. So, the balance you mentioned, does that mean you can control the power of both sides of the Force? Is it strange? Noah found it really funny. Are you planning to be the master of power, or are you planning to be a slave to power? What? Noah's single sentence instantly stunned Cal and Seer. This was truly the first time they had seen such disrespect for the Force. Most importantly, this guy, who looked to be only about 20 years old, who knew how long he had lived as a monster, because his force was terrifyingly irresistible. But, wasn't respecting the Force and respecting rules the most basic thing about using the Force? Not being a slave to power. Simultaneously mastering the power of both sides of the Force. Was such a thing really possible? It could be said that they had never even heard of such a thing. But looking at these three guys in front of them, they felt it was better not to say these words, because who knew what would happen? The conversation had pretty much run its course, and the entire ship was exceptionally silent. Noah also noticed this, so he didn't ask what time it was anymore. After dinner, Noah and his two companions randomly found a place to rest in the ship, while Cal and his two companions were clearly agitated and did not approach Noah and his friends. Tell me, do you know about this world? Loki immediately asked after casually casting a soundproofing spell. I know a bit, I guess. Noah didn't deny it. This world seems very similar to a movie from our Earth. I'm not sure about the exact timeline, but I know some general things. Oh. Thor frowned. This isn't our world. Can we go back? Exactly, but there's no need to worry. Noah nodded. We came through a light curtain, meaning this is still the Milky Way. It's just a parallel universe. God knows what went wrong to make it like this. We need to wait a few days for this world's teleportation to recover, then we can leave. Is that so? Thor breathed a sigh of relief, then smiled. That's good, I was worried we couldn't go back. Actually, it's better here. Loki suddenly spoke. Haven't you noticed that this world seems to have very few restrictions on us, and in this universe, I don't have to worry about that guy Thanos. As soon as Loki spoke, Noah and Thor understood his idea. It must be said that this method was indeed good, and Noah also seriously considered the question. It truly gave Noah a very good hint. If they truly couldn't defeat Thanos, escaping to a parallel universe to avoid disaster didn't seem like such a bad idea, did it? However, Noah felt that this might not work, because Noah's future position determined that he probably couldn't run away. And Earth still had a lot of Noah's relatives and friends. What would happen to them if Noah ran away? After much thought, Noah felt that this could only be a backup plan, worth considering but not to be spoken aloud. Thor, on the other hand, was more direct. He glared at Loki. The trouble you caused, don't you want to solve it, but rather escape? Besides, what do you want to do here? Affect the development of this world? I think this world won't be without people who can deal with you. Do you still want to bring trouble to our world? What Thor said wasn't unreasonable. Loki glanced at Thor with an embarrassed expression, then looked at Noah. Finally, he could only sigh helplessly. He knew this plan of staying was thwarted, at least for now. He couldn't convince these two. All right, then what should we do while we wait? Loki shrugged helplessly. We can learn about this world. Oh, and remember that we are from 25,000 years ago, don't give us away. Noah said directly. No problem, I won't cause any trouble. It's mainly this idiot here, I'm afraid he'll mess up. Besides learning about this world, do we just wait? We can also look at the power of this world, there will always be something to gain, won't there? And, the technology of this world is truly not weak. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 413, Master of Ancient Times. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. Noah, Thor, and Loki deliberated for a night and finalized their future plans. Their goal was to thoroughly understand the powers of this world and then find a way to acquire its technology. As for other things, they temporarily put them aside, because who knew if they would ever come to this world again. The key reason Noah could inexplicably enter this parallel universe was because he possessed the key. The key was formed by the powers of the Time Stone and the Space Stone. Honestly, there are only 6 Infinity Stones in the entire world, and it's already quite lucky if a lucky individual gets one. Noah was fortunate, although he arrived at that world's timeline a bit early, it gave him enough time to prepare everything. Thus, about 20 years later, he happened to have the Time Stone and Space Stone in hand, in addition to having taken the Reality Stone and leaving the Mind Stone on Earth. Luck, time, and a series of preparations allowed Noah to obtain this key. Furthermore, Noah had already learned spatial magic, and his physique was compatible with the Space Stone. Therefore, when the Space Stone carried Noah through the universe, it allowed him to find those spatial light screens. It would be truly difficult for anyone else to achieve these things. Thus, Noah only needed to find a suitable light screen to enter the parallel universe behind it, but this wasn't without limitations. For example, these parallel universes weren't always open like before, and the light screens weren't constantly open. Noah's strength was also insufficient, he couldn't traverse parallel universes with his own power like those powerful beings. Therefore, Noah's entry into the universe came with some restrictions. Reopening the light screen required time, or what is commonly known as a cooldown period. To be honest, the current world Noah was in didn't give him any special feelings. He wasn't purely Western, he didn't have much of a connection to Star Wars in the West. Star Wars was comparable to the legend of Pangu creating the world in the East. So, Noah wasn't sure if he would still be interested in visiting after the cooldown period. Of course, if there was still a need, he might come over, but if Noah had no further needs, he naturally wouldn't come again. Waking up early, Noah went outside the spaceship to take a look. Honestly, this undeveloped planet truly felt good to Noah. The natural aura was very rich, and Noah, who studied elemental magic, felt particularly close to it. However, what Noah hadn't expected was that, besides him, Seer and Cal were also up, and Cal seemed to be preparing to depart. This made Noah a little interested, he really didn't know what this Jedi Knight was doing here. Morning, Cal, Seer, Noah stretched his neck. What are you two going to do? We have a mission here. Seer looked at Noah with a somewhat complex expression, and Cal was similar. They both looked like they hadn't rested well last night. But thinking about it, it was normal, who could rest well after being subjected to Noah's nonsensical rambling? Becoming the master of power instead of a slave to power. Simultaneously wielding both light and dark forces. They truly hadn't heard anyone say such things before, especially this guy who claimed to have lived for more than 25,000 years. A mission. Noah tilted his head. There's a droid over there. Is it your friend? A droid. Seer seemed to understand. You mean BD-1? Sorry, I don't recognize that droid model, Noah sighed helplessly. These things are simply too advanced for me. Is that so? Seer seemed at a loss for words, finally sighing and saying to Cal, Cal, go bring BD-1 over. It's a very important friend. Cal nodded, then quietly walked in the direction Noah pointed. Soon, he returned with a small droid that looked a bit clumsy but was exceptionally cute. This little guy was very active, constantly making mechanical bleeping sounds. Cute little guy, Noah couldn't help but squat down and pat BD-1's head, and the little guy didn't resist. Does your excellency like droids? Cal's mouth twitched slightly at Noah's actions. Was this really the same person who had made them completely powerless with a wave of his hand yesterday? It's all right, the little guy is cute, Noah smiled indifferently, then stood up and looked at Cal. You two still haven't told me what time it is right now. We apologize. Yesterday, we were intimidated by your excellency's story. So. Cal realized at this point that he really hadn't told them the current situation. So, Cal and Seer began to tell the current story, and Noah finally figured out the timeline he was currently in. It was quite interesting. Noah first realized that he had perfectly missed the Star Wars prequels and the original trilogy. Because it was currently 5 years after the end of the prequels, roughly 5 years after Order 66 was issued. At this point, Luke Skywalker was still a young boy, and Anakin Skywalker had already become Darth Vader. Even Mace Windu, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., had long since had his hand cut off and fallen from a high building. It could be said that this was an exceptionally awkward point in time. Who knew where Obi-Wan was now, and Yoda, the pride of the Gungans, was also living in seclusion in the swamps of the planet Dagobah. So, on the surface, it was probably fine for this Cal to say he was the last Jedi, because there was simply no one else to be found. I really didn't expect the war to still be going on, Noah had to put on a thoughtful expression. When we left, we thought the universe would become peaceful. There will never be a shortage of ambitious individuals. Your Excellency, Seer shook her head. How about this? Noah suddenly spoke. You help us gather current information, especially technology. If not, you can take us to see the so-called Empire. And we can help you with some things. What do you think? Gather information. Especially technological information. Seer was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't expected His Excellency's tone to shift so quickly. If worst comes to worst, take us to the Empire. And help us. Cal was also stunned by Noah's words. This guy seemed to completely disregard the Empire. Helping you gather technological information is fine. After a long pause, Seer slowly began to speak. It's just, why do you want these things? And the Empire is effectively the ruler of the entire galaxy. I think if I take you there, we'll all die. At least let's see how different today's rapidly changing world is from our time. Noah played along with the act, then stroked his chin. The Empire rules the entire galaxy. That's quite impressive, isn't it? Speaking of which, why has your quality deteriorated so much? Quality deteriorated? What do you mean? The power you wield is simply too weak. In our era, you probably wouldn't even qualify as cannon fodder. Too weak. While I admit your excellency is formidable, isn't it a bit much to say that? Not too much. It's just right. Noah completely disregarded Cal and Seer's slightly displeased looks. As an ancient powerhouse, Noah had to act the part. And truly, Noah's era was indeed an ancient era compared to the era of this parallel universe. Noah had no problem lamenting their weakness, because Noah, an 8th-tier mage, truly felt they were very weak. And according to the movies, when Jedi fought stormtroopers, it was like slicing and dicing vegetables, so the overall strength of this world indeed seemed to be quite low. After thinking for a moment, Noah suddenly pointed to the temple-like peaks standing in the clouds in the distance and asked, "Are you trying to go over there?" "Yes," Cal nodded. "BD-1 gave me a map, but unfortunately, there are many problems along the way, countless abysses and canyons. It probably won't be easy." "No, it's very simple." As soon as he spoke, a golden glow appeared in Noah's hand, and the next moment, a black ring of light appeared in front of him. This strange scene immediately made Cal and Seer somewhat horrified. BD-1, meanwhile, was making bleeping sounds while emitting laser light to explore Noah's actions and energy. But the next moment, BD-1 froze. All right. When the ring of light fully formed, another scene appeared behind at the base of that towering temple. What was even more exaggerated was that Noah, after doing all this, simply stepped into it, and at the same time, Noah appeared out of thin air at a place very far away from them. How is this possible? Seer's body trembled slightly. She never dreamed there could be such terrifying abilities. Is it that rare? Come on over, Noah shrugged. This ability is just a relatively simple one for me. Spatial teleportation isn't too difficult. Is that so? Cal was also stammering, feeling like he had seen a ghost. Was this the power of a master from 25,000 years ago? Noah nodded. Suddenly, Noah's figure paused. Turning around, Noah looked to the left of the temple. It was then that Noah noticed that beyond a bottomless ravine, on a flat plain, there was a species that looked like a four-legged lizard, but its length reached 100 meters. This discovery immediately left Noah stunned for a long time, because Noah was amazed to find that this strange species actually contained incredibly terrifying vitality. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 414, Wrath of the Storm. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. In Noah's original universe, aside from mages, excluding Asgardians, who were the longest-lived beings he had encountered, other animals were probably only sea turtles. As for animals or other life forms outside of Earth, Noah unfortunately hadn't seen any. Although Noah was very powerful, he rarely left Earth. At most, he had probably visited the artificial dwarf planet once. So Noah had truly never seen any creatures with abnormally long lifespans, and therefore, he was genuinely amazed by the large creature before him. That massive body and terrifying vitality, it was truly the first time Noah had seen such a life form. This was truly much more useful than sea turtles. Honestly, Noah had some ideas, because since he learned that life siphoned magic, he had never used it once. First, because there weren't enough materials, and second, there wasn't a suitable subject temporarily. Sea turtles were definitely fine for dealing with ordinary people, but the quality of the subject also needed to be considered. Could the life quality of a sea turtle compare to a person's? Not to mention a mage, who was countless times beyond ordinary people. Do you know what that thing is? Noah asked, pointing at the behemoth with a hint of excitement. This guy, it's really exciting. Beep boop bleep, BD-1 raised its head and chirped twice. Cal listened, then translated. It says that creature is called a binog. Cal had dealt with machinery for many years. He had worked in a salvage yard for 5 years, so he was naturally very familiar with these things that sounded the same to Noah. Although Noah felt it was incredible, he didn't show too much surprise, as he himself had seen people who could talk to snakes. Binog. Noah tilted his head. Is it dangerous? Your Excellency, you don't have any ideas about it, do you? Cal's mouth twitched again. Looking back at the 100-meter-long behemoth, he immediately felt his mind was about to collapse. Was this guy crazy or an idiot? First, he said he was going to the Empire to steal technology, and then he became interested in something that was clearly impossible to deal with. This was a 100% lunatic, wasn't it? Cal really wanted to stay far away from this guy now, because he definitely had a way to approach that terrifying creature. Don't look at the huge abyss between them and this creature called a Binog, but this lunatic had mastered the ability to cross space using the Force. This abyss was nothing to him. If he really did that, it would probably infuriate this terrifying creature. No one could say what would happen then. Just seeing the creature's massive size and the fangs revealed when it yawned, Cal felt that if they really angered it, their end might be truly tragic. Yes, I am indeed interested. It's good research material, Noah had no intention of denying it. Since he was acting, he might as well go all the way. And this world wasn't a world Noah planned to stay in for long, so Noah naturally wouldn't care if what he did was excessive. With a casual wave of his hand, Noah found a fist-sized, constantly glowing brick from within a spatial rift. The purity of this brick could be said to be absolutely higher than anything seen on the market. Being a mage was indeed a money-burning profession. Because the materials mages used for experiments were not cheap goods. This brick was left over from Noah's dragon blood magic experiment back then, and now it was just right to use. With another casual wave, Cal immediately felt his lightsaber fly directly into Noah's hand, completely out of his control. Seeing this, Cal's heart was filled with gloom. He felt he really shouldn't have boarded this mantis, it would have been better to die on Braca. Circe's expression was also exceptionally grim, she felt she was probably doomed too. She could feel that even if she reconnected with the Force, she wouldn't be able to defeat this guy. This feeling of despair left Seer powerless from the bottom of her heart. Noah didn't care what they were thinking. Casually flipping the switch on Cal's lightsaber, a brilliant blue blade immediately emerged. Noah's magic slowly began to infuse into the blade, and instantly, this lightsaber erupted with an even more dazzling light. Sure enough, the Force in this world is actually somewhat similar to magic. To be precise, their essence is both a type of power, just used in different ways. Looking at the trembling lightsaber in his hand, Noah silently prepared his magic. Although he knew that the Force was indeed a type of power, he wasn't bored by it, on the contrary, he found it even more interesting. Noah simply categorized this thing into the other magic type. Different applications of magic also held great appeal for Noah. Having made up his mind, Noah no longer procrastinated. Now, Noah simply used this lightsaber as a magic wand. Although this thing had no magical conductivity, Noah could now perform certain spells just by striking a pose. Moreover, the restrictions of this world on Noah seemed terrifyingly low. With a casual flick, Noah performed a very standard sword-wielding pose. The next moment, the entire space was enveloped by a terrifying and bizarre power. A terrifying force that everyone could feel flew out directly with Noah's sword swing. That sharp, cutting feeling seemed to tear everything into pieces. Seer was stunned, and Cal was confused. What was going on? Could the Force be used like this? Was this the dark side of the Force? It didn't seem like it, but this power definitely had nothing to do with the light side either. Could it be true, as this guy said, that they balanced two different powers? The enormous Binog beast had long sensed this terrifying power, but it couldn't move at all. Noah wouldn't do anything without preparation. So the Binog beast could only watch helplessly as this invisible power approached. Accompanied by a scream, the Binog beast was directly cut in half by Noah's single sword strike. And this wasn't over yet. The moment the Binog beast died, Noah had already subtly activated magic to perfectly siphon its life force into the brick, but the power Noah had left behind was still raging. That terrifying power directly formed an even more terrifying storm, raging wildly across the plains on the other side. Countless hills were directly shredded into pieces, countless trees turned into dust, as if the end of the world had come, and even space seemed to be torn apart. Seer and Cal were completely stunned this time. They felt their worldview was about to collapse. What was this thing? Was this the power of 25,000 years? Was this guy human? Could this guy be a god? This seemed to be the only explanation. Otherwise, who would fall from such a high sky and not die? Otherwise, why would this guy have such terrifying power? This had completely exceeded normal human comprehension. Stunned, they looked at the still raging storm and Noah, who stood there with an embarrassed expression. They felt like they were truly going crazy. Noah wasn't the crazy one, they were. My apologies, I didn't control the Force well. I didn't expect to cause such a result, Noah put away the brick, saying with slight embarrassment, I also didn't expect the destructive power to become so terrifying. Maybe I haven't been back for too long and can no longer adapt to this world. You're not unable to adapt to this world, you can completely destroy all civilization in this world. Seer and Cal swallowed. They wanted to say something, but all that came out was a mouthful of bitterness, leaving them speechless. And then, the other two who were with this guy also arrived. However, the way they arrived was by flying. Thor and Loki had indeed caught up. After all, how could they not feel the massive commotion Noah caused? Although they felt it wasn't a big deal compared to what Noah did in New York, the commotion in this world still seemed quite significant. What happened, Noah? Thor looked at the raging storm in the distance. You didn't take care of our lunch, did you? Lunch? Noah was stunned. You guys noticed that creature yesterday? Of course, we were even talking about making it our lunch. Loki nodded, then asked with a strange expression, speaking of which, where is it? Did it turn into fragments? Lunch. Cal and Seer truly felt they should just faint. Such a terrifying creature, one intended for research, the other two for lunch. Are you really human? You're definitely not human. It seems so. Noah feigned a sigh. I was going to use it for research material, but I lost control for a moment, and this is what happened. So, our lunch is gone. Thor sighed. Noah, you've put us in a difficult position. What an idiot. Loki also rolled his eyes. Why did you make such a big fuss? I already said it was an accident, okay. Noah didn't bother to explain much to them. Who knew that using a Wrath of the Storm in this world would turn out like this? This Binog beast was at least a 6-tier monster. Logically, it wasn't excessive for Noah to use a relatively high-level spell on a 6-tier monster. Moreover, what Noah wanted to do was instantly kill it and absorb its life force, so this spell was naturally the most effective. God knew why this spell caused such a huge commotion after killing the monster. One could only say that the strength of this world was indeed quite low. Shaking his head, Noah didn't plan to say anything more, but then Noah suddenly thought of something. Hey! If I leave something behind in this world, won't there be no need for Luke Skywalker later? More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 415, Chapter 415, Truly Inhuman. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. Noah's idea was terrifying, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt that the room for maneuver was quite high. The entire Star Wars saga seemed to involve a vast scope and many things, but in reality, the core story presented was actually a family drama. As for the other wars, well, honestly, when Noah watched them, they really seemed like playing house. Of course, these things weren't the main point. The main point was that Noah also wanted to try what would happen if he left magic in this world. The people of this world had already fully accepted the concept of the Force. What would happen if he introduced the core ideas of magic? Although Noah wasn't a qualified researcher, he was a qualified mage. He was also curious about what would happen if the concept of magic was incorporated into the use of the Force, or what effect some methods of using the Force would have if incorporated into magic. Research needs diversity. Data cannot just record me alone. Noah found a good reason for himself. Although he admitted that there was some mischievousness erupting within him, by then, Noah would probably no longer be in this parallel universe. No matter how mischievous he was, Noah himself wouldn't see it, so Noah felt that the meaning of research and data recording was greater. After figuring this out, Noah didn't rush to act. Although there were 2 good experimental subjects right in front of him, they clearly had their own things to do. So, Noah didn't interfere with their plans, but instead began to study the powers of this world himself. As for Thor and Loki, these 2 guys seemed quite interested in the star systems of other civilizations, but they had no intention of helping. They just kept following Cal around. Cal could only tacitly agree, as these 2 guys seemed like crazy types to him. There was no real need for him to object to them, especially since he was no match for them. Besides, he even felt it might be safer with the 2 of them following him. I say, aren't you 2 a bit too bored? When their group of 6 arrived on Dathomir, Noah had pretty much finished his research. Because the results Noah had obtained were quite good, he was quite happy to chat with Thor and them, especially since Thor had been acting a bit ridiculous lately. This guy actually restrained his power and went around with Cal to fight those stormtroopers. The only time he was slightly serious was when dealing with an Imperial Inquisitor called Ninth Sister, who was actually a fallen Jedi. This made Noah feel a bit incredible. You, a dignified Imperial Prince, actually do such boring things. You could clear the area with 1 axe swing, you could break through a wall with 1 punch and go directly through, so why take the long way around with Cal? And Loki actually didn't object to such things at all. Instead, he watched Thor play with some excitement. Noah really couldn't figure out what these 2 brothers were doing. Other Jedi Knights were looking for some Force-sensitive child detector, so why were you joining in the fun? Noah and the others actually knew what Cal and his group were doing. Cal and his group knew they couldn't hide it, so they didn't bother trying. Especially after learning about the specific energy levels of the three from BD1's data, Cal's group treated Noah's group like deities and dared not be negligent at all. You wouldn't understand. This is called experiencing life. Thor smiled nonchalantly. Don't you feel bored after being in a high position for too long? Experiencing the world of ordinary people actually benefits you. First, I haven't been in a high position yet. Noah sighed. Second, I've risen step by step from an ordinary person. My experiences are far more than what you experienced when you were exiled years ago, plus your current experiences. Have you experienced ordinary people's combat? No. Trust me, give it a try, and you'll find it incredibly interesting. Noah opened his mouth but finally didn't say anything. Ordinary people's combat was interesting. Noah glanced at Cal and the other two sitting in the cockpit, then sighed helplessly. Fine, you actually consider these Jedi Knights ordinary people. Noah didn't know what to say. Real ordinary people's combat should involve punches, kicks, and bricks, or perhaps guns if they're a bit higher class. Is what you're doing considered ordinary people's combat? Noah didn't bother discussing this with Thor, but it did leave Noah with a thought. After coming to this world, he seemed to have always been at a level above ordinary people. In terms of combat and such, Noah's consistent motto was, if one spell can't solve a problem, then cast another. Therefore, Noah felt he really had nothing to say about Thor. And Loki's goal didn't seem so simple either. While accompanying Cal, this guy was also recording Cal's use of abilities. Noah even secretly wondered if this guy, like himself, was studying the use of power in this world. Alright, everyone, we're about to land. Just as Noah was lost in thought, the ship's announcement sounded, bringing Noah back to attention to observe the outside. Dathomir was a very famous planet, as several famous individuals had emerged from it. And the species on this planet were also very peculiar. Other planets' life forms called them Night Sisters. These Night Sisters were somewhat like mages, but they didn't wield magic. Instead, they wielded innate dark side of the Force. However, unfortunately, although they were also members of the dark side, they were not aligned with Darth Sidious. Noah himself didn't know the specifics of how much trouble they caused. Probably the only thing he knew was that General Grievous, killed by Obi-Wan years ago, had cleansed Dathomir. And that great purge also left the entire Dathomir desolate and lifeless. As far as the eye could see, there were almost only monsters and the special substance shrouding corpses suspended in midair. Most importantly, Noah also sensed a very peculiar power flowing here. This feeling is truly eerie. Noah stroked his chin and followed Cal and the others off the ship. This was Noah's first time getting off the ship in so many days. Actually, Noah hadn't originally planned to disembark, but this power truly felt strange to Noah. It was as if that calm yet truly flowing power could reanimate the dead. It's rare to see you come down. Loki walked beside Noah, looking at him strangely. Do you also feel an ominous presence? Indeed, eerie and ominous. Noah nodded. But it's quite alluring, isn't it? What are you two talking about? Cal looked curiously towards Noah, and little BD1 did the same. Nothing. As for you, it's truly incredible how much you've grown in just a few days. Noah didn't answer Cal but looked at him strangely. This guy, in Noah's eyes, was probably at his own level in his second year at Hogwarts, but now, inexplicably, he was almost at the level he reached after a year at Kamarage. This couldn't help but make Noah wonder, wasn't the protagonist of this world the Skywalker family? Who was this kid? Noah was very sure he hadn't seen this kid when he watched the movies. Although various spin-offs of Star Wars also featured some characters with protagonist fates, it seemed this kid wasn't in any spin-off movies. This left Noah a bit confused. He's very diligent. Before Cal could speak, Thor interjected. Although he went through some things that made him forget most of his abilities, in the past few days, he has gradually recalled these things, and his improvement in actual combat is also remarkable. Although he is still very weak, he's not too bad. Cal scratched his head. He couldn't tell if Thor was praising him or disparaging him. But considering Thor's combat power, he figured it must be praise, because the gap between him and Thor was simply too ridiculous. The group silently walked further in. Dathomir, this week, perhaps because all the Night Sisters who originally lived here were killed, had become a paradise for beasts and monsters. Noah and his group encountered countless spiders with heads comparable to huskies, and creatures over 2 meters tall that looked like werewolves. This godforsaken place is really annoying. Loki said unhappily, looking at the piles of spider corpses. Especially with someone constantly following us, it makes me even more annoyed. There are plenty of annoying things, buddy. Noah spread his hands. The one following us should be the owner of this place. As a visitor, you should learn to pretend you haven't noticed. Indeed, when Noah and his group encountered those monsters and beasts, they had already sensed someone approaching them. However, because the visitor used some special means to remain unseen, Noah and his group didn't make a fuss. intending to see what the visitor was planning. What? Someone nearby. Cal looked around incredulously for a long time, but he saw nothing. Don't you know? Thor also looked at Cal strangely. Such obvious power fluctuations, can't you feel them? Cal. Loki, he's really weak. He doesn't even notice something so obvious, he probably wouldn't even know how he died, would he? Cal. What kind of people are you? You're truly inhuman. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 416, Chapter 416, Don't be so foolish. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. Whether Noah and his 2 companions were human or not, Cal had already come to a conclusion in his heart, but he still couldn't help but think that way. And similarly, the one who was also deeply pondering due to Noah's words was Maren, the Night Sister, currently the only one left on Dathomir, hidden in the darkness. She had already arrived when the mantis flew to Dathomir, but she hadn't revealed herself. As the last Night Sister on Dathomir, Maren had to be careful. She needed to preserve the legacy of her Night Sisters. And she also needed to determine who these visitors were. What made her furious was that she found the arrivals were a Jedi and 3 mysterious individuals whom she couldn't sense anything about. Of course, calling them mysterious was purely out of caution, calling them ordinary people was fine in Maren's eyes. Maren hated the Jedi deeply, because a wanderer on Dathomir had told her that her Night Sisters were exterminated by the Jedi. Maren initially didn't fully believe that guy's identity, but as that guy revealed the power of the dark side, coupled with Maren's mind being full of thoughts of revenge, she slowly began to tentatively believe what that guy said. Now, a Jedi coming to Dathomir made Maren furious inside while also thinking of a way to deal with him. Clearly, Maren felt it wasn't time for revenge yet, as her abilities were still growing. Besides, Maren had only tentatively believed that wanderer. If she truly believed him, she would have already chosen to act. But what Maren never expected was that her magic Night Sisters were Force witches who excelled at using the Force to cast magic-like effects was actually seen through directly. And the ones who saw through her were those 3 ordinary people, whom she initially hadn't paid any attention to. This situation made Maren feel incredibly unbelievable, and from their tone, she was discovered the moment she arrived. How is this possible? Maren secretly thought. She felt. She might have been deceived, but there were some things she dared not gamble on. As she pondered, she noticed that those people were actually walking towards the planet's core on Dathomir, which made Maren frown. She made a decision, whether the other party was deceiving her or not, she would reveal herself and talk properly with these people. If they listened, she would let them leave. If they didn't, she would make them taste the power of Dathomir's Night Sisters. Noah and his 2 companions boringly followed Cal forward. If it weren't for being unfamiliar with the path and fearing embarrassing himself by accidentally teleporting into a wall, Noah would have directly teleported. However, even without using teleportation, Noah used plenty of other magic. For example, if he encountered a door that couldn't be opened, he would directly resort to violent demolition. If he encountered a place he couldn't climb, he would directly fly up. All in all, it was a relaxed and pleasant journey, except for the occasional little spiders that popped out to ambush Noah, and the environment of this planet was indeed a bit bad. It could be said that this was a good travel experience. However, when they walked into a place resembling a palace, obvious power fluctuations suddenly appeared around them. Oh. You've decided to show yourself. This time, even the somewhat slow-reacting Cal clearly felt it, and at that moment, Noah suddenly spoke. As his voice fell, a green glow appeared not far in front of them. The green light faded, and a woman with red clothes, gray skin, and faint red war paint on her face appeared in their sight. At this point, Cal finally understood what Noah and the others had been talking about. There really was someone following them. And Cal guessed the identity of this mysterious woman. If there were no surprises, this woman should be a Night Sister. But weren't the Night Sisters supposed to be extinct? Cal felt a little strange, because he had heard Seer and the others talking about it on the Mantis. But Cal quickly dismissed this information from his mind. Jedi weren't the only ones, at least he had 3 guys around him who were already beyond the scope of Jedi. You have trespassed here, Jedi. Maren frowned, looking at the 4 people in front of her, but she still spoke sternly. Actually, not exactly trespassing. Noah tilted his head. We originally wanted to send you a message to notify you, but it seems there was no one here. Noah observed the Night Sister with some curiosity. To be honest, this woman was quite beautiful. However, Noah had no other intentions. He was observing her because with her appearance, Noah noticed that the power that seemed to be able to awaken dead life became even more intense. We are not dead, but we do not welcome your arrival. Maren waved her hand, and several Night Brothers immediately appeared behind her. Dathomir is not your place to come. Leave quickly. What if I say no? Noah completely disregarded these green-skinned, fierce-looking Night Brother warriors. If he were truly worried, he would have already acted when he sensed their presence. Why would he wait until now? Then you shall remain on Dathomir. Marin seemed to have no intention of wasting words with Noah. She unleashed green energy fluctuations from her hands, and then this energy, like flames, attached itself to the Night Brother warriors. Immediately, these Night Brother warriors let out roars, and their power became extremely violent at this moment. Buffing magic. Loki stood behind Noah and whispered, "I didn't expect this world to have magic. It's just a way of using the Force." Noah shook his head. Although both the Force and magic are essentially extraordinary powers, there are still differences in certain characteristics. I can only say that they used the Force to create something similar to magic. Perhaps others have the authentic magic. Perhaps, but whoever has the bigger fist gets to call the shots. Do you think my fist is big? Loki immediately rolled his eyes, and Thor was also left speechless by Noah's words. Probably the only one who was confused was Cal. Because when Noah and his two companions spoke, they would deliberately block out their surroundings, especially when they were talking about more private matters. "What are you saying?" Cal was curious but not displeased. He pointed at the several seemingly enhanced Night Brother warriors in front and said, "They're coming. Don't worry about it." Noah smiled. How could he not have noticed the situation? "Don't worry, these guys are easy to deal with, and that girl hasn't left, no need to worry." As he spoke, these Night Brother warriors had already charged towards Noah and his group. Their movements were incredibly swift, their speed almost invisible, and more terrifyingly, their chosen attack angles were clearly meant to kill. But the moment they charged to within a meter of Noah and his group, they all suddenly froze in place like statues. Their faces all showed terrified expressions, but no matter how much they struggled, they couldn't move an inch. "See? Aren't they easy to deal with?" Noah pointed at the frozen figures and smiled slightly. "Easy to deal with for you, maybe." Cal's mouth twitched. He realized that although these three didn't use lightsabers, perhaps they didn't have them in their era, they also had a very significant characteristic: their utilization of the Force had exceeded imagination. Cal guessed that perhaps Force users from 25,000 years ago rarely relied on external forces, or perhaps they simply treated these Force powers as a tool. However, after over 20,000 years of changes, people's understanding of the Force also continuously changed, which led to significant differences between current Force users and those from the past. It seems I'll have to ask them properly when I have time. Cal secretly thought. He never expected that what he thought might give Noah and his two companions a perfect explanation. Because Noah and his group were indeed too different from the power users of this parallel universe. Even if they claimed to be from ancient times, they were worried about causing trouble. However, Noah and his group didn't know what Cal was thinking right now. If they did, Noah would definitely pat his shoulder hard and praise him. "Who exactly are you people?" Just as Cal was lost in thought, a green glow flickered not far from Cal and his group, and Marin's figure reappeared in everyone's sight. Clearly, this Night Sister was also frozen by Noah's magic. She seemed to be struggling hard, but like the Night Brother warriors, she couldn't break free from Noah's magic at all. She could only stare intently at Noah and the others. Us. Just passers-by exploring. Noah carefully observed the Night Brother warriors, who looked remarkably similar to Darth Maul, then turned to Marin. "As for you, why did you attack us? You Jedi have already destroyed my home. Do you intend to wipe us out now?" "Wipe you out? I'm sorry, this is the first time I've seen you and your race. Why do you think we would do that? Isn't that right? Since you Jedi did it once, why wouldn't you do it a second time? Last point, we are not here to kill you. Is it hard to kill you? Also, only one of the four of us is a Jedi, so stop being so foolish, okay?" More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals one bonus chapter. Chapter 417, a fair exchange, roughly. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. In Noah's opinion, this woman was truly foolish to blame the Jedi for the Great Purge of Zepho. However, Noah quickly realized something, turning to look at Cal, especially the lightsaber in his hand. Noah looked thoughtful. Perhaps General Grievous using 4 lightsabers was too flashy. Or perhaps someone was instigating this. Noah stroked his chin, feeling that neither possibility mattered to him. If she believed the Jedi did it, then he just needed to persuade her. While the Jedi Order sometimes acted questionably, they wouldn't annihilate an entire civilization. Moreover, lightsabers weren't exclusively a Jedi weapon, Sith Lords could use them too, couldn't they? And wasn't General Grievous a droid wielding 4 lightsabers, slashing wildly? So, judging by lightsabers alone was truly foolish. But what if someone was instigating it? That might be a bit troublesome, though not overly so. Noah could easily find that person and use a simple spell to make them confess everything they'd hidden, their deceptions, and their motives. Having figured these things out, Noah casually waved his hand. Immediately, the figures resembling Darth Maul were sent flying backward, while Marin, the Night Sister, flew directly to Noah's side. Don't bother struggling. I never intended to kill you, Noah said softly. And although your power leans towards darkness, it is also incredibly close to light. In that sense, you are somewhat like us. The Night Sister's force sensitivity was indeed as Noah perceived, which made Noah feel quite interested. In Noah's memory, it seemed the only one who achieved balance was Darth Vader. However, the process of his balance could be entirely described as a tragedy from light falling into darkness, then returning from darkness to light. Although Anakin Skywalker becoming Darth Vader was largely due to his living environment and some experiences, coupled with the truly absurd Jedi Council, which allowed Darth Sidious to exploit the weakness. But in the end, he didn't even trust Obi-Wan, who was both his mentor and friend, which made Noah feel that he was indeed courting death. Obi-Wan, having the high ground, dismembered Anakin, but unfortunately, he didn't have the heart to eliminate this trouble, and as a result, he was later killed by Anakin, who had become Darth Vader. Honestly, Darth Vader would be a more suitable test subject for Noah. But unfortunately, Noah couldn't find him, and Noah wasn't sure if he could even defeat him if he did. From the film, Noah would have no problem dealing with him, but who knew the actual situation? As for the girl in front of him, although she wasn't human, her characteristics pleased Noah. First, her physique was evident from her name Night Sister, indicating she was naturally a user of the dark side of the Force. But this girl was genuinely kind, otherwise, she wouldn't have tried to drive them away first, only resorting to action when that failed. If Noah were in this situation, he would have probably laid out a bunch of traps and waited for the enemy to fall into them. Of course, if he were facing an enemy at Noah's current level, Noah would probably be done for, there would be no other possibility. What do you mean by this? Marin struggled for a long time, and finding it useless, she could only ask helplessly. Nothing, I just think you're very good. Noah released the girl from her restraints. Your name? Marin hesitated for a moment, finally revealing her name. Marin. Noah was stunned for a moment, then suddenly smiled. This name was indeed quite legendary. Merlin was a legendary mage in Noah's current primary universe. Although Noah had no interactions with this great mage, that didn't allow Noah to overlook his prowess. Noah sometimes wondered how fun it would be if this Merlin were a girl with an ahogue. What's wrong? My name. Marin frowned, looking at Noah in confusion. Nothing, your name is very good, Noah thought for a moment, then suddenly his magic burst forth. Marin, completely unprepared, was directly controlled by Noah's magic. Cal was also startled by Noah's sudden move. He hadn't expected someone who was just laughing and chatting to suddenly make a move. However, he quickly realized he might have misunderstood, because this Night Sister was actually transformed by Noah into a blonde, blue-eyed human. What are you doing? When Noah's magic ended, which was almost instantaneous, Marin immediately raised both hands, and green, flame-like energy began to gather. Save your strength. If I really wanted to do something, you wouldn't be able to resist. Noah admired the girl in front of him, instantly feeling much more pleasant. I just changed your appearance, it's nothing major, don't worry about it. Also, would you like to learn how to use the Force? Use the Force? Do I need to learn? Haven't you noticed the fundamental difference in how we use and perceive the Force? And can't you feel the gap between us? Why would you teach me? Because I like you. Indeed, it was because he liked her. Noah didn't deny this point, but when it came to collecting experimental data, Noah had no superfluous words. Noah's words made Cal feel both envious and a little fantasizing. He felt his guess seemed correct. Marin silently watched Noah for a long time. Finally, after a moment of thought, she nodded seriously. She could indeed feel that the man's force was overly powerful, which made her, who already harbored hatred, unable to resist being tempted. If she could learn such powerful abilities, then she would probably be able to resolve any hatred she had. Noah had no conjectures about her thoughts and didn't bother to guess too much. For Noah, having a good experimental subject was a very good outcome, and... By the way, apprentice, can you awaken those who have died, creatures? Noah didn't care if Marin knelt on one knee to complete the traditional ritual, he directly asked. Yes, master, Marin nodded. How did you know? I don't know, I can feel it. Noah's eyes lit up slightly. This was good news. If Noah could acquire this magic, then Noah might actually be able to develop resurrection magic. However, Noah wouldn't reveal certain things. This kind of magic was originally taboo, and Noah had no immediate concerns in this regard, so Noah would at most make a plan rather than directly start working. And Noah couldn't confirm at the moment whether this magic was bringing the souls of the dead back under control or simply directly controlling corpses to possess their previous abilities. While these two modes were very similar, their actual magical value differed greatly. Because the first could be used for research, while the second was a straightforward necromancy spell. As for necromancy, Noah felt it was best to forget it. He already carried the title of Deathwing. If he could casually summon an undead scourge, Noah would feel like he needed to consider getting a Frostmourne. Noah didn't intend to ask further, and Marin didn't know how to face this master who had appeared out of nowhere, especially since this master had also transformed her into a human. It could be said that both of them were novices, the kind that makes people feel exasperated. If it weren't for Cal finally unable to bear it and starting to ask Marin why she hated the Jedi, this awkward atmosphere might have lasted much longer. Marin didn't overthink it, she straightforwardly told everything she knew. However, the result left Cal dumbfounded, because there was actually another Jedi Knight on this planet. But it was clear that this Jedi Knight was a fallen one. He not only deceived Marin but also hoped to acquire the dark power of Zepho here. Noah had no opinion on such a person, but seeing Marin's surging killing intent and Cal's obvious dislike for that guy, Noah felt that guy was probably in big trouble. Shaking his head, led by Marin, although this woman's appearance had been changed by Noah, her essential aura had not. They quickly arrived at the core temple of this planet without any hindrance. A fifth-tier guy. Thor briefly assessed the shirtless man with some inexplicable runes carved on his body and two lightsabers at his waist, slightly raising an eyebrow. Not strong, but definitely not weak, Noah nodded. A good opponent for training. Indeed, not bad, Loki tilted his head. But you're really fast. Are you planning to use that woman for research? More or less, and also to gather some information. Noah had no intention of hiding anything from Loki. And I'm also quite interested in some of her abilities. Plus, her use of power is quite similar to ours, so I don't mind teaching her some more interesting things. The use of magic definitely didn't exist in this world. Apart from anything else, Noah's own power of magic was definitely something this world didn't possess. And judging by Noah's performance so far, it seemed that Marin wouldn't lose out in any way. You're quite pragmatic, Thor clicked his tongue beside him. Are you that ruthless even with your apprentices? Ruthless? Noah rolled his eyes. We're not from this parallel universe, and we probably won't be staying in this parallel universe for many days either. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals one bonus chapter. Chapter 418, Chapter 418, Weaving Tales Without Blinking. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. Noah really didn't think he was ruthless. While there was a mentor-apprentice relationship, the essence of it was simply a fair exchange. As a mage, Noah rarely did anything for free. Equal value exchanges were what Noah did most often. Even if he could take things for free, Noah probably wouldn't miss the opportunity, but afterward, Noah would compensate in other ways. He briefly glanced at Cal and Marin, who were fighting the mysterious fallen Jedi Knight. More accurately, Cal was fighting while Marin hid nearby, ready to provide support. Noah found it quite interesting. Especially Cal, though he was initially getting beaten black and blue by the mysterious fallen Jedi Knight, he constantly escaped danger with Marin's assistance. And most importantly, Noah noticed that this guy truly grew stronger with every setback, with slight improvements in his techniques and the power he wielded during each battle. This made Noah feel somewhat incredible. Could this guy be the protagonist of this world? And what he and his team were doing was reorganizing the Jedi Order. Isn't that clearly the fate of a protagonist? Why had Noah never heard of this guy in the future? Could it be that they failed in finding this navigation instrument and then they died? Noah stroked his chin. This possibility was not impossible, because ultimately, this parallel universe was indeed controlled by that empire. These Jedi Knights were just a group of rebels, it wouldn't be strange if they were wiped out. While Noah was contemplating, Cal burst out again. He directly defeated the fallen Jedi Knight named Taran Malikas, and then Marin buried him on this planet, forever staying with the mysterious power he yearned for. After dealing with Malikas, Cal finally acquired the navigation instrument hidden on the planet Dathomir. Honestly, Noah found it very strange why the Zepho species would place this navigation instrument on a planet considered to have such strong dark power in this world. This truly baffled Noah. However, after much thought, Noah considered that the Zepho species was almost extinct, and he roughly guessed the reason. It was clear that these Zepho ancients might have tried to control more things, but the result of doing so often led to devastating blows. Noah speculated that the original purpose of this navigation instrument was actually to seek out Force-sensitive children within the Zepho species. And Noah thought further, the galaxy had become like this, and these Jedi Knights were living on borrowed time. What would happen if the Jedi Order was rebuilt? Noah turned to look at the extremely excited Cal. This guy was someone who had experienced the Great Purge, and one of Seer's disciples was also like that. One of them barely survived to this day, while the other was tormented into mental instability and joined the Empire. Of course, both of them were still lucky. Perhaps more Jedi apprentices were actually similar to what Anakin did in the movie, directly killed one by one, even infants. Noah shook his head. This world was sometimes quite cruel, and Noah's expression suddenly became strange. Could it be that the Jedi Council was never rebuilt precisely because they anticipated such an outcome, and thus destroyed the navigation instrument themselves? Noah's mouth twitched slightly, because the more he thought about it, the more likely this possibility seemed. To protect the safety of those younglings, this was probably the most reasonable and safest choice. As for whether these younglings could become Jedi Knights, perhaps this group of people intended to let the Force choose. In a word, only trust the Force. Shaking his head, with various inexplicable emotions, Noah followed them back to the Mantis and began heading towards the planet Bogano. During this time, Grease also complained about having another person, but after learning it was Noah's apprentice, he no longer dared to complain. Honestly, Noah still had a slight fondness for the planet Bogano. After all, it was the first planet he entered in this universe. And its natural environment was also good. Noah quite liked that place. Your Excellency, can you tell us about things from 25,000 years ago? Perhaps out of boredom or excessive curiosity, Cal asked before the spaceship entered hyperspace. Oh. Don't you have records? Noah raised an eyebrow. He knew nothing about 25,000 years ago. Thor and Loki also exchanged glances involuntarily. They seemed to feel things might be bad. Sorry, after all, so much time has passed. Seer, sitting beside him, also shook her head. All we know now is that the galaxy merged 25,000 years ago. Other than that, we're probably not very clear. Is that so? Noah tilted his head. He felt he could only make up stories now. What do you want to know? Your Excellency, what is your attitude towards the Force? Seer looked at Cal, then directly asked. This was also the most perplexing question for Seer and Cal, because they could see that while Noah and his companions respected the Force, they didn't do so in the same way they did. They seemed to treat the Force only as a friend, a comrade in arms, or perhaps just a very useful tool. Such a distinct attitude was almost heretical in this era, but it had to be said that their Force was terrifyingly powerful. Most importantly, both Cal and Seer could see that in their eyes, there was no such thing as a light side or a dark side. Just as they themselves said, they were a balanced sect. Their power was not distinguished by light or dark, and could be used easily. It could be said that this group of people was truly a refined shade of gray. Can't you see or feel our attitude? Noah replied strangely. Any other questions? Your use of the Force. Cal hesitated. Why is it so terrifying? Is it because, 25,000 years ago, you didn't use external tools? Hearing this, Noah basically understood what they meant. What was even more interesting was that Noah pretty much knew what Cal and Seer were thinking. This made Noah feel amused. Although Noah himself didn't know what 25,000 years ago was specifically like, it was clear that they didn't either. Now Noah felt he could make up stories. Are you talking about lightsabers? Noah asked playfully. Do you think we had those in our era? In our time, the use of the Force was divided into three categories. The easiest was the dark side of the Force, the moderately difficult was the light side, and then there was our balanced side, whose difficulty depended on the individual. Noah immediately began to weave a tale. Anyway, these few individuals in front of him were clearly not historians, so tricking them wouldn't be a problem. And what Noah said wasn't entirely false. The so-called balance, in Noah's eyes, was essentially being able to use both extreme powers, and this situation required a certain mindset not to be deluded by power. While achieving this wasn't incredibly difficult, it was truly challenging for some individuals with obsessions. For example, Caecilius, although he didn't become a slave to magic, he fell into darkness due to his obsession. In Kamarage, he was also one of those not allowed to use high-dimensional dark powers because he already had many problems, and allowing him to use that would only accelerate the outbreak of those problems. Although a power bank has plenty of charge, you also have to see if the interface is suitable. 3 Force beliefs. Seer nodded. This statement was very correct. So, why aren't your names heard now? Because it's too difficult, Noah shrugged. In our era, there weren't many people in the balanced sect, but each one was capable of solving a war by themselves. And we weren't allowed to participate in these disputes, which is why we entered the void. Noah's words plunged Seer and Cal into silence, while Thor and Loki couldn't interject, because they found that Noah was truly capable of weaving stories without even blinking. To be honest, he was very serious about it, and those who didn't understand couldn't find any flaws. So, only 3 of you are left in your balanced sect? Cal suddenly asked at this point. Of course not. Although the balanced sect doesn't have many members, reproduction is at least not an issue, especially since our lifespans are very long. Noah tilted his head, completely ignoring the somewhat exasperated Thor and the keenly interested Loki. There are tens of thousands of us. Ah, is that so? In your era, did you all use the Force as a weapon? More or less, but not entirely. For example, Thor here prefers to use hammers and axes. Alright, so how did you return to this universe? Because we conducted an experiment that opened a spatial channel. I feel that the spatial channel's gate will open again soon, and we'll have to go back. Along the way, Noah casually chatted with them, and then Loki very naturally joined in these conversations. Loki's adaptability was very strong, and he particularly felt that Noah's pranks were very much to his taste. Thor, on the other hand, couldn't completely relax. He probably wasn't used to telling such lies. So, throughout the journey, he remained relatively silent, just listening to Noah and Loki BS, while he accompanied them with a forced smile. The spaceship speed wasn't fast, but with hyperspace jump technology, even slow speeds could quickly reach a star system. Therefore, after they had chatted enough, they directly switched to fast mode, and soon after, they once again set foot on the planet Bogano. Meanwhile, Noah also began contemplating teaching this girl, Marin, and incidentally seeing if he could trick more people, more bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 419, what exactly happened? Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. It's actually not that hard to set someone up for a fall. Noah was indeed thinking about this. Knowing the general situation of this world, Noah had a lot of room to operate. Moreover, Noah felt that if he was going to set someone up, the best target would naturally be the protagonist. But where was the protagonist right now? How old was he? These were all very practical questions. Even if Noah knew where Luke Skywalker was, going there would be useless. Noah didn't have the time to play with him. Since the protagonist was out, his relatives and teachers naturally became Noah's best targets. But the problem was, Noah couldn't find the main character of that classic line, "I am your father." Was he really going to cause a ruckus in the heart of the Empire? If so, why didn't Noah just eliminate the so-called Sith Lord? That would save both trouble and effort. Unfortunately, Noah didn't plan to do such a thing for now. Setting up this world was about changing the entire world, not making it completely chaotic. If Noah had been reborn as a person in this world, then perhaps with his current abilities, he really would have gone to challenge the Sith Lord. After thinking for a long time, Noah suddenly thought of Master Yoda, the most excellent representative of the goblins. In Noah's memory, this goblin master, who had lived for nearly 1,000 years, was probably close to death. Noah didn't know if this guy had the ability to see the future, but he was certainly in seclusion now, waiting for Luke Skywalker, right? If so, Noah could definitely go to his secluded place and do something interesting. The issue of lifespan probably wasn't a problem for Noah, at least not now. Especially after Noah killed a giant beast with abnormally vigorous vitality, he could use it for practice. It seems that once Cal and their matters are settled, I'll have them take us to Dagobah to check things out. Noah stroked his chin. Honestly, that planet seemed very difficult to get to. Otherwise, Master Yoda wouldn't have been able to stay there peacefully until his death, and Luke Skywalker wouldn't have been able to properly learn how to control the Force there. Noah felt that if it was really too far and the environment was harsh, he could definitely try the Space Stone. Although Noah wasn't sure if the Space Stone could exert its full power in this world, there was no harm in trying. And in this world, Noah didn't need to worry about encountering Thanos' fleet right after using it. After secretly planning in his mind, Cal also set off. This time, Thor and Loki didn't follow. However, they ran off to the plane that Noah had almost destroyed earlier. They quite liked this planet filled with natural life. Meanwhile, Noah, having nothing to do, began to teach Marin some basic magic. Of course, what Noah taught was primarily about the mindset towards magic and methods for improving spiritual power. As for meditation, you might not believe it, but this world actually had it. Noah had seen Cal meditating, and Noah had also carefully examined this kind of meditation. It had to be said that the results of the examination surprised Noah, because he found that it was simply a more simplified version of the meditation method Noah initially mastered. This couldn't help but stir some thoughts in Noah. In the magical side of Noah's world, although it had clearly existed for over 20 years, the number of people who mastered it was not small. But compared to the entire magical world, it was really not enough to look at. Of course, this was a matter of course. After all, it was necessary to prevent some ill-intentioned individuals from gaining powerful strength, and then very few people would be able to govern them. So, strict control of existing meditation methods was inevitable, but if there was meditation from this parallel universe, wouldn't it be possible to popularize it? The most basic and simple meditation method will be left for the academy for those little ones to use. And slightly more advanced meditation will stay in Kamarage for the university students who get admitted. Noah directly made the decision. The current Noah truly had the right and ability to make such a decision. The fact that this world had mastered meditation methods also saved Noah a lot of trouble. Noah didn't need to spend time on this, which made Noah feel very comfortable. Marin's learning speed was also very fast. Although she was very puzzled by such an attitude towards the Force, she also tried to adjust her mindset and diligently understood and learned the knowledge Noah imparted to her. Noah also tentatively asked Marin about the method of resurrecting corpses. Marin told Noah that it was a magic. That's a unique magic of our Night Sisters, using an instrument made from the brain of a Night Sister mother, and it can only resurrect Night Sisters who have already died. Ah, such a unique manufacturing technique. By the way, are the resurrected Night Sisters under your control, or do they have their own independent consciousness? No consciousness, it's under my control. I just need to give an order, and they will do what they're supposed to do. Noah sighed helplessly. Alright, to avoid becoming a powerful warrior and finding a sword called Frostmourne, Noah felt it was better not to learn this magic, especially one made from a brain. Noah felt sick just thinking about it. Noah felt that sometimes he was truly a jinx, he said bad things, and they would come true, especially those that clearly went against his wishes. Noah felt lucky he wasn't Caecilius, otherwise, with that guy's temper, he'd probably explode. Since that was the case, Noah could only give up. Although Noah liked wearing black robes and could even transform into an evil dragon, it didn't mean Noah really wanted to make himself too dark. At least Noah didn't want his magic to always exude an aura of world destruction when he used it. Most importantly, the light side of the Force in this world was not the same as the light power Noah needed. The light side of the Force wasn't a power of light but merely a belief. It could be said that all of Noah's little ideas were basically gone. Having given up, Noah concentrated on teaching Marin for a few hours before stopping, because Noah clearly sensed many starships on this planet. Of course, the main reason was that their landing site wasn't too far from Noah and his group, so Noah could easily sense them. Imperial ships. Noah stroked his chin and walked straight outside. He happened to see Thor and Loki, who seemed to have also noticed something and returned. Are the Imperial people here? Thor asked with slight curiosity, carrying the corpse of an unknown creature on his shoulder. Probably. Noah spread his hands, and honestly, shouldn't you be more familiar with them than I am? After all, you went on an adventure with Cal. I haven't been out at all. I'm not a mage, how could I sense so clearly? Thor smiled nonchalantly, but what he said was true. He had a pretty good time these past few days running around with Cal, experiencing ordinary people's combat, although being constantly treated as someone from 25,000 years ago made him slightly depressed. He was only a little over 1,000 years old, not even 2,000 yet, so having his age suddenly increased by 10 or 20 times wasn't that comfortable. Since it wasn't comfortable, he had to express it, so those unlucky Imperial stormtroopers really had bad luck. Also unlucky were the structures left behind by the Zepho. This guy Thor wasn't someone who would try to find a way around things. Although he was experiencing life, he wouldn't make things difficult for himself. If he encountered anything in the way, whether it was an unopenable door or a laser barrier, Thor would just destroy it directly. If he encountered something too complex, that was even simpler. This guy Thor even put on a show for Cal of what flat push gameplay was. However, Thor was also conscientious and didn't take stealing kills to the extreme. Most of the enemies were actually dealt with by Cal. What frustrated Cal was that enemies usually appeared in hordes, at least 10 or so each time, which was why Cal's improvement speed was so fast. As for Loki, he was even more excessive, he did nothing at all. He just followed Cal the whole time, recording the guy's use and changes in the Force. Of course, he would also give these recorded messages to Noah. This guy knew what Noah was thinking, so he was happy to take it easy. But none of that mattered. Noah only knew that if they hadn't appeared, Cal would absolutely not have made such progress, and it was even possible he would have died along the way. As for the distrust between Cal and Seer, Noah and Thor didn't pay any attention to it. Seer actively revealed that she had stepped into the dark side due to excessive anger, but after being tormented by Noah, Thor, and Loki, both Cal and Seer themselves seemed to feel that it was no big deal. And although Seer's disciple was a problem, it was precisely because of these three that they didn't pay too much attention to it. Although Thor didn't help last time, when he encountered an Imperial Inquisitor named Ninth Sister, Thor resolved that woman with a single punch. Shaking his head, Noah couldn't be bothered to think about these trivial matters. He scanned the surroundings. After a moment of thought, he couldn't be bothered with these Imperial stormtroopers. Honestly, these guys weren't worth Noah's curiosity. Noah was more interested in the person who radiated a power similar to Cal's but clearly opposite. If Noah hadn't guessed wrong, this should be Seer's legendary apprentice. However, what puzzled Noah was that this person didn't appear later, nor did Cal, which piqued Noah's interest slightly. The story of a minor character is also a story, and this minor character is almost comparable to a protagonist, especially in terms of growth. Noah casually opened a spatial portal, thinking as he stepped through it, I wonder what happened to this kid in the end. He had such a growth rate but never appeared. Did he encounter some problem? As Noah crossed space, he directly entered the Agamato temple, where Cal was already fighting a woman in black. Let me see what happened, then I can go meet Master Yoda. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 420, let me handle it. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. What? He actually got robbed like that. Noah, hidden in the mirror dimension, watched Cal's performance and commented with a hint of exasperation. Cal's performance was nothing short of astonishing. His growth rate was terrifyingly fast. From being utterly defeated by the second sister before to now being able to defeat her head-on and seize her weapon, it was clear that Cal's progress was truly unimaginable. However, Cal's force ability seemed somewhat unique. His force allowed him to see and sense the past echoes of the force. Clearly, after Cal snatched Trilla, the second sister's weapon, he saw her pass through a force echo. That painful past made Cal empathize, and he stood stunned for a moment. Trilla took advantage of this moment to escape. She successfully grabbed the navigational device, meaning her mission was complete. Although she was also amazed at how quickly this Jedi Padawan named Cal had grown, it was clearly not the time for her to think too much. Seeing that Cal was fine and the Imperial Inquisitor had escaped, Noah knew that there would definitely be follow-up to this. Just imagine, if the Empire got hold of this device that could widely detect Force-sensitive children, would the Jedi Order even need to exist anymore? Just by using it to cultivate a Sith warrior order, they could probably rule the entire galaxy for a long time. However, Noah didn't recall any Sith warrior order in his memory, so he thought there might be some subsequent events. What's wrong? When Noah returned to the Mantis, Thor asked immediately, where's the kid Cal? He picked up someone else's stuff and got affected by their force. Noah shrugged and casually explained, the enemy ran away, and the navigation device is gone. That kid should be back soon. Oh. The navigation device was stolen. Why didn't you help? I'm not you. Don't you think bullying children is boring? Then don't you know you should lower your strength to the level of the children you speak of, and then defeat them with your rich experience? Noah scratched his ear. He felt that Thor's words were a bit strange. It was like lowering his intelligence to the level of an idiot, and then using rich experience. Wait. What experience? An idiot's experience? Noah immediately glared at Thor. Was this guy really that mischievous? He got caught off guard. Your Excellency, you should actually help. This concerns the entire universe. Seer and the others were also listening, and Seer hesitated but couldn't help but speak. What does your light side and dark side matters have to do with me? Noah rolled his eyes, thinking about other things. Honestly, it would be simple for Noah to stop all of this. But Noah, on the contrary, felt that the follow-up here should be quite interesting. And Noah was unwilling to act. Aside from this aspect, there was also the point that Seer and his team had not yet provided Noah with any new technological advancements. Actually, Seer and his team couldn't do much about this. It was genuinely difficult to collect a lot of good technology from the places they went. Even if they brought out some of the technology they possessed, it was clearly not enough, and Seer and his team were quite helpless themselves. Unable to do anything, Seer could only wait for Cal to return to discuss. Fortunately, although Cal was affected by the force on Trilla's sword, it didn't delay him too much. The stormtroopers caused Cal no difficulty at all, and he returned in a very short time. It must be said that Noah and his two companions had a great influence. Although Cal was a bit strange about why Seer would step into the dark side, Cal didn't pay too much attention to it. And this time, he finally knew the reason, so after some discussion, they decided to go to the Imperial Fortress Inquisitorius, where Seer and other Jedi had been imprisoned and tortured. This Inquisitorius was on a planet named Nur, and this planet had many defensive forces around it. It could be said that it was very difficult to secretly infiltrate this Inquisitorius, which made Cal and his group a bit depressed and difficult. In the end, they had to turn their attention to Noah and his two companions. Your Excellency. I can help, but there's one thing, can you get enough technological data from this place? I think, no, I mean absolutely no problem. That's good. I haven't really done anything until now, so let me show you the power of balance. Noah made the decision without much thought. Entering a relatively core Imperial location would likely make it easier to get some good stuff. And Noah wasn't wrong about one thing, he truly hadn't done anything else until now. This time, his action was not only in exchange for Cal and Seer to get the technology but also to show his apprentice, Marin, his true power. Noah had been boasting about his power for a long time, but in the end, he only killed a giant beast, and everything else was Thor showing off. Noah felt that what he was doing wasn't very good, so he felt he should also show off properly. This Imperial Inquisitorius was perfect for Noah to display his abilities, and Noah also intended to try the feeling of unparalleled sweeping. Damn it, the defenses here are truly. As the mantis approached Nur, Grease sighed helplessly, looking at the two massive starships floating in space. Noah also leaned over to look at the behemoths in the sky. These things were truly terrifying. Unfortunately, Noah didn't know the model of these things, otherwise, he might have been able to figure out the parameters of these two starships. One thing was certain, though, these things were definitely much larger and more powerful than the helicarriers built by S.H.I.E.L.D. Although Noah wasn't a starship enthusiast, many parts inside could be used once disassembled. Noah even thought that perhaps these things could be sold to Fury later. If nothing unexpected happened, Fury's home would probably be robbed by the time Noah returned, forcing Fury to change jobs and eventually go to the moon. Can you get the blueprints for these things? Noah pointed at the two behemoths through the screen and asked. This. Seer's mouth twitched. After thinking for a long time, she nodded. I'll find a way to get them, but the problem now is that we can't get past their defenses at all. I think this. Marin tilted her head and was about to speak when Noah interrupted her. Just getting them is fine. This thing is not a problem at all. Noah stretched, then smiled at Marin, who was still in human form. Watch closely. Today, I'll show you what balanced power is. After saying that, a light screen suddenly appeared around Noah. Everyone just felt their eyes blur, and then Noah disappeared into the light screen. When he reappeared, he was already in space. What is he doing? Cal stared at Noah's actions, stunned. Suddenly, he remembered what this guy did on Bogano and cried out incredibly, he's not planning to destroy these two starships by himself, is he? Is it strange? Loki glanced at Cal disdainfully, don't use your thinking to understand our actions. If Noah really wanted to destroy these two starships, it would be a very easy task. How is that possible? Seer was also uncertain, because no one had ever achieved this step before, it was simply impossible. He can indeed do it. Thor also sighed, because he's very good at this kind of large-scale destruction. Cal and Seer and the others looked at each other, listening to Thor's words. They couldn't imagine anyone being able to do this. If such a person truly existed, did that mean such a person could end a battlefield alone? Soon, they didn't dare to let their imaginations run wild, because Noah, standing in space, suddenly moved. In an instant, Noah's entire body was enveloped in a pale golden stream of light, and beyond this stream of light was a layer of black, incredibly mysterious and eerie runes. An unimaginable oppressive force instantly spread out from around Noah, as if Noah himself was an independent universe. The world resonated with Noah, and endless terrifying power converged towards Noah. The next moment, a long sword radiating a brilliant blue light suddenly appeared in Noah's hand. A lightsaber. Cal looked at the scene in disbelief. No, that's his unique weapon. Thor smiled and shook his head, his weapon can appear in any form. Kid, that's not the point. Loki suddenly took over the conversation, haven't you noticed how extraordinary he is now? Extraordinary? Cal and the others looked at Noah. This feeling was more than just extraordinary, it was like a deity. Even the slow-reacting Imperial starship sensed this terrifying aura. They immediately launched an attack on Noah, and endless energy bullets poured towards him. At that moment, Noah also moved. Noah suddenly raised the lightsaber in his hand. When his power gathered to its peak, he swung it fiercely towards the two starships. In an instant, a colossal black dragon phantom, so vast it blotted out the sky and seemed like a world-ending catastrophe just by looking at it, materialized in the entire universe. At this moment, everyone in the vicinity could clearly see the scene. Even those who couldn't see it could keenly perceive an explosion of power that was terrifying to the extreme, and also dark to the extreme, yet strangely not evil. Invisible power erupted in space. In the stunned gazes of Cal, Seer, and the others, a gigantic light silhouette formed, completely covering their vision. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals one bonus chapter. Chapter 421, Chapter 421, no time for nonsense. Find 50+ advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. This is a terrifying sensation, ultimate darkness. What happened? Such an enemy, can we defeat them? The moment Noah's aura erupted, though his black dragon phantom wasn't visible across the entire universe like other invincible powerhouses, his aura spread throughout the entire universe due to his outburst. From the heart of the Empire to the distant planet Dagobah, everyone could clearly feel this despair-inducing aura. Everyone was stunned, dumbfounded, because the terror of this aura was unprecedented. That sky-obscuring darkness, like the dread of a cataclysm, this despairing aura enveloped everyone's hearts. Whether they were of the light side or dark side, they could feel the horror and extraordinary nature of this power. In fact, Noah himself, the initiator of all this, was somewhat bewildered and incredulous. He admitted that he was playing a very big game, even perhaps overdoing it because Noah directly used his most powerful human form ability, his domain. But what Noah never expected was that as his domain formed and unleashed its most lethal attack, the dark power he had originally hidden deep within his body, sealed away, suddenly burst forth. With a destructive momentum, it combined with the magic he had cast earlier, directly forming an even more terrifying power. All of this happened too quickly, even Noah himself hadn't reacted before it quietly ended. The dark powers vanished without a trace, and his domain seemed even more terrifying in this world both in terms of offense and defense. It was stronger than in his original universe. What's going on? Noah was a bit dazed. Logically, wasn't his domain unable to integrate with dark powers? Why did dark powers suddenly burst forth when he attacked? Although Noah didn't mind this, he was even secretly happy, because Noah's domain couldn't accept other powers at all, and now it was actually showing some compatibility. How could Noah not be happy? I'm not sure, but according to records, not only did dark power erupt just now, but your spatial power also had a certain degree of eruption. The system's mechanical voice suddenly rang out. My spatial power also erupted. Noah frowned. He focused on the destroyed battleship. There were indeed traces of spatial power at that location. Yes, but according to my judgment, it was caused by the low intensity of this world. I think you've already noticed this, right? If it's about noticing the low intensity of this world, that's true. But why did it turn out like this? Because the intensity is low, the mutual entanglement between powers becomes easier, but this is a good thing. Good thing. Noah stroked his chin, instantly understanding the system's meaning. Yes, this truly was a good thing. In the original universe, Noah simply couldn't integrate other powers into his domain, only the system could slowly merge these things. But this world seemed different, because the intensity was a bit lower. Perhaps technology had developed too smoothly, which also made certain things relatively easier here. Of course, this couldn't help Noah integrate his domain, otherwise Noah might actually have to stay here for a few years. But even without help, it allowed Noah to understand the attack mode and attack strength after integration. Although not precise, it had some reference value, especially the brand new attack mode that integrated all of Noah's power. It was indeed excessively powerful. Looking at the black hole gradually forming due to Noah's attack, it was clearly formed by the interference of spatial power and the destructive force of Noah's domain. Rubbing his nose, Noah only hoped this black hole wouldn't suck in the mantis as well, otherwise he would have to find someone else for technology. When Noah returned to the mantis, it was clear that the crew's gazes towards Noah were off. Thor and Loki helplessly spread their hands at Noah, indicating that they couldn't do anything about it, as the commotion Noah caused was truly too shocking. That's just my normal power, what's wrong? Noah composed himself. Although there were some exceptions, it was indeed Noah's strongest power in his human form. That black dragon. Cal swallowed. Oh. That, my totem, Noah bluffed directly. Is it strange? Not strange. So, dark. Is that so? Very evil. Ah, it doesn't feel evil. Then that's that, let's go in quickly. Noah was quite confident in his own power. Noah's power was indeed not bright, and even seemed abnormally dark due to high-dimensional dark power, but Noah's power had no evil intent whatsoever. Although Noah sometimes appeared very evil, what could be seen on the surface and what could actually be felt were often different. Cal and Seer exchanged glances. Although they felt Noah's extremely dark power, as Noah said, his power was not evil. This completely contradicted their previous understanding, even shattering their ingrained perception. Dark power actually had no evil feeling. If someone had said that before, no one would have believed it. Just look at those Sith Lords to see how evil they were. It could be said that they were so ruthless that anyone who saw them would feel fear in their hearts. But now, the extraordinary and different nature of this guy was displayed before their eyes, making them believe it even if they didn't want to. At this moment, they seemed to understand what Noah meant by the so-called balance of power, and they seemed to know why Noah had been saying, "Don't be a slave to power." Because Noah had dealt with the defense of Nur, the Imperial Inquisitorius was like an undefended place to them. Grease quickly piloted the mantis directly above the Inquisitorius hidden underwater, and Noah, accompanied by Cal and Seer, set out. Although Noah wasn't familiar with the internal structure of this Inquisitorius, Seer had endured harsh trials here and eventually escaped. So, with her present, Noah and Cal didn't need to worry about getting lost. Of course, even if they had to consider that problem, it wouldn't be an issue. For example, when they entered the Inquisitorius, they were blocked by a large door. Seer thought for a moment and suggested they split up to find the control panel to open the door, but... Are you serious? Detour. No detours exist. Let me show you the real way to open a door. Noah wouldn't choose to detour. Even Thor wouldn't choose to detour, let alone Noah. Noah's hand glowed, and then the Star of Stars once again transformed into a lightsaber. The next moment, what blocked Noah's path let out a violent roar. Isn't this better? Why take a detour? Well, it had to be admitted that this was indeed the most correct way to open a door, simple and quick. Cal and Seer advanced, and the stormtroopers and Imperial Inquisitors who had been corrupted by the dark side and tried to block their way were instantly dealt with by Noah, who chose to act. Noah wasn't Thor, after all, perhaps that guy would still be interested in competing in skill with these guys. But Noah couldn't be bothered to waste a single word with them. He didn't even give them a chance to get close. All along the way, he swung his sword or pretended to use the Force, directly pushing straight to the core of the Inquisitorius. So, bulldozing is such an exciting thing. Noah thought to himself. However, when Noah and his party entered this core area, Noah suddenly felt a strong power source arrive at this place. This made Noah somewhat curious, because Noah felt that this power had reached the 7th tier. Logically speaking, Noah was already very clear about how much power a 7th tier individual in this world could unleash. And according to their perception and the system's confirmation of universe intensity, a 7th tier individual in this world was probably very high level. So Noah was a bit confused about who had come here, because in Noah's memory, those who could reach this level were probably Darth Vader, Yoda, and Darth Sidious. As for later individuals, Noah wasn't considering them, after all, who knew if that Skywalker was playing in the mud right now? Who could it be? Noah stroked his chin, while Cal and Seer had already found the navigation instrument and met Trilla. Honestly, Trilla's expression was overly serious right now. Her gaze wasn't on her former master and the Jedi apprentice she almost killed, but tightly locked on Noah. She naturally knew what had just happened, and naturally understood how terrifying the power of that moment was. What baffled her was why this person, possessing such dark force, would help these Jedi who stood on the light side. Who are you? Why do you, with such immense dark force, help these Jedi who stand on the light side? Although Trilla felt she might be ignored, she still couldn't help but ask. Noah was momentarily stunned, then asked somewhat amusedly, "Are you asking me?" "Yes, Your Excellency." "You possess such vast dark force, why would you?" "None of your business. Furthermore, you've entrusted all your emotions, will, and feelings to power, allowing power to control you. You are nothing but a slave to power. What right do you have to ramble to me?" More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 422, Chapter 422, Terrifying Methods. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. Noah indeed had no intention of wasting words with this Imperial Inquisitor. He didn't even need Cal and Seer to act, Noah directly restrained Trilla. Although Noah had studied the Force for so many days and understood some relatively simple ways to use it, the Force was simply beyond imagination because of its high plasticity. For example, Cal's frequently used slow ability left Noah somewhat dumbfounded. Was it really just slowing down? This thing made those affected feel the flow of time slow down, and even the space around the affected person would distort. It could be said that this single move alone exceeded Noah's imagination, which is why Noah was particularly interested in certain ways of using the Force. Shaking his head, Noah stopped thinking about these things. Anyway, these methods and techniques would definitely fall into Noah's hands. He glanced at Trilla, who was like a statue, tilted his head, and then directly threw her at Seer and Cal's feet. "She's yours to deal with," Noah said, looking at the elevator without turning back. "If nothing unexpected happens, we should have another guest arriving." Another guest. Seer and Cal looked at Trilla, who was emitting strange energy and was completely stiff, then at Noah's back. They suddenly felt like they were superfluous here. Sighing, they both immediately helped Trilla up, but soon their bodies also stiffened. With heavy footsteps and the distinct heavy breathing sound of a life support system, their faces instantly turned grim. It's him." Seer's body trembled slightly. Although Cal didn't tremble, his face was naturally no better. Darth Vader, a nightmare-like presence in the ears of Jedi Knights. This Sith Dark Lord had already slaughtered countless rebels. He was almost synonymous with invincibility, he was almost synonymous with the dark side of the Force. It could be said that to some extent, he was even more terrifying than Darth Sidious, or rather, Sheev Palpatine, the Emperor of the Galactic Empire. Raising their heads, they both involuntarily looked at Noah. Unbeknownst to them, they suddenly felt at ease. Because Noah's power was even more terrifying than Darth Vader's, he was probably the most terrifying person in this world, right? Noah didn't know what the two behind him were thinking. Even if he did, he would smile and nod, saying, "You're probably right." Noah was somewhat surprised now, he hadn't expected Darth Vader to actually make a cameo here. It seems Mr. Vader is very busy. He's one of the protagonists in both the prequels and the original trilogy. He hasn't missed any spin-offs since, and even often makes guest appearances in games. Noah sighed inwardly. He now guessed that Cal and Seer were probably killed by this guy, right? This would explain why Noah had never heard their stories in the later movies. As for the navigation instrument, did they die holding onto this thing? Or did they escape? Noah stroked his chin. Don't tell me they actually managed to escape. People in this parallel universe, when facing these Sith Dark Lords, were courting death if they fought them. The only way to survive was to run. If you were lucky, you could actually escape. After all, quite a few people did escape from him. While Noah was contemplating, the muffled breathing grew heavier, and the sound of metal grinding footsteps grew closer. Soon, a figure clad in black armor with various strange equipment, slowly appeared before Noah. An invisible pressure continuously emanated from this figure. His metallic helmet, made of black material, looked so cold and grim. Noah seemed to be able to see through the helmet those utterly indifferent eyes, and the despairing aura suppressed beneath them. Darth. Noah slightly tilted his head. Vader. Who are you? Darth Vader's voice was very peculiar, like a mechanical synthesis, sounding like metal grinding, making people feel uneasy. Who I am isn't important, Noah smiled indifferently. What's important is, who are you? You know me. Noah's words startled Darth Vader, and Cal and Seer were equally stunned. No, after all, I haven't been back to this universe for 25,000 years, Noah shook his head decisively. But my force can see much of your past, and your future. Haven't been back to this universe for 25,000 years. See my past and future through the force. Darth Vader chuckled. My past is darkness, and my future continues to advance in darkness. That is who I am. After saying this, Darth Vader immediately ignited his lightsaber. The crimson lightsaber looked particularly striking and evil in the dim space. He coldly looked at Noah, and at Cal and Seer behind Noah, as cold as ice. That dark aura just now must have been yours. You are an unimaginable Sith Lord, but I have never fought you, and I want to see how terrifying your force truly is. Are you an idiot? Do you think you can do what I did? I'm curious to see what people from 25,000 years ago are like. Is that so? Then, you have already lost, Anakin Skywalker. As soon as the words left Noah's lips, Darth Vader felt an utterly irresistible force instantly pull him before the mysterious young man. Although Darth Vader's emotions fluctuated slightly upon hearing his true name, this couldn't affect his combat instincts at all, yet he was directly controlled. Very surprised. Very curious. Noah tilted his head, looking at him. And very angry. Too bad it's useless. You are all slaves to power. How can you compare to me? The master of power. With that, Noah waved his hand slightly, and Darth Vader's helmet flew off. Darth Vader immediately felt a suffocating sensation wash over him. Darth Vader, having lost an arm and both legs after being cut down by Obi-Wan from the high ground, and then severely burned by lava, was practically dead. If it weren't for the somewhat remarkable technological level of this parallel universe, even such severe burns could be recovered from. Perhaps there would be no story of Darth Vader, the Sith Dark Lord, in this universe. Well, the Skywalker story would continue afterward. You. Darth Vader struggled to breathe, but he was firmly controlled by Noah and could do nothing. Even if he exerted all his effort to manipulate his force, he couldn't resist a single bit. This is the gap between us, the gap in the use and understanding of power, Anakin. Noah shook his head. Instantly, the lightsaber appeared in Noah's hand. The lightsaber danced, and in just a blink of an eye, Darth Vader was directly cut into a limbless torso by Noah. This secretly made Noah feel a thrill. The characteristic of the Star Wars world was limb dismemberment, and Noah had never had the chance to do so, but now he did, so he directly seized the opportunity. It's all mechanical, even the only hand Obi-Wan didn't cut off is a prosthetic. Noah tilted his head, quickly recalling that this guy had apparently lost a hand before. Shaking his head, looking at the guy who was almost out of breath due to difficulty breathing, Noah revealed a slight smile. You know what, you're really a pitiful worm. You. No need to thank me. I'll give you a gift. Thank him. How could he possibly thank him? Darth Vader truly wanted to curse loudly, but the next moment a strange power directly entered his brain. Scene after scene began to unfold in his mind, and Darth Vader, upon seeing all of it, instantly became utterly dazed. What happened to him? Cal and Seer were somewhat at a loss upon seeing this, yet also felt it was somewhat natural. The terrifying Sith Dark Lord had been defeated just like that, which was incredible, but upon reflection, it was also natural. But, you just called him Anakin Skywalker? Is that his real name? Yes, through the Force, I can see his past. He was originally an extremely talented Jedi Knight. His master was a guy named Obi-Wan, but later, due to some special circumstances, he began to doubt himself and eventually turned to the dark side. Noah casually spoke, looking at this neither human nor ghost figure in front of him. Honestly, this kid was indeed a handsome young man before being disfigured by lava, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to marry a princess, would he? It's just that he was deceived, which led to his wife actually dying. With a casual flick, the lightsaber in Noah's hand disappeared. Noah glanced at the torso floating in midair, and after a moment of thought, he made a decision. Since this guy was the best material for balance, Noah truly wasn't going to give up on him just like that. After thinking for a moment, Noah's magic immediately surged into his ring, and the next moment, a special glow erupted from Darth Vader's body. Limb regeneration. Noah had learned this magic many years ago. It was a magic that could regrow severed limbs, although Noah had never used it. But even Voldemort could master this magic, let alone Noah now. In just a moment, Darth Vader's hands and feet slowly began to appear, gradually returning to their original form. Noah even boldly restored his face, which had been disfigured by flames. "Your Excellency, what are you doing?" Noah's actions clearly startled Seer and Cal, perhaps because Noah was saving Darth Vader, or perhaps because of Noah's methods. "Can't you tell? I'm just saving someone," Noah shrugged. "This guy is just a pitiful worm, it'll be more interesting for him to live." Saying that, Noah casually injected 2 streams of Star Wars movie data into Seer and Cal's minds, then silently pulled out the brick containing abundant life force. "Just in time for you to practice, and by the way, I'm still looking forward to that classic, 'I am your father' line in the future." More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 423, Chapter 423, Skywalker. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. Darth Vader felt like he was dreaming, a very long dream. He dreamed of facing an unimaginable enemy, against whom he was utterly powerless. How long had it been since he'd encountered something like this? Darth Vader himself didn't know. What he did know was that his hands and feet had been severed once again, and his life support system seemed to have been removed. Slaves to power? Are both the Jedi Council and the Sith Order slaves to power? Darth Vader still remembered that line, spoken disdainfully by the mysterious young man. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed they really were all slaves to power. They all followed what the Force demanded, not acting according to their own will. Alas, it's all over. "Mother, Padme, I'm coming to join you." Darth Vader felt his breathing grow heavier and heavier. As he closed his eyes, he suddenly found incredible scenes appearing in his mind. He knew these scenes were sent by that mysterious person, but when he truly began to watch them, he was completely stunned. Seer and Cal were in similar situations. They were almost dumbfounded after witnessing Noah's, completely beyond Force comprehension, limb regeneration ability. Especially when they saw Noah restore the Dark Lord of the Sith to his original appearance, they found it even harder to accept. But compared to these, the scenes that appeared in their minds stunned them even more. They never expected the story of this Dark Lord to be so bizarre, and even more, they never imagined that the current Galactic Empire was formed this way. Noah didn't know their reactions to the Star Wars saga. Anyway, Noah was now slowly guiding the life force from the bricks into Darth Vader's body. To be honest, Noah had done this only a handful of times. Other than experimenting with small animals at first, he had rarely done such a thing since, let alone experimenting on living people. Although Noah's system space could be used for such experiments, the system was busy right now. Besides, Noah preferred to spend his time on practical combat training. Therefore, Noah was not very skilled with this magic technique he had obtained ages ago. Noah had wanted to experiment on Tony back then, but Tony explicitly refused. Thus, this was Noah's first attempt at using this life-saving magic on a living person. Fortunately, Noah's magical proficiency was still guaranteed, and Darth Vader's own vitality was incredibly strong due to the protection of the Force. Therefore, Noah didn't expend much effort to infuse these life forces into his body. Of course, the technique was too crude. If this guy hadn't had the Force protecting him, he probably would have died from an overload, right? Noah looked at the brick in his hand, then silently put it away. Different people have different physiques, and the amount of life force infused also varies, but one thing is certain, a mage doesn't need to worry too much about infusing too much energy at once. Although the Force was somewhat different from magic, the essence of the power was similar, the difference lay only in their characteristics. Even if magic didn't have such strong initiative, its neutralizing properties were definitely stronger than the Force's. Therefore, Noah felt that magic should perform better in certain specific adaptabilities. He glanced at Darth Vader, who had fallen into a coma due to the massive influx of life force and watching Star Wars, and then at Cal and Seer, who were still stunned. Noah stroked his chin, directly grabbed BD-1 to collect data, then opened a portal and brought them all back to the mantis. How long until this guy wakes up? Darth Vader was groggy, his brain felt heavy, and most importantly, he heard some unfamiliar voices echoing in his ears. This made him feel a bit strange, as these voices were truly unfamiliar to him. How would I know that? Don't ask me just because I'm the caster, it purely depends on his own physique. Another voice rang in Darth Vader's ear. This time, his consciousness suddenly cleared significantly. Because he knew this voice, and this voice instantly made him recall many things. His past, his future, everything suddenly reappeared in his mind. You're quite a failure as a caster, aren't you? Do you want to try it? No, I'm not injured, so I don't need to. Then what are you talking nonsense about, Loki? Be careful, I'll send you back to clean toilets. As these voices became clearer, Darth Vader's mind also became clearer. He remembered everything, his limbs being severed, and simultaneously, a memory of his own story being infused into him. He finally understood what all this was about. Ah. After his thoughts completely cleared, Darth Vader let out a roar. He knew he had been deceived, he knew what he had done. Honestly, if he hadn't known he still had a son and a daughter alive, he would have committed suicide right then. This mix of grief and indignation, carrying a powerful force, spread across the mantis. Darth Vader's heart was filled with hatred. Unfortunately, before he could vent these emotions, he found himself bound once again. This time, he didn't even have a chance to speak. Calm down yet. Noah shrugged nonchalantly, looking at Darth Vader, who was glaring at him. Also, don't look at me like that. On the contrary, I think you should thank me. What I saw. Darth Vader remained silent for a long time before slowly speaking. But as soon as he spoke, he froze, because his voice was completely different from before. Lowering his head, he began to carefully observe his body. It was only then, recovering from his boundless grief and indignation, that he noticed he no longer needed life support. And his hands and feet, which Noah had severed, had actually grown back. It's all real. Noah, of course, knew what he meant. Cal and Seer had asked him this question before, and Noah had already answered it. Looking at the way this guy kept scrutinizing himself, Noah smiled, isn't there a mirror in front? Just go look at yourself. With that, Noah directly dispelled the binding magic on him, and Darth Vader slowly stood up, trembling slightly. He slowly walked to a mirror, and his eyes instantly turned red, because the reflection in the mirror was himself before he was disfigured. Looking at his reflection, Darth Vader once again fell into boundless sorrow, and this sorrow quickly transformed into incredible rage. His vast dark side force erupted again, he simply couldn't control himself now. If you continue like this, I'll have to make you forget everything, believe it or not. Just then, Noah's voice reached his ears, and the cold tone instantly calmed him down significantly. Forget everything? No, that was absolutely impossible. Knowing everything, he absolutely would not lose it all again, especially knowing he had 2 children. Although Darth Vader suspected it might be fake, he didn't feel this guy in front of him had any reason to deceive him. Not to mention, some of the memories were things he had personally experienced, he only needed a little deduction to determine their authenticity. And the future events could be said to have developed entirely according to his character. If he had truly collapsed, he would definitely have done these things. Especially after knowing about his son, he would absolutely help his son. Besides, some things simply couldn't be faked, such as finding his son and daughter, or confronting Chief Palpatine. Under various thoughts, Darth Vader forced himself to calm down, and the surging dark side force also cooled down. Very good. Noah nodded, you already know the specifics. I have to say, you're truly a pathetic wretch. You personally destroyed everything you had. That's all in the past. Darth Vader took a deep breath, I admit what I've done, and I admit I'm a pathetic wretch. But now the future is in my hands. If what your excellency showed me isn't fake, then I believe I can change everything. Is that so? Noah tilted his head. After a moment of thought, he tacitly agreed with this statement. Indeed, if Darth Vader went back for revenge, there probably wouldn't be any other trouble later. This guy's destructive power was absolutely terrifying, and his current identity made it incredibly simple for him to carry out assassinations. Chief Palpatine probably wouldn't even have time to react before this guy killed him. It has to be said that the beginning of everything in the original story was because of this guy, and the end of everything was also because of this guy. Perhaps he truly hadn't lost to anyone except Obi-Wan. An interesting idea. Noah nodded, but before that, please hand over the Imperial technology to me. Oh, and I had this little guy record a lot of data. Please do me a favor. I really need these things. No problem. Darth Vader was straightforward and nodded directly, indicating it was fine. Although he didn't understand why a powerful person like Noah would need these things, he wouldn't ask further. However, he still had many questions in his mind, such as, who exactly was this guy? Also, what did 25,000 years ago mean? But before he could speak, Noah had already asked, by the way, what will you call yourself from now on? Darth Vader, or? That doesn't need consideration. He took a deep breath. My name is Anakin Skywalker. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 424, not bad, little fellow. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. So, you are actually a group of primitive people from 25,000 years ago. Try saying, primitive people, again. I apologize, Your Excellency. I'm just a bit shocked. Also, was the understanding and use of the Force so different in your era? Yes, it can only be said that you have regressed too severely. On the way to the planet Dagobah, Anakin constantly questioned Noah about their past. Cal and Seer were also watching with great curiosity. Although they had been in contact with Noah and his 2 companions for several days, many things still seemed incredible when heard again. At the same time, they were also very curious about Anakin, that is, Darth Vader. The current Anakin had completely abandoned the name Darth Vader, which Chief Palpatine had bestowed upon him. It could be seen as him making a complete break from his past self. In his view, that name was an unspeakable insult, a title that had ruined his life. However, unfortunately, although Anakin's heart was filled with a desire for revenge, Noah clearly did not intend for him to do so. Firstly, it wasn't on their way, as Noah wanted to meet Master Yoda, the Jedi Master. Secondly, deciphering Imperial technological secrets took time. Even with Anakin, the former Dark Lord of the Sith, helping, some things were just that troublesome. Therefore, Anakin could only travel with Noah, using his identity to avoid some trouble. Besides, Noah had given him a good explanation. Of course, you can seek revenge, but why don't you think about whether you can escape after getting your revenge? Don't you think about your children? Well, Anakin silently nodded after hearing Noah say that. It must be said that Anakin's weakness was truly very obvious, somewhat similar to Loki's, his family. Of course, to be strict, Anakin was actually truly somewhat similar to Kaecilius. It's just that Kaecilius was even more miserable, because Kaecilius' entire family died, which made him so desperate to find a way to revive them. Although Anakin's wife and mother also died, at least he had 2 children to rely on, didn't he? Therefore, using family as a bargaining chip was often the best choice, although it might be despicable, it was practical. Anakin stayed and also began to take some interest in Noah's affairs. After a series of questions, he was horrified to find that the gap between himself and the others was incredibly large. Not to mention these guys being from 25,000 years ago, and not considering why these guys could live until now, just thinking about their use and attitude towards the Force completely crushed this era. Anakin suddenly realized that it seemed neither in the Jedi Order nor in the Sith Order were they truly masters of power. Perhaps I can learn from him. Anakin also understood what Noah meant by the so-called balance faction. It meant not caring about the nature of power, but standing at the very center and not being changed by the will of power itself. Anakin felt this was the most correct approach, because power was a weapon, a tool, it was the person who controlled these weapons. Dagobah was a distant, fog-shrouded swamp planet, not found on any modern star charts, a forgotten world. The planet was surrounded by rough trees and foul-smelling swamps. Vast lagoons became home to terrifying snakes and other creatures that lived in the dark waters, while leather-winged birds flew in the misty skies. Although the planet showed no signs of technology, it had a diverse species and a pristine ecological environment. It was precisely because of such an ecological environment that many expeditionary colonists had to abandon this place, as almost no one could survive on this planet. However, there was one exception, Master Yoda. The environment of this planet provided an excellent refuge for Master Yoda. Coupled with the fact that he himself was a goblin who mastered super strong force, he was very adaptable to this primitive natural environment. Southwest, this place posed no survival difficulty for him. It must be said that this planet was indeed too far away, and even using hyperspace jumps could lead to some special problems. Just as Noah was about to use the space stone to teleport, Anakin once again gave them a surprise. Although there is no complete star chart, the Empire has found this planet before. They weren't interested in this planet before, but now if you want to go, I can contact them to provide us with data. Then what are we waiting for? Why trouble oneself when there's an easier way? Thus, Noah unhesitatingly agreed to Anakin's suggestion. Moreover, Noah could see that although Anakin was a bit foolish and reckless, he was definitely not mindless. He wanted to seek revenge on the Empire, especially Chief Palpatine, his former master and the one who had deceived him under the guise of Senator Darth Sidious. But now he knew his actions absolutely couldn't be exposed, so why not use the Empire's convenience to help himself? Anakin used these privileges without any discomfort. In his opinion, it was a waste not to use them. If he didn't use them now, he probably wouldn't have another chance later. Noah 100% agreed with his thinking. As long as it was convenient for him, he didn't care much else. Soon, under Anakin's operation, they got what they wanted, and Anakin also acquired a lot of very interesting data and gave it to Noah. Noah naturally didn't refuse. Although he couldn't understand it, Thor and Loki could understand some of it. Asgard also engaged in technology, so both of them said they would ask Noah for a copy of such data when they returned. Noah naturally didn't refuse either. The prime universe where Noah was currently located also had a very high proportion of technology, and Noah naturally wouldn't go against the times. After a few hours of flying, it could be said that this flight time was indeed a bit long. They finally arrived at the planet Dagobah. However, just as they were about to land, violent hurricanes and strong thunderstorms suddenly appeared in the sky, just like when Luke Skywalker arrived here in Noah's memory. This is not naturally formed. Even Cal, the one with the lowest force level, could clearly feel the force contained within this natural disaster, let alone the others. Noah tilted his head. It seemed that Master Yoda wasn't very welcoming to them. Playing with lightning in front of me. TSK. At this moment, Thor suddenly laughed. I'll handle it. Don't use your spatial powers. After saying that, Thor stood up and looked at Noah with confidence. Noah thought for a moment and nodded. Indeed, playing with lightning in front of Thor, the god of thunder, carried a bit of a provocative meaning. It was no big deal to let him go out and play. However, what puzzled Noah was that this guy just stood there, looking at Noah, not moving for a long time, which confused Noah a bit. I say, aren't you going out to show off? If you don't go now, this spaceship might not be able to hold up. Of course I know. Thor's face was a bit stiff, and then he sighed deeply. Can you open a door for me? Yoda sat quietly in his wooden hut, his expression somber. When he sensed someone entering the planet, Yoda began to set up defenses. However, when he began to sense who was coming, what he sensed was endless chaos. This situation made Yoda feel confused, but considering the boundless dark power he had sensed a week ago, due to time difference, he immediately became extraordinarily solemn. Although that dark power didn't feel evil, darkness was still darkness. They actually found this place. Although Yoda was solemn internally, he was still relatively calm. He gathered his powerful force and began to resonate with nature. Instantly, violent winds and lightning formed in the air, and the entire sky began to become incredibly gloomy. Hurricanes and thunderstorms raged across Dagobah, and lightning and thunder continuously roared in the sky. Such power would cause trouble for any Imperial starship, but Yoda dared not relax. As expected, when a power filled with endless lightning, which Yoda felt hard to resist, exploded in the air, he knew there was big trouble. But, this is not the same as the power sensed last time. Although Yoda was shocked and desperately resisted this rampant lightning power, he couldn't help but secretly ponder. He was now wondering if that extremely dark being had provoked someone else. But in Yoda's memory, there seemed to be no possessors of these powers at all. Because these powers had completely surpassed Yoda's understanding of the Force. If it weren't for the fact that this world only had the Force as its sole power, Yoda would probably have been dumbfounded. This Force is too terrifying. Yoda was almost unable to resist. At this moment, Yoda also seemed to see that strong figure standing in the sky covered in silver lightning, with a handsome appearance and black armor, and carrying an axe in his hand. Yoda's mind suddenly went blank. An axe. How old was that weapon? Why did this guy not only dress like a primitive man but also carry a weapon like a primitive man? Yoda's head felt muddled, and his body also seemed to be nearing its limit from such a powerful force outburst. With a wry smile, Yoda slowly began to reduce the influx of the force. He was old, he had lived for almost 1,000 years. The current him truly could no longer endure such high-intensity force outbursts. Soon, he also felt that the other party seemed to have reduced the force outburst, and the sky, which had been like the end of the world, quickly returned to calm. Yoda casually found a place to sit down. He could feel that the men he had been fighting had arrived. But... Hey, goblin. Not bad, little fellow. Why do you look like you're about to die? You're still under 1,000 years old, aren't you? More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 425, Chapter 425, The Balancer. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patrayon.com/RioRaRyu. Little guy. Going to die before 1,000 years. This was the last sound Yoda heard before he passed out, and this sound almost made Master Yoda cough up blood. What did that mean? Was it strange to be dying after almost 1,000 years? And what did little guy mean? Was this guy older than him? Yoda didn't know, for he had already fallen unconscious, his body truly failing him. If he hadn't recklessly unleashed a force burst, he probably could have lived another decade or so without issue, but now he wasn't sure if he would pass away in the next second. Thor looked at the unconscious goblin on the ground, somewhat speechless. Honestly, Thor was a bit confused. He had clearly held back and hadn't gone all out, nor had he intended to kill. Why did this goblin look like he was dying? Clearly, this wasn't Thor's doing. What bad luck, should have just let Noah open a mirror dimension. Thor rubbed his head, then sighed helplessly and picked up the goblin. Noah likely came to this cursed planet specifically to find him, so for him to just die like this felt absurd to Thor, though Noah wouldn't fault him for it. I say, what's going on? When Thor carried Master Yoda to the newly landed Mantis, Noah, as soon as he stepped off the ship, looked at Thor with a speechless expression. Oh my. Master Yoda. He's still alive. Cal and Seer also noticed Yoda in Thor's arms, and they immediately exclaimed in surprise. Yoda's status in the Jedi Order was very high. Even Anakin looked at the old man with some surprise. Unlike Cal and Seer, Anakin had no kind feelings for this old man, because it was this old man who had almost disqualified Anakin from becoming a Jedi Knight back then. This guy attacked us. Thor placed Yoda into Cal's hands. Also, I didn't even use much strength, and he ended up like this. His power doesn't seem weak, but his life seems to be at its end. A goblin. Loki also poked his head over to look. Never thought a goblin could reach this level, truly incredible. You know he's a goblin too. Noah almost rolled his eyes. If you know that, then you should also know a goblin's normal lifespan. The fact that he's made it this far says it all. So what do we do now? What else can we do? Wait for him to wake up, talk to him, then see the situation and we can pretty much go back. Indeed, it was time to go back. Noah had already sensed that the spatial channel to this parallel universe seemed to have recovered. Given this, Noah had no intention of staying in this parallel universe, and his objectives were almost complete anyway. My research on the Force, with the help of myself and Loki, is mostly understood. I've also gathered a lot of interesting data on technological levels. As for my new apprentice, I'll just give her an inherited memory when the time comes. That's not difficult for me now. Noah thought to himself, realizing he didn't seem to have much left to do, and this world had pretty much been destroyed by him already. Darth Vader was directly spoiled into betrayal, and this world gained a so-called balancer sect apprentice, Marin. Cal and Seer seemed unlikely to remain obscure anymore. If there were no surprises, there probably wouldn't be anything for Luke Skywalker to do. Though it was a bit regrettable not to see Anakin say, I am your father. But, it's better to leave when it's time to leave, there's no need to linger. Decided to go back. Thor tilted his head, seemingly pleased. That's a really good idea. Good idea. Loki rolled his eyes. Clearly, he didn't think it was good news. How long have we been here? What about the promised trip? We've been just messing around with them all day, haven't we? Then should I leave you here? Provided your powers are sealed, otherwise, who knows what big trouble you'll cause here. I'll go back with you. Sealing his powers to wait for death here. Loki could only roll his eyes to express his exasperation and said no more. Meanwhile, Noah took advantage of this time to organize and create some things. These were gifts for Marin. After all, she was his apprentice, even if the teaching time wasn't long. Noah's crafted memory inheritance basically encompassed some of his magical thoughts and techniques, making it very suitable for Marin to use. At the same time, Noah also included his views on the elemental attributes of magic within it. It could be said that this inheritance, while not high level, was very suitable for this world and also very much in line with a mage's thinking. Marin silently accepted the crystal Noah gave her, thanked him, and then left. At this point, Yoda somewhat uncertainly asked, is she a Night Sister? Yes, Noah nodded. A natural user of the dark side, but very kind-hearted. She's a natural balancer, so I took her as an apprentice. Unfortunately, I'm probably leaving soon, so it's better to leave something for her. Is that so? Yoda murmured. After a long pause, he finally asked, Your Excellency, is Force, balance the ultimate path? You ask me this question, how do I explain it to you? Do you need me to find George Lucas for you next time and ask him? Noah was a bit speechless, he really couldn't answer this question well. But after thinking for a long time, Noah decided it was better to answer in a magical way. You really shouldn't ask me this question, because we have always believed that power is complete, not fragmented and separated. Noah shrugged, whether this power is extremely dark or extremely light, their essence is just a usable form of energy. The essence of power is usable energy. Noah's viewpoint was very impactful. Even though Yoda had seen similar information, his heart couldn't help but waver at this moment. Exactly. If your will is dominated and controlled by power, do you think that power is righteous? Noah retorted, whether it's your light side trying to control your emotions and temper, or the dark side completely unleashing such emotions, you are essentially being dominated by power. To master these powers, you shouldn't be dominated by them, you should be the one dominating power. After listening to Noah's words, Yoda's eyes became a bit dazed. After a long while, Yoda finally sighed. He neither agreed with Noah's words nor opposed them. All that remained in his heart was some confusion. He even felt as if he had truly become a slave to power, because even he couldn't completely control his emotions. Your Excellency, why did you save this devil? Yoda, unable to fully grasp this question for now, could only look at Anakin. Devil. Noah stroked his chin and suddenly smiled. Although this guy did indeed do some things that only a devil would do, in reality, without my intervention, he would have been the only one to achieve force balance, even if the method was terrible and he killed himself in the process. Saying this, Noah once again imported the Star Wars data into Yoda's mind. Yoda's eyes immediately became a bit dazed, and Noah at this moment once again pulled out the brick full of rich vitality. It's a shame I won't see the future developments, but I always feel it will be very interesting. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 426, Chapter 426, is Balance the Ultimate Path. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. To be honest, if Master Yoda hadn't been able to sense that the young human boy in front of him wasn't lying, and that the guy named Thor truly looked like a primitive person, he would have suspected that the boy had lost his mind. But simply saying that wouldn't convince Master Yoda, as the concept of 25,000 years was truly terrifying and incredible. Moreover, there was one more thing that Master Yoda couldn't understand: what was a balancer? As everyone knows, the most representative forms of the Force are divided into two, the light side of the Force and the dark side of the Force. The light side of the Force embodies positive elements such as justice, benevolence, and healing. This Force represents the Jedi Knights and is the creed of the Jedi Order. The dark side of the Force, on the other hand, represents negative elements such as fear, anger, hatred, and malice, and is an extreme power that corrupts the heart. This power is the representation and creed of the Sith Lords, and it also possesses more powerful aggression and invasiveness. Yoda frowned, looking at Cal, who was gazing at him with admiration, and asked in a deep voice, "You just said, balancer. What does that mean?" Actually, I heard it from His Excellency Noah." Cal seemed a bit shy facing Master Yoda, but he quickly took a deep breath and said, "His Excellency Noah said that the power of balance fundamentally doesn't divide the Force into any specific characteristics, power is just power. Doesn't divide into any characteristics." Yes, and His Excellency Noah also said that in their era, there were 3 sections: one was the light side sect, one was the dark side sect, and another was their balancer sect. The balancer sect believes that power is not different, power is just power, and what is evil is not power but the heart. Power is just power, and what is evil is not power but the heart. Master Yoda's heart was somewhat shaken. Even with his strong mental fortitude, he felt some wavering at this moment because he had indeed seen a similar statement before. Countless centuries ago, Master Yoda had found some ancient texts. Those texts presented a broader understanding of the Force, stating that the Force wasn't just 2 sides, but 4. Besides light and dark, the Force also had 2 other interpretations: unifying force and living force. The living force was proposed by Qui-Gon Jinn, and this guy was the only Jedi Anakin truly respected. There was a Sith named Darth Maul who once arrogantly told Anakin that he had killed Obi-Wan's master, Qui-Gon Jinn. As a result, this guy was defeated by an enraged Anakin. Qui-Gon Jinn was a great Jedi Master, not only because he taught Obi-Wan, but also because he proposed the theory that the Force is the manifestation of life, and Jedi can sense the Force in most living matter. Because to this day, the only known life form completely isolated from the Force comes from a species in another galaxy, the Yuuzhan Vong. Other life forms in the galaxy can be perceived through the Force, so his theory was absolutely correct. Of course, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that besides this, there was a very ancient theory, almost buried by time, called the unifying force theory. The unifying force theory held that the Force had neither a light side nor a dark side, the Force was a complete and independent whole without any tendencies. It could be said that this theory completely aligned with the ideas of His Excellency Noah, as spoken by Cal. Even if there were differences, they were highly consistent. This was why Master Yoda was hesitant and wavering, but Master Yoda was too resolute. After taking a deep breath, he looked up at Cal. "How do you know they are from 25,000 years ago?" They said so themselves." Cal scratched his head, smiling somewhat foolishly. "But their way of using the Force is completely different from ours. They don't have lightsabers, and they're completely unfamiliar with current technology. They use the Force as power, and their use and understanding of the Force have surpassed everyone of this era." Oh. Yoda frowned, suddenly realizing something but feeling somewhat unsure. Why do you say that? Before His Excellency Noah apprehended Anakin Skywalker, he sank 2 Imperial capital ships. Cal involuntarily swallowed as he recalled this. He used his weapon as a medium, and with just one strike, it seemed as if the entire universe was enveloped in a suffocating dark power. Indeed. Master Yoda's heart sank. He could never forget that power, which was as dark as a great cataclysm. But Master Yoda turned to look at Anakin. It was clear that Anakin had been rescued by His Excellency Noah, as spoken by Cal, and rescuing people was something the light side of the Force was very good at. Yoda knew what Anakin had become after Obi-Wan's actions, but looking at Anakin now, he seemed no different from before. It was conceivable that His Excellency Noah's use and mastery of the light side of the Force had also reached a terrifying extreme. This discovery and realization made Master Yoda's heart even more uncomfortable. He even felt a sense of suffocation. Oh. You're awake. Just as Yoda's mind was filled with wild thoughts, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Turning his head, Yoda saw a surprisingly young human male, but this male was like a mist, completely impenetrable. He seemed somewhat evil, especially his crimson eye, which made Yoda feel the threat of death. But if he carefully sensed this young man, Yoda felt that he was very righteous, as if that exceptionally evil eye had nothing to do with him at all. This strange sense of contradiction did not affect Yoda's perception of this young man. In fact, there was an indescribable sense of harmony. Yoda himself didn't know why he felt this way. After contemplating for a long time, Yoda thought this might be a kind of balance. His Excellency Noah, at this moment, Cal also immediately stood up and respectfully said to the young man. His Excellency Noah. Yoda looked back at the young man with some surprise, but this time his surprise wasn't too great. He had already had a premonition that this young man was probably the one named Noah, because such a unique temperament would probably be very difficult for anyone else to possess. Hello, Cal, Noah nodded, then lowered his head to look. At Yoda he was too short, after all. Hello, Your Excellency Yoda. I apologize that your welcoming method didn't make my friend happy, especially since he has a nickname, Thor, the God of Thunder. God of Thunder? Yoda secretly nodded. Indeed, the lightning displayed by the guy named Thor through the Force was truly terrifying. Compared to Sheev Palpatine, who also liked to use lightning, Sheev Palpatine's lightning was probably just child's play in the eyes of this God of Thunder. Yoda had already experienced that guy's lightning power, but he didn't know that Thor still had a full power burst left. I apologize for the inconvenience caused. Dagobah is a solitary planet, and an undisturbed planet, therefore. Alright, enough of that. Marin, come here for a moment. Noah directly interrupted Yoda, and instead called Marin over. Noah had no intention of listening to Yoda's apology, because in his opinion, Yoda's actions were perfectly fine. It was a self-preservation instinct. Besides, Noah was about to give Marin something he had created. The memory inheritance Noah created encompassed some of his magical thoughts and techniques, making it very suitable for Marin to use. At the same time, Noah also included his views on the elemental attributes of magic within it. It could be said that this inheritance, while not high level, was very suitable for this world and also very much in line with a mage's thinking. Marin silently accepted the crystal Noah gave her and thanked him before leaving. At this point, Yoda somewhat uncertainly asked, "Is she a Night Sister?" Yes, Noah nodded. A natural user of the dark side, but very kind-hearted. She's a natural balancer, so I took her as an apprentice. Unfortunately, I'm probably leaving soon, so it's better to leave something for her. Is that so? Yoda murmured. After a long pause, he finally asked, Your Excellency, is Force, balance the ultimate path? You ask me this question, how do I explain it to you? Do you need me to find George Lucas for you next time and ask him? Noah was a bit speechless, he really couldn't answer this question well. But after thinking for a long time, Noah decided it was better to answer in a magical way. You really shouldn't ask me this question, because we have always believed that power is complete, not fragmented and separated. Noah shrugged, whether this power is extremely dark or extremely light, their essence is just a usable form of energy. The essence of power is usable energy. Noah's viewpoint was very impactful. Even though Yoda had seen similar information, his heart couldn't help but waver at this moment. Exactly. If your will is dominated and controlled by power, do you think that power is righteous? Noah retorted, whether it's your light side trying to control your emotions and temper, or the dark side completely unleashing such emotions, you are essentially being dominated by power. To master these powers, you shouldn't be dominated by them, you should be the one dominating power. After listening to Noah's words, Yoda's eyes became a bit dazed. After a long while, Yoda finally sighed. He neither agreed with Noah's words nor opposed them. All that remained in his heart was some confusion. He even felt as if he had truly become a slave to power, because even he couldn't completely control his emotions. Your Excellency, why did you save this devil? Yoda, unable to fully grasp this question for now, could only look at Anakin. devil. Noah stroked his chin and suddenly smiled. Although this guy did indeed do some things that only a devil would do, in reality, without my intervention, he would have been the only one to achieve force balance, even if the method was terrible and he killed himself in the process. Saying this, Noah once again imported the Star Wars data into Yoda's mind. Yoda's eyes immediately became a bit dazed, and Noah at this moment once again pulled out the brick full of rich vitality. It's a shame I won't see the future developments, but I always feel it will be very interesting. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 427, Chapter 427, Return. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. On a dead star not far from Nidavellir, Ancient One and Odin stood. It's hard to believe these two top-tier cosmic beings would come to such a place. Actually, they had no choice. A week ago, the entire starfield under Asgard's rule, and even the entire galaxy, descended into chaos. For unknown reasons, Noah, Thor, and Loki vanished a week after leaving Nidavellir. Simultaneously, various gates across the galaxy quietly opened. One can imagine Odin's shock when, while enjoying a drink in his palace, a 3-meter-tall, dim-witted dwarf suddenly appeared before him. Ancient One had a similar experience. She was consolidating, exploring, and developing her domain when a powerful spatial energy fluctuation erupted, making it impossible for her to remain still. Of course, compared to the stunned Odin, Ancient One's approach was more straightforward. Already skilled in spatial magic, she immediately sent several large spatial portals on Earth. She promptly led the Kamarage sorcerers into action. After nearly a week of sealing those large portals, she contacted Odin. Odin had also been busy. Though not proficient in spatial magic, Asgard possessed sealing methods. He had even experienced days when parallel universe portals opened. This time, only intra-universe portals were involved, which was no real problem for him. But who caused this? When Odin and Ancient One met, this question immediately came to mind. It didn't linger long before a figure appeared in their thoughts, Noah. Not only had Noah and the two others disappeared in this vicinity, they had headed directly in this direction, but Noah also possessed the Space Stone and the Time Stone. Noah perfectly fit all the requirements and was the most likely person to have caused all this. But where did they go? Ancient One asked with a frown, genuinely anxious now. Noah was her disciple, her most valued successor, and a sorcerer who had helped her. Ancient One regarded Noah as family. With Noah missing, how could she not be anxious? Especially since he hadn't disappeared alone this time. The boy had taken Asgard's 2 princes with him, and their failure to return would be more than just Earth's problem. Odin only had 2 sons. He also had a daughter, but she had some mental issues that greatly displeased Odin, which is why she was sealed, wasn't it? Now, both of Odin's sons, whether biological or not, were gone and couldn't be found. This was a huge problem. Fortunately, Odin seemed relatively calm. He was patiently leading Ancient One into this desolate dead star. If there are no surprises, that boy Noah probably intentionally or unintentionally opened the door to a parallel universe. Odin led Ancient One into the dead star, his voice seemingly calm. This place used to be a parallel universe docking point, so I think Noah and the others must have entered a parallel universe. Parallel universe? Ancient One nodded. It seems this time it's a bit troublesome. Yes, Odin sighed. Noah is too curious. Luckily, the parallel universe behind this place isn't a dangerous world. They won't have any trouble there. Get ready, I'll take you to find them. Clearly, Odin knew this place, which was perfectly normal. This was within Asgard's control, and Odin had lived long enough to be familiar with it. Taking a deep breath, Odin's seemingly frail body straightened, and an aura that made the world tremble suddenly erupted from him. But before this aura could last long, the mirror-like surface before them suddenly burst forth with dazzling blue light. This was the power of space, mixed with the power of time. Even Odin, who didn't practice these powers, keenly sensed this energy, so he immediately stopped his actions. Soon, 3 figures appeared before them. Finally back. Our own universe is so comfortable. Exactly. I can't wait to go to Earth and see Jane. Even though it's only been a week, it feels like 7 years. Humph, if you two hadn't insisted on leaving, we could have had a great trip there. After all, that universe wasn't dangerous. Okay, don't look at me like that, Noah, I'll shut up. Odin and Ancient One stared blankly at the 3 individuals. They had recognized them the moment they appeared. What they never expected was for these 3 to completely ignore them and chatter happily among themselves. Ancient One didn't open a mirror dimension, simply standing there silently with Odin, watching the 3 boys. Noah, who was leading the trio, seemed to sense something. When he looked up and saw them, he froze. Why aren't you moving? No. Thor, following behind Noah, hadn't looked forward and bumped into Noah. When he looked up to ask Noah, he too froze in place like Noah. Loki, on the other hand, was more composed. Although he paused for a moment, he quickly regained his composure because this had nothing to do with him. He even looked at Noah with a sly smile, knowing that Noah had caused all this. Whether bringing them here or taking them to another universe, it was all Noah's doing. So, if anyone was going to be in trouble, it would be Noah. Weren't you talking happily? Ancient One smiled slightly at Noah. Why stop now? Teacher, His Majesty Odin. Father. How could they dare continue talking? Noah and Thor, and Loki behind them, immediately bowed respectfully and obediently to the two great beings before them. They truly hadn't expected to be ambushed by two powerful figures upon their return. Do you know what you've done? Odin's voice was calm, seemingly not blaming them, but his question made them feel a headache, especially Noah. I sensed unusual spatial energy here, so. With no other option, Noah bravely stepped forward to explain. So you opened a parallel universe portal. Ancient One frowned. Before this, I had no idea, teacher. Noah said with a bitter face. Regardless of whether he knew or not, he could only claim ignorance now. Noah had already heard from the system about the consequences of opening this gate, but he was simply too curious at the time. And for a trip where only he could go and others couldn't come over, well, as long as it wasn't someone of Odin's caliber, they couldn't come through, so Noah thought he'd go check it out. As for the trouble it caused, well, at worst, they could get some men in black. Although Noah didn't think any men in black could handle these messes, weren't there still sorcerers? Besides, Fury probably wouldn't be S.H.I.E.L.D. director for much longer anyway. Indeed, Ancient One, exasperated, immediately told Noah and Thor about the consequences of this incident. Noah could tell that if they weren't on Earth and the people around them weren't close ones like Mordo, Ancient One would probably be pulling Noah's ear. What Noah hadn't expected was how quickly Ancient One and the others had acted, and that the time in that parallel universe was consistent with theirs. Ancient One and the others had managed to close the large rifts within a week, leaving only some smaller ones open. Did this mean that in the future, only weak alien races would likely come to Earth? Noah stroked his chin, thinking this seemed to be an acceptable outcome. After all, the Battle of New York had already happened, perhaps some friendly aliens appearing wouldn't be so bad. Never mind. It's probably going to be busy from now on. Both for the magic world and for us. Ancient One sighed helplessly after explaining everything. At this point, Odin also spoke. You should also tell us about your experiences, shouldn't you? Of course, Your Majesty Odin. Noah nodded, but then he asked with some confusion, however, Your Majesty Odin, I have a very puzzling question. What question? Odin looked at Noah strangely. Your Majesty, the parallel universe we experienced this time was a world that was shown in movies on Earth. That's not strange. Some things manifest in other ways in other worlds, that's not unusual. There's a fellow on your Earth who wrote a story about a planet beyond the Milky Way. If I hadn't happened to visit that world and read his story, it was called The Silmarillion, wasn't it? Confirmed. This world really has the Lord of the Rings. It seems the material for his weapon, Mithril, really did come from that world. Although Noah couldn't fully understand why this was the case, he didn't bother to delve deeper. He quickly recounted their story from that side, and Ancient One and Odin listened very attentively. This is our past and future. Yoda's eyes widened, looking at Noah in disbelief. Yes, Noah nodded, then smiled. But that was only the past. After I emerged from the infinite void, everything changed. Why did you do that? Because fate is not a cage. With that, the gem in Noah's hand shone with a terrifying luster, and a massive surge of life force poured into Yoda's chest. Yoda paused, completely unaware of what Noah was doing, but he quickly understood because his life force was rapidly recovering. You. Yoda stared at Noah, speechless for a moment. Merlin is my apprentice. After I leave, you must take care of her. If I return next time and find something wrong with her, I can guarantee the Jedi Order will be annihilated. Noah looked calmly at Yoda. Anakin, he is also a balancer. He will have Merlin teach him to use my power. Anakin. He's not a good choice. But his path to redemption. I understand. Yoda sighed. Even if he didn't understand, he could only pretend to. Besides, he had already seen most of the Star Wars data and memories Noah had given him, and he knew a lot. This guy, born into the light side, was drawn into the dark side because of his family. Ultimately, because of his son, he chose to betray again, and this betrayal was his redemption. Yoda shook his head, but he no longer doubted the authenticity of the person before him's mastery of the Force. Putting everything else aside, his ability to restore his own life force was terrifying enough. Yoda could feel that he could live for a very long time now. Therefore, it wasn't so difficult to understand why someone with such abilities could live for 25,000 years. Oh, right. Just as Yoda was reflecting, Noah suddenly smiled. Are you interested in learning the way of balance? Me. Yoda came back to himself and froze, then incredulously pointed to himself. Finally, he shook his head with a smile. I've followed the light side creed my whole life, I probably can't accept the characteristics of the dark side. I have a question, sir. Speak, Noah said. You've been emphasizing not to be a slave to power, so I want to ask if it's just the power of the light side. I understand what you mean. I can only say you can try. In our era, the people of the light side church strictly followed rules, were benevolent, and were good people. Unfortunately, they were too rigid and dogmatic. I didn't like them, and they feared us. Is that how it was? Yoda nodded, then fell silent. Noah shrugged and said no more. He glanced at Cal and Seer. They had been helping him all these days, and Noah had a good impression of them. So, Noah finally looked at Yoda. Cal is a good guy, and Seer has been fighting the darkness with firm conviction. I will take them as apprentices. This place is very good. Anakin will protect it. From now on, this will be the new Jedi Temple, and also the Temple of the Order of Balance. I will protect it with my life. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 428, Chapter 428, eliminate him in advance. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. Leaving the Dead Star, Thor naturally returned to Asgard with Odin. Loki, however, returned to Earth with Noah and Ancient One. This guy was still eager to continue studying Noah's magic and certainly wouldn't leave so soon. Odin had no objection, as it was a good thing for Loki, and besides, he now had to return and deal with the headache of the spatial portals Noah and his companions had opened. Odin had already heard Noah's story, but neither he nor Ancient One had much interest in it. While they believed it was best not to interfere with others, especially when a parallel universe's future was reflected in this one due to certain special reasons, arbitrarily changing things didn't seem like a good idea either. For example, if the future of their own world were known to others, and then those others came and meddled with it. If it was for the better, that would be fine, but if it was for the worse, that would be a huge problem. Noah broke out in a cold sweat hearing their explanation. He really wanted to tell them not to overthink it, this world was already unrecognizable. Even without Noah's meddling, this world would probably be unrecognizable anyway. Of course, Noah wouldn't say these things, such matters were best known only to him. As for other outsiders, Noah thought there probably wouldn't be any besides himself. After all, the gates of this world were truly tightly locked, it wasn't easy for others to enter. Unless one reached a terrifying level of power, or like Noah, held the key, no one else could casually enter or exit. And with so many parallel universes, a different outcome every single second would create a brand new timeline, splitting into different parallel universes. Therefore, Noah didn't care too much. Perhaps in the future, Tony Stark would be the only one who could use science to achieve fixed-point time parallel universe travel. Well, of course, there were exceptions, like Mr. Bruce Banner, who came to his world and didn't have such good luck. To be honest, everyone in the comics is crazy, and the Ultimate Universe keeps getting beaten and rebooted, which is depressing enough. But it's hard for them to find their way here. This place is the movie universe, and there hasn't been any blackening or anything. After a trip to Kamarage with Ancient One, Noah was scolded again. But Noah could tell that Ancient One's tone was more filled with worry, because no one knew what those light screens behind the parallel universes were like, or how dangerous they were. This question probably couldn't be answered even by Odin. Although he had experienced that era, for some unknown reason, these parallel world light screens gradually began to close later on. Therefore, he couldn't understand everything, at most only knowing some relatively safe places. Even if you really want to go see, it's best to listen to His Majesty Odin. Of course, I won't take risks either. Noah naturally gave his assurance. Indeed, he didn't plan to take risks casually anymore unless he understood whether the other side was dangerous. This time, Noah was lucky to go to a Star Wars world where, although the power was strong, the people there had, for some special reason, divided this power into two. The Star Wars world isn't dangerous, but I think I should still be more careful in the future. What if I accidentally go to a world with 9 dragons pulling a coffin? I think I'd just kill myself. Noah shook his head, no longer dwelling on it. With this return from his trip, Noah could sense that there were also many light screens within Earth. However, these light screens were very well hidden and their energy was not strong. If Noah hadn't visited a parallel universe and his physical quality hadn't been changed by the space stone, plus the fact that he held the space stone, he might not have been able to sense them at all. Leaving Ancient One's room, Noah took Loki for a stroll around Kamarage. He hadn't talked much with Ancient One because she wasn't very interested in topics like the use of the Force or scientific technology. She did, however, instruct Noah to further research the ISU's energy manipulation techniques. She herself had made great progress, and although Ancient One, without a system, certainly couldn't match Noah's progress in research, her speed was truly not slow. At least Noah, the true inventor, dared not utter a single word of complaint. As for the meditation methods Noah brought back from other worlds and his proposals, Ancient One was more approving. She felt that having such a transitional method to improve the strength of sorcerers, especially the younger ones, was very good. However, Ancient One's attitude towards the blood-cursed orcs was quite indifferent. In Ancient One's words, "Why don't you handle such matters yourself? Mordo is in charge of Kamarage now, but he answers to you. So this is where you used to study. And that's your teacher." Following behind Noah, feeling the abundant elemental energy in Kamarage, and recalling Ancient One, Loki couldn't help but ask. Yes, Noah nodded, then greeted the passing sorcerers before turning to Loki and saying, "Right, it's very nice here, isn't it? And my teacher is very powerful too, right?" "Far from my father," Loki muttered under his breath, though he kept his eyes on Noah as he spoke. Noah didn't bother to refute that statement too much. For the current stage, the gap indeed validated Loki's "far from." However, it probably wouldn't be long before Ancient One stood on the same level as Odin. Noah stroked his chin, ignoring Loki, which surprised Loki, even making him wonder if Noah had changed genders. However, Loki decided to be careful. It was better to shut up voluntarily than to be yelled at to do so. But as Loki walked, he suddenly noticed Noah, walking beside him, had stopped. Following Noah's furrowed brow, Loki saw a dark-skinned man arguing with someone whose face was painted with smoky makeup. Well, same difference. They were arguing about something. "It seems your place isn't so harmonious either," Loki whispered to Noah, teasing him. "Shut up," Noah glared at him, then walked directly towards the two. If Mordo and Kaecilius were arguing, Noah felt he should check, regardless of the reason. If Noah were normally in London, he might not have had the chance to witness such a thing, but now that he was back, he naturally wouldn't pretend not to see it. "Do you know what you're doing?" Mordo hadn't noticed Noah approaching. He was looking at Kaecilius with a cold face. "What I do is none of your business, Mordo," Kaecilius said calmly to Mordo. "Though you're now in charge of Kamarage, you can't control me. Don't you know what you're doing? And since I'm in charge of Kamarage, I won't let you just come and go as you please. I said, you can't control me. Then what about me?" Just as Mordo and Kaecilius were arguing fiercely, Noah's voice suddenly reached their ears. Both Mordo and Kaecilius paused involuntarily. Then, Mordo became very happy, while Kaecilius' expression turned very ugly. "Noah, where the hell have you been all this time?" Mordo looked at the approaching Noah with a smile. "Damn it, do you know? For some unknown reason, a bunch of spatial portals appeared a week ago, and we had to close those damn portals, but many small places couldn't be taken care of." I know. Noah nodded. How could he not know? He was the one who caused it. But Noah quickly shook his head. "Loki, Thor, and I left Earth during this time, so I'm not clear. By the way, what's going on here? Is that so? That's too bad. As for here..." Mordo sighed. Kaecilius is once again perusing some books that Master forbids, and he even argued with Alan, the librarian. And beat Alan into the infirmary. Is that so? Noah raised an eyebrow, then turned to Kaecilius. "Don't you think you've gone too far?" "Humph," Kaecilius scoffed, his face not looking good. He could be strong with Mordo, but he truly couldn't be strong with Noah, because Noah was the universally acknowledged heir. As long as Kaecilius remained a Kamartage sorcerer, he had to obey the rules. Noah was clearly someone he couldn't provoke right now. After coldly staring at Noah for a long time, Kaecilius finally said nothing more and turned to leave. "You're not the Sorcerer Supreme yet, Noah." "Yes, but I think managing you is no problem," Noah retorted coldly, watching him. To be honest, Kaecilius felt more and more sinister to Noah. And Noah clearly sensed that this guy had the power of the high-dimensional darkness. This forced Noah to take him seriously, especially since the guy now had smoky makeup on his face. In Kamartage, some people were strictly forbidden from using high-dimensional dark power, and Kaecilius was one of them. Since this guy now possessed high-dimensional dark power, it meant he was probably preparing something. The reason Noah could sense this guy's power was entirely because Noah himself had a pure dark dragon clone. When it came to high-dimensional dark power in all of Kamartage, probably only Ancient One and Noah were most familiar with it. Silently watching Kaecilius retreating back, Noah stroked his chin, lost in thought, while Mordo frowned and said, Kaecilius is getting more and more out of hand. God knows what he'll become. Yes, though he's a pathetic man, he's gone astray. Noah nodded, then sighed. What do you think we should do? How about we eliminate him in advance? More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 429, Chapter 429, I'll shut up. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patrayon.com/RioRaRyu. The idea of taking out Kaecilius prematurely is clearly unreliable, as Noah understood just by looking at Mordo, let alone the Ancient One. Killing one's own kind is unacceptable, the outcome of such actions is probably similar no matter the world. So, Noah was just talking, he didn't show too much other intention, which relieved Mordo. If Noah really intended to act against Kaecilius, Mordo probably couldn't stop him. Although Kaecilius was constantly defying the Ancient One's orders, they were still fellow disciples, and Mordo naturally didn't want his brother to suffer such a misfortune. However, he didn't know what Kaecilius' future held, nor did he know that Noah had indeed entertained such thoughts and plans. After chatting with Mordo for a few moments, Noah and Loki left. They were now heading towards the training grounds in the back, as Noah had just learned from Mordo that Nagini had brought that large group of blood-cursed werewolves to Kamarage. Honestly, that smoky-faced guy was really annoying before, Loki complained to Noah as they walked. Kaecilius? Yes, he's very annoying. Noah nodded indifferently. I never liked him since childhood, and now he's even more. Never mind, why do you dislike him? His attitude, it irritated me. Oh. Did he just ignore you? But it's not uncommon, because your level of power is very common in Kamarage. Although Noah disliked Kaecilius, that didn't mean Noah would side with Loki. In fact, Loki's strength wasn't weak. Being a frost giant by nature, after he began training his ice powers, even without absorbing any, he had already slowly stepped through the door of the 7th tier. Unfortunately, his contact with earth mages was limited, basically just Noah and Wong. And while he had met some lesser mages after arriving at Kamarage, with the Ancient One as a foundation, and then encountering Mordo and Kaecilius, he himself began to doubt his life. He didn't refute Noah's words because he knew there was no point in doing so. Besides, he was indeed startled by the deep heritage of Earth's mages, so there was no use in wasting words, but that guy who completely disregarded him just now. To be honest, that guy gave me a very evil feeling. Oh. For you, the god of mischief, to call him evil, I almost feel like Kaecilius should thank you. I'm not kidding you. Although some of your powers are incredibly dark, you don't have that evil feeling. But that guy, he always gives me a bad feeling. Is that so? Noah tilted his head. He suddenly felt that while Loki always seemed to have issues, this time he was absolutely right. The evil hidden within Kaecilius wasn't because he looked like Hannibal, but because he had probably truly come into contact with those wills through the high-dimensional dark powers and then succumbed to them. Shaking his head, everyone had their own path, some things you just couldn't change. Noah was truly helpless about Kaecilius' situation, he could only watch Kaecilius walk this path step by step. If this guy, like Darth Vader or Snape, at least had a spiritual anchor, maybe he would have whitewashed like Mordo. Chatting aimlessly with Loki, they soon arrived at the open space at the very back of Kamarage. This area was now filled with tents, but the people living there seemed to be in low spirits, with many children only daring to sit by their tents. Even though there were Northwest mages guarding the place, Noah could see that these people were very fearful. But it was quite normal when you thought about it. They were blood-cursed werewolves, arguably the lowest tier in the magical world, and they were now in Kamarage, the pinnacle of the magical world. They would naturally feel an immense sense of constraint here. If it weren't for Noah seeking them out and offering to solve their problems, they probably wouldn't dare to come to this place their whole lives, and perhaps they wouldn't even have the right to be here. Oh my god. Is that His Excellency Fenrir? It really is His Excellency Fenrir, he's finally here. By the Sorcerer Supreme, has this day finally come? Noah and Loki's appearance immediately made the stagnant plaza a bit livelier. Noah smiled and greeted the ragged people, then walked directly towards Nagini's position. Nagini seemed to have heard the commotion, she quickly ran out. Noah, you're back. Yes, I went to, Asgard, and just returned. Loki rolled his eyes at that statement. Went to Asgard? What kind of joke was that? However, Loki had no intention of exposing Noah, because before they went to the parallel universe, Noah really had gone to Asgard. You've worked hard, Nagini. Noah smiled slightly at the woman who looked no different from before. I never thought it would take so many years. It's all right, actually, Nagini shook her head. Mainly, the population of blood-cursed werewolves is relatively small, and everyone was hiding, so it was harder to find them. How many people are there here in total? Not many, only 5 or 6,000. 5 or 6,000 people. Noah glanced at the plaza and the tents, then nodded. These tents were products of the magical world, and Noah knew they were very spacious inside. The surprisingly small number of people, however, surprised Noah a bit. But Noah didn't dwell on this issue too much. The blood-cursed werewolf population was probably not large to begin with. It would be truly alarming if tens of thousands of them suddenly appeared, so Noah wasn't too disappointed. Although the number was a bit small, Noah thought it was sufficient. Not bad, Noah smiled. This number. I'm sorry, Noah was satisfied, but Nagini seemed less so. There are still many places I haven't searched, so. No, it's already very good, Noah waved his hand carelessly. These people are enough. Everything needs to be done step by step, doesn't it? Is that so? Of course, and they don't need to wait much longer. Indeed, they didn't need to wait much longer. Noah could take full responsibility for this matter. Although the number made Noah feel that it wasn't enough for all the mages of Kamarage to practice on, Noah thought it was probably enough. 5 or 6,000 people distributed among the mages of Kamarage would at least give many mages the opportunity to train. Moreover, Mordo's level alone was sufficient, and if worst came to worst, Noah could bring Wong over to supervise, which wouldn't be a problem. One must know that Wong's current level was not low. Although he hadn't turned into a pure long-range artillery platform due to Noah's influence, he still maintained the traditions of Kamarage. But his abilities in all aspects were very balanced. How could a near 8th tier mage like him not be able to do something Noah could do in his 3rd year? Having figured this out, Noah had no intention of staying here any longer. Although the people here seemed happy and enthusiastic to see Noah could clearly feel a hidden sense of oppression, perhaps from inferiority or fear. But Noah didn't want to dwell on either. In any case, these problems could probably all be solved within a year at most. As for Nagini, this woman had been outside for so long, and Noah planned to ask her about her future plans. Plans? Nagini tilted her head. I feel like I'm better off here for now. As for the future, we'll see. Is that so? You're not planning to return to the sanctum with us? Noah rubbed his nose. Not for now. I'm afraid if I go back, they. All right, I understand. I'll help you resolve your future living arrangements. The living arrangement issue had to be solved. Although with spatial magic, it wasn't a difficult task for Noah. But the problem was that Noah felt it was better to keep such a promising small racial group in his own hands. The British wizarding world was quite large, he could easily tuck them into a few forests. However, Noah didn't want to just send them off like that. The best option would be to be relatively close to cities for convenience of living, while also being close to nature for concealment. Of course, this was no longer Noah's headache. With his status, he could easily throw such troublesome matters to the British Ministry of Magic. The current British Ministry of Magic was basically composed of his own people, and Noah thought it would be incredibly easy to handle things this way. Leaving already? Loki, once again trailing behind Noah, complained speechlessly. I thought you'd chat with that woman for a while longer. And then? Noah looked at Loki strangely. Nagini and I have known each other for almost 20 years. Many things don't need to be said for us to understand them, so why say so many useless things? Shouldn't you first perform on the spot to boost their confidence, and then tell your friends to expedite the process? Oh, and shouldn't you tell them to record the changes? Noah glanced at Loki. So, this guy was thinking about these things. While he could understand this guy's eagerness, the problem was that such matters inherently required time. Waiting was inevitable, there was no rushing it. Loki noticed Noah's gaze and decisively stopped talking nonsense. Where are we going now? Back to your sanctum. Noah nodded, but then he quickly rubbed his chin. Or perhaps a trip to the British Ministry of Magic. British Ministry of Magic. Yes, and it's not just to help you. I plan to let them settle in the British Ministry of Magic in the future, so it'll be convenient for communication and research. See how good I am to you. Well, thank you very much, but why do I feel like you're just planning to gather them up? Okay, I'm done talking. I'll shut up. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 430, you're not cute like that. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. Loki was very obedient, though sometimes extremely mischievous, but this guy was clearly good at reading expressions. Noah was also left speechless by this guy. He didn't know whether to call Loki smart or say that he was incorrigible. Fortunately, Noah was in a good mood and didn't take this guy seriously, otherwise, he might have ended up in the infirmary. Returning from Kamarage to London took only a blink of an eye, but because Noah thought for a long time and finally decided not to return to the sanctum for the time being, they didn't use Kamarage's portal. Instead, they opened a portal themselves and directly arrived at the British Ministry of Magic. The British Ministry of Magic was as busy as ever, with none of the wizards coming and going appearing idle. However, none of this was a big deal, as Noah remembered Hermione mentioning that there was an election this year. And this year's election might be the most special one in nearly 20 years, because this time, the Ministry of Magic might get a new minister. This was a big deal for everyone in the British wizarding world, as it concerned their own interests. However, these matters had nothing to do with Noah, because it didn't matter to Noah who became the Minister of Magic. Of course, this was if Noah hadn't been involved in these matters at all. Noah had long been intertwined with the Ministry of Magic. Since his childhood at Hogwarts, with a mind full of cunning schemes, he had long set his sights on the position of Minister of Magic. Although Noah had no intention of taking the position himself, if there were no Kamarage or Sorcerer Supreme, this story might have turned out differently. No one could escape the true fragrance. But this world had Kamarage, and Noah just happened to be favored by the Ancient One, so Noah naturally didn't have too many thoughts. However, this didn't mean Noah would be happy to see all the preparations he had made since childhood inexplicably become someone else's product and take over the entire British Ministry of Magic. Therefore, his support for Professor Dumbledore, as well as his support for the British Ministry of Magic, were all Noah's ways of realizing his ideas and investments. Now that it had finally come to this point, how could Noah be willing to hand over such a thing? I've prepared for so long, how could I let someone else profit? In fact, Noah didn't think anyone else could compete with Hermione. Not only did Dumbledore strongly support her, but many influential classmates in the Ministry of Magic also supported her. Even Noah, who was in the sanctum and seemingly unrelated to the Ministry of Magic, supported her. If she still lost under such circumstances, then someone was definitely rigging the election. Leisurely, Noah and Loki soon arrived at the minister's office. If it weren't for the wizards greeting them along the way, Noah's pace might have been faster. Opening the office door, Noah was somewhat surprised that there was only one person inside Hermione. Professor Dumbledore was nowhere to be seen. Noah. Hermione, wearing glasses and holding a cup of coffee, had a quill constantly writing something in front of her. She looked quite surprised, then very happy. Noah, why are you here? Of course, to see you, Noah said casually, shrugging. Which made Loki roll his eyes again. Was this guy serious? Is that so? Hermione smiled, adjusted her glasses, and then asked curiously, it seems the mages of Kamarage have been quite busy lately, and recently we've noticed some intelligent creatures that seem to have never been seen before appearing. What's going on? Didn't the Sorcerer Supreme tell you how to handle them? Noah suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Were there already alien visitors so soon? No, the Sorcerer Supreme only told us to stay calm and wait for you to come back and handle it. Hermione took off her glasses and rested them in her mouth, pondering for a moment. Is that so? Noah thought for a moment and then said, then let the Aurors get busy first, find these guys, and then teach them a good lesson. Remember to tell them not to reveal their identities, obey instructions, and try to blend in as humans. Oh, and send this to the other ministries of magic, so they don't come looking for me later. Noah was indeed a bit headache-inducing regarding how to handle these aliens. He couldn't just get rid of them all, could he? The guys who could currently enter Earth weren't particularly dangerous, so Noah thought it wouldn't be a problem to give them some leeway. Moreover, these extraterrestrial intelligent life forms might even bring a lot of technological information. Wouldn't it be great to use these things for trade? However, this problem should still be left to Fury to handle later. This guy still had a year left as director of S.H.I.E.L.D., so he should be used to his full potential. It could also allow him to make some preparations in advance. In Noah's opinion, S.H.I.E.L.D. was pretty much done, the conveniences it could provide were no longer impressive. Given that, why not let him simply make S.H.I.E.L.D. like it was in the original storyline, and then Fury could step out and form an organization specifically responsible for these alien visitors? Okay, I understand. Just as Noah was lost in thought, Hermione nodded. I'll take care of this. Of course I trust you, Hermione. By the way, where's Professor Dumbledore? Noah snapped out of his thoughts and nodded, then began looking for Dumbledore, who hadn't retired yet. Professor Dumbledore went back to Hogwarts. Hermione tilted her head. You know, he decided to step down this year, so he rarely appears in this office now. I handle basically everything. Is that so? He's really irresponsible, Noah said amusingly, then tried to make a pained expression. You've worked hard, Hermione. As soon as he said that, Hermione's smile grew even wider, and Loki's eyes almost rolled into Byakugan mode. Loki felt that coming along was a very serious mistake. This guy's performance was even worse than his idiotic brother's, but strangely, why did the seemingly very smart girl in front of him seem to enjoy it so much? Loki couldn't stand it anymore. He felt that this performance was really not heartfelt and even insulted his intelligence. So, this guy immediately pretended to cough, successfully drawing Noah and Hermione's attention completely to him. I say, are you Constantine, that chain smoker? Are you coughing up blood? If this continues, I really can't guarantee I won't cough up blood. I'll just say one thing and then shut up, I promise. That is, don't forget our main purpose for coming here. Oh, by the way, you're performing too poorly. Loki was very honest. After saying that, he simply shut up. And to make it look more real, he even cast a spell on himself, seemingly ensuring he couldn't utter another word. His actions also left Noah quite speechless. Indeed, you have other important matters here, don't you? Hermione didn't have any other feelings. She smiled and asked, Professor Dumbledore isn't here, and the Ministry of Magic is basically under my control now. Wow, it seems our future minister is very confident. Noah glared at Loki, then whistled at Hermione. Then I'll just say it. Do you remember that snake from back then? The snake that followed you? Nagini. Hermione recalled for a moment, then her expression became a bit strange. She seems to have transformed into a human, very beautiful. For several years, she's been using your name to gather blood-cursed werewolves. Nagini's matter was hardly a secret. Perhaps the question of how she came to be with Noah was more mysterious. However, for Hermione and others who came out of Hogwarts together and maintained friendly relations for many years, this question was no secret at all. That's right, Noah nodded. He completely missed some of the emphasis and light tones in Hermione's words and directly said, the problem of the blood-cursed werewolves can be solved by the mages of Kamarage, and they can also contribute a lot to the wizarding world. Oh. What kind of contributions can they make? Hermione also became a bit more serious. Blood-cursed werewolves can become normal humans after expelling the beast's soul, but this doesn't make them lose the ability to transform into beasts. Natural animagi. No, natural dragon blood magic users. They can even use magic after transforming. It can be said that they will all be magical creatures in the future, and the process and records of their transformations. I understand. When Noah said this, Hermione had basically understood Noah's thoughts and plans. It had to be said that this was indeed a very good approach and plan. Although dragon blood magic had been publicized long ago, its learning difficulty was simply too great, which led to many mages simply being unable to master this magic. Of course, there was another crucial reason: the cost of transforming into a dragon was simply too excessive. If they could transform into smaller magical creatures, or if the magic difficulty could be lowered, it could be said that the appearance of this group of blood-cursed werewolves was precisely to prepare for dragon blood magic. With the data and information they provided, coupled with the variety of forms they could take after transformation, a huge database could be established. It had to be said that this group of blood-cursed werewolves were treasures, true treasures. Hermione forcefully suppressed her other thoughts and quickly began to ponder. Noah came here to see Minister Dumbledore, and based on Hermione's understanding of Noah, these matters were likely related to these blood-cursed werewolves. After much thought, Hermione suddenly realized something. Are you here to find a place for the blood-cursed werewolves to live? Oh. Is it that obvious? Noah was also a bit surprised. He hadn't said anything, it seemed. Heh, based on my understanding of you, you would never give these blood-cursed werewolves to anyone else. Therefore, you need the Ministry of Magic's help, and our ministry is the one you have the best relationship with. The blood-cursed werewolves used to live in poor conditions, and now that they're with you, they're homeless. So, whether it's gathering them or winning them over. You're not cute like that, Hermione. Is that so? Why do I always feel like you'd prefer intelligent, confident women? More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 431, Chapter 431, Was Thor Adopted? Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. Ultimately, the debate of, is pure child heaven or Zhuang Xiaoman heaven, exists everywhere, and Noah ultimately decided that intellectual, confident, and mature women are indeed heaven. This is probably why Noah had no interest in Hermione before, even though he watched her grow up, but now he has a slight different feeling towards her. Of course, it's just a slight feeling, and both of them are very restrained in their expressions. Since Hermione guessed Noah's thoughts, everything that followed became incredibly simple. Without even needing to say much, Hermione had already arranged everything perfectly for Noah, which made Noah feel very comfortable. Since they are staying in the British wizarding world, and considering the need to record and collect data, let them live in a quiet forest. Referencing their past lifestyle, this forest should ideally be close to a town, both the Muggle world and the wizarding world. Finally, give them some welfare subsidy so their lives won't be too difficult. It must be said that Hermione thought of everything Noah had and hadn't thought of. It's clear that Hermione is truly suited for this job, With Hermione's help, Noah was naturally happy to relax. In fact, Hermione didn't need to do anything herself, she just needed to issue a command. After clarifying these matters, Noah didn't say much more to Hermione, just a simple, when everything is over, let's go out and have some fun before leaving. For them, this simple way of getting along was more suitable than other passionate ways. Am I getting old? Why do I always lack enthusiasm? Am I born to like this quiet, ordinary life? Noah couldn't figure out this question, but fortunately, he didn't bother trying to. After all, he felt comfortable, and Hermione's attitude seemed to indicate she was also quite satisfied with such a life. Since that was the case, Noah didn't plan to change anything. Everyone being comfortable is what truly matters, right? Alright, stop trying to fool people with your ineffective magic. It might fool Hermione, but trying to fool me is wishful thinking. After leaving the Ministry of Magic building, Noah glanced at the still silent Loki and sighed faintly. Oh really? You saw through it. Loki's eyes darted around, and he immediately smiled and said, it seems I'll have to improve some of my magic in the future, the duration is too short. No need, next time I'll help you. No need to be so polite, I think I'll do it myself. By the way, where are we going now? Let Noah help. Loki couldn't help but shiver. He thought Noah's greatest possibility was probably to cut out his tongue. Anyway, that bastard Noah could make his tongue grow back, so there was a high chance he would do that. Back to the sanctum, of course. Noah didn't know what Loki was thinking. If he did, it's hard to say if Loki would get what he wanted. Why stay here? Of course, there's no point in staying here. Loki immediately smiled and ran to Noah's side. By the way, how long do you think it'll take to get this data ready? I don't know, but I think you can start considering absorbing the power of the Casket of Ancient Winters now. What do you mean? Don't you know if I absorb that thing's power, I'll turn into an ugly monster, I know. But why don't you adapt in advance and absorb a small amount? While absorbing and adapting, you can also learn magic. Perhaps by the time you've fully adapted, the problem can be solved. Is that so? By the way, don't you master shape-shifting magic? Shape-shifting magic? Noah tilted his head and looked at Loki. He did master this magic, but Noah had been wondering whether to turn his cat and his owl into humans. He really hadn't thought about turning Loki from a frost giant into a human. But it has to be said that it wasn't impossible, this seemed like a good method. Although it could only be used temporarily, it could save Loki some embarrassment, and, a free test subject delivered right to his doorstep, why not use him? Shape-shifting magic? Yes, I can, Noah nodded. Although it's a bit troublesome, I can help you. Really? Loki was stunned. Noah's quick agreement made him a little uncomfortable. Is there something wrong with this magic? Or are you planning to use me as an experiment? How could that be? Noah secretly thought, how did you know, but on the surface, he showed doubt and displeasure. What are you talking about? I'm doing this to promote friendship between Asgard and Kamarage. If you don't trust me, then forget it. Is that so? Loki looked Noah up and down doubtfully for a long time until Noah showed an impatient expression. Only then did he humbly offer a flattering smile. Of course, for the friendship between Asgard and Kamarage, thank you, Noah. This time it was Noah's turn to roll his eyes. Loki's intelligence and shamelessness once again refreshed Noah's perception. No wonder this guy seemed to be able to get along anywhere. Shaking his head, Noah didn't want to think about it anymore. He directly opened a portal and returned to the London sanctum. However, on the way back, Noah suddenly thought of something rather ridiculous, speaking of which, Odin has 3 children. Hela has black hair, wears dark green clothes, and a black horned helmet. Loki also has black hair, wears dark green clothes, and a golden horned helmet. But only Thor has blonde hair, wears battle armor and a cape, and no helmet. Could Thor be the adopted one? The more Noah thought about it, the more he suddenly felt that this conclusion was highly, truly, very likely. Because compared to Loki, Thor seemed even more foolish. Coupled with the differences in their attire. Well, Noah thought it was best not to voice this conjecture. God knows how a black-hearted Odin and a clever Frigga could have given birth to such a simpleton. Cut. Tony, excellent work. As Noah returned to the London sanctum, Thor, far away in New York, was fulfilling his cinematic dream. That bastard Noah, after taking his Iron Man copyright, seemed to have completely forgotten about making Iron Man movies, simply abandoning it. Charles was busy with his X-Men series and had no time to bother with Tony's Iron Man. Therefore, Tony, ignoring everything, chose to film it himself. He had money and was willful, completely unafraid of failure. Of course, failing was one thing, properly telling his story was another. Tony had plenty of money, and since he was filming his own story, he was extremely dedicated. He practically threw money around, hiring the best computer, photography, prop, and special effects teams in Hollywood. Perhaps the only team he didn't dare hire was the screenwriting team, because he really didn't dare adapt what Noah had written. God knew if Noah would get angry. And Tony himself didn't plan to adapt it, because he loved the story himself. It was simply a true representation of himself before he met Noah. However, this approach baffled the director and others. Was this a script? This was more like a novel. There's a huge difference between scripts and novels, which is why screenwriters are needed to adapt them, like The Lord of the Rings. But then again, the name Tony Stark represented money, connections, and resources. So, the director and others could only hold their noses and accept it. Aside from secretly cursing the bastard who wrote the script and the bastard Tony, they helped Tony film with smiles on their faces every day. Their progress was good. In fact, the first Iron Man wasn't too complex, and they were almost done filming now. Tony had just acted out the scene where Obadiah stole his first reactor, a scene Tony himself had experienced. Plus, he had specifically studied acting beforehand, so it was no difficult task for him. Is acting that simple? Maybe I can even dabble in Hollywood in the future. Tony thought to himself as he removed his makeup. He felt that acting really wasn't difficult, and perhaps even that guy Noah could become an Oscar winner or something. But just then, Tony's private phone rang, making him frown. Picking up the phone and glancing at it, Tony pondered for a moment before deciding to answer. Soon, a bald, dark-faced man with an eye patch appeared on Tony's phone. Clearly, this was Fury. "Speak, what's up?" "I'm still busy," Tony said directly, completely disregarding his surroundings or the caller's attitude. "Are you still working on your Hollywood dream?" Fury's voice was low. "Do you know that the whole world is full of aliens now? Didn't you say that last time?" Tony looked around. Sure enough, the irrelevant personnel had already quietly left when he answered the call. "Besides, you can't handle this. With sorcerers around, what are you worried about? But haven't you noticed that the sorcerers don't seem to care about this at all?" Fury held back his annoyance and replied slowly. "So far, we haven't seen any sorcerers make a move." "Come on, pal," Tony shifted into a more comfortable position. "If sorcerers made a move, you definitely wouldn't see it. Also, the fact that they haven't moved means they don't think these things are a threat, okay? Relax." Tony said this after some thought. Indeed, according to the sorcerer's thinking, there was no need to act if there was no threat. Although Tony himself found it a bit strange, he didn't bother Noah or Victor, because sorcerers had a lot going on. "Are you sure, Tony?" "How can I be sure? You have Noah's number, why don't you just call him yourself?" "But do you know? I've made over 100 calls this week, but his phone is never in service, do you know that?" Maybe he went to an alien planet. Who knows?" More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 432, Head of Hydra Shield Division. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. So, you guys came over so eagerly. Noah sat in his sanctum, looking at Tony and Fury with a strange expression. He truly hadn't expected his phone to ring just as he stepped into the sanctum. After a brief inquiry, Noah was speechless. What made him even more speechless was that these two guys appeared before him the very next day. It turned out that after Tony hung up Fury's call, he was also a bit confused. He hadn't contacted Noah and the others for a while. During this time, he had been busy filming his movie and spending time with the woman he loved most. So, he truly didn't know about other things, such as Earth being invaded by a large number of aliens. A bewildered Tony thought for a long time before calling Victor. To be fair, Tony was still a bit afraid of Noah, even though they had a very good relationship. Therefore, Tony thought it would be better to ask Victor first. As a result of that call, Tony was dumbfounded again. Because Victor clearly told him that indeed, many aliens had entered Earth. But there's no need to worry. They are just, well, small fellows with decent technology and are relatively peaceful. But, how did they get in? Go ask your teacher. Noah just returned from outer space with the Sorcerer Supreme, he probably knows much more. Hey, pal, he's not my teacher. But thank you, Victor. Tony, still a bit confused after hanging up, realized that Noah wasn't even on Earth. No wonder his phone calls weren't going through. This information also made Tony extremely annoyed. He had never been to outer space, so why did this guy always go to outer space without him? However, after much thought, Tony decided to put this matter aside for now and talk to Noah about it later. As for now, Tony thought it over and decided to first inform Fury of the situation, and then call Noah to explain. Tony understood Fury very well. He knew that if nothing unexpected happened, Fury would definitely visit Noah as soon as possible. Therefore, he simply gave Noah a heads up. The result was just as Tony expected. Fury, after learning of Noah's return, chose to visit the next day, and Tony simply took a leave to go with him. Of course. Don't you know how much panic these aliens have caused us? Fury said with a dark face. Damn it, can you imagine a tiny creature, roughly the size of a mouse, coming up to you and telling you that you're a savage? What does that feel like? Sorry, I don't know, and I'm not interested in knowing, Noah shrugged. And I don't think they dare talk to me like that, because the Ministry of Magic has already issued a directive to manage them properly. The Ministry of Magic issued a directive? When? Tony stroked his chin, asking curiously. Yesterday, when I just got back, I went to see Hermione and mentioned it. Alright, you just got back and you're already concerned about this matter. You truly are an excellent Sorcerer Supreme successor. Although Tony always felt something was off, he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was after much thought. He always felt that Noah wouldn't take such initiative to do this. There must have been something else going on that incidentally led him to do it. However, Tony didn't say anything, because if Noah didn't mention it, he either forgot or didn't want to say it. If he didn't want to say it, Tony naturally wouldn't cause trouble. If he forgot, there was no need to worry. Wasn't there a bald head sitting next to him? As expected, Fury directly asked, Noah, what's going on? It feels quite wrong. How did these aliens appear? Oh, you mean that? Noah stroked his chin, then after some thought, simply nodded. I accidentally opened a spatial channel, allowing them to come to Earth. Indeed, the moment Noah said that, Fury's mouth dropped open, and Tony also looked stunned. They truly hadn't expected that the cause of the current situation was actually this future Sorcerer Supreme, which left both of them dumbfounded. In fact, Noah originally didn't want to say it, but then he thought of the large amount of technology he had obtained from the Star Wars world, and Noah felt it was better to mention it. Although Noah could blame Asgard, it wouldn't be the first time he did so, but he couldn't do it every time, right? You. Fury slowly recovered after a long time. Are you saying you did it? Noah nodded. It was just an accident, because I found a relatively large spatial node near Nidavellir, so I went with Thor and Loki to check it out, and as a result. What's Nidavellir? And as a result, you opened a cosmic channel. Tony couldn't help but interject. No, we went to a parallel universe, which seems to be the Star Wars world. Oh, Nidavellir is the dwarf planet. At this point, both Tony and Fury felt like they were about to have a collective meltdown. What was going on? Parallel universe. The Star Wars world. What kind of joke was this? Tony and Fury subconsciously wanted to say to Noah, stop messing around, okay. But seeing Noah's serious expression, both of them immediately knew to shut up. However, they still couldn't understand why there would be a Star Wars parallel universe, or whether going to other parallel universes would open the door to this world. All sorts of such questions flooded their minds, making them feel like their nerves were on the verge of breaking down. Noah looked at their expressions and pretty much knew what they were thinking, so Noah simply smiled and explained, although I opened the door to the parallel universe, the door remains tightly closed, because the key is in my hand, and others don't have it, and even if they did, they might not, because spatial sorcerers are too rare. Indeed, Noah's words immediately made Fury and Tony's faces look much better. Noah shook his head and continued, also, the internal cosmic channels of the galaxy have opened, but Asgard and Kamarage reacted quickly. The remaining ones are just some harmless little fellows, even Fury can deal with them. We can deal with them. Fury's eyes immediately lit up. You just said the Ministry of Magic issued a directive. Does that mean they blocked the slightly threatening ones, and the ones that weren't blocked are very low-threat alien creatures? Yes, Kamarage and Asgard have already screened them once and closed the channels with huge threats. The Ministry of Magic will handle the remaining slightly threatening ones, and those with extremely low threat levels will be handed over to you. By the way, they might come for trade and supplies, so. No problem, S.H.I.E.L.D. knows what to do. Fury was very quick to catch on. Noah only said a few words, and he knew exactly what to do, and he seemed quite confident. Since Noah said they could handle it, they naturally could. Even if Noah played a trick on them, they weren't afraid. Didn't they still have the Avengers card up their sleeve? Tony also breathed a sigh of relief, but he still had other questions to ask. However, before he could speak, Noah already did. S.H.I.E.L.D.? I think we should forget about it. What do you mean? Fury frowned, and Tony immediately fell silent. They both knew that Noah wouldn't say useless words, especially when he had a good relationship with Fury. The meaning is simple, from the former director down to the grassroots agents, 80% of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s personnel are infiltrated by Hydra. Don't you think letting S.H.I.E.L.D. participate is going too far? Noah shrugged, speaking without any reservations. Noah had wanted to say this for a long time, ever since he first met Fury, that annoying bald head. However, Noah later found that before S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intense maliciousness erupted, it still provided him with considerable convenience. Putting everything else aside, Fury sitting in the director's position alone brought Noah considerable convenience. Therefore, Noah had never mentioned this before, but now, Noah felt that it was reaching a critical point. With the outbreak of Captain America, the Winter Soldier, Fury himself was assassinated, and the conflict had fully unfolded. Unfortunately, Noah simply couldn't be bothered to wait until then. Moreover, now that Noah's own meddling had caused so many aliens to appear on Earth out of nowhere, Noah felt it was better for the bald head to extricate himself. Besides, the Hydra organization had a terrible reputation. While they could accomplish things hidden in the shadows, once exposed, they would die miserably. Especially since they dreamed of creating something called Project Insight, and this project even included the name Stephen Strange. One can imagine that whether their Project Insight succeeded or not, neither the Asgardian gods, who were Earth's protectors, nor the sorcerers of Kamarage would stand by and do nothing. If these two groups acted against Hydra, composed of ordinary people, would there be any suspense about the outcome? In the movie, they were stopped by Captain America, Steve. If Steve had truly been taken down by his old flame Bucky, then spatial magic would probably have rained down from the sky. Ancient One in the original story was watching Strange. How could she let him die in such a place? You're not kidding. Fury took a long time to slowly recover from the news. He asked with a subtle expression, is it prediction magic again? No, it's seeing the future directly, Noah said bluntly. I can't tell you how I did it, but you can go and investigate thoroughly. S.H.I.E.L.D. has long since become a Hydra branch. When you absorbed the first Hydra scientist, you had already lost. Is that so? Of course, congratulations, Fury, you've unlocked a new identity. Head of Hydra S.H.I.E.L.D. division, how does that feel? More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals one bonus chapter. Chapter 433, Fanatical Tony. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. Fury's mouth twitched. Head of Hydra S.H.I.E.L.D. division. And head. That name sounded mocking no matter how he heard it. To be honest, Fury had long noticed that there were problems within S.H.I.E.L.D., and they were not just ordinary problems. But now, hearing Noah say this, he realized that the problem was far more terrifying than he had imagined. However, Fury was still very cautious. He trusted Noah and was willing to believe Noah, but he truly dared not be careless when it came to S.H.I.E.L.D. After much thought, Fury decided to ask, for example, how some of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s futures were exposed. You're asking about that? It's simple. Because you prepared something called Project Insight and accidentally killed my future junior disciple, so. Noah shrugged, completely uncaring about using Strange to deflect some blame. Project Insight, so you can indeed see the future, and this project truly has problems, Fury mused for a moment, seemingly accepting Noah's statement. It's more than just a problem. S.H.I.E.L.D. has long been infiltrated like a sieve. You thought this project was a secret, but more people know about it than you imagine. Fury listened to Noah's words and nodded in silence. Indeed, at first, Fury thought that S.H.I.E.L.D. was just different factions vying for power, and he could only act as a mediator among them. But now, it seemed that this was not just different factions competing, this was simply a table set by Hydra. You just said, up to the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Suddenly, Fury remembered a detail. Even the director who promoted him was Hydra. This made Fury feel like he didn't know who to trust anymore. Yes, there aren't many people you can trust in S.H.I.E.L.D., actually. Noah stroked his chin, recalling carefully. For example, Natasha Romanoff can be trusted, and Phil Coulson, Maria Hill, Clint Barton, Sharon Carter are all trustworthy. Only these people. Pretty much. In the future, they can help you. As for those I didn't mention, it means I haven't seen them in the future, they might have been absorbed, or they simply couldn't help. This was a cruel reality, because a low job rank indeed means you can't do anything. Fury understood this very well, so he could only sigh in sorrow and had no other thoughts. Wait, what about the strike team? Oh. Crossbones. No, Rumlow. He's a loyal Hydra fanatic. You don't need to consider the entire strike team. Alright, another piece of bad news. Fury felt as if his mental fortitude had become even stronger. Hearing this news, he surprisingly didn't show much surprise and quickly accepted the reality. One could only say that the situation was already so bad, what else could he do? Fortunately, there was some good news. From beginning to end, Noah only mentioned S.H.I.E.L.D's situation, not the Avengers. This naturally indicated that there were no individuals in the Avengers who had sided with Hydra. Although the Avengers initiative was under S.H.I.E.L.D., most of them simply didn't listen. Alright, I'll go back and check it out properly, Fury sighed and then stood up. Damn it, I never expected to hear such terrifying news. You're leaving. Noah looked at the standing Fury and stroked his chin. All right, I was going to give you some advice, but if that's the case. I found I haven't finished my tea yet, no hurry. And I only stood up to relieve my nerves and relax my mind. Go on. Tony looked at Fury with immense disdain. He knew what kind of person this guy usually was. But now, his demeanor was completely different from usual. However, Tony himself was curious about what advice Noah planned to give Fury. Was he going to watch the door of the Ministry of Magic? Or, address the alien incident? Tony was indeed very smart. The moment Noah opened his mouth, he understood. If you had known this information before, you might have had to pretend not to know and wait for death, but now you have a new way out. A new way out. Fury frowned, but his eyes quickly lit up. You mean, these aliens? Exactly, Noah nodded directly. Go back and find your highest leader. Remember, not some World Security Council, but your very top echelon. Tell them that you will spearhead and lead a new security organization. This organization can cooperate with the magical world to prevent and guard Earth's safety together. Cooperating with the magical world, a new security organization. Fury's breathing quickened. This was a huge piece of cake. Aha. And you can fully utilize the shortage of manpower to transfer some people you trust, including the Avengers. You can even let them become independent or place them under your new organization. By the way, have Coulson stay in S.H.I.E.L.D. to relay information to you, and when the time is ripe. Noah didn't elaborate on when the time is ripe. Everyone present was smart and didn't need such detailed explanations. With just these few words, Fury was completely tempted. It must be said that this was indeed an excellent opportunity. Since the Battle of New York, the magical world had been exposed. Fury was well aware of how much the ordinary world longed for, revered, and feared the magical world. Now, being able to cooperate with this terrifying world, even if just to gather intelligence, those high-ranking officials probably wouldn't miss out. As for the magical world, they were even easier to deal with. Just like forming the World Security Council, they would naturally need to form a specialized department to face and handle these matters, wouldn't they? Due to some of Noah's actions, those high-ranking officials in the magical world always said so, and the Ministry of Magic also controlled many high-ranking personnel. They could then volunteer themselves. Whether they take the positions themselves or send their trusted subordinates, everything will be under control. A simple conversation, just a few sentences, almost definitively established a brand new pattern for this world. Although it might seem despicable because Noah and the magical interests he represented completely dominated, Tony didn't care, and Fury didn't care at all. Because they both knew that sorcerers were inherently a powerful group. Noah using the magical world as a bargaining chip was truly a great gesture towards Fury, and Fury could also guess Noah's reasons for doing so. Besides dealing with these aliens, another reason was to deal with those who held malicious intent towards sorcerers. Although such an action made Fury feel like a traitor, after much thought, he realized his mission was to protect Earth, and sorcerers were also humans, so it didn't seem like such a big deal after all. With this matter resolved, Fury also intended to leave. However, just as Fury stood up again, Noah suddenly took out a hard drive and threw it to Tony. This action immediately made Fury raise an eyebrow. He seemed to remember Noah saying that he had once gone to a parallel universe, and that place was the Star Wars world. Without a sound, Fury sat down again. Regardless of whether the tea in front of him was cold or completely gone, he picked it up, took a sip, and looked comfortable. Tony and Noah didn't pay attention to his actions. Tony, even more curious, looked at it for a long time. This is your spoils. Tony reacted quickly enough, immediately realizing something, and his hand immediately transformed into armor mode. Jarvis, read the information on this hard drive. Yes, sir. Jarvis quickly gave Tony an answer. The next moment, a USB-like device appeared on Tony's armored arm and was directly inserted into the hard drive. At this point, time seemed to slow down. A light screen appeared in front of Tony, with various data scrolling wildly. Noah casually picked up his teacup and took a sip. The data on this hard drive was real. Noah had specifically had BD1, Thor, and Loki check it. But soon, Noah frowned because he found the tea in his cup had already gone cold. This made Noah realize that they had indeed been chatting for a long time. This couldn't help but make Noah look strangely at Fury. Wasn't this guy looking quite pleased just now? Scan complete, sir, Jarvis's voice rang out just as Noah looked strange. Oh. What are the results? Tony immediately perked up, asking excitedly. Sir, this data completely surpasses current technological standards. If mastered and perfectly applied, perhaps in the future, we can control the entire galaxy. However, I have a question, sir, because the technology inside is very similar to a movie in my database called Star Wars. Good, now Noah didn't need to explain anything further, because Jarvis had already explained everything. Noah watched with interest as Tony and Fury looked very uncomfortable. Their expressions were truly priceless. Star Wars holds too important a place for Americans, and Noah suddenly going to that world, one can imagine the impact it had on them. After a long while, Tony slowly recovered from the shock, and then he looked at Noah with fanaticism. Hey! Quickly tell me, what did you bring back? Did you get the Death Star? Tony's eyes gleamed as if he had seen some peerless beauty. It's all there. I think asking Jarvis is more useful than asking me. I don't know any of this stuff, Noah shrugged. And I don't think you can build the Death Star if you brought it back. Damn it, you're probably right. But did you rob the Empire? Kind of. Anakin gave me all this data. Anakin. Damn it. Darth Vader. You actually met him. What era did you go to? Did you meet Master Yoda? I met them all. Unfortunately, in the era I went to, Luke was still a little kid playing in the mud. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals one bonus chapter. Chapter 434, Chapter 434, want one. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. Noah finally understood the extent of these foreigners' fanaticism for Star Wars. Helpless, Noah was continuously questioned by Tony and Fury. Finally, Noah had no choice but to recount his experiences during that period. He talked about how he, Thor, and Loki landed on a primitive, natural planet and met two Jedi who had survived the Great Purge. Then, while researching the Force, they also traveled around a bit, eventually encountering Darth Vader. He also mentioned taking a Night Sister as an apprentice on Sumudar, and then going to meet the reclusive Master Yoda, even saving his life. He wasn't going to live much longer anyway. After all, a goblin living for over 900 years was already near its limit, and then he sparred with Thor and almost died on the spot. Thor, that damn guy. How could he do that to Master Yoda? So what are you going to do? Damn it. Aren't you a Star Wars fan? Master Yoda is a great Jedi Master. Noah rolled his eyes. I'm really not a Star Wars fan, so what's the point of telling me? And Master Yoda wasn't always right, at least in Anakin's case. Some of your actions weren't great, at least Noah thinks so. Think about it, a promising young talent, instead of thinking about how to properly nurture and guide him, was directly abandoned because of some future visions. Honestly, if he had properly guided Anakin, even if the Galactic Empire still appeared, the Jedi would definitely not have ended up in that tragic state. But these were all Noah's own thoughts, he didn't need to say so much to Tony and the others. Everyone had their own understanding of Star Wars. For example, George Lucas, who made Star Wars, actually thought he was just making a family drama. Of course, that was his own thought, and he himself didn't know why that movie script appeared in his head. After chatting about Noah's adventures in the Star Wars parallel universe, the two guys decided to leave. Tony's movie wasn't finished filming yet, and he now had more things to do, such as researching the data in the hard drive Noah gave him. Fury was pretty much the same, he needed to go back and prepare for Noah's suggestions, such as discussing them with his trusted subordinates. However, as he left, he kept trying to talk to Tony, and it was clear he was very interested in the hard drive Noah gave Tony. Noah had absolutely no interest in these matters. He was, however, quite interested in something Fury said to him before leaving. That was, Fury had just told him that Cross seemed to have found the person Noah asked him to find, and Jason had also sent news that the High Table seemed to have gained a small team whose technology was excellent. The person Cross found was probably Rayla. Noah wasn't too interested in this woman for now. As for the High Table, no matter how powerful the new team was, it was just that. Noah was quite eager to meet the dog lover who looked very much like Constantine. But before that, Noah still had an event to attend, the Ministry of Magic election in March. Although this month was also Noah's birthday, Noah didn't have much thought about celebrating his birthday or not. At his current level of power, celebrating a birthday every year would be a burden. Noah even sometimes considered celebrating his birthday only once every 10 years. It wouldn't be a big deal anyway, as his vitality could completely afford it. After his return, Noah's life became incredibly peaceful. Those alien invasions, like cute little creatures, caused no burden whatsoever to the Ministry of Magic or Kamarage. It could only be said that the Aura's tasks were slightly heavier, but these were minor issues. Compared to before, the Aura's work in this stable and peaceful magical world wasn't as much as imagined. Plus, the Aura's salaries weren't low, so they had no complaints and often bragged about encountering aliens. Time quickly came to March. Noah spent his birthday in his sanctum. Very few people attended the gathering, but it was very warm. In the same month, Dumbledore, who had maintained his dominant position in the British wizarding world for nearly 20 years, chose to resign. This marked the end of an era and the beginning of a new one. As for the vote, well, the British wizarding world also held a vote, and there were many candidates, but the result was exactly as imagined, a completely one-sided vote. Thus, without any suspense, Hermione successfully became the new Minister of Magic after Dumbledore. Noah also specially took time to attend this inauguration ceremony of the British Minister of Magic. It could be said that with Hermione's assumption of office, Noah's planned deployments from years ago were basically complete. Thinking about these 20-plus years of planning and deployment, Noah felt that reaching this point today was truly not easy. But now that it had succeeded, Noah was naturally very happy. Although there was a small accident that turned this minister into his girlfriend, overall, everything went smoothly. Finally turned the entire British wizarding world into your backyard. How does it feel? Sitting in a pub in London, Constantine took a comfortable sip of beer, then looked at Noah sitting beside him and asked curiously. Noah tilted his head, wondering what he was thinking, even ignoring a beautiful lady who walked by and tried to chat him up. Feeling. After a long pause, Noah finally spoke. It feels alright, I guess. After all, I worked so hard for so long, so it's natural to be happy when there are results. Then what are you thinking about? Why does it feel like it has nothing to do with happiness? Heh, does happiness always have to be expressed? As for you, you've been engaged for so long, why haven't you gotten married yet? Alright, Noah's skill as a conversation stopper was pretty good. In the blink of an eye, Constantine was just focused on drinking. It was clear Constantine didn't want to discuss the issue, but unfortunately, Noah was a boring guy. Under his repeated questioning, Constantine finally gave in. Alright, you're really boring, Constantine sighed. Actually, I don't care about the wedding or anything, and she also has a lot of things to handle, like resigning and such. Oh, by the way, she's in Aura now, and she'll probably come to England next year. Coming over next year? You two are truly in a long-distance relationship. Noah took a sip of his drink. No rush, we'll be getting married soon anyway, Constantine smiled carelessly. Honestly, we're not even planning to have a wedding. No wedding. Noah tilted his head and looked at him. He found that although the guy's tone didn't sound serious, they seemed quite serious. Noah rubbed his chin and nodded. It seemed like having or not having a wedding really wasn't a big deal. Constantine didn't believe in God, and Noah and his group were even less so it seemed no one cared whether they became husband and wife under the sky's witness. Rubbing his chin, Noah said no more, but Noah, being full of mischief, his eyes darted around, and he seemed to have thought of something interesting. John, interested in going to New York with me? To New York? Why? To fight aliens. No, an interesting person, and aren't you going to see your fiancé? Although I always feel like you're definitely thinking something bad, your second sentence makes a lot of sense, so I plan to go with you to take a look. While Noah and Constantine were preparing to do something interesting, outside a villa in the suburbs of New York, USA, Jason silently watched a somewhat weathered, long-haired man with a dog drive off in a classic Ford Mustang. Jason had been tracking this guy for a long time. He knew that this guy, who looked almost identical to Noah's friend, was actually a very unlucky fellow. He was an undocumented immigrant, a top assassin, but unfortunately, he chose to retire for his loved one. But good times didn't last long. His beloved died of illness, which was an unimaginable blow to him. Jason didn't know why Noah wanted him to keep an eye on this guy, but Jason was never one to ask too many questions. So Jason followed him every day. Although this guy's anti-reconnaissance awareness was very strong, who was Jason? Jason was a top agent, after all. The difference between an assassin and an agent was that one was legal and the other was illegal, so Jason wasn't afraid of him. Today, John Wick was going out, and Jason naturally followed him. What Jason didn't expect was that a group of hoodlums had taken a fancy to his car. This made Jason somewhat amused. Although John Wick now looked like a toothless beast, he was not someone a group of hoodlums could deal with. However, Jason still kept an eye out. Although he didn't consider these hoodlums as people at all, these few hoodlums still had some background. Jason remembered this group being some Russian gang, right? Jason strongly disliked these gangs and completely disregarded these lawless organizations. The only reason these guys existed now was purely because his business was slowly becoming legitimate, and for the time being, the big shots weren't interested in dealing with them. Shaking his head, Jason followed John Wick, who had driven around who knows how many times, back to his residence. Seeing this, Jason also planned to leave first, but before he could even drive off, a voice came from behind him. Just bought a cheeseburger. Want one? More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals one bonus chapter. Chapter 435, Damn Noah. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. Jason looked at the two people who suddenly appeared behind him and suddenly relaxed. If the most dangerous people in this world were to be categorized, these two behind him could definitely occupy two of those spots. But then again, if they were friends, these two people behind him would definitely be among the safest people in the world. Because the two people who ran over were Noah and Constantine, the most famous mage and the most famous exorcist in the magical world. These two guys were dangerous and eerie, respectively, and Jason also knew that they had known each other for a very long time, arguably for 20 years. However, Jason's expression was a bit strange because Noah had actually brought Constantine along. And seeing Constantine's indifferent demeanor, Jason guessed that he either didn't know or didn't care. Of course, Jason felt that the didn't know possibility was higher. Cheeseburger. Jason took the bag and, without the usual caution and seriousness of an agent, took a bite directly. It tastes very much like that roadside stall next to the sanctum. Wow, you've been gone for so many years, and you can still remember that taste. Noah looked strangely at the cheeseburger in his hand. He had hardly eaten it a few times. The owner's name is Demise Thornton, a middle-aged man around 50, no wife but one child, daily income. Jason continued to eat his burger while rattling off the information about the burger stand owner. Stop, stop, stop. Noah immediately interrupted him. You're just eating a burger, and you're already digging for information about someone else. Just occupational habit. Jason finished the last bite of his burger. Honestly, Noah, you've had me watching him for so many years. How much longer do I have to watch him? He looks like a complete loser right now. How much longer? Noah rubbed his chin. In fact, Noah felt there was no need to keep watching him anymore, because there was definitely no golden apple in this cursed place. However, Noah was more curious about the guy hiding in the desert, and he was also very interested in the assassin system, so he kept an eye on this guy and also wondered if Jason could infiltrate. What do you think of those people in the desert? Noah rubbed his chin and asked softly. The group in the Jerusalem desert. Jason thought carefully. I can't get in contact with them. I only know they're very mysterious. Fury doesn't seem to have any way to deal with them either. Not only are they very mysterious, but they are simply a group of nomadic people who drift around. Finding nomads in the desert would probably be even more troublesome than finding them on the grasslands. Moreover, their existence does have some meaning, which is why they haven't been captured. However, Noah and his group clearly wouldn't consider these problems. If they resisted, Noah wouldn't mind sending them to meet their ancestors. Noah's goal was to see if this guy, like Desmond, was a descendant of ancient assassins. Forget about those barbarians in the desert. How's John Wick doing now? Noah shook his head and asked directly. John Wick. This guy is very calm and honest. If it weren't for the death of his beloved, his retirement life would have been quite good. Jason said, thinking, but he still unconsciously glanced at Constantine. In short, he's retired and has no intention of getting back into anything for now. Is that so? Noah nodded. It seemed his dog was fine, so Noah didn't need to worry too much. Honestly, it was already pretty good that Noah could still clearly remember the general plot after being transmigrated for so long. As for the timeline and such, he probably only remembered it vaguely. It was good enough to remember the timeline of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, so Noah wasn't sure when Wick's dog was killed. In that case, we'll leave first. Noah said, thinking, but before he finished speaking, he froze. Jason and Constantine, who noticed Noah's strange behavior, also followed his gaze and then they too froze. Because in the direction they were looking, several guys in black were quietly heading towards John Wick's house. Is this what you meant by, no problem? Noah's mouth twitched as he pointed to the large mansion not far away and asked. I didn't expect those Russian guys to be so arrogant either. Jason's face also looked bad. They're dead. That's hard to say. Constantine pulled out another cigarette and lit it, who knows when. Didn't you just say he retired? If he retired and follows the rules, then naturally he wouldn't dare to resist, or perhaps he relaxed his guard after being retired for too long, so being ambushed is a very normal thing, isn't it? Noah glanced at Constantine. Was this guy so familiar with it because they looked exactly alike? After much thought, Noah didn't say anything about it. Noah was planning to give this guy a big surprise. But speaking of it, Noah realized that his timing was unervingly precise, even though Noah himself had considered whether he was the plot starter. But this idea yielded no results. Noah could only complain and lament each time, and then that was it. Let's go take a look. Noah rubbed his chin, pretending to think. I always feel like some trouble might happen. Whatever, Constantine shrugged. Anyway, I'm not in a rush to find Angela, so I'll just follow you and watch. With the two big shots having made their decision, Jason naturally said no more. So, after he thoroughly described the layout of John Wick's house, Noah directly opened a portal and also opened a mirror dimension. Space was eerie, but in Noah's hands, it was even simpler than a toy. However, when they entered John Wick's mansion, Constantine, who had a cigarette dangling from his mouth, almost couldn't help but curse, because the guy beaten up like a dead dog in front of him looked exactly like him. Constantine glared fiercely at Noah. Even if he was stupid, he knew this was definitely intentional on Noah's part. Otherwise, given Noah's "don't come to me if you have problems, don't run if I have problems" style, he would never have thought about accompanying Constantine back to see his fiancée. Actually, Constantine really misunderstood Noah. At least this time, Noah genuinely intended to go back to America with Constantine to check things out. But who knew what was going on with his physique? He just happened to encounter this scene, and Noah himself was quite bewildered. Can I say I really don't know? Noah rubbed his head. You can ask Jason, I really haven't met this guy before. Humph, you haven't met this guy, yet you'd have Jason track him. Constantine wasn't stupid. Besides, he didn't really care whether Noah had met this guy or not, because a mage didn't necessarily need to meet someone in person to know about them. Too lazy to bother with Noah, Constantine looked at the guy in the room who had been beaten senseless by a few thugs, and his anger intensified. The guy in front of him looked even more decadent and older than himself. His full beard and long, flowing hair formed a stark contrast with Constantine's clean face and neat short hair. Constantine suddenly felt like he was looking at his own disappointing younger brother, and that feeling made him very uncomfortable. Just as the group was about to deal with Wick's dog because its barking was too annoying, Constantine, who had been holding back, hadn't even spoken when Noah beside him said, "Now, it's your turn to perform." Constantine was completely confused. He still had a cigarette dangling from his mouth, unextinguished. The next moment, he had already left the mirror dimension and appeared in John Wick's house. Damn it. Where did you come from, you bastard? Constantine's sudden appearance startled the few thugs, so much so that even when Wick's dog ran away, they didn't have time to chase it. Damn Noah. Constantine's mouth twitched, but he remained unusually calm, not flustered by Noah's sudden stunt. Honestly, Constantine didn't even care about a few thugs, nor did he truly care about the guy lying on the floor. God knows where Noah found a guy who looked exactly like him. Constantine was just a little curious, thinking that he was too embarrassing. Damn it, are you with this guy? Just as Constantine was somewhat stunned, the English with a Russian accent sounded in his ear again. With him. Constantine tilted his head slightly. Forget it, I'm not interested in explaining these things to a bunch of dead men. Arrogant bastard. With a roar, the thugs directly swung their steel pipes at Constantine. Constantine didn't even bother to look up, but just as the steel pipe was about to touch Constantine, he suddenly lifted his head. The steel pipe stopped less than 10 centimeters from Constantine's head, but it couldn't advance another step. Constantine very calmly reached out and twisted the guy's neck, and then with a gentle twist, the guy could no longer move. Then Constantine turned to look at the other two guys. Without any hesitation or delay, Constantine easily dealt with both of them. His relaxed posture and calm expression remained unchanged, even the cigarette dangling from his mouth didn't move. Calmly looking at the corpses on the ground, Constantine shook his hands, then walked over to John Wick and kicked him with his foot. I say, you're not dead, are you? Probably. If you're not dead, then get up. You look disgusting like that. Perhaps. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 436, Chapter 436, you can only count on us. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. John Wick felt like he was dreaming. He dreamed that he was ambushed by a group of punks he encountered during the day, and their target was his car. Not only that, his beloved dog, Daisy, a gift from his wife after her death, cried out in panic because of the attack, which also attracted the punks' malice. Those damn punks, they actually hurt his dog without hesitation. That was his beloved dog, his wife's last gift to him. Wick's anger constantly surged within him. He felt as if he saw his puppy lying in a pool of blood, as if the only connection between him and his wife had been severed. An indescribable rage burst forth from deep within him. He felt his anger was almost uncontrollable. Just then, he felt his face being licked by something. That moist sensation felt both familiar and somewhat strange to Wick. This is Daisy. My dog. As a former top assassin, even though 5 years of retirement had caused his overall abilities to decline significantly, he still maintained a very high standard of basic reactions and judgment, especially when his heart was filled with fury. Forcing himself to wake up, John Wick immediately felt waves of pain throughout his body, especially his back and face. And as he awakened, his mind also seemed to become somewhat confused. Forcing his eyes open, Wick suddenly breathed a sigh of relief because he saw his little dog Daisy licking his face. Wick smiled, slowly extending his hand and vigorously rubbing his puppy's head several times. But soon, Wick's expression became solemn again, as his memory slowly returned. He remembered what happened last night. He remembered everything about last night. Just last night, after he was ambushed by those damn punks, a man in a black trench coat, smoking a cigarette, suddenly appeared in his house. That man's methods were clean and ruthless, unlike anything Wick had ever seen. That indifferent disregard for life made even John Wick shiver. He himself was a man with blood on his hands, and even he felt uneasy, so one can imagine how terrifying this guy was. But who is he? Why did he save me? Also, why does he look exactly like me? Wick's hand, which was stroking the dog's head, gradually slowed. The unease in his heart made him very uncomfortable. Standing up, Wick hid his puppy in his closet, and then he slowly walked towards the living room. Sure enough, there were 3 people sitting in the living room, and in front of them were scattered beer cans and an ashtray overflowing with cigarette butts. All 3 of these people made Wick feel a strong sense of threat. The man who looked exactly like him last night was also sitting among them, and just like last night, he was smoking a cigarette. As for the other 2, Wick couldn't help but frown. One was a man with a buzz cut, seemingly silent. Wick saw a reflection of himself in him. No, to be precise, he was even more dangerous than his former self. Even his 5-year-ago self probably wouldn't have been a match for this guy. As for the other one, John Wick felt like he had seen him somewhere before. Although this person was only wearing a black trench coat with distinct British characteristics, and his light blonde short hair, though not neat, looked very comfortable, his red and blue eyes gave a feeling of both strangeness and harmony. Especially this person's aura, which gave Wick the illusion of facing a superior being. That calm, composed, yet all-controlling demeanor was something Wick had probably never encountered in his life. Although this person seemed completely harmless, Wick felt no inclination to attack him at all, and even believed that if he did, he would have no chance of survival. Oh. John, your brother is awake. Noah turned his head to look and immediately said. Both Constantine and Wick uttered sounds of confusion simultaneously, then they looked at each other with even more confusion. Only now did they notice that they not only looked exactly alike but also had the same name. Hesitating for a moment, Wick tried to calm himself down and said, John Wick, thank you all very much for your help. John Constantine, Constantine replied casually, smoking a cigarette. Don't shave or get a haircut in the future, lest some bored people come up with more boring things. Don't listen to his nonsense. Noah glared at Constantine at the opportune moment, then smiled slightly. Hello, Mr. Wick, don't mind my friend's attitude. After all, you look like him, and our work is a bit special. Oh, by the way, you can just call me Phoenix. This is Jason Bourne. Speaking of which, his work is the same as yours, well, his former work. Hello, gentlemen, John Wick nodded, then fell silent again. John Wick was truly not a very good communicator, which was probably related to his work. Just like Jason, he wasn't good at communicating at first, most of his time was spent in silence. Facing such people, Noah had some experience, so he didn't mind John Wick's attitude. He was currently thinking about something else. The last time in the parallel universe of Star Wars, Thor had told Noah to try being an ordinary person. To be honest, Noah thought this statement was simply boring, and even now, Noah didn't think doing so would help his strength improve. In fact, Noah himself felt that Thor did this purely because he was too bored. Noah could understand this, because he was also a bit bored now. So Noah himself had some special ideas, to follow Mr. Wick into the so-called assassin world and experience it properly. Currently, Noah didn't have much to do. The domain was being operated by the system, and the application of the Time Stone's power wasn't something Noah could fully adapt to just by continuously working on it. Noah had already introduced some of the Time Stone's power into his body. What Noah needed to do now was to prevent these powers from repelling the powers within his own body. The mutual antagonism of the Infinity Stones was indeed sometimes quite annoying, but Noah felt it was okay, at least the pressure in Noah's heart wasn't as great now. But Noah didn't dare to fully relax, otherwise, Noah probably wouldn't be so diligent now. To this day, Noah still maintained daily combat training. Sit down, Wick, let's have a good talk. Noah, who was bored, didn't worry too much. After all, if something went wrong in New York, he could always find Fury, right? Although this guy was preparing his resignation from S.H.I.E.L.D. because of Noah, such a huge organization wasn't something you could just leave. And Noah didn't think anything big would happen this year, unless Bucky came out early, otherwise Noah truly didn't think there was anything that needed to be done. What do you want to know? I'm retired, Wick frowned, but still sat down obediently. To be honest, the place where you used to work has long been targeted. Noah spread his hands. The High Table, a corrupted assassin brotherhood. A friend of mine didn't hesitate to arrange quite a few people to infiltrate it. I'm retired, Wick frowned and emphasized. If you helped me because of this, I can only say thank you, but I'm sorry, I can't do anything. Is that so? Noah tilted his head. That's truly a shame. Do you know who those people lying in your garage are? To be frank, Noah wasn't afraid of him not complying, because Noah had a reason that he couldn't refuse. Although in the original story, he became extremely violent because his dog died, otherwise John Wick, the Baba Yaga, and dog lover, wouldn't have appeared. Now it's different, his dog is still alive, but the troublemakers have been directly eliminated by Noah. Viggo Tarasov was not a reasonable man. His son was dead, so it was impossible for him not to retaliate, even if it was just an attempt. There might not be the John Wick who was the Baba Yaga and dog lover, but who said there couldn't be a John Wick, the Baba Yaga, who fought for his dog's life. Besides, even without this guy, wasn't there also Santino D'Antonio, who, in order to become a member of the High Table, forced Wick to kill his own sister? One could say that John Wick truly wishing to retire was wishful thinking. The only way he could retire was with the help of Noah and his companions. Moreover, Noah could already sense that quite a few people were ambushed around the house. If they were patient, they would probably act at night. If they weren't, perhaps this place would turn into a battlefield in the next second. Who are they? Wick didn't know the current situation. But that didn't stop him from sensing Noah's confidence. Those Russian guys. The one leading them was Viggo Tarasov's son. Speaking of which, he's an old friend of yours, Noah said with an unconcerned smile. That old man only has one son, and now he's dead in your garage. Do you think he'll just let it go? You. Wick gritted his teeth, clearly realizing that the situation seemed very bad. And the guy who helped you leave didn't really intend for you to leave. Noah casually picked up a can of beer and took a sip. Gianna D'Antonio is also an old friend of yours. She officially inherited a high table position, and Santino D'Antonio wants his sister dead. I don't think I need to say more about who he'll look for, do I? Damn it. Think carefully. The only thing you can count on is making us happy, and then letting you truly retire, and ensuring your dog will be safe. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals one bonus chapter. Chapter 437, Chapter 437, why don't you just jump out of the car? Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. Making Noah happy was not difficult, as it purely depended on his own feelings. Noah was still somewhat interested in special professions of ordinary people like gunfights, agents, and assassins. One must know that Noah was also an ordinary person in his previous life, and he was very fond of these special professions, otherwise, he wouldn't have known Jason Bourne and John Wick. Now, Noah wasn't afraid of guns or anything like that. Even if he was close-quartered, Noah didn't need to worry. Ordinary people truly found it difficult to cause him any harm. Even if they fought with all their might, they probably couldn't pose even a slight threat to Noah. Nuclear annihilation, of course, was an exception. Noah wasn't sure if he would stand still. Forget it, standing still and waiting for someone to drop a nuclear bomb on you is not confidence, it's being insane. Opening a mirror dimension and waiting there would be more reasonable. Noah would absolutely not do something so brain-dead. John Wick was clearly provoked by Noah's words. He truly hadn't expected to face so many things. And thinking carefully, he realized that such things truly couldn't be avoided, which made Wick's head ache even more. What exactly do you want? After much thought, Wick asked with a frown. Nothing much, just want to have some fun, Noah spread his hands. You don't need to worry. For us, your so-called assassins, or hitmen, are all the same. Of course, we also need your help with something. What is it? Get us in, and by the way, find a way to take us to see that guy hiding in Jerusalem, who fancies himself God. Jerusalem was quite sacred to the members of the High Table. Even though Wick had retired, he couldn't help but think crookedly after hearing Noah's words. Could it be that these assassins had already provoked those high-ranking figures? If those high-ranking figures intervened and participated in this struggle, although the High Table might become history, it seemed he could also escape, right? Wick was a bit confused. He had been doing this job for almost his entire life, and if it suddenly disappeared, he would feel lost. Suddenly, Wick seemed to hear something. Turning his head, Wick saw his little dog, who had somehow escaped from the wardrobe, squatting at the doorway, looking at him. Wick was a bit confused, but soon his eyes seemed to grow reminiscent, happy, and at the same time, very firm. I can help you, Wick took a deep breath. But before that, tell me who you really are, okay? For now, consider a shield, Noah thought for a moment and said a name. As for later, I don't know, because some things you can't know. At this point, Noah thought it would be better to take this guy to S.H.I.E.L.D. to meet Fury. But not now, because there was still a bunch of guys at the door to deal with. After some thought, Noah decided to take him tomorrow. I'll take you to meet someone tomorrow. Maybe there will be some fun things too. Tomorrow? I understand. Wick nodded and said no more. Since it was decided, then so be it. Although Wick still felt some reluctance, he knew what he was doing. He was a man driven by will and promises. Since he agreed, he wouldn't go back on his word. He only hoped that his old friends would be perceptive enough to escape this disaster. Time passed quickly. Noah contacted Fury in the afternoon, saying he would visit him the next day, and Fury naturally had no reason to refuse. After hanging up Fury's call, Noah also had Wick get out some weapons. Perhaps among the people present, only Noah and Constantine were without weapons, because they truly didn't need any weapons, especially firearms. Wick naturally didn't object. Moreover, after being convinced by Noah to cooperate, he also uncovered his old work gear that he had buried underground. Looking at those gold coins, Noah couldn't help but marvel at how much they resembled galleons, though Noah knew they had no relation to galleons. Picking up a pistol, Noah carefully observed it. Before his rebirth, he had also been to the shooting range in the military, but counting the time in this world, it had been almost 50 years ago. Therefore, Noah now needed to familiarize himself with the gun, though this process only took about 10 minutes. With his extraordinary physical quality and unimaginable body coordination, Noah could easily master the use of firearms, using them like a seasoned assassin who had been playing for a lifetime. As for Constantine, he used to play with guns, so he was not at all clumsy with it. So, besides deliberately annoying me this time, are you also looking for some fun? Constantine, smoking a cigarette and twirling his pistol, looked at Noah curiously. I didn't mean to annoy you, Noah said half-jokingly. Looking for some fun is also true, and I have some interest in their assassin organization. Assassin organization? Forget it, I don't understand you mysterious sorcerers. Constantine put away his gun, then said, never mind, I'll play along with you. Speaking of which, we haven't really acted together properly. Indeed, Noah also smiled. But this time, I'm not a sorcerer, and you're not an exorcist either. Of course, don't worry, rookie, I'll protect you well. Who's protecting who is still uncertain. It would be troublesome if both of us ended up being protected by Jason. Jason, sitting aside, couldn't help but laugh when he heard Noah's words, but he clearly understood that it was a joke. These two truly couldn't be easily taken down by ordinary people with guns. It's hard to say who would protect whom if there were more people. As dusk approached, Noah and the others, after eating some pizza, decided to rest. Wick was a very sensitive person. After learning the identity of that damned punk, he began to prepare. Noah couldn't help but admire his caution. And when the night was quiet, Wick's preparations came in handy. When 12 masked men in black filed into Wick's house, he, who had somehow already showered and changed into a black suit, walked directly to the staircase, ready to deal with these guys. But to Wick's surprise, someone was already waiting there. It was Noah, and that agent, and the very young-looking person who looked exactly like him. Wick was a bit strange. Did they also discover them? 12 people, how do we split them? Constantine pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and expertly took one out, putting it in his mouth. What do you mean, how do we split them? Noah tilted his head. My pistol has 7 bullets. I think I can take out 7. The rest of you can split them. You think you can get 1 shot, 1 kill? Constantine took out a lighter and lit his cigarette. All right, it seems. You can. Then let's have a competition. Noah smiled without speaking, simply taking out a pistol whose model and name he didn't even know, and Constantine did the same. Their actions made Wick frown. What was going on? A bit confused, he couldn't help but turn to look at the guy named Jason. He found that Jason didn't care at all. But soon, Wick understood why Jason was completely unconcerned, because these two were truly a bit exaggerated. When those 12 masked men in black appeared, these two guys immediately started without a word. Almost every gunshot meant someone falling. What was even more exaggerated was that they seemed to know exactly where the enemies were and from which corner they would emerge. They didn't need many movements, they simply raised their hands and fired, then changed angles and fired again. No resistance at all. Wick truly witnessed what it meant to have no resistance. He wondered if he would have any resistance if he encountered such opponents. After much thought, Wick felt that he probably wouldn't, because their marksmanship was too exquisite, almost no shot missed. And what was most exaggerated was that these two guys seemed to be getting playful, starting to compete over who could get more kills by shooting each other's bullets. This was too fantastical, wasn't it? If he were watching a movie, Wick might not have cared about such a thing, but this wasn't a movie now. They. Wick swallowed. Who exactly are they? 2 big shots. You don't need to worry, Jason shook his head, answering Wick's question. Big shots. Big shots in the assassin world or the agent world. Wick sighed. He just felt like this world had gone crazy. When did such terrifying people start appearing in this world? Wick couldn't understand. It seemed that ever since aliens and sorcerers appeared in the New York sky a year or two ago, this world had become increasingly unfamiliar. Watching the black-clad figures fall one by one, although Wick felt that he could deal with them without too much difficulty, he absolutely couldn't do it as easily as the two in front of him. When the last man in black was shot dead by Noah with a picked-up gun, this contest finally ended. "Looks like I won," Constantine smiled. Although the last one was killed by Noah, he had stolen quite a few of Noah's kills. "Alright, you won." Noah didn't care too much about winning or losing. After all, it was just for fun, no big deal. "Honestly, it doesn't seem very challenging. Do you think it'll be fun to go like this?" "Fun depends on your mindset. Although I also feel it's not very challenging, why not give it a try? When you play a game and enter a dungeon, if you feel the dungeon level is too low, don't you just bail out?" It seems that's a valid point. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 438, Chapter 438, Trust has a price, and I already paid it once. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. Whether or not to bail was a personal choice. If Constantine truly felt bored and decided to leave, Noah didn't care. Besides, if it were genuinely boring and unplayable, wouldn't Noah himself bail too? Back when he used to run game dungeons, Noah bailed all the time. Once that clicked, Constantine showed a bit of interest. Since he could leave whenever he wanted, and nothing major was happening at the agency, he could naturally cut loose. As for his fiancée, he'd go see her after he'd had enough fun, or if he bailed early. Noah had no idea what was going on in this guy's head. Otherwise, the word scumbag would have come out without hesitation. Completely unaware of Constantine's thoughts, Noah simply told Wick to handle the cleanup, then planned to rest. Honestly, having two Keanu Reeves lookalikes wandering around in front of him gave Noah a strange feeling. It was probably the difference between his younger self and his middle-aged uncle version. Noah thought Constantine looked a bit cooler. Since I don't like how he looks. And this guy's a suit-wearing thug, why not give him a tight suit, fix his hair, throw on a black trench coat, and finish with sunglasses? Noah thought, staring at Wick while he was on the phone. But the more he thought about it, the more he felt Constantine might be more suitable. This guy didn't even need to shave or get a haircut. Just sunglasses and a black t-shirt, and he'd be done. Of course, it was just a thought. Noah didn't think Constantine would agree to something like that. This world hadn't seen the Matrix yet, and Noah doubted it ever would. The savior was probably out of luck. The high table's cleaners were fast. Not long after Wick ended the call, they arrived. After taking 12 gold coins from Wick, they removed every body from the room and thoroughly cleaned the damaged items. Once everything was settled, the old man leading the team enthusiastically doffed his hat toward Wick and Jason, saluting them. "Mr. Wick, Mr. Bourne, I never expected you two to know each other. It's an honor to serve you. By the way, Mr. Wick, can I expect your call again in the future?" "We'll see, Charlie." Wick didn't elaborate. The old man didn't mind. He smiled, bowed again to Wick and Jason, then turned and left. The process was clean and simple. The level of professionalism, though, wasn't something most people could replicate. Wouldn't it be much better if the agency had a similar process? Noah said from the side, looking at Constantine, whose hat completely shadowed his face. "Instead of leaving the bodies for the owner to deal with. It's an idea. If they're willing to pay, I can even help them turn it into a monster specimen," Constantine replied. After so many years, Constantine had learned how to be bad, thanks to Noah. Drawing inferences from one instance to others was second nature now. Their conversation didn't draw any attention. Once the cleaning crew left, everyone returned to their respective living rooms to rest. The next morning, they all got up early. Noah had said he was taking Wick to see Fury. Under normal circumstances, Noah would have just teleported straight to Fury's office. He knew the location perfectly. But with Wick around, and with Noah in a playful mood, he had no intention of exposing his special identity. So they took Wick's car and headed toward S.H.I.E.L.D. That was when Wick's phone rang. He took it out. An old-fashioned monochrome screen, the one he used for work. There was no name, but he answered immediately. "I never thought you'd be back at work, John." The voice belonged to a middle-aged man with a Russian accent, tinged with anger. It was Vigo, the head of the Russian gang whose son Constantine had killed. An old acquaintance of Wick's. Wick said nothing. "You know what?" Vigo continued, talking to himself. "I don't know what misunderstanding made my little idiot bother you. But why did you kill him? Why? Couldn't you even give him a chance to introduce himself? Wick frowned. A chance to introduce himself? What a joke. At the time, he was the one getting beaten half to death. Still, Wick didn't explain. He didn't say a word. All right, Wick. I know you won't talk, so I won't ramble. I just found out the place belonged to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have called, and I wouldn't have sent a bunch of idiots to bother you. But I have a gift for you. A very nice gift. The call ended. Wick put the phone away. He knew exactly what that gift meant. For someone as rich and ruthless as Vigo, the best solution was a bounty. It made Wick sigh. At this point, he could only rely on the people sitting behind him if he wanted peace. If his dog had died, he might have returned to work. That was his last connection to his wife. But the dog was still alive. So Wick wanted to listen to her. To find his own path. To live well with his dog. That belief was why he chose to cooperate with Noah and the others. Only by solving these problems could he find peace. It didn't take long to reach the New York S.H.I.E.L.D. branch. Honestly, S.H.I.E.L.D. had been lucky. Since it wasn't in Manhattan, it avoided being wiped out by Noah and the aliens. Because Noah had given advance notice, Coulson was already waiting. He looked the same as ever. Thanks to Noah's countermeasures, he hadn't died. With Coulson leading the way, the group entered without obstruction. Your Excellency Fenrir, Coulson said, glancing at Wick, is the gentleman behind us who looks exactly like His Excellency Constantine, a brother to Your Excellency the Mage. He has nothing to do with me, Constantine replied coldly. Don't think we can't hear you just because you're whispering. My surname is Constantine. His is Wick. Wick. John Wick. Coulson finally remembered. Wasn't this the man Noah had assigned Jason to monitor? Coulson hadn't been responsible for that project, so he'd never seen him. Now that he had, it was hard not to be intrigued. Two people who looked exactly alike were interesting no matter how you looked at it. By the way, Noah cut in, noticing Constantine's expression darkening. What's Fury doing right now? The director is meeting with the captain, Coulson replied quickly. Captain. Noah paused. Steve Rogers. That's right. Captain America Rogers. One of our ships was hijacked by pirates on the high seas, so the director dispatched a special operations team. However, the captain seems to have something to report, so... Noah froze. A shield ship hijacked by pirates. That sounded like an international joke. But Coulson's serious expression told him it was real. There was only one explanation. His jinx had activated again. This was clearly the plot of Captain America, the Winter Soldier. Noah just hadn't expected it to happen now, right when he wanted to enjoy life. As they walked, Noah recalled the sequence. If nothing's changed, Fury learned about S.H.I.E.L.D.'s internal issues and still chose not to inform Steve. Natasha's suspicious behavior got noticed. If nothing's changed, they should be confronting each other right now. Noah treated plots as references, but they were still valuable. What he was most curious about was whether Fury was still shameless enough to lie straight to Steve's face. If only there had been a camera back then. The five of them soon arrived outside Fury's office. With Coulson leading, they passed nearly every security checkpoint. Their guns were confiscated, but no one cared. When they entered, Fury was already arguing with Steve. He didn't even notice them at first. That was when he said, shamelessly, you know what? The last time I trusted someone, the cost was. I lost an eye. Noah said, am I interrupting your bullshit? More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals one bonus chapter. Chapter 439, Chapter 439, Credentials issued. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. Fury stared at Noah in silence. Steve wore a strange expression as his gaze moved back and forth between them, like he'd just noticed something worth remembering. Fury felt awful. Why did he always run into Noah when he was saying certain things? Worse, every time he was talking nonsense, this guy exposed him so fast that Fury never had time to react. Everyone knew about Fury's eye. Almost no one knew why he lost it. He was too embarrassed to explain it himself. But Noah knew. He'd seen it happen with his own eyes. And the one responsible was currently playing hide-and-seek in Noah's sanctum. The room went silent. Fury was completely at a loss. Rogers looked awkward. The rest either enjoyed the show, didn't care, or had no idea what was going on. You're here, Noah. Fury finally spoke after a long pause. He stabilized his emotions with effort, silently cursing Noah countless times. Then he turned to Rogers. Remember what I told you. Some people should never be trusted casually. I understand. I'll try. Steve nodded. He glanced at Fury, then at Noah and the others. Your Excellency. Long time no see. Hello, Rogers. Noah smiled faintly. It has been a while. How have you been? I'm doing all right. Still getting used to this era. And this world. Take it slow. Nothing happens overnight. After a short exchange, Rogers left the office. Coulson followed his lead, reading the room perfectly and excusing himself without hesitation. Soon, only Noah and his 3 companions remained, along with a noticeably darker-looking Fury. Damn it. You actually came at this time. Fury let out a long breath once they were alone. I didn't expect the timing either. Noah spread his hands. Especially not when you were bragging about your past. And falsifying parts of it. Fury rolled his eye. Falsifying? Seriously? Who could have predicted that getting scratched by an orange cat would turn into this? Well, it wasn't really a cat. It was a flurkin named Goose. And apparently, it caused irreversible damage. Fury didn't even know what to say about that. He trusted that thing. And then. He shook his head. No point continuing. Arguing with Noah only led to silence. With a sigh, Fury looked past Noah. Then paused. He recognized Constantine. Cigarette in his mouth, participant of the Battle of New York. But the older men beside him. Were they brothers? Fury didn't ask yet. He looked back at Noah instead. Noah. What do you need this time? Noah casually took a seat. First, I wanted to ask about you. Also, what was going on with Rogers earlier? He has doubts. Fury shook his head. I haven't decided whether to tell him about S.H.I.E.L.D. Then he frowned, staring at the men who looked exactly like Constantine. After a moment, realization hit. John Wick. Oh. Noah nodded. Yes. The assassin from the High Table. So you're moving against the High Table. It wasn't a question. Fury understood immediately. He knew Noah had been watching them. He just hadn't expected the focus to shift from the Golden Apple to ancient assassin connections. Either way, the result was the same. An organization that threatened the world wouldn't end well if Noah got involved. In Fury's eyes, the High Table was already doomed. More or less. Noah nodded. I'm here to ask that when this is over, you arrange a new identity for John Wick. Let him live normally. Oh. Fury raised an eyebrow. In exchange for information? No. He helped us take action. Fury froze. Help them. An ordinary human assassin assisting a mage against an organization of ordinary people. He didn't react immediately. He just stared at Noah, trying to figure out what game he was playing. Either way, the High Table was finished. I also need some things from you. And I'm explaining his situation so you can protect him afterward. If he's willing, he could even work for me. That's later, Fury said. What do you need? Guns. A lot of guns. Fury stared at Noah. Now he finally understood. This mage was bored enough to play role-playing games. He glanced at John Wick, who looked confused, more like he didn't fully understand who Noah actually was. That made Fury want to laugh. This guy had no idea what kind of people he'd gotten involved with. After a moment, Fury decided not to expose anything. If they wanted to play, he'd let them play properly. Weapons weren't a problem. He could provide plenty. And honestly, Fury saw an opportunity. After dealing with Noah enough times, he understood his patterns. This might be useful. Hydra was doing something. Fury didn't know what yet. He hadn't given up on S.H.I.E.L.D., but he needed evidence. He needed to know how much could still be saved. It was dangerous. But with mages involved, safety wouldn't be an issue. Before using this opportunity, Fury wanted clarity. Guns. Fury laughed casually. No problem. Any model you want. Later, though, I might need your help with something. I'll pay. Need help. Noah tilted his head, then nodded. Helping wasn't an issue. Whether it was Rogers being hunted or Fury facing assassination, Noah could intervene. Opportunities like this didn't come often. Probably wouldn't happen again. Probably. Noah understood Fury's intentions but didn't call them out. He needed something. Fury needed something. Helping while playing was fine. Fury was decent enough. Noah agreeing made Fury relax. He activated the communicator and called Coulson back immediately. Then he sent over a long list of weapons. The list left Noah staring. Jason and Wick looked stunned by Fury's generosity. Ignoring the rest, Noah recognized one name. M82A1. The Barrett. We're not going to war, Noah interrupted. Just give us good handguns. And enough ammunition. Huh. Fury stopped. Only handguns. I'm just saying, you won't experience real firepower that way. You sure you don't want something heavier? I'm sure. Noah nodded. I'm not dealing with planes. And I have nowhere to put that much gear. Remember, I'm not a mage right now. I'm an assassin. No. An agent. Fury thought for a moment. Fine. Handguns only. That's simpler. To avoid trouble, like police involvement, I'll issue you identification. Sound good? That would be excellent. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 440, a name, a hotel, and a second option. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. Fury was incredibly reliable. It took him only half an hour to bring Noah everything he needed. For pistols, Fury thought for a long time before finally handing over M10 series pistols, the kind currently used by the military. Noah didn't bother researching the bullets. To him, they all looked the same. Jason and Wick, however, seemed very satisfied. Most importantly, Fury produced 2 senior agent IDs and handed them to Noah and Constantine. These IDs came with investigative authority and limited enforcement rights. To be precise, they were fake IDs. Everything on them was fabricated, except for the photos. Arthur Morgan. John Marston. Noah looked at his own ID, then at Constantine's. His expression turned strange. He felt like Fury had been playing some kind of game lately. His sense of naming had become oddly specific. But, that game shouldn't even exist yet at this point in time. Coincidence? Or something else? Why did you give us these names? Noah held it in for a while before finally asking. Red Dead Redemption, Fury replied naturally. A novel by Jack Marston. It's about a group of cowboys and their redemption. Very interesting. I like it, so I used it. You should read it if you have time. Jack Marston. John Marston's son. That kid who kept pestering Arthur to go fishing all day. Noah rubbed his chin. Did the Van der Linde gang really exist in this world 100 years ago? He stopped thinking about it almost immediately. He was already used to things like this. Still, he couldn't help wondering whether the original owner of his current name had ended with a wolf or a deer. Constantine didn't care at all. To him, any name was fine. Even his original one. After settling everything, Noah and the others left. Throughout the process, Wick stayed silent. He was genuinely confused about who these people were, and why they had such a close relationship with an organization of that scale. To be honest, he felt both worried and relieved. He worried that if Noah changed his mind in front of such a massive organization, his situation would only get worse. But if they truly kept their word, then with an organization like that backing him, Wick would never have to worry again. With mixed feelings, Wick drove them once more. This time, their destination was the Continental Hotel in New York. The Continental Hotel was the High Table's hub, a place that connected assassins across the world. Inside, only specially minted gold coins could be used. Almost all assassins were protected there, except those officially wanted by the High Table. There was a single absolute rule. No matter who you were, or how deep the grudge, no fighting was allowed inside. The hotel also provided service of an exceptionally high standard. It was a place countless assassins yearned for. Noah was curious simply because he had never been there before. To be honest, the hotel was dangerous. Almost every well-dressed person, or even the shabby ones, inside was a top-tier assassin. Welcome, Mr. Bourne, Mr. Wick. The concierge was a black man named Sharon. He was also an extremely capable assassin, though he had chosen a more stable life. 3 rooms. Jason didn't waste words. He tossed 3 gold coins onto the counter. 8th floor. Good view. No problem, Mr. Bourne, but... Sharon didn't immediately take the coins. His gaze shifted to Noah and Constantine. These 2 gentlemen are Arthur Morgan. John Marston. Noah stepped forward, smiling slightly. The moment he spoke, Sharon felt his breath tighten. It was as if he were standing in front of something inhuman. Something terrifying. Sharon was an assassin. He was intimately familiar with all kinds of killing intent and presence. Yet facing this man named Arthur Morgan, he felt fear. Real fear. How long had it been since he last felt this way? He couldn't remember. As an assassin, fear was something he shouldn't even feel anymore. Sharon forced himself to calm down. This was the Continental Hotel. Welcome, Mr. Morgan, Mr. Marston. He managed a stiff smile. You must be readers of Red Dead Redemption. An excellent novel. Your rooms are on the 8th floor, 815, 816, and 817. Thank you. Noah nodded calmly, completely unaware of the pressure he had just placed on Sharon. Wick noticed the abnormality, but said nothing. After briefly asking whether the hotel's owner had changed, Wick received his key as well. His usual room was 818, right next to theirs. As Wick turned to leave, Sharon suddenly called out to him. Clearly, he wanted to speak privately. Mr. Wick, Sharon said in a low voice, for the safety of our guests, there's something I must inform you of. Someone has placed a bounty on you. They hate you deeply. The reward is extremely high. They even announced that if you're killed inside the hotel, the assassin will receive double. I understand, Wick replied, sighing. I expected it. Thank you. Goodbye, Mr. Wick, Sharon said. Here, you are absolutely safe. At least for now. Wick didn't say more. He picked up his luggage and led his dog toward the elevator. Along the way, he saw many familiar faces. Some looked at him normally. Others didn't. Wick knew what that meant. He didn't care much. If Noah and the others hadn't appeared, he would already be dead. Even if he survived, his dog wouldn't have. He remembered clearly how close they had come to hurting it. Now, the bounty made perfect sense. In Wick's mind, since things had reached this point, there was only one option. Kill them all. And for the sake of his future, he would help the people in front of him. At the same time, he would make preparations, just in case they ever went back on their word. I have to say, Noah said after they settled in and naturally gathered in his room, this place isn't bad. It's all right, Constantine replied, dropping onto the sofa and pulling off his hat. It had been pulled so low it nearly covered his face. Damn it. I actually have to hide my face. Never had to do that before. Because you think you're handsome? Noah glanced at him. Enough nonsense. He turned to Wick. Later, take us to see the manager. Winston, right? Yes, Wick nodded. He manages this place. He knows a lot. My relationship with him. I know, Noah said with a smile. Don't worry. Our purpose isn't what you think. He paused. A structure this large exists for a reason. What we need to do is maximize that necessity. Constantine rolled his eyes. For some reason, he felt like this guy who looked exactly like him was walking the same path he once did. Existence has necessity. Wasn't that how he'd been fooled back then? Noah had his own plans. He disliked this assassin organization. It had completely deviated from his understanding of assassins, people with discipline, conviction, and creed. He had two options. Destroy it entirely. Or take control of it, and find a new agent. After long consideration, he chose the second. This organization was massive. Its chains of interest and power were deeply intertwined. It was a terrifying entity. At first, Noah really did intend to erase it. But now, he had a different idea. Fury was already rebuilding something to replace S.H.I.E.L.D. That meant Fury wouldn't be able to return to his original level anytime soon. Noah didn't want that. A weakened Fury was a problem. Of course, Noah had no intention of handing this organization to Fury. It didn't align with his thinking. As for who should manage it instead, he had some immature ideas. Whether they would succeed didn't matter yet. That was for later. What Noah didn't know was that, at the same moment, Fury himself was also feeling uneasy. He had found what seemed to be conclusive evidence that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s interior was far from clean. Just as Noah had said, S.H.I.E.L.D. was already in grave danger. And Fury was preparing a dangerous move. He intended to see whether he could shut down Project Insight, through the World Security Council. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals one bonus chapter. Chapter 441, Chapter 441, Constantine makes his point. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. In the basement of the Continental Hotel was a vast underground stage. To be honest, the atmosphere wasn't bad, but for some reason, Noah felt uncomfortable the moment he stepped inside. It wasn't because there was anything evil hidden here. He just didn't like this dark, chaotic, and wild feeling. Constantine felt the same. It was like being dragged back into the past. When he was in Los Angeles, there had been a club run by a damned guy named Midnight. The atmosphere there was almost identical to this place. He hadn't liked Midnight, so naturally, he didn't feel comfortable here either. On top of that, Constantine couldn't even be bothered to wear the damned hat anymore. In his eyes, this guy named Wick was basically a pirated version of himself. If that was the case, why should he bother hiding his face? So as they walked, he couldn't help but point fingers and mutter complaints, which only made him hate the place more. This is really annoying. Feels like going to Midnight's club. Who knows? I don't like that guy, and this place feels the same. They don't do anything good, yet they package themselves as gentlemen. Noah and Constantine whispered their complaints as they walked. Neither of them cared if anyone heard. Even if someone did, they probably wouldn't dare say anything. Besides, the place was too noisy. Chances were no one heard them at all. And even if they did, they might have nodded in agreement. Soon, under Wick's lead, they arrived in front of Winston. Noah looked at the old man with interest. It had to be said, Winston really did have presence. Sitting in a bar like this, he felt strangely out of place. While Noah was observing him, Winston was also observing them. Sharon had already told him that some strange people had arrived at the Continental Hotel today. Clearly, these were them. And just as Sharon described, they gave off an oppressive feeling that was hard to explain. Winston found it interesting. He had never been afraid of anyone, not even the high table. His position gave him unmatched connections, and he had absolute confidence in himself. What he was curious about was their identities. Jonathan. I didn't expect you to come back, Winston said, taking a small sip of wine and smiling faintly. And I didn't expect you to be friends with Mr. Bourne, and to bring 2 more friends along. Hello, Winston, Wick nodded slightly. I have something I need to ask you. Oh. Winston didn't answer directly. He turned his head and looked at Noah and the others. As far as I know, you're not someone who cleans up messes. And I didn't know you had a brother. Have a seat, gentlemen. This round's on me. First of all, I'm not his brother. Constantine sat down without ceremony. Second, if I find out you're mistaken, I guarantee this place will have a new owner tomorrow. Oh. Winston raised an eyebrow, then smiled again. It seems your brother has quite a temper. Before he could finish, Constantine had already grabbed Winston by the neck and pressed a pistol silently against his forehead. The moment he moved, the surrounding assassins reacted. The noisy bar went silent in an instant. Noah tilted his head, completely ignoring the reactions around them. Constantine always had his own reasons for doing things. If he acted, there was a purpose. When it came to dealing with ordinary people, Noah trusted him completely. He had no intention of interfering. I told you, Constantine said calmly, tightening his grip. But you didn't seem to believe me. Winston was close to suffocating. Now I ask, and you answer directly. Got it. Constantine's voice was low. Seeing you makes me think of someone else. And that makes me very unhappy. He tossed Winston onto the sofa. The next second, several assassins rushed forward. Constantine didn't even look up. He raised his hand slightly, and the pistol fired in rapid succession. Each shot dropped an assassin to the ground. When all 9 bullets were gone, no one dared to step forward again. You're doing this in the Continental Hotel, Winston said slowly, forcing himself to stay calm. Do you know the consequences of what you're doing, young man? You must have guessed already, Constantine said, crouching down. We're not assassins. And we don't work for you. Do you really think I care? He pulled out the identification Fury had prepared and tossed it over. Take a good look, he whispered. Do you really think you matter to me? Winston frowned and picked it up. The moment he saw it clearly, his expression changed. The shield emblem was printed clearly on it. The special badge was unmistakable. No wonder this man dared to act so brazenly. No wonder he dared to open fire inside the Continental Hotel. He wasn't afraid of Winston. And he wasn't afraid of the high table either. In Winston's eyes, Constantine was now a shield agent. An agent with terrifying personal combat ability. These assassins might not fear Winston, but shield was a different matter entirely. During the Battle of New York, shield had been overshadowed by sorcerers and superheroes, but Winston had paid close attention to them. Sorcerers usually didn't bother with people like him. Superheroes caused trouble, but as long as you didn't cross certain lines, it was manageable. Only shield was truly dangerous. They were organized. They were systematic. And they were capable of destroying them. The high table had existed for countless years, with an unimaginably vast network. No one wanted to provoke them lightly. But if shield made up its mind, taking action against them wouldn't be difficult at all. Even their protectors could fall first. And since S.H.I.E.L.D. had already sent someone like this, did that mean they had already decided? What do you want? Winston finally asked. He motioned for everyone else to leave the area and slowly sat up. Vigo Tarasov, Konstantin said, sitting back down and lighting a cigarette. You want that Russian? Winston looked at Wick in disbelief. For Jonathan. Sort of, Konstantin replied, exhaling slowly. And we'll also let him enter the desert in Jerusalem. He's unlucky. Forced into this life. We don't care about his past. As long as he helps us, he can live however he wants afterward. The meaning was clear. Helping Wick was secondary. Their real target was someone on the high table in the desert. Winston understood immediately. He didn't doubt they could do it. Vigo is staying in a hotel he operates himself, Winston said after thinking for a moment. That's deliberate. It's already filled with assassins. Go on, Konstantin smiled faintly. You're starting to interest me. Most of them are Wick's old acquaintances, Winston continued. About 50 people. Hard to say exactly. As for the men in Jerusalem, he's hard to find. But I can give you a route. A path he has to take. Very good, Mr. Winston, Konstantin said, finally showing a real smile. I like working with smart people. If you stay silent, then no matter what happens in the future, this will remain your territory. Of course, he added lightly, if I find. Pleasure working with you, Mr. Marston, Winston cut in, raising his glass and taking a sip. Very good. Pleasure working with you, Mr. Winston. Konstantin stood up and turned to leave. Noah and Jason followed immediately. Wick stayed behind. He clearly still had things to discuss. As they walked out of the bar, no one dared to touch them. Without Winston's orders, the assassins had to follow the Continental's rules. Once they reached the elevator, Noah finally spoke. I have to say, that was impressive, he said. You were that sure he'd help? It's S.H.I.E.L.D.'s problem, Konstantin replied indifferently. Why should I care? And that guy is ambitious. I've met plenty like him. People like that want a new identity. One that isn't stuck in the shadows. So you just used S.H.I.E.L.D. to push him? Noah shrugged. He knew exactly what kind of person Winston was. In the future, Winston would openly defy the high table. He would even deliberately let Wick go, knowing exactly how it would end. Konstantin had just accelerated the process. Big trickster, Noah sighed. At that moment, his phone rang. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals one bonus chapter. Chapter 442, the director under fire. Fury sat in his car and called Hill, telling her to prepare to head toward DC. By now, he had basically confirmed several things. He needed to go to DC, meet the higher-ups, and explain the situations he had discovered. After hanging up, something felt off. Fury glanced left and right. A police car sat beside his, its occupant staring far too intently. More importantly, the traffic around him was unnaturally sparse. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have cared. It wasn't rush hour, after all. But after everything involving Noah, he had grown jumpy. And to be fair, caution was one of Fury's strongest survival traits. He observed carefully and immediately realized something was wrong. Another police car suddenly roared up alongside him. This was bad. Mother ****. Looks like I poked the hornet's nest, Fury cursed inwardly and floored the accelerator. His customized vehicle surged forward, forcing the two police cars to collide behind him. He didn't relax. If they dared move on him, it meant they were prepared. Fury scanned his surroundings again. SUVs appeared from multiple directions. Even special forces units were being deployed. His hands went cold. These people had made up their minds. The only thing that gave him slight comfort was that these didn't look like S.H.I.E.L.D. task forces. If they were, he would already be dead. Grinding his teeth, Fury accelerated again and plunged into the downtown area. The pursuers didn't hesitate. They even opened fire into crowded streets. Reckless bastards, Fury cursed silently. While weaving through traffic, he began making calls. Unlike the original timeline, his car hadn't been damaged yet. Every system still worked. He could activate flight mode and escape, but if he did, they would escalate even harder. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s refusal to negotiate had always been tied to him. So Fury decided to respond. If they dared to target the sitting director, then they were either desperate or completely unrestrained. In that case, he would remind them exactly who the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was. Connect me to Steve Rogers. No, wait, Fury paused. Connect me to Noah Fenrir. He had considered the Avengers. But his control over them was already thin, and with this happening, who knew how they would interpret it? Noah, at least, was still out, experiencing life. That made him reliable. So, you're being hunted now? Noah asked into the phone, his expression strange. What evil deeds did you commit this time? He was genuinely curious. The yacht incident was understandable. That had clearly been Fury's doing. And Noah had warned him. So why keep pushing his luck? Noah could easily guess Fury had gone to probe or pressure that pierced sky. Project Insight wasn't Fury's project. It belonged to the parasites embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. And they would never allow it to be destroyed. Anyone who threatened it would be eliminated without hesitation. Noah doubted Fury fully understood how important Insight was to Hydra. He rubbed his chin, listening to the gunfire and Fury's repeatedly emphasized "Motherf asterisk Kerr" over the phone. You want me to save you? Noah asked. Yes. Fury shouted. If you don't come, I'm done for. Then drive toward the Continental Hotel. Damn it. You infiltrated the high table. More or less. Do this. You head here. I'll bring John and Jason to you. I'm about 12 blocks away. I'll get there as fast as I can, Fury said urgently. If you can use magic, do it. You're the only one I called. The line went dead. Noah stared at the phone. This idiot didn't even think about it. Without magic, how was Noah supposed to track him? There were at least 4 or 5 routes to the hotel alone. Fury was clearly panicking. After a brief pause, a faint golden glow appeared between Noah's fingers. The glow stretched into a thin golden thread before slowly fading. Noah nodded to himself. Others couldn't see it. He could. He pressed the elevator button. The elevator, which had just reached the 8th floor, began moving again. Noah rubbed his chin. This time, he might run into Captain America's old flame. He considered his options. Let him go. Capture him. Or end it with a single bullet. Any would work. It just depended on his mood. I'm just saying, Constantine muttered, cigarette in hand, isn't your S.H.I.E.L.D. friend a bit unreliable? He's a director. How is he getting hunted down? It means he's incompetent, Noah replied calmly. And S.H.I.E.L.D. changed owners a long time ago. What do you expect him to do? Oh. Constantine tilted his head, then laughed. So my promise was empty. You knew. Noah laughed as well. You're a trickster. Don't pretend. Funny. I feel like I'm the one getting tricked every time. Really? Doesn't feel that way to me. Jason listened in silence, thoroughly helpless. He wanted to remind them they didn't have a car. He never got the chance. Fortunately, their luck held. They reached the first floor just as Wick came up from the basement. Wick hesitated when he heard they were going to save someone. Winston had already given him Vigo's location. He knew it was a trap. And if he delayed now? If you don't want to come, just lend us your car, Noah said casually. Some idiot fell into an internal power struggle and is getting assassinated. Help if you want. If not, forget it. Who is it? Wick asked, frowning. The former director and the current director aren't on the same side, Noah explained after a moment. The current one tried to clean things up. The former struck first. Now an idiot is racing through New York. That was enough. Wick nodded. Vigo could wait. If he saved a S.H.I.E.L.D. director, his future would be safer. Noah didn't give him a sense of safety, but something far more dangerous. A thrill. Wick disliked it. He wanted stability. Saving this director might buy that. They moved quickly. With Noah leading, they set off. 3 blocks later, they saw a black Chevrolet swerving wildly, chased by multiple black vehicles. Looks like him, Noah said after a glance. Fury wasn't injured. But he was definitely being humiliated. They parked. All 4 got out with weapons ready. As the pursuing cars closed in, Noah calmly raised his handgun. Living life didn't mean avoiding magic completely. Just not using it openly was enough. He pulled the trigger. Time seemed to slow. With a subtle adjustment, Noah fired. Bang. 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 9 shots. No recoil. No strain. The chasing vehicles lost control and slammed into the roadside. Otherwise, it would have looked like blanks. Damn, Wick muttered. High-speed targets. Rapid fire. 0 recoil. Who was this guy? Fury noticed too. He glanced at the wrecked cars, then at Noah casually reloading. Relief washed over him. He pulled over, parked, and jumped out. Smooth. Efficient. He had found his savior. Listen, Noah, Fury said quickly. If you still want to play around, we should leave. They've got more people coming. It's fine, Noah replied. Too few people isn't fun. Damn it, are you serious? Fury snapped. They won't stop. I should gather my men. It's fine, Noah said calmly. I've got a feeling something interesting is about to happen. Find 30+ advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. More bonus chapters. Every 250 power stones equals bonus chapter. Give me more power stones. Chapter 443, Rescue. Something interesting was indeed about to happen, because Noah had already made his decision. Bucky, the Winter Soldier, meant nothing to him. But to Steve Rogers, that man was probably second only to Peggy Carter. Because of that, Noah felt helping out wasn't a big deal. The only thing he wondered was whether this would spark another civil war. Shaking his head, Noah reloaded his gun and looked at the approaching vehicles, calmly considering his options. Shooting the driver every time was starting to feel dull. What he didn't expect was that the crashing cars ahead had completely blocked the road. The pursuers got out. That makes things easier, Noah said, feeling oddly lucky. He turned to Jason and the others. I'm going to have some fun. Keep an eye on this guy. Go ahead. Constantine shrugged, indifferent. I really don't get why you're into this kind of thing. Been watching too many movies. Want to experience being an agent. Who knows, Noah smiled. Maybe I'm just bored. He turned and walked out. Is he really okay by himself? Wick frowned. Noah confused him. His shooting earlier was flawless, proven both in Wick's room and just now. But the way Noah reloaded his gun moments ago was awkward. Too awkward. It didn't look like someone familiar with firearms at all. It looked amateur. That contradiction left Wick uneasy. Constantine rolled his eyes. Relax. Even if you die, he'll be fine. Are you sure? Wick looked at the younger man who shared his face. He genuinely couldn't understand where this confidence came from. Absolutely. Constantine pulled out a cigarette and casually offered one to the gradually calming Fury. One piece of advice, don't judge him, or me, by your assumptions. He lit his cigarette. You have no idea who we are. Don't overthink it. With that, Constantine ignored Wick entirely and focused on Noah with interest. From his perspective, Noah really was just bored. And since Noah was enjoying himself, Constantine saw no reason not to enjoy the show as well. Noah didn't know what Constantine was thinking. Even if he did, he wouldn't care. What he did know was that this was fun. Back when he still watched movies, Noah had often imagined how it would feel to be an agent, vaulting over obstacles, moving through gunfire without hesitation. After coming to this world, those thoughts had vanished, buried under magic and future crises. Now, with this rare opportunity, his playful mood surfaced. He welcomed it. Gun raised, Noah walked straight forward. No cover. No hesitation. With his current physique, even taking a bullet probably wouldn't hurt him much. His reaction speed wasn't slow either. With a little magical assistance, he could even see bullet trajectories and sidestep them. So this is what cheating feels like. He didn't overdo it. Noah simply wrapped himself in the most basic wind element shield. Its only purpose was simple, deflect bullets the instant they touched him. And so, he advanced. His calm, direct approach confused the agents chasing Fury. But confusion didn't stop professionals. Kill him. Gunfire erupted. Pistols. Rifles. Bullets flooded toward Noah. And then something felt wrong. He dodged. Not dramatically, just slight twists, subtle movements. Then he accelerated. A few steps forward. He raised his handgun and fired. His wrist twitched. A man hiding behind a car collapsed instantly. Damn it. Assassin Brotherhood, someone shouted. Kill him. They recognized the technique immediately. That recognition made them nervous. But it also made them confused. The Assassin Brotherhood had been wiped out by Fury and Tony Stark together. Why was one of them here now? And protecting Fury of all people? Wick was just as stunned. He watched Noah weave through bullets and kill someone behind cover with a casual flick of his wrist. That level of precision wasn't something even elite assassins could casually pull off. Is he? Assassin Brotherhood? As someone once tied to the High Table, Wick knew their relationship with the Brotherhood. He also knew what had happened to them. His thoughts spiraled. Had these two betrayed the Brotherhood together? Or, like him, had they surrendered and joined S.H.I.E.L.D.? Wick couldn't find the answer. Noah didn't think about any of that. He was having the time of his life. Gun flicks. Precise angles. Movement and fire blending together. Things he'd only seen on screen before were effortless now, thanks to his body, and magic quietly backing him up. When his gun emptied, he didn't reload. He picked one up from the ground. One bullet. One body. Enemy fire filled the air. Noah's bullets came from impossible angles. None of theirs even brushed his clothes. Fury stared in silence. Was this combat? Or choreography? Wick felt the same. From a practical standpoint, Noah's movements were exaggerated, almost theatrical. And yet, they worked. Perfectly. Only Constantine and Jason remained unconcerned. They knew Noah too well. If anything, this probably wasn't even his real level. Within moments, the pursuers were nearly wiped out. Is that it? Noah asked calmly, looking at the few who remained. That's all. The survivors didn't answer. Some dropped their weapons. Others turned and ran. Watching them flee, Noah sighed. He really did have talent for this. But he also knew the truth. Without magic, without this body, he'd be dead already. That self-awareness kept his feet on the ground. He let them go. Casually tossing his gun aside, Noah picked up another handgun with plenty of ammo left. Then he paused. His gaze shifted. Fury and Wick noticed immediately, confusion flashing across their faces. But Constantine and Jason remained calm. They waited. A sharp crack split the air. A sniper rifle. Noah shifted his body slightly. The bullet missed, blasting rubble from the ground beside him. Me. Noah wondered briefly. A second bullet followed, already in flight before the sound reached them. Noah moved. He raised his handgun and fired into the air. A spark exploded mid-flight. Silence. Fury and Wick froze. Even the unseen shooter hesitated. No debris. No blood. Noah stood unharmed. A single thought surfaced in their minds. Did this bastard just shoot the bullet down? Find 30+ advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. More bonus chapters. Every 250 power stones equals bonus chapter. Give me more power stones.